Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Yeah. She's doing hard to lean.
Good morning, fam. Twitch, YouTube, Periscope, any other streaming platforms. Good morning and happy Memorial Day to everybody. The big guy, 73, Duct Tape Man 96. I see you lurking there. I even hear myself. What a fantastic Memorial Day that we have in store for you in terms of ML Bot Ball. ML, of course, stands for machine learning, but a lot of people like to say that we're Major League. So get ready for some Major League action on machine learning Bot Ball. And there's nothing that goes better than America, Memorial Day, and baseball. It's a three-way made in heaven, and we are here to give you three-way all-day action. For the holiday, we know how much you miss baseball, so we're adding on a seventh game this morning. Hence the early start, and with so many games, we said, well, let's get a look early at some roster moves. The first game action that we're going to have for you this morning is the Washington Nationals, aka the defending World Series champions, going up against the Miami Marlins. Washington, surprise, surprise, winning the series so far 3-0. And the Nationals are sending their second-tier ace, Steven Strasburg, against Sandy Alcantara for the Fish. So let's just pop in and just see how is the Nationals lineup doing, and are there any changes we need to make. While we do this, we'll be looking for Twitch to weigh in, give us your thoughts, or if you happen to be one of the ML Bot Ball broadcasters, join me in the booth, because no one wants to hear a janitor speak. Janitors should be unclogging toilets. As we can see here, the no DH lineup. It's going to be featuring Trey Turner batting leadoff, and a slow Adam Eaton hitting second. He was off to a rip-roaring start to the season, but now he's down to a lowly .351 batting average, which they qualify as cold. He's still happy. Steven Strasburg is getting paid a lot of money to be a second-tier ace. Well, he's going to have to work that out with Max Scherzer. So, I don't know exactly how cold it thinks cold is, but should we move Adam Eaton out of the 2-hole? They're, of course, followed up with Juan Soto at number 3 and Howie Kendrick at 4. Kurt Suzuki at 5. Starlin Castro, who, according to Fangraphs, should be their number 3 hitter. He's all the way down at number 6 with the lowly .224 batting average. Ryan Zimmerman, who is projected to bench, batting 7. Victor Robles at 8, and Steven Strasburg, that second-tier ace, batting in the 9-hole. Kendrick is going off the season with those stats. Yeah, he might already be up to more at-bats this year than he was in previous years. He got 334 at-bats in all of 2019. He's already up to 179 so far this season, so they're really riding him hard. And the stamina filter they have for him is at 69 durability. That's right, what's his stamina? 69. So I say go ahead, keep riding it. Keep him at that number 4 spot. And I would recommend that we just keep the lineup as is unless anyone has any suggestions. I think it's looking pretty solid. They are winning their division after all. If it ain't broke, do not fix it. Here's a look at that number 1 ace in the snowy Steven Strasburg. Really, everyone's been fine. So they are keeping their starting lineup all the way through. Reynes Elias and Austin Voth manning long relief. Probably not a whole lot of action. Twitch is not saying anything, so we're just going to keep the Nationals as is until someone suggests anything otherwise. Let's check out their division rivals. The Fish. We're going to see Jonathan VR batting first, followed by Miguel Rojas, who would ordinarily be their 8-hole hitter, but for some reason he's been moved up to number 2 here. It's not even a platoon thing. I guess we dropped Brian Anderson when he was a bit sluggish to start the season, although nowadays I could see the argument for moving Brian Anderson back up to his 2 spot. Big Dickerson energy at 3. A man who does not know how to spell, Garrett Cooper batting 4th in cleanup. The honor is supposed to be reserved for Jesus Aguilar, who's currently riding the bench. Looks like Garrett Cooper is just kind of an odd hole there. I don't like that. Especially since he's not really doing anything to justify batting cleanup off 3 homers this season. 2 caught stealing attempts. I would argue Jesus Aguilar should be in that 2 spot. And Dickerson was number 2 for the Pirates. Good point. Thank you for bringing that up, big guy. Duct tape man, can you check the Cardinals season? I know they got swept by Arizona. How much they got scored by the whole series? That is a great question. We will pop over to the Cardinals next. Really quickly, let's look. Brian Anderson, who's batting 5-hole and as low as 6, 7. Starting to turn it around. Harold Ramirez, who is supposed to be benched, and he's ice cold. Jorge Alfaro doing the catching duty. And Isan Diaz. Why don't you have backups for every team at one side of the plate? Well, I don't know that we can get to every team, but we'll do what we can. So given that no one on the Fish is doing spectacular, except for Harold Ramirez, who started off hot but now is apparently ice cold, I would recommend that we just tweak the lineup here to look a bit more like it was supposed to look according to Fangraphs. So that would include keeping VR, who's playing, they've been playing third base here. Fangraphs has him playing center field. It would involve dropping Miguel Rojas to the back of the lineup. Bringing in Jesus Aguilar to not bat off the bench. He seems to be turning things a bit around, and he's got that 80 potential. And Garrett Cooper should not be anywhere near the starting lineup, so we're definitely making that move. And I think Brian Anderson's heating up enough that we can safely move him up. Isan Diaz, Jorge Alfaro. I suppose Lewis Brinson may be hurt, so he might be replaced with Harold Ramirez. I suppose we can live with that. I won't bother tweaking positions since I'm sure they're fine. But to me, this looks a bit more like the lineup that we would expect to see if you're tuning in the TV for Memorial Day weekend baseball, or even better, Memorial Day bop ball. Worst at fielding. Jesus Aguilar is pretty good. Garrett Cooper is 69. Who's the worst fielder? Jonathan VR. Harold Ramirez looks like the worst fielder that I see. So let's go ahead and... Harold Ramirez is the worst fielder and he's playing center field? Well, it's certainly not going to fly for DH. Best fielder would be Brian Anderson, I guess. Oh no, Miguel Rojas, he's not center fielder. Well, we'll give Brian Anderson, for this lineup at least, the center fielder tag because he's got the best skills. I don't think they have any series like this coming up. Harold Ramirez, we're going to have right in the DH spot. Garrett Cooper's got to be in the outfield, so we'll pop him into there. Jonathan VR can play third base. He sends a second baseman. He cannot play center field, never mind. Good catch, big guy. I just don't like having Garrett Cooper play center. Who on here can play center field? Is it only VR? Dickerson's got some pretty good center fielding skills and fielding energy. $61, $64. All right, we're going to drop Dickerson into center. Garrett Cooper, who is inept. Cannot play that. Okay, he's left field, that works. VR at third. Anderson in right. Dickerson manning center. Aguilar at first. Isan at second. Harold Ramirez will take the DH. Have VR play center and Anderson to third. You know, I was thinking that, but VR is only a 61. Anderson is a really good fielder. Yes, someone should definitely notify the lineup. Well, this is the DH lineup, so this is kind of preparing for a circumstance we're not going to be dealing with anytime soon. But good call, Duct Tape Man. We'll pop some notes into the broadcast channel. Jonathan VR, Brian Anderson. Alright, now that we got something, we did move the lineup around a bit. We haven't changed any positions here, so we might not need anything to be changed here, except for the positions. Jonathan VR is staying leadoff. Brian Anderson. Corey Dickerson left. Jesus Aguilar batting fourth. Isan Diaz batting fifth. Harold Ramirez batting sixth. And he is playing center field for some reason. Well, according to the actual Fangraphs lineup, you would have Jonathan VR at center. Harold Ramirez would not be in the lineup, but we have to have him subbed in for Lewis Brinson. I would think he would take over right field. And Brian Anderson they have at third base, which seems to me like his primary position. Well, they have Jonathan VR listed as the primary third baseman. Brian Anderson is primary right fielder. So I will not tweak it too much. This is what the game recommends. You can't have Birdie playing. Alright, good enough. Jonathan VR. Lefty lineup, let's just see who's good against lefties. Jorge Alfaro is not, Brian Anderson's not, Birdie's not, Isan Diaz is not. So this actually looks like a decent left-handed lineup swap, the one we currently have. So let me type some notes in. A big shout out to Green Day. Where is Matt Kemp for a bench bat? We'll take a look at that in a second. And this is fantastic dead air here. So Twitch chat, tell me what you're thinking about the Cardinals, which is the next team we're going to pop to. Surprisingly falling fast out of playoff contention. Time for some shakeups. We see who I need to notify of this. This is first game is Aiden Blanc and Eddie McCarthy. My boy Matt Kemp for a bench bat. Let's see what happened to Matt Kemp. Does not exist. Just sift through the rosters, see what happened. And this, here we go. He is sitting in AAA, where he's batting a pretty good 288, 3 home runs, 24 RBI, and 3 steals, and 156 at bats. Having a pretty good season, I would say. Think he should get the nod, call him up to the big league. We could drop, I mean, John Birdie's not doing a lot. I think he could play everywhere. Could make the argument that Jesus Sanchez is not doing much in that 65, although a potential. He's primarily outfield. So on that level, he could be a decent swap for Matt Joyce. But Matt Joyce hasn't done anything that weren't being sent down. Send down Sanchez. Yeah, I could see that. In real life, Jesus Sanchez has been optioned to the minors. What the heck? Fisher Phelan, let's make the move. Ooh, we got to juggle the 40-man to make it happen. That's always fun. I don't think anyone's going to miss 53 potential single A bat Parker Bug. Tell me if I'm wrong. Nope, too late. That's what happens when you give the janitor the power over roster moves. That guy bugged me too. Welcome to the bigs. Gotta drop Sanchez. Why on earth am I not drinking my coffee? Gotta remember, not Sixto. The other Sanchez. Boom. Alright, that's a lot of time spent on your fish. Let's get to the St. Louis Cardinals. How the rosters look for your Redbirds. In the leadoff spot, I know that we've been juggling this all year because it's tough to get the Cardinals winning. In real life, they roster resources Colton Wong leading off. Here, Colton Wong is dead. Oh no, he's batting 7th. 206 average. Ugh. Hate to see it. Shed Long? Shed Long is on the Mariners, last I checked. Not Shed Long as every other human being in the majors.
Now let's begin. You're in too deep to go back again. Cash is paid to play. You want more hits than lemonade.
See, Edmund up top is batting 253. Yeah, so. Matty Carpenter batting 2nd. That's where he is in real life. Goldie at 3rd. DeYoung at 4th. The maps. Yadier Molina, 5-hole. Then in the back of the order, they have the ice-cold Brad Miller. Colton Wong still batting just 206 on the season. Dakota Hudson looks like he's got a hit to his name. And Harrison Bader in the 9th spot. On the bench, you got Dexter Fowler with a scorching 133 average. Tyler O'Neill is their only competent bench bat. Matt Wieters, Lane Thomas, and Brian O'Keefe are available. Against lefties, it looks pretty close to the same. So the lineups are consistent, if not good. As for the pitching rotation, Jack Flaherty flashing that ace skill. 3.0 ERA, 1.3 whip. Well, the 78 strikeouts per 60, that's solid. Carmart, doing pretty good. Adam Wainwright, ouch. What happened? 6.04 ERA, isn't he today's starter? No, it's Hudson, I guess, starting today. Ponce de Leon has found the fountain of suck. 1.71 whip, 5.13 ERA. Good strikeout upside. And Dakota Hudson, today's starter. So it's basically those back half Wainwright, Ponce de Leon, and Hudson that are getting shelled. Genesis Cabrera is not looking much better. So I could see an argument to maybe shake up the pitching rotation. A lot of boring moves you don't care about. Do they have any starting pitchers? Yeah, Flaherty, Martinez, and nothing. So it looks like they could bring up, I believe Miles Michaelis is actually injured all season. But let me just check. He would be a good call-up if he was due to return. John Gant is a good reliever. That's a good point. Is he good enough? Does he have the stamina to pitch? That's what I don't know. Yeah, John Gant doesn't really have the stamina. He's going to get tired after 2 innings. This early morning roster moves is brought to you by coffee, the best beverage ever invented, and by anybody but Xfinity. Bring up Matt Liberatore. I am not familiar with Matt Liberatore. Let's take a look. Ooh, I do like to see that. 46 strikeouts in 50 innings, 4-0 win-loss record, 2.84 ERA, 23 walks to 46 strikeouts. Whipped a little high, but he's getting it done. He's only in Double-A though, and he's not in the 40-man. Alex, I'm not going to say that name because it sounds offensive. Also Double-A, but doing pretty good. And reading this article, it does look like Miles Mike Nicolas is expected to return in 2020. So I would think that just because Liberatore hasn't pitched in the AAA, the move would be to move Liberatore to AAA. And if it's time, might be time to bring up Nicolas. It says June or later. This article I'm reading. So he would be close. 3 weeks ago he was throwing bullpen sessions. Okay, they got him penned for any time after June 1st. So I would say that Mikolas would be the call-up as of next week to replace whoever's still struggling. Tommy Parsons looks like yeah, we'll head over to Colorado after this. I would say Tommy Parsons might be the call-up. He's only got D potential, but he's currently in AAA. He's on the 40-man, and he's been pretty good. 2.63 ERA, 1.08 WHIP. Good strikeout-to-walk ratio, although not a great K per 9. Kevin Hergel? I can't tell. Pretty good, but I don't like that whip. Oh yeah, well look at the Bucks, you know it. Unless there's lineup moves for St. Louis, I'm gonna say we keep them as is. Like they're struggling, but the move to me would be in a week bring up Miles to replace whoever's struggling. I will go ahead and make the move to bring our pitching prospect up to AAA. See how he fares, give him a start there. Oh. Bring up Weirner. Take a look at that. Who is Weirner? Okay, I'm stupid. I don't see Weirner. You mean Warner? Austin Warner? Ooh, good call. I like that. 2.78 ERA, 1.08 WHIP. He is on the 40-man, so no roster moves need be done. And we can bring up Michaelis in a week to replace anyone who's still struggling. Yeah, I like Warner. But who is getting the nod down? I could see the argument for dropping Hudson. I would want to check with the people who are doing the game today. In the meantime, I will, while I type into Discord, take a look at the 3 back-end pitchers and let me know who you'd like to drop. Oh, Genesis Cabrera, that's a good point.
Okay, this here in the gas state. I can't hit it, if I do, I might pass away. These boys fake, please quit with the masquerade. Hey, not here with the past the same. I could probably use a fresh start.
Ponce de Leon or Wainwright goes down. I mean, they're all garbage. Hudson's been the worst of all of them. But given that he's starting today. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from? I don't care about you. I got me a cheapest Caribbean. It's a push start. I ain't Kyle DeSantis in the BR Sports.
like a good human being. 24 East, I'm in Chattanooga 10. Yeah, the barbecue Korean and my shorty muy bien. Ay, we just went from dive bars to the Coliseum. Man, he's a try hard, wouldn't wanna be him. BG on the gym, go ahead, copyright it to him. Go ahead, copyright it. Nah, I wouldn't wanna say too much. We ain't take her from you, now she came to us. Ain't no stake in the boat.
Yeah. Wainwright wouldn't be sent down. I agree with that. There's no chance Wainwright. He's a St. Louis legend. Yes, it would be Warner's MLB debut, I believe, if you were to start today's game. So it's kind of an aggressive move for untested pitcher. Ponce de Leon would... I would say Ponce de Leon, Hudson, or Cabrera would be on the chopping block. I don't want to make the drop if the people who are announcing today's games have strong opinions. So I'll give them a second to reply on Twitch. We'll keep this in mind. What is his energy since he's in the minors? That's also a very good question. His stamina 73 and down, I guess. I don't know if that's the same as energy. I don't know anything about this game, despite having spent the better part of 2020 living in it.
For the day that I blow this open. Money like hocus pocus at the club with a bunch of brokers. Also,
Ponce de Leon to the bullpen. And move Cabrera down. Yeah, there's no reason to keep Genesis Cabrera. That doesn't make sense to me. And then we can keep Dakota Hudson as starter for today, since that's probably what they prepped. And I believe that Duct Tape Man was pointing up to the comment, so I'm going to count that as an upvote for the comment by someone whose name is Trier and cut off by the rest of the screen. We're doing that. Down goes Cabrera, up goes our man. Warner. Welcome to the show. Genesis is in long relief here. Yeah, Genesis, you are the back end here. You're not getting it done. You're demoted. That was his third waiver move, but honestly, who cares? And we'll slot him in fourth. Warner for now in the rotation. And if our friends who are announcing today's game would rather, we'll make the move at game time. It's still Hudson versus King Felix for the time being. All right, I believe it was Rockies, just to see where Melville is in the organization, as well as any moves we want to make, and then we're going to pop over to check out the Buccos. Okay, this seems like an anachronism. Ian Desmond still hitting first. I don't think anyone has looked at the Rockies in some time since the... At least not since the Rockies decided that they their subreddit did not want to help out with our sim. We've not been helping out their simulation. Our man Bo is back in chat, and I believe that emoji means it's time to get flapping. 2-3 notifications triggering him. Yeah. So I see some comments that Blackman should be leading off. I hear that. In roster resource, they have him third. And we got a call for Tapia against righties. Ryan the Sports Guy, Texas. No, next is the Pirates, and then after that we'll go to hit Texas. Tapia is... I remember I've seen him somewhere in these lineups. No, he's out. Alright, Blackman, Murphy, Arenado, Story. That's not feeling. You know, feeling's good enough, and I feel like Ian Desmond, whatever his contract is worth, is not going to be leading off. In fact, roster resource has him as a bench bat. I think he was just hitting well, which he is, 316, so he might stay in the lineup. Arenado at third. Yeah, we'll hit Detroit after Texas. Alright, we're going to have to go a little faster to make this all happen. So the feeling was Blackman first. Followed by Murphy, Arenado, Story. That feels very good to me. Blackman, Murphy, Arenado, Story. It's 2 ice bats. I think that was the problem with it, but icy for Murphy and Arenado is still 304, 305. Then Desmond, Tapia, some splits. That makes sense. And they have David Dahl in the 9th spot because he's got the speed. This looks adequate to me. Unless anyone has any objections, I'm going to start with slotting this in across righties. And against lefties, we'll do much the same. But we will swap out for Raimel Tapia, who is already in the lineup. Yeah. Oh yeah, there he is. That's just the DH one, though. Let me try the no DH. Get that to true up first. And they're both left fielders, so that works. Tapia, McMahon, Dahl, Wolters. I mean, it's not like Tapia is that much better against lefty. Oh, Desmond against lefties. Okay, yeah. So I have not drank my chicken bones this morning. Raimel's DH doesn't even make sense. Isn't he a good fielder? So. Desmond still be the DH, I think. Go. Desi. And... this looks like a cromulent lineup if ever I saw one. We'll do Dahl as the pseudo leadoff like we have there. And what the heck? He's got the speed, which is bat him 9th all around. He's hot though, so it feels weird. But no one's complaining, so it's probably fine. Anyway, that's not even what we were supposed to be looking at. We wanted to see where Melville was in the organization. And Coors Field is Coors Fielding against Freeland and Lambert. But honestly, it's not terrible. Given that people are being quiet, I'm assuming that's our cue to move to the Pirates. Here we go. Melville is in AAA, where he is 31 strikeouts in his 39 innings of work. 5.49 ERA and 1.5 WHIP, 1.3 win-loss record. And he has not yet seen time in the majors. So he's looking decent. He need to be added to the 40-man. While I deal with the leg and you guys tell me if there's anything I'm forgetting, we'll take a quick look at the Pirates. Kevin Newman, still leading off, still batting an ice-cold 189 for the season. Thought he was fixed in the minors. Didn't he take a stint down? Adam Frazier, Brian Reynolds, Joshua Bell, Gregory Polanco, the Irishman, Eric Gonzalez, Jacob Stallings, Trevor Williams, Ozuna, Dyson, Maley, Guillermo Heredia, and Kevin Kramer off the bench. For pitching, we got Musgrove, Chris Archer doing Chris Archer things, Trevor Williams doing Trevor Williams things, Mitch Keller doing Mitch Keller things, and JT Brubaker with a trumping all of them with a 9.53 ERA. Twitch chat wants Kramer over Newman batting leadoff. Might be time to bring Steven Brault back in over JT Brubaker. Move Gonzalez to shortstop and Kramer to second. Newman can be bench. The DH lineup, because I am not a smart human being. Yeah, Brault starting role. Here. Steven Brault is our fave. Steven Brault is the new greatest of all time. Newman hitting the bench. Kevin Kramer in at second. Adam Frazier batting leadoff. Moran to number 2. So we're looking at Frazier, Moran, Reynolds, Bell, Polanco, Kramer, Gonzalez, Stallings. This one at second. Right into the 2 spot. Reynolds, Bell. Positions look mostly accurate. Move up Chad Cool. I think Cool's been pretty garbage. May have moved Cool down because he was not pitching well. I'll go pop back and look in a second. Fielding 68, fielding 51. Kevin Newman will DH. And that doesn't really matter unless anyone's got how's O'Neal Cruz doing? We'll take a look in just a second. Adam Frazier, the Irishman, Brian Reynolds, Bell. It's that weird situation. I believe we were doing a I'll look at that in a second. Newman, Frazier. Been doing Kevin Kramer at second base, my bad. Frazier. Gingerbeard, Reynolds, Bell, Polanco. Close enough. Got a lot of teams to look at in the next 10 minutes, so I will just breeze through this. Eddie McCarthy, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Doing quite well. Are you excited about the Marlins matchup?
Yeah, hold on, I'm on my phone. I'm going to switch over to my computer. I'll be back in a second.
Right on. Cool and back up. Middle relief. He's actually pitching well. He's down to a 3.57 ERA, 1.5 WHIP. Give him that long relief status. And we'll take a quick look. I'm hoping O'Neal Cruz is on this team. There he is. O'Neal Cruz is 239, 6 homers, 138 at-bats, 14 runs, 17 RBI. Try Cool as a starter. I don't know if I'm willing to go that far. 5.12. So Steven Brault's got 69 stamina. Mr. Cool has got 65. Okay, it could happen. Erlin 64. I can see that. I believe it's Ryan, the sports guy, who is our Pirates expert, so we'll see what he wants. I'm gonna say Robbie Erlin would not get the bump over Cool. Cool's just looked a little bit better so far this season. Might try dropping Archer, at least to long relief till he gets things sorted out. But until I hear otherwise, I'm just gonna noodle over the lineups one last time. I think I made some mistakes in here. If anything, Archer, yeah, makes sense to me. Oh, I see. We had Gerard Dyson in center for this matchup, so that's why it's kind of funky. All right, I'm not seeing any big changes necessary to Pittsburgh. I'm always happy to make changes. Make them on the website. We'll toss them there. That's the easiest way to get roster changes. Make it on the website. It's super easy. Switch Cool and Keller for one game. First start for Cool and Ages. All right. I believe it was Texas next. If I'm wrong, then shout at me in the chat. I think it was Texas Detroit for our last two before we get started. So we're going to have to do a bit of a lightning round. Texas Rangers, another one where the subreddit snubbed us, so we snubbed them. See how it works. We scratch our back, we scratch yours. Frosty Shin-Tzu-Chu, DHing and batting leadoff. And nowhere to be found a lefty lineup. Keller would not move to the pen. If anything, Archer would be the man, or Brault. Well, Brault just came out of the pen, so we'll pop back there and make whatever suggestions Twitch votes on here. Texas rotation is Corey Kluber. He is looking fantastic as the number one. Lance Lynn is having a Lance Lynn good season. Mike Minor is having a bit of an elevated ERA and whip, but I think he's a good pitcher. Gibson, getting it done. And Colby Allard has slotted in the 5 spot, I guess, based on the Jordan Lyles injury. He's got no one in long relief. Move Solak over Chu. Yeah, I like Nick Solak. He's on fire, they say, although fire is apparently 208. I think he's pretty good at fielding, so he would be in, but he would not be DH. We'd get someone else at DH. I don't know about leadoff. I'll let you guys decide on that. Who's the worst fielder they got? Willie Calhoun would DH, I think, over Solak. I would make the argument that we should swap in Solak into. He can play outfield a lot better than Willie Calhoun. Solak or Duffy? Yeah, I like Duffy too. You might even throw Duffy in over one of these other ice cold people. There's some infielder. Todd Frazier's kind of slow. Guzman's kind of slow. Andrus can lead. Donatello does machines. So in real life, they do have Chu leading off, followed by Andrus. Solak, how speedy is he? I think he's got some speed. Yeah, I feel like Solak's pretty good too, followed by Calhoun, Gallo, Frazier, Santana, Odor, Guzman. Yeah, some good script on their unis. It's close to the lineup we have everywhere, so I'll just tweak the left-handed lineup. I know Chu was out here. Make sure Solak's fine against lefties. Yeah, he's fine. And I guess we had Colin. It's been pretty good, but let's keep it kind of similar. Fine. Alright, we got 2 minutes to look at Detroit. And I didn't see if Twitch chat decided anything on Pirates rotation. Hayden Blanc, welcome. We're doing the last couple roster moves before we start up your game.
Hey, I'm on mute. My mic was on mute, my bad.
Oh, no worries. No worries. Do you have any strong opinions about the Detroit Tigers lineup here?
Haven't watched a Tigers game in years.
Well, with it looks like it's snowing in Detroit from this forecast here.
Snowing?
That should be fun.
Kristen Stewart's actually doing fairly good. Although I think he's fine against lefties. I would say the move might be to get Kristen Stewart in somewhere in this lefty lineup when you could drop literally anybody.
Are we doing camos for Memorial Day?
Ooh, if they got him.
Oh, yeah.
If we start cool, it should be Archer or Brault. Just my opinion. Keller is the prize rookie. I'm going to pop over to that real quick. Make that move. Otherwise, I'll forget. And then we'll let you guys weigh in on the lineups as well. Sorry, not the lineups. The uniforms.
Sure.
Put Mercer at third for Jamer Candelario. I think that's a reasonable move. Alright, that move is done. Hop back to Detroit. Mercer can't play third. Well, Tigers can't play baseball, so...
That's true.
They're right there they're the dregs of the league along with Baltimore right now, who's actually doing better in ball than they'd probably be doing in real life. They're still in last place, but hope for too much.
We give the Tigers a lot of attention because we have a lot of Tigers fans in our community. So replace Troy Stokes with either Travis Demerit or Doel Lugo for Detroit. Move Nico to third and Mercer to shortstop. Are you guys okay with making these moves before we start up your game? Trying to figure out how to make this happen?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, of course. Not like we have anything to do, or if there is anything to do with what's going on right now.
Yeah, where would you go anyway? Okay. Boom, we got Mercer in, and we got Nico in. And Heidi saying, feed me more souls. Candlestick should start against lefties. I think he's still in the lefty lineup. No, yeah. No, we dropped him against lefties. Which does not make a ton of sense. So let's slot him back in against lefties. We'll keep him at shortstop. Actually, wait. No, let's swap these guys. This looks like a fine lineup to me. The only question I have is if we wanted to figure out when to get Kristen Stewart in, but whatever. I don't even think they play today till later. Although they play second.
Yeah, they play second. I got the double header duty.
Yeah, so I would say that if anyone's got any tweaks to make, we'll make them before. Wait, is that? No, that's lefties. Yeah, Jamer's in against lefties. Oh, no, so it is. I am not smart this morning. Okay. Jordy Mercer, shortstop. Nico. And Jamer's going to be sitting against lefties. Okay, that looks better to me. Against righties, we got Mercer in. All right, I think that's everything. Except we got one more request. Drew this up real quick. And I hope someone's taking notes, because we're going to have to let the next people know what their game looks like. And they are facing a lefty, so we especially got to make sure the lefty lineup looks fine. Nico should be
we'll have to go over that before we start.
Yeah, so Nico in the outfield for Castro. And let Mercer in for lefties as well. Okay. That makes sense. And this gets our lefty lineup looking good, so... Am I stupid? I don't see Castro. Oh, I see. Mabin, yeah, there we go. Mabin leading off, though.
Look at how many cold streaks their guys have.
I know, right?
There's like 5 cold streaks, 1 hot streak, and everybody else is just neutral.
It's like it's a terrible balance of young guys who have just come up from the farm team, and then there are guys like Mabin who've been seemingly around forever. Mabin, Cabrera, all those guys are getting up there.
Detroit baseball is a mess.
Detroit sports are a mess. I don't know if you guys follow the NHL, but the Red Wings were eliminated in like January.
Lions are trash. The Pistons maybe make the playoffs if they're lucky. And the Tigers are garbage.
I feel bad for the Lions, though, because I think Matt Stafford's actually a pretty good quarterback.
I feel like we shouldn't really be hating on Cleveland so much and a little bit more on Detroit. Like, Detroit has kind of become the new Cleveland.
It really has.
The Tigers, the Red Wings, and they have hockey, which Cleveland doesn't have.
Yeah, I mean, at least Cleveland, they won a championship with LeBron. The Indians were in the World Series. That one could have gone either way. Or at least turned the thing around.
Exactly.
Browns are a mess, but at least they're a talented mess, so hopefully they can scratch out a 9 or 10 win season.
They're trying. And the Indians aren't horrible. I know in our football simulation, they're not doing too bad, although they have got a stacked AL Central. The American League Central is such a great division. That and the National League West have been like 2 just great divisions.
That division is brutal.
I'm excited to see Miami play.
Yeah, Miami's not bad. Although they are not going to be playing in camo. They don't seem to have a camo uniform.
That's too bad.
The Nats definitely do.
They do? Let's find this.
I like the Nats do. The Padres definitely do, because they wear it every Sunday.
For sure. The Nats gotta have some. There you go.
Got the red, white, and blue.
Flag. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, that's kind of the Memorial Day. Although I feel like I've seen them wear that before. just for a regular game.
They wear it all the time. They got like 10 different uniform combinations. Although they stuck with the navy blue one for their playoff run.
I like that one. That one looked cool. All right, Memorial Day bop ball. This is gonna be awesome.
I'm so excited. And unfortunately, it is overcast in Washington D.C., so you don't get nice sunny.
It's overcast where I am too.
I think it's raining here in Seattle, so everywhere is just having a Memorial Day inside.
It is always like that. It always feels like Memorial Day is rained out. But that's kind of tradition.
I will leave it to you. It's a pleasure.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Garrett. So we are going to take you now out to Nationals Park on this overcast Memorial Day for a clash between the 33-18 Washington Nationals who are hosting the 24-29 Miami Marlins. Eddie McCarthy alongside Aiden Blank as we bring you Major League Bop Ball on Twitch. Aiden, what are we doing today?
You know, I'm doing well. It's a great crowd. Despite the overcast skies, which it's kind of been stay inside sort of Memorial Day. You get Steven Strasburg on the mound. This crowd is in for a great game. Two teams that are streaking in opposite directions. Miami is now 2 games under 500, but Washington, I believe, won 6 in a row. They are on fire, and they are on track to continue to pick up right where they left off last year. So it should be a really good matchup today. I'm excited to see this Miami team, maybe not this year, but in future years, a playoff team possibly.
I agree. You got the Nats, who are 7-3 in their last 10. Aiden, you mentioned they've won 6 in a row. Won yesterday 2-1. Scored 2 runs in the 8th inning to take that one 2-1 on 7 hits. So we get the first pitch of the game. It's a ball high from Steven Strasburg. Strasburg, he has a 5-pitch arsenal. Relies primarily on his 4-seam fastball, which he likes to get in the upper 90s, but he can also change it up. He's got the curveball, the changeup, and the slider as his off-speed. He also works with a little 2-seam. The Jonathan VR, who will lead off, he's worked himself into a 2-0 count, excuse me. VR was 0 for 3 yesterday. Can hit from both sides, but because Strasburg, the righty, he's going to hit lefty.
Feels like a night game. I'm not entirely sure if this game was originally supposed to be played during the day, but it really feels like it's one of those games that it feels just like a night game.
It's overcast, cloudy skies. Looks like they probably turned the lights on. Hopefully it'll clear up a little bit. It's a 2-1 count right now to VR. He's going to tap that one through the right side. VR leads off the game with a base hit.
Good start for Miami. It's always tough to get early hits off Strasburg. Hopefully he's able to calm himself down for Nats fans, though. Otherwise, it's going to be a long day because this Miami lineup can really hit.
Yeah, they can, and they're one of the more unsung lineups in the league. Aiden, you know, last year they were by all means not a very good team, but this year they got some guys. They can swing the bat a little bit. Strasburg's his first offering to Anderson is a ball, so it's a 1-0 count. Man on first, VR, who singled. And Strasburg catches the bottom of the zone with that one, so the count is now 1-1. It is Brian Anderson who's the batter, as they check up on the runner once again, but VR dives back safely.
Yeah, VR's got some wheels. Would be interesting to see if they steal this early in the game, but, you know, an early score could be crucial.
VR can move Suzuki, though, is an excellent catcher back there, as we get a shot at Dave Martinez, Nationals manager. That team to a thrilling 7-game World Series victory last year against Houston. Of course, we know all about that. Here's the 2-1 now from Strasburg. Swung through by Anderson, and Strasburg has worked it into a 2-2 count.
The other thing with moving the runners up and getting an early run is it's crucial, especially in a game like this. You've got two pitchers that are top of the league, two of the best in all of baseball. It's going to be very important to make sure this doesn't become 0 after 0 after 0 on the scoreboard. Get a run early so that when Strasburg does start to settle in, you got some cushion.
Check swing there by Anderson. They check up with the umpire. He says no. We've got our first full count of the ball game. Let's see if VR is moving.
Way to work him early in this game.
Comes to the set, and Anderson will foul that one away, and so we'll do it again.
Yeah, Anderson working him late into the count. Already 10 pitches for Strasburg. Nobody out. Good way to start it if you're the Miami offense. And another foul ball there.
Anderson is going to continue to spoil. This is a guy who he will choke up with 2 strikes. He likes to use the whole field, spray the ball around. He will make the pitcher work. He's doing that with Strasburg here. As another 3-2 is on the way, and it's outside on the curveball. Curveball missed low and away, and the Miami Marlins are threatening early. They've reached their first 2 runners, and so that's going to bring up Dickerson. Ray Dickerson, the left fielder.
That's a tough pitch. That's a tough batter to lose. You had him in the count at 2-2 and then 3-2. You fouled a few pitches off. You felt like Strasburg was ready to blow one by him, but he doesn't. And now 2 on with nobody out.
2 on, nobody out, but Dickerson does not run well. He's a good double play candidate. Dickerson hitting .312 on the year. He's having himself a pretty nice season. He looks in for the 1-0 for Strasburg. One misses outside. It's quickly 2-0. Aiden Strasburg getting himself into a lot of bad counts.
Yeah, not a great start for him. It is not after giving up the leadoff hit and then a walk to his second batter. This is an early jam that he needs to get himself out of. Otherwise, it's going to be a long day.
He could really use a ground ball right here as he misses up and away once again. Although that one looked pretty close to me. I don't think Strasburg's very happy. But he runs it 3-0 with the dangerous Jesus Aguilar getting anxiously on deck.
Yeah, he needed that strike. Now he's got to throw 3 in a row.
So he gets that one. A bit of a weird pitch as Dickerson seemed to drop his bat and run to first.
Oh yeah, I totally thought that was ball 4.
I guess it was a makeup call on the last pitch, which we thought was a strike.
Yeah.
Anyway, now the 3-1 on its way to Dickerson, and he swings through it, so Strasburg would allow Dickerson to work the count 3-0, has now worked it back into a full count.
Strasburg gave him the walk, could have loaded the bases. You really don't want to swing at a pitch like that on 3-1.
BR at second, Anderson at first, as this one is fouled down the left field line. Over for a look is the left fielder Soto, but he'll watch it go into the seats. And we'll do the 3-2 all over again.
I'll tell you, as poor as the start has been for Strasburg, if he can get a strikeout here, maybe not quite yet, it can be all, he can kind of start to settle into a groove. He needs a strikeout here, or at least some sort of out, so that he doesn't end up loading the bases with nobody gone.
Once again, though, Dickerson making him work as he's going to slash another one foul down the left field line. And this is now 2 batters in a row where Strasburg has had to deal with multiple foul balls, and he's yet to record an out. Aiden already at 20 pitches. And we'll do the 3-2 again. This time, swing and a miss, he got him. So it's a strikeout, but a small victory for the Nats as they are running up Strasburg's pitch count here in this first inning. But on the bright side for Washington, a ground ball here from Aguilar, who is one of the slowest men in the majors, and they will get out of this inning unscathed.
Yeah, that was a big strikeout. Now he's got to get Aguilar maybe a little ground ball. Ground ball ends the inning as poor as the start has been.
Strasburg deals the first one in as a strike. Aguilar hitting .238 on the year, 6 home runs, 13 RBIs. Man out of Venezuela. It's Jesus Aguilar, former Milwaukee Brewer. Strasburg offers the 0-1, and it caught the bottom of part of the zone for strike 2.
Bottom of what zone? That ball was practically in the dirt.
I know, but that's the second low strike that we've seen called. And Strasburg with the 0-2 now to Aguilar, and he got him. So Steven Strasburg has rallied back-to-back strikeouts, and now all of a sudden, if he can hit a Ledmus Diaz, and Strasburg can get out of this inning without giving up a run. The pitch count will be high. He'll take it.
Boy, was this huge. Those back-to-back strikeouts, he needed that.
Diaz slashes one up the middle for a base hit. Around third comes VR. The throw home. There's a play at the plate. He got him. What a throw from center by Victor Robles. And despite the hit, Robles runs it. Suzuki applies the tag, and we are scoreless after the first half frame as the Nats come to bat.
That was huge. Wow. A lot of lucky breaks there for Strasburg between the widened zone and, of course, that throw at the very end. Helping the pitcher out, and we get a look at Sandy Alcantara as he'll start today for Miami.
What a throw by Victor Robles. Yep. And then, as you mentioned, Sandy Alcantara, this is his 11th start of the season. As the first pitch to Turner, he skies one high to center, got under it a little bit. Easy for Ramirez. One pitch, one out.
A lot of high fly balls early. We've seen a lot of those go foul, and that one started to carry a little bit in center field. Although at Nationals Park, you've got one of the farthest center field fences in all of baseball.
Not really a cheap home run here in Nationals Park. Have to get it good to get it out. As Eaton grounds one right side. Nice backhand, and the throw to first got him. Excellent play over there by Ledmus Diaz, and now it's 2 pitches, 2 outs for Sandy Alcantara.
Almost pulled him off the base at first. Take a look. He was stretching to stay on there, but a nice play at second. I thought that ball might have been able to kind of dribble into the outfield. It almost got by everybody.
Now it's one of Major League Baseball's brightest stars, Juan Soto. Getting 267 on the year, 17 doubles to boot. Soto swings, grounds this one left side. First dugout by Aguilar, and it's 3 pitches, 3 outs. Sandy Alcantara. He really ran up the pitch count there, as at the end of one. It is Miami nothing and Washington nothing, as next inning we will see Ramirez, Alfaro, and Rojas for the Marlins.
Yeah, what a weird start to this game. Strasburg and Alcantara, very contrary starts. Strasburg took him 25 pitches to get out of that first, and Alcantara comes in and breezes through that first part of the Nationals lineup, which a lot of people would say is probably the toughest part of the Nationals lineup.
Polar opposite innings is, I think, the word that we could use, the phrase we could use, rather, as now it's going to be for the Marlins. It's going to be the center fielder Harold Ramirez. On his 1-1 to him, and that one misses inside. Very weird zone so far. Had a couple of low strikes that I thought almost kissed the dirt, and a couple on the inside that I thought caught the corner. Old balls, Aiden.
Yeah, our home plate umpire still kind of trying to break into the zone. I mean, you see that a lot. Usually they try to come out with a very tight zone, but now it's kind of the opposite. A very wide zone to start with. And I think it'll be adjusted as the game goes on. You just kind of got to find out how he likes to call a game and start to pitch like that. Beautiful pitch. How great was that breaking ball?
Saturday, stunning curveball there from Strasburg. And he got Ramirez to wave at that one. So Strasburg's retired the first man. His 3rd strikeout of the game already, and we're just in the 2nd inning, and that will bring up the catcher Jorge Alfaro.
You look at that replay for Ramirez, he didn't even use his hips. It was essentially all arms, just trying to hit it at all costs.
Yeah, and Aiden, if Strasburg can balance that 95, 96 mile an hour fastball, and then he can drop the hook like that, which comes in 82, 83, the Marlins are in for a long day.
Yeah, that's something we didn't really see a ton of in the first. A lot of guys were kind of right on those pitches, but couldn't quite get it into fair territory, but he's throwing some really good stuff so far in the 2nd inning. Very different than his start in the first, I think you would agree.
Alfaro, 26 years of age, out of Colombia. He's appeared in 52 games, game is his 53rd.
He's big. He looks like he could muscle it out.
He is a big guy. 6'2", 225 pounds.
Yeah, if he gets a hold of one, we'll see if it can travel.
Ooh, he just missed that one there. Picked it off the top of the bat, and Kurt Suzuki will handle it. I thought he had fouled that one back into the screen, but it looked like he just nubbed it a little bit, and Suzuki will handle it. Well.
Yeah, it was a weird camera angle. Normally on the show, they'll switch it to the angle that is behind the plate for that, but they kept it on the behind the mound angle, and that's why it looks so weird.
That is going to bring up the shortstop here, Rojas. He takes a strike from Strasburg. Strasburg's pitch count has settled down. He's at 36. If he can fan Rojas here, that would mean his first 1-2-3 inning and help him go a little bit longer in this start.
Yeah, all these outs, a lot of these are coming from strikeouts, so that's good. That's a big reason why the pitch count is so far up, because he has to throw a lot of pitches every at bat, but he's getting strikeouts, so they're not really able to hit it. And they've only got one hit so far, so.
A nasty breaking ball from Strasburg. It's 3 up, 3 down as the Marlins go in order. Middle of the second, Miami none, Washington none. As coming up will be Kendrick, Suzuki, and Castro for the Nationals. If you're enjoying Major League Ball on Twitch, it's Eddie McCarthy, Aiden Blank. We're bringing you coverage of the Washington Nationals hosting the Miami Marlins here on a overcast Memorial Day. It will be Howie Kendrick who digs in here. He takes a strike on the inside corner of the plate.
Eddie, I tweeted about this earlier. Can you get more patriotic than our nation's capital on Memorial Day? I know they have the National Memorial Day concert later tonight. Perfect day for baseball, even if the weather's not so great.
Kendrick yanks that one foul. No, you're absolutely right. Washington, D.C., the seat of American power and patriotism. That's what Memorial Day is all about. The 0-2 here to Kendrick is fouled away. Howie Kendrick is just having a marvelous season. He's number 1 in the National League in batting average, as he's hitting .369, enjoying what is really the finest season of his career.
Yeah, and of course
36 years of age.
Of course, he was the hero of that Game 5 of the National League Division Series when they surprised everybody and beat the Dodgers. But he's really been coming of age here in the ball season. .369 average. I don't know if I've seen many guys with a better average than that. .369, and we're still a few months into the season. He's had a really great start.
I haven't, because Kendrick leads the National League in average. Right behind him, hot on his heels, actually, is Adam Eaton, who's hitting .351. As he skies this one into right center field, back on the track, and leaning against the fence, the center fielder Ramirez will make the catch. As Kendrick really did not miss that one by much.
No, that was close. And again, we talked about it earlier, this is not a very forgiving ballpark. It is very conducive toward the pitcher. You really have to hit it out. I think it's one of the more underestimated ballparks in baseball in terms of hitting. It's not the average park. You really have to put a charge into it to get it out. So that was pretty well hit. And in a lot of stadiums, maybe that carries out.
I think you're absolutely right, especially with the new baseball in play. Of course, we saw home runs increase exponentially last year as Suzuki slaps one up the middle for the Nationals' first hit of the game. Kurt Suzuki, but a pretty nice season for himself. He's appeared in 44 games, hitting .273. And he's been getting most of the reps behind the plate as the catcher. Last year, it seemed to be Yan Gomes who was the primary. At least that's who they stuck with in the playoffs. This year, however, it seems to be Suzuki. So that's going to bring up Starlin Castro, the former Marlin. We'll bat with one man on and one out.
Yeah, Suzuki hits really well for a catcher.
He hits very well for a catcher. His defense is Not at the Yadier Molina Salvador Perez level, but it's certainly solid. Alcantara misses down for ball 1. Castro acquired by the Nats during 2020 free agency. Over from the Marlins, before that a stint with the Cubs, and a stint with the Yankees. He's certainly bounced around, very serviceable player.
Yeah, he made a name for himself in Chicago, then he came to the Yankees.
Castro was
Washington.
Castro was 1 for 4 yesterday. He scored the lone run. He scored one of the Nats' 2 runs in their win over the Marlins. Boy, I really butchered that one. Anyway, it's a 1-2. It's a 1-2 count. As leading off first base is Suzuki. Suzuki not a threat to steal. Typical catcher. Here's the 1-2 now from Alcantara. Misses a little bit high, so we've got a 2-2 count. As this one is slapped down the left field line and foul, and so we'll do the 2-2 again. Andy Alcantara's thrown a little bit over 54 innings now, counting this game. Came into the game with 53.1 innings pitched, sporting a 2-3 record. The Starlin Castro fouls that one away once again.
He's fighting. He doesn't want to go down without at least a good chance.
It's an excellent stop right there by Alfaro, who prevents Suzuki from advancing. It's a full count now to Castro. This one is grounded back to the pitcher, to second for 1, to first for 2. Dug out by Aguilar. And the side is retired on the 1-6-3 double play.
Boy, was that a tough break for Washington. It looked like they might have a chance to start something offensively, but a little ground ball, and that's all it took. And Alcantara's gotten a lot of breaks. He's had a really easy first 2 innings. Good start, very, very good start for him on the mound.
Well, you had a 3-pitch first inning from Alcantara, which is something you see like once in a blue moon.
Yeah.
Very, 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 very rare for a 3-pitch inning. In fact, if I was the third guy, I might have said, look, just let him just watch 1 pitch, all right? So we don't want to keep that pitch count too low. And speaking of the devil, it will be Alcantara to lead off the inning. Alcantara followed by the leadoff man VR and then Anderson.
He looks really tall behind the plate. You agree?
He is. Alcantara is a very large man. He's 6'4", 170 pounds, tall and skinny.
It's maybe not something you see when he's on the mound, but you can really now see it when he's in the batter's box.
But you know who else is a really big guy? Steven Strasburg.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Strasburg's 6'5", 235, imposing figure on the mound. Part of why it's almost unfair to have a guy who's that tall. And think about the release point of that pitch. Gotta be so tough for those hitters to pick up. As Alcantara has worked this into a 2-2 count.
Strasburg got to be careful. He's got to face 1, 2, and possibly 3 in this inning.
Alcantara gets a piece of that and nicks it foul. Alcantara hitting 167 on the season, which is a terrible average for a pitcher.
Oh, absolutely not.
And Strasburg misses inside. We've seen some disparity between the 2 pitchers. Alcantara's been getting some pitches on the black, Strasburg not so much. Maybe that's because he's been a little bit more wild. As Alcantara goes down swinging here.
You know, he put up a pretty good fight. If I was him, I'd be proud of that at bat. A lot of the pitchers in the National League use the cop-out, just trying to bunt. But he put some good swings on it. Didn't make a connection, but, you know, it was a good at-bat for him.
So with Alcantara retired, that's going to bring up the leadoff man VR, who led off the game with a base hit. VR came into the day hitting .244. He's appeared in 52 of the Marlins' 53 games this year. As he lines that one down the left field line, but foul.
Just a little off on that. If he can straighten that out, maybe that finds a gap.
BR, if he can get on, always a threat to run. He's third in stolen bases in the National League with 13. First, Trey Turner leads the major leagues by leaps and bounds in that category, as he's got 22 swipes of bags. The next closest, somebody who's got 14. Turner is definitely a terror on the base paths. That's now a 1-2 count here to VR. Happ foul.
He's close. He's
that's
fouled off a couple of those pitches. He's right on it.
Something we've seen a lot from the Marlins hitters. They're fouling away a lot of pitches. Haven't had a runner reach third base yet, but it's been a battle for Strasburg. He's really had to grind his way through these first couple of innings. And again, it's another 2-ball count here. 2-2 to VR. Outside, he missed on the curveball. It's ball 3 and it's a full count. Ryan Anderson, manning right field today, would be next.
We'll see what he goes to on this 3-2. We'll see if he does something off speed or tries to blow up by him. I'm not sure you're going to beat him with a fastball.
Did throw the fastball and he pops it up.
Stand corrected.
Suzuki, who's been busy so far, makes the easy catch and 2 down.
The right fielder, number 15.
Our Twitch chat was mentioning Strasburg's got a lot of breaks so far today. He's gotten a lot of luck on the mound. Otherwise, this could be a lot worse than it currently is. Which it's still 0-0. There's been no runs scored. So, aside from Miami has not quite figured him out yet. But if they can start hitting, which should be soon, he'll be in for a long day.
Absolutely right. As Anderson takes a strike, of course, the biggest play of the game came back in the first inning, as Victor Robles gunned down Jonathan VR from center field.
I think that's still their only hit.
Let's see. VR led off the game with a base hit, and Diaz also knocked one through.
Still 1 of 2.
It's not exactly been a hit fest so far. Kurt Suzuki, the only national so far to post a base hit. It's a 2-ball, 1-strike count here to Brian Anderson. He's hanging out in right field today. And Strasburg misses on the curveball outside. 3 balls and a strike. Of course, the Nationals lead the series 3-0. They won yesterday 2-1. They scored 2 in the 8th to rally from behind. 3-1 on the way to Anderson. This is again, I thought that may have caught the upper part of the zone. Umpire says no. And so the Marlins have a 2-out base runner as Anderson has worked out his second walk of the day.
Strasburg is frustrated on the mound. He was catching those breaks, but didn't on that last at bat. We'll see if things start to turn in Miami's favor. He could be in for a long night.
Yeah, because whenever you're the starting pitcher and it's the 4th game of a 4-game series, you know the bullpen has got to be a little bit depleted. So you really want a good quality start. 7 innings is really what you're shooting for. 6 you'll take. At this rate, with his pitch count already at 60 in the 3rd inning, he is having a tough time, and he's really having to gut this one out. And we'll see how long Dave Martinez wants to ride him. As the 0-1 on its way to Dickerson, who's 0 for 1 so far. Dickerson swings through it. No balls and 2 strikes to count. Strasburg 22 pitches this inning. He'll try and make the 23rd the final one here, as he's up on Dickerson. As the 0-2 is on the way. Just missed inside on the curveball. Tried to get Dickerson to chase. Dickerson didn't bite.
This is a big one, too. Oh, that was huge.
Terrific pitch there by Strasburg. Fastball down and away in the zone. And Steven Strasburg, although he's having to sweat it out, gets through another inning. In the middle of the 3rd. And it's Miami none, and the Washington Nationals none.
Leading up for the National.
Come back now to ML Botball on Twitch. Eddie McCarthy here with Aiden Blank, as Ryan Zimmerman will lead it off for the Nats. Will be Zimmerman, followed by the center fielder Robles, and then the pitcher Strasburg. As Alcantara's first offering catches the bottom part of the zone for a strike. Zimmerman hitting .262 on the year. He lines that one hard down the left field line, but foul. And Aiden, we've seen a couple of those lined down the left field line. Maybe we should bring up how last year Major League Baseball decided to put in some netting to protect the fans who sit on the left field line. I think it was a good decision.
Yeah, it's a safety choice. They have it behind home plate. They've always had it behind home plate, and now they put it down the lines. I think that's a good decision, and we've seen balls hit on both sides really hard down that direction.
Zimmerman is going to stand there with the bat on his shoulder. Alcantara's got himself a strikeout, his first of the day. And so the batter now will be Victor Robles. There we get a good look at the National League East standings. Of course, Washington sitting fairly comfortably in first place right now. In second is the Atlanta Braves, who are 3.5 back. Marlins wallowing in fourth, they're 10 back. Well, they're at least doing better than the Mets, who are sitting at a dismal 21-32, 13 games back of the first place mark.
I'm not sure if any lead is comfortable in the National League East, though, Eddie. Even if you're up 7 games, it's still, first of all, it's still May. And second of all, you look at the teams that you're competing against. The Mets have caught fire before. The Marlins are doing better, at least, than they usually are at this point. And, of course, the Phillies and the Braves, both prime contenders every year. I wouldn't be so sure that they're going to run away with this thing yet.
Oh, and you're absolutely right.
Wait a few months and we'll see. But the National League East, that's going to be one of the more interesting divisions to watch because it's 3 teams, and theoretically all 3 of them should make the playoffs this year. So we'll see if 1, 2, maybe even 3 end up in the playoffs.
I agree, as Alcantara fans Robles, and he now has back-to-back strikeouts. The pitcher Strasburg coming up. So Alcantara is certainly in a very good position to get his 3rd consecutive 3-up, 3-down inning. As the pitcher Steven Strasburg will be the batter here. Strasburg fouls the first offering down the right field line. Got 13 at-bats this year. In 111, he's posted 2 hits. Not terrible with the stick up there is Strasburg, as he lines this one down the right field line. No play for the right fielder Anderson, and so the count is 0-2. Alcantara is mowing the national hitters down. Strasburg lines this one, a nice play at second. The set and the throw dug out once again by Aguilar, who's been busy over there. But it's 4-3 on the putout. Diaz to Aguilar. And we are through 3 with still no score here in our nation's capital. Welcome back to Major League Botball on Twitch. Eddie McCarthy, Aiden Blank. Jesus Aguilar is going to lead things off here in the 4th inning. Aguilar, a member of that Brewers NLCS runner-up team from 2018. As he swings through that first offering.
We got a great slate for the rest of Memorial Day. Tampa Bay and Detroit. Blake Snell versus Spencer Turnbull. I've got doubleheader duty, I'll call it, with special effects. And then a game that I'm really excited to watch, St. Louis and Atlanta. Hudson and Felix Hernandez at 3:45. Oakland and Houston at 5:30. That should be a fun matchup. Puck versus Armenteros. And then Seattle and the Yankees is our primetime game tonight. That should be a very fun game. Happ's on the mound. Dodgers in Colorado is probably going to be the best game of the day, although our game today has been pretty competitive in terms of looking at both teams' records. Dodgers and Rockies should be very fun, and we finish out the night with Chicago, the White Sox, probably the hottest team in Botball, up against the Orioles. So maybe not the most interesting matchup, but you know, it's baseball on Memorial Day, so.
Yeah, and we hope you stay with us through the day here on Twitch watching ML Bot Ball.
We should probably also mention this is the first 12-15 game we've ever done. This is the earliest ML Bot Ball has ever broadcast. We're making history.
As first 12-15 game as Aguilar strikes out for the second time. As we see a little road to the show report with some AAA action there. And looks like I did not honestly get a good look at that. Looks like someone lost to the Chihuahuas.
I saw that JB Shuck, I think he's playing in AAA, has hit .833 in the last 10 games. I think that was for the Harrisburg Senators. He's somebody maybe they keep an eye on. I'm not sure if this team really needs, if that's what they need, a call-up, but, you know, always good to have somebody young that you could bring up at a moment's notice in case you need to.
Certainly, and you know, baseball's a grind, 162 grueling games. Injuries do happen. That is certainly a guy who they want to keep their eye on. As right now, it's Isan Diaz. As the count is even at 2-2. Diaz struggling a bit at the plate this season. In .213, 6 home runs, 17 RBIs, and he's going to look at that one, and Strasburg looks like he may be starting to find his groove, as that's back-to-back strikeouts for the Nationals right-hander.
He was upset, too. Look at him as he walks back to the dugout. He knew that was a pitch he should have swung at, and he was really kicking himself.
Strasburg has very quietly worked himself to not a great pitch count, but one that's not terrible either.
Considering the start, I think it's pretty good.
He's got seven strikeouts as he faces the center fielder Harold Ramirez here, who swings through the first offering.
It's really odd to see a weekend series end on a Monday. Usually all the weekend series are Thursday to Sunday or Friday to Sunday, but Memorial Day weekend brings us some fun. The Miami series started, I think, Friday here in DC, and all the series ending today. Will start some new matchups tomorrow. Mets-Phillies, one that I'm looking forward to. Always a good rivalry, regardless of how good anybody is, but I think the one everybody's going to be watching, and the one that I'll call on tomorrow, is the Yankees and Minnesota, two of the top 3 teams in baseball.
And you mentioned it, Aiden. It's not often we see a 4-game set end on a Monday. And for the Marlins, they're going to have to get out of here pretty fast because they got a date with the Cubs in Wrigley tomorrow. So another very tough series for them as the Cubs are playing some of the best ball in bot ball right now. It's a 2-2 count. It's a 2-2 count here on Harold Ramirez. Grounded left side, handled by Castro. Barely pulled Zimmerman off the bag. He did a nice job holding it, and it's Strasburg's first 1-2-3 inning. 5-3 in your scorecard. We're in the middle of the 4th. Still no score here in Washington. Back here on Major League Bot Ball, Eddie McCarthy, Aiden Blank. Still no score here at Nationals Park. An overcast Memorial Day game. Andy Alcantara, Steven Strasburg is the pitching matchup. Both have been tremendous so far. Either one of them have allowed a run. Alcantara's only allowed 1 hit.
It's a big day across bot ball. You got all these series finishing and getaway day for just about every team in baseball, except for obviously those that are home and will be home starting tomorrow, but still, getaway day for a lot of teams, and of course, baseball on Memorial Day, always exciting. Again, look at this matchup. You got a team that's 5 games under 500 versus a team that's 3 up in the division, and it's been a pitcher's duel. It's always exciting. You got a great crowd on hand. You gotta love baseball on Memorial Day.
Turner grounds one, and there's no way you're going to get him there. Trey Turner just too fast. If it takes more than 2 hops, you're not going to get him.
Yeah.
Look at the way he gets down this line.
He can run. And it was close, too. It was a somewhat bang-bang play.
He is a terror on the base pass. And you look for him to swipe a bag here, as now it's the dangerous part of this Nationals order, as it's going to be Adam Eaton here. Eaton, the former Chicago White Sox.
We talked about Alcantara. He's into this, beg your pardon, Strasburg. He's into the 70s in his pitch count. Alcantara is not even to 40 yet.
Yes, but Alcantara could be in real trouble here if he does not figure out a way to get Eaton out. Both Eaton and Turner run very well. Neither one of them are good double play candidates. Eaton hailing from Ohio, appearing in his 50th game today. 50th out of 52 so far that the Nationals have played, today being their 52nd. It's a 1-2 count to Eaton with Turner on first. And if you're Turner, you got to be thinking, it's likely going to be an off-speed pitch here. Good count to run, 1 and 2. Eaton swings through the fastball, so that shows what I know. 96 on the gun for Alcantara. He's got his first out of the inning. Eaton is down on strikes, and so that's going to bring up Juan Soto. Grounded out to third base his first time up.
Terrible cut. That was high and fast, and he swung at it kind of just as a knee-jerk reaction.
Soto's going to watch that first one go inside. Soto, you mentioned a little earlier, having a very nice season for himself. Average not as high as he'd like. He's hitting 267. Still got 8 home runs, and there goes Turner. Looks like the Marlins pitched out, anticipating Turner would go. I'm not sure I love that move, because now you got one of the best hitters in baseball, and you've just gifted him a 2-0 count.
Yeah, that was smart running by the Nationals' part. Maybe it was the goal was to fake him out.
The Soto guys this one into left. He did not get all of it. Will be handled out there by Dickerson. Even Turner, with all his speed, decides to hold up at first, and so 2 out, and now it will be the cleanup batter, Howie Kendrick.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough for him to fly out like that, especially after he gets the 2-0 count. He's got a guy with a lot of speed on first base, had a potential for an RBI if he can hit it in the right spot, but he just can't bring him in, and now he's 0 for 2 on the day, so not a great day for Soto.
And now a decision to make for Davey Martinez as Kendrick takes a strike. You obviously, with Turner's speed, you'd love to have him steal a base, but with Kendrick, who's been the best hitter in the NL so far this season, you don't want to take the bat out of his hand. So it'll be interesting to see what Martinez how he decides to play this. As Kendrick watches strike 2. Well, Alcantara, despite the leadoff walk, has worked his way through this meat of the order rather well so far, and he's 1 pitch away from being out of it unscathed. The 0-2 is a little bit outside. We get a shot at Don Mattingly, skipper of the Marlins.
He didn't want to give Kendrick anything to hit, and I wouldn't in this spot with Soto, beg your pardon, Turner, who can run.
Kendrick lines one into left, hit hard, but right at Ramirez, who makes it look easy. And once again, Alcantara has himself an easy inning. The end of the 4th. It's Miami and Washington deadlocked at 0. Alright, now as we enter the top of the 5th inning, I'm going to turn the play-by-play over to Aiden. So Aiden, you can take it away whenever you feel ready.
Yeah, Eddie, we got a nice view of Nationals Park on an overcast Memorial Day. And you got a nice view of where we're situated upstairs. At least our virtual selves are situated upstairs in the press box, the highest press box in all of baseball. 7, 8, and 9, starting with Alfaro. First pitch high, misses 1-0.
Strasburg really needs an easy inning here, Aiden. We've talked about it a bunch of times, that pitch count's running up, and if he wants to give him that quality start, it would really be nice if he got a 1-2-3 here.
2 quick misses, and now a 2-0. to Alfaro, who's 0 for 1 today. Another breaking ball, and that would have been a real good pitch to hit. Hung right at the perfect spot, but he holds up, and now it's 2-1.
Well, I don't mind that. 2-0 count. Wait for a fastball here from Strasburg. You can set on a fastball 2-0.
Now the 2-1. High fastball, and now it's 2-2.
That one there is one I think you might want to go after. Now, Faro's on his heels a little bit.
Now he's down on strikes. Checked his swing, was a little too reluctant, and strikes out to begin the top of the fifth.
It's never a good look when you're making millions of dollars a year to go up there and just leave the bat on your shoulder. Something you always should try and avoid.
Now it's the 8-hitter Rojas, and the first pitch looked like a slider that missed well away.
Rojas, he's got shortstop duties today for the Marlins. Hasn't really had much to do, hasn't had anything to do, actually.
Miami and Washington on Memorial Day in our nation's capital. Each pitcher has had basically 3 good innings and an inning they would rather forget. Strasburg into the high 80s and now up to 90 with his pitch count, and a 3-0 to the 8-guy Rojas.
You know, putting Rojas on isn't the worst thing because you got the pitcher spot up next.
Another breaking ball, and he got very, very lucky. 3-1.
But try and go after him. Rojas is hitting in the 8 spot after all.
Walks him as he misses on 4 pitches, and Rojas is off to first base. So now it's the pitcher Alcantara. Struck out in the 3rd, but did swing the bat. And Strasburg has worked himself into a little bit of a jam here in the top of the 5th.
Well, I think it's the right move by Mattingly because Alcantara is pitching so well, but runs do seem to be at a premium in this one, as he is going to sacrifice here.
Bunt to first. Zimmerman will go to second. They can't get him, and they can't get him at first either. Alcantara, maybe not fast, but fast enough to avoid the double play. And now, the jam just got even worse for Steven Strasburg.
That's a poor decision by Zimmerman. It's a good bunt by Alcantara. You got Rojas, who runs fairly well on first. He's gonna be safe every time on that type of play. When it's that far up the line, you have to just take the out that you can get.
Jonathan Villar, they work it back up to the top of the order with 2 on and 1 out and a strike to start the at-bat. He's got 53 hits this season. A 54th could get the scoring going on this overcast Memorial Day. 0-1. Down the line and foul. Strasburg ahead in the count, and that's big. 0-2.
I'm going to say this right now. If Strasburg doesn't get a ground ball, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to come back for a 6th. He
struck him out. That was huge. And the leadoff man is gone for out number 2 in what has been a crazy start to the top of the 5th.
I don't know about that one. I think VR's got a beef there with the home plate umpire. That one looked a little bit low. I would not be happy. I don't think Don Mattingly is either.
Brian Anderson walked in the 2nd. Low strike, another low strike.
There it is again.
Has been very conducive on the balls that are close to the dirt. Strasburg getting a little love for the home plate umpire. 2 on and 2 out. And the count evened out at 1 apiece.
Had 1 hit so far with runners in scoring position back in the 1st inning. VR was thrown out at home by Robles. Can we get another one here?
I fly. Right field, carrying, but caught. And the top of the 5th is gone. Washington works into another jam. Will Strasburg return for his 6th? We're going to find out. Suzuki, Castro, and Zimmerman up for the Nats. We're back on Memorial Day in our nation's capital. Aiden Blank and Eddie McCarthy, a pleasure to have you with us. First of, I think, 6 on MLBBotBall.com. The Tigers and the Rays will finish up their series next.
Yes, it's our first ever 12:15 start on Major League Ball on Twitch.
We're going to take a trip, as we usually do, across America. We'll be in Detroit, I believe in Houston a little bit later. We'll take things to the Bronx, and of course, the place you absolutely have to play a Memorial Day game in Washington, D.C. Kurt Suzuki is 1 for 1, so he's batting 1,000 tonight and fouls this first pitch off. Second round pick in 2004. Again, we talked about it. For a catcher, he hits pretty well.
Suzuki and Turner, the only Marlins so far to record a hit. For Suzuki, actually poked one through. Turner just beat out a little infield single. Alcantara doing a terrific job out there so far.
Ball and a strike, and now it's a ball and 2 strikes to the catcher.
Kurt Suzuki having a pretty nice season for himself. In 273, he's blasted 11 home runs, which means he's on pace to hit his career-high total.
He's fighting in the count, 2-2, and now it's full. That was big to work it full and kind of start to work Alcantara's pitch count up. You want to get it to the bullpen here, Eddie, because it's pretty clear Alcantara is not going away yet.
Oh, he's not?
Maybe now, though, a base hit into the gap. That may be extra bases. Suzuki will turn, go to second, a stand-up double. The farthest a Nat has been today. One hit could give Washington the lead as poorly as they've played it.
This is the farthest we've seen a ball hit. This is the hardest we've seen a ball hit all night. Probably the farthest, too. It's a terrific job by Suzuki. He squares it up. He lets his hands do the work, gets that front foot down, and just drives that one into the left center gap. Outstanding piece of hitting.
And, you know, I'm wondering what factor the weather plays today. Obviously, full disclosure, we are not at the ballpark. We can't tell you the temperature. I'm wondering if that ball is really, really wet and kind of rain-soaked. Suzuki will avoid the tag on the fly-out to right center, so he will hang on at second. But not out of the woods yet is Alcantara. A man on and only one out.
Well, it's going to be interesting what Dave Martinez decides to do if the order should work itself to Strasburg. Of course, he's pushing 100 pitches. My guess, he'd probably be pinch hit for.
Zimmerman looking for an RBI and fouls it off to start the at-bat. 359, so close to 400 with runners in scoring position. I'm liking those odds. Scoreless ball game.
Is one of baseball's best clutch hitters.
Certainly proved that in the playoffs last year.
Such a staple of this organization for many years now. It was nice to finally see him win a championship.
Ball and 2 strikes. Zimmerman looking for his first hit of the afternoon, and he might get it. A drive to left that's going to carry and go. Washington takes the lead on a Zimmy blast, and a 2-0 lead for the Nationals here in the bottom of the 5th.
You want to talk about clutch hitting, Aiden? It doesn't get much better than that. Ryan Zimmerman, wow. 2-strike count. Zimmerman, and we've talked about it multiple times, not an easy park to hit a home run. Gets that foot down. He knows it's going to be an off-speed pitch. He throws the hands, he turns on that inside fastball, and he sneaks it out of there, a little over the 336 sign, and the Nationals are up 2-0.
Exit velo of just over 100. He's Robles, and he fouls it off. We're down to the bottom of this National order. The 7-hitter is the one to finally break the deadlock here on Memorial Day. Don't think we saw Washington taking that kind of lead, especially after the way Strasburg started.
Yeah, but for Alcantara,
2-0 lead.
Alcantara, he's gotta keep doing what he's doing. You know, that's baseball. Sometimes, look, you can make one bad mistake and out there he's down 2-0, but he's pitched a remarkable game. He's got to try and avoid his confidence being shaken.
1-2 and a fly to center. It had some carry, but is going to get caught. for only the second out of this inning. So Alcantara, yes, the bases are empty, but still got to get one more out to send us to the 6th.
Robles did not miss that one by much. And it's a nice play there by Ramirez, who tracked that ball pretty well. It'll look easy. Oh, and here's Strasburg. That's surprising.
So that likely means he's going to come back in next inning. Or at least start the next inning. I would assume they'll at least warm somebody up in the pen, and he was way off. Evens the count at 1-1.
Strasburg is a good hitting pitcher, but he's not a good hitting pitcher enough that you'd leave him in to bat, and then you wouldn't throw him back out there for the next thing. So you got to think that Dave Martinez is going to leave him in.
2-1. Now 3-1, and he's getting a little more confident there at the plate. Ahead in the count. Chance to work a walk, and Trey Turner on deck.
Can't walk the pitcher here. Alcantara's got to bear down.
On the line and foul. That was a pretty hard hit ball. Nice play by the bat boy. So now the count full. This is a big pitch for Alcantara. Strasburg trying to keep the rally going. And a high fly to right. And caught for the final out. Washington takes the lead, though. Ryan Zimmerman breaks the deadlock here on Memorial Day. 2-0 Nats in our nation's capital. Well, now it's become imperative that Miami continue to score and continue to hit. Steven Strasburg will remain on the mound, as we saw when he came to the plate last inning. Aiden Blank, Eddie McCarthy from Washington, D.C. Pleasure to be with you on this Memorial Day. We hope you're having a good day. Even if you happen to be stuck inside. Three-hitter Corey Dickerson leads things off and takes the ball at the shoes. It's...
You gotta imagine
if Strasburg wants to stay in here, Eddie, he's got to have a very good short inning. He's gonna get 100 pitches right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking Dave Martinez probably put Strasburg. This is at least what I would do on a one-hit leash, basically meaning he could go as long as he can until he gives up a hit. But once he gives up a hit, I think you gotta get him out of there.
They're not warming anybody up yet in the bullpen, and there's your hit, Eddie, a base hit to put the leadoff man on for Miami.
Up next for the Marlins.
I don't know about this. It's been obvious that Strasburg has really had to grind it out today. It has not been easy at all. It's almost like he's fighting himself. I think this is a mistake there by Dave Martinez.
And, you know, if you take him out now, he can probably get the win. You saw there, he wasn't terribly effective on controls, only throwing about 20 more strikes than balls. And he's above 100 pitches. I mean, it's good to have confidence in your pitcher. But you take him out now, he can get the win. Really, no harm, no foul. He didn't give up a run at all today, gave up very few hits. As bad as it looked, it hasn't been a terrible day on paper for him, at least.
Yeah, and the other thing is, we discussed earlier, look, it's the fourth game of a four-game set. Your bullpen's got to be depleted. Martinez, I may disagree with him, but I can certainly see where he's coming from. He wants to push Strasburg, who's one of his best stars. He wants to push him as far as he can go.
He strikes him out, and that was huge. Yeah, I would agree. The bullpen, you're going to need to give him a day off, I think, because you don't get a day off. This Memorial Day week is always tough because you've got to play 9, 10, 11 straight days of baseball. You don't get the off day that you would normally get on a Monday before the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday series. So they're resting the bullpen. And a fly ball left center and caught for the second out. So an interesting strategy, and so far it's paid off. I don't know if I'd let him go beyond the 6th.
Yeah, I don't think I would either.
More than 106 pitches is a little excessive.
If he can retire Ramirez here, you have your quality start. That's what the pitchers who are, that's what the tier 1 pitchers in this league do. You're not gonna, it's a condition with pitching that you're not gonna have it more often than you actually will. And what makes the great pitchers, the DeGroms and the Kershaws and the Coles, is when they don't have it, they still grind it out, and you look at the end and they've only given up, 0, 1, 2 runs.
Ball and a strike to Harold Ramirez. This is a big at-bat if Strasburg wants any prayer of staying in this game. Down in the dirt, they do not send the runner with 2 outs. And they do put up 2 in the bullpen, Will Harris and Daniel Hudson, so safe to say if Strasburg can finish this inning, it'll be his last. If not, they'll bring in one of those 2. And you don't really have a ton of leeway. It's a 2-run lead. Tying run is at the plate, and the tying run is going to get on base. It's into the gap, and it will put runners on second and third. It was overrun in right field, so now maybe it's Strasburg's time to say goodbye.
That's a tough break for Ian right there. It's going to be ruled an error by our friend, the official scorer upstairs. But it looked like that ball took a short hop on him. I could see why he overran it.
First pitch, in for a called strike. Well, the bright side is you're facing 7, 8, 9. Maybe not the most difficult hitters to get past. Alfaro's 0 for 2 on the day, so not a very difficult part of the lineup, but still. And that should get him out of the inning. A shallow fly that is caught, and a great finish to a pretty good outing for Steven Strasburg. We are going to the bottom of the 6th, and Strasburg knows he's got a lot of luck today.
That doesn't come often. Most of the time, Strasburg, he pitched into some good luck today, but look, give him credit. He didn't have it. He battled through. He gave him 6, and look, at the end of 6, it's going to be at least 2-0 Washington, and maybe his team can give him a little bit more run support here to help Strasburg stay more secure, because he is in line right now to get the win.
So the Washington bullpen is up, and now the Miami bullpen is up too. 0-1. And now 0-2. Alcantara's got a good start to this inning. It's probably his as long as he can avoid anything too major. Although, like Strasburg, he'll probably be out in the 7th.
This is where
you don't know yet. He's not even at 100 pitches. He's mowing along as long as he can avoid anything too detrimental.
And this is where you start, as good as Alcantara's been, this is where I think you start to worry a little bit. Because now it's the third time through the order. You see Trey Turner is now on first. You got Adam Eaton coming up. He's had a bit of a rough day. He's 0 for 2. These hitters, they're just too good, and this Nationals lineup is just too talented. And yeah, I think it's time to get him out of there. And Mattingly's thinking right along with me.
Don Mattingly is out to the mound. It was a good outing until that last inning from Alcantara. He really only gave up a few hits. And one of them was that home run, but he is done. And now the question is, how does the bullpen handle this National lineup? Eliezer Hernandez will be the first, likely of multiple pitchers coming out of the bullpen. Miami not in a terrible situation. They just need some offensive production. And hopefully we can see some offense now that the bullpens are starting to take over.
It's a good outing from Alcantara. The better lineups in baseball. Alcantara's he's the 4th starter for the Nationals. Not looking for a miracle work there. Obviously, 4th game in a 4-game set. You want your starter to go a little bit deeper. This is going to put some more stress on the bullpen. But this is a really big inning right here, I think, for the Nationals. For both teams, but the Nationals and the...
Two-0 pitch. Breaking ball that bit, or at least he bit and missed it. So now 2-1.
Eaton having himself another terrific season. And
trying to get on base here, but he flies out to left. The opening out of the inning.
That's a big out, I think, for Hernandez.
Oh, yeah, for sure. A man on and 1 out. Here in the bottom of the 6th, it's Juan Soto to the plate. 0 for 2. That's not usually what you're saying with Juan Soto's name, but he's not had the best night. Chance to turn it around here in the 6th. They pitch out, and again, they miss. That's the second time they've done that today, where they've tried to pitch out, and they've missed both times. Smart base running by the Nationals.
It is smart base running, but you got the major league leader in stolen bases over there. I don't know what he's doing. I think he's got to think about swiping pretty soon.
All in a strike to count. Although in a game like this where every run counts, I'm a little bit more conservative with my base runners, whereas in a 9-2, 9-3 game, maybe a little more inclined to let him steal. A ball and 2 strikes. Hernandez ahead in the count on Soto. If Soto goes 0 for 3 to start, that's a very successful day for this Miami pitching staff.
It's not been the usual suspects for the Nationals today, and there's your 0 for 3.
He certainly is. He strikes out. He's 0 for 3, and the second out of the inning, probably the most important for Hernandez.
Eaton, Soto, and Kendrick, 3 guys who have been really the heartbeat of this offense so far this year. They are a combined 0 for 8 as Howie Kendrick comes to the plate now. Great turn of the leadoff man. He's at 2 for 3, but really, the offense so far has come from Zimmerman and Kurt Suzuki.
Here's Howie Kendrick. On the bottom of the 6th. Almost threw it away on the check back to first. Kendrick's 0 for 2. You mentioned a lot of the usual suspects have been quiet. Strike at the knees. 0-1.
It's a good contest here on Memorial Day at Nationals Park. Both sides, both pitching staffs have been excellent so far.
They pitch out.
You gotta be kidding me.
They pitch out for the 3rd time in this game, and for the 3rd time in this game, they're wrong. At this point, they're playing 2 different games. The Nats are playing chess. No, that's not how it goes. Miami's playing chess.
Did they guess right?
And now Washington's gonna play chess with them and finally successfully steal. What I meant to say was Miami's playing chess, Washington's playing checkers. But Washington says, hey, we can play chess, we'll beat you there too.
I love how they pitch out 2 pitches in a row and they finally guess right. Turner still slides in safely. 23rd stolen base of the year.
He's got a 99 speed on the base paths. I mean, he's too fast. It was perfect. Everything there was perfect. The throw wasn't offline. It was in a late jump. Everything was perfect, and they couldn't get him. And Kendrick may have brought him in. Kendrick did bring him in with a home run. Our 2nd of Memorial Day, and this Washington crowd is starting to get up and cheer. They've kind of woken up a little bit in the last 2 innings. Another 2-run shot. This one off the bat of Kendrick, and it's 4-0 Washington. That ball didn't look like from the start that it would go out, but it kind of just carried, and then it was over the fence and into the bullpen.
Mentioned it at the top of the show when we saw Kendrick for the first time. You marked on how big he is and how it looks like he could really muscle the ball. Well, that is textbook muscling. He did not hit that on the good part of the bat. That's the weight room advantage right there. That is a very strong man. Who just knocked that ball out of the park.
Here's Kurt Suzuki. 2 for 2. Not sure if anybody else on Washington has hit that well today. And their 8-hitter,
no.
the catcher, their 8-hitter, the least likely to go 2 for 2, has gone 2 for 2.
Turner is 2 for 3. But yes, Suzuki has been a nice day for himself.
Ball and 2 strikes to the Washington backstop. And he swings and misses to end the inning, but Washington's starting to distance themselves. Howie Kendrick, the weight room power, muscles it out. And another 2-run shot to give Washington the 4-0 lead on this holiday.
Your attention, please.
Back at National Park, and the home squad will go to the bullpen. Austin Voth will relieve Steven Strasburg, who, again, we've talked about it, maybe not if you really watch the game, but just looking at the stats on paper, he's even had a great day and will likely get the win if Washington can finish things out these next few innings.
All in all, it's actually a really good day for Strasburg. He had to fight it, but he's going to end the day. His line is 6 innings of no run, 5 hit ball, 11 strikeouts. It's a good day for number 37 in white.
2-0 to the 8-hitter Rojas. 0 for 1 this afternoon. And now 3-0. He's way ahead in the count. Not how you want to come in if you're Voth after Strasburg was dominant. A 3-0 count. You don't want to walk him on 4 pitches. That would be a bad way to start. And he won't. Gets an inside strike. 3-1.
This gives managers migraines, though. When you get a bullpen arm coming in after your starters pitched well, especially after you scored 2 runs last inning, you want him to just pound the zone, and that's not going to make Dave Martinez happy. Never want to be issuing a leadoff walk.
5-pitch walk to lead off the inning, and Voth is going to have to settle himself down. They may start to put some action in the bullpen again. We will see a pinch hitter for Miami coming in the 9 spot. So that
Cooper.
likely means they're going to go to the bullpen again. Cooper with a line out to left. Or no, it got down. That was just my screen that froze at the wrong time. So 2 on now for Miami. If they want to come back, and it's certainly possible, they could do it.
Hey, and I see what you're saying. I didn't see that either. I thought it was a line out. No, it skipped right in front of Soto.
So Jonathan Villar, the leadoff man, the guy you want up in a rally like this, is going to try to bring home 1, maybe 2 runs, and possibly 3 if he can muscle it out, and try to shorten this lead that Washington has built over the last 2 innings. Strike 1.
And Voth really needs a ground ball here. It's not gone his way so far. He needs an out. A ground ball will be better. He really needs an out. That doesn't help.
In front of the plate, I thought that was foul. Maybe not. No, a wild pitch. Beg your pardon. It looked like he had hit it, but a wild pitch, that's a tough call.
It's a tough pitch to stop Suzuki because it was spiked so far in front of the plate that what looked like it happened is that it hit the mask. You can kind of smother it if it goes off the chest, but off the mask, that's going to be pretty much a wild pitch every time. A tough break there for Suzuki.
Washington's lead and very much in jeopardy, a lead that took all of 2 innings to build. Now could be cut in half with 1 swing. Villar will swing and hit it into the gap in right. It'll only score 1, but runners move to the corners and they throw it away too. So Miami's on the scoreboard and their bats have finally come alive. It really all it took was getting Strasburg off the mound to wake up this Miami offense.
Hey, you know, this ball is not exactly... It's not hit hard, but it's hitting the right spot. He kind of got it off the handle of the bat. He positioned it perfectly. It goes through Kendrick and Zimmerman, and we got a 4-1 ball game.
4-1 lead for Washington.
I'm thinking here Aiden, that VR, he's got pretty good speed. I think I'd try and take second here to prevent the force out. And that's
the middle. They turn 2.
Oh!
No, they missed the tag at first. It really looked like they did, and it would have been one of the wackier double plays in baseball, but they can't. And now the lead goes from 4 to 2, and some late inning excitement here in our nation's capital.
Oh wait, it's a bad turn by Kendrick. That should have been an easy double play. It's a terrific play by Turner, a good glove flip. Kendrick has to make a better throw there.
A 4-2 lead for Washington. But Miami has put up their only 2 runs in this last inning. All it took was getting Strasburg out to wake their bats up, and we've seen a lot of offense in these last 2 innings since the starters came out. Shows you how dominant they were.
Oh, we really have. And look, now we got the tying run at the plate for Miami. Dickerson, he's 1 for 3 so far. He looked bad his first 2 at-bats against Strasburg, but then he poked a single through last time. So let's see what he can do here. Oh.
2-2, and that was a dangerous pitch to take. Really could have been a strike, but misses, and now the count's even.
The friend, the umpire, has not exactly been the epitome of consistency today.
Yeah, it's been a little odd. And I'm sure it is. Obviously, it's a virtual world. We don't know what was going on this morning. For the sake of argument, we'll say that it didn't rain because here in Fairfield, it didn't rain. So the ball may not be slipping, but it's a little slick. There's moisture in the air, and the ball's kind of flying all over the place. Look at that swing.
That's a big out.
That was a big out. Voth able to get a strikeout, and out number 2 in the 7th inning.
That's so frustrating for a hitter. Your team's starting to come back, and you really need a hit right there, and Dickerson just couldn't deliver, so it is unfortunate.
Fly ball, foul territory, and that's going to end what was a very tough inning for Washington. Miami's bats are awake, and we may be in for a terrific finish. First game of the day here on MLBotball.com as we move to the last of the 7th.
Says it can't be the best game of the day. Why not?
Aiden Blank and Eddie McCarthy certainly didn't look that way when you were taking a look at the schedule, but you know, any given day, and these baseball, this virtual world has been so much fun to watch. You watch a team like Minnesota and the White Sox hit fire. I just switched with Brandon Ross because he had a conflict for tonight, so he's going to do the next game. Tampa Bay and Detroit. I'll get a look at the Yankees for the first time, and I'll have their call on Friday, the Yankees and the Angels. But everybody has brought their best in this virtual world of non-social distancing and no coronavirus. 2 balls and no strikes to the 6-hitter Starlin Castro. It's become imperative that the Washington lineup start to hit. Maybe didn't think that when you were coming into the top of the 7th with a 4-0 lead, and Miami having done very little offensively, but now they need to really distance themselves on the scoreboard, and they've got to start to score some runs.
We got Castro, who struggled a bit today. Zimmerman coming up behind him. He knocked that 2-run home run in the 5th. Then Robles, and then the pitcher spot. So, interesting inning here for the Nats.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Castro battling in his count.
Big first batter here for Stanek.
High fly ball, right center field, but playable, and caught for the first out, and a big first out. Here in the bottom of the 7th.
Now back.
Ramirez has been busy today. That's his 4th put out of the day.
Zimmerman.
We got some action in the Marlins bullpen. I see Sterling Sharp out there as we take a look at Zimmerman's last in the 5th.
Back in the 5th, it was what got the scoring going off Alcantara, and maybe what took him out of this thing. He's 1 for 2 today. That one being a big 2-run shot back in the 5th, ball 1. Not sure if you want to throw anything to him, though. His stick's been hot.
Yeah, it has, Aiden, but I'm not sure I'd want to try and pitch around him because you don't have the luxury of facing the pitcher spot. Because after Zimmerman, it's of course Robles, and then it's the pitcher spot. You have to imagine there's gonna be a pinch hitter. So I think you want to attack Zimmerman here.
2-1. 2-1. They finally get a strike in there. So a little minor league news. Matt Kemp was called up today.
Ooh, did he get it? I think he got it.
Tenor. Zimmerman has done it again.
Wow.
Second home run of the day. This one only good for a run, but they'll take it. 5-2 Washington here in the 7th. And Ryan Zimmerman is no doubt the player of the game if the Nats can hang on to win.
That's a terrific job by Zimmerman, and his first home run, we weren't sure if it was going to go, but this was a no-doubter. He got every bit of this pitch. He drove it out there. Really hit the curly W on the lawn out in left center field. 5-2 Washington. Outstanding day for Zimmerman. That's his 3rd RBI of the day.
Now it's Victor Robles. This is the 8-hitter. Said the same thing when Zimmerman hit the home run back in the 5th. That they're at the very bottom of their order, and they're putting up runs. There's not much you can do to stop that. Robles is 0 for 2 today.
It's why they're such a good team, and we've talked about it today. You know, Eaton, Soto, they're not producing. Kendrick hit a home run his last at bat, but he was 0 for 2 to start the game. It's the good teams who find a way to grind out offense, unlikely sources, and that's what the Nationals are doing here today, is they're getting offense out of the 7th spot.
In a wacky holiday affair in our nation's capital, big strikeout for out number 2. Both starting pitchers had 1-2 innings where they would rather forget it, and everything else was basically consistent. The only starting pitcher to give up a run gave up 1 home run, and that was Alcantara. Pinch hitting for the Nationals is
Drupal
Cabrera. He'll come in to hit, so they'll go to the bullpen again in the 8th. Probably the smart move after what happened last inning. Try someone out new. Maybe go to the closer. I'm not sure if you want him for 6 outs or only 3.
I think you could probably get by with a 3-out save, but again, I'm not sure. I mean, it's an early start today, so you don't really get the access to the teams that you ordinarily do. So we're not exactly sure whose arms are available today and whose aren't.
And of course, it all kind of gets thrown off. Again, this is not a normal weekend. It's a 4-game series instead of the usual 3. They're playing into Monday. There's no off day Monday. It's a very wacky situation, and you just do the best you can. And if you're Washington, coming out with a win and then moving on to your series starting tomorrow would be a pretty good finish to your Memorial Day weekend. 1-2. Upstairs, and the count evened out at 2-2.
You mentioned that both teams are going to have to get out of here pretty quickly after this game. Nationals got to go to Texas for a date with the Rangers this week.
Misses, and now the count's full. So Miami's off to Wrigley to take on the Cubs. Turner's on deck. He's been nothing but trouble. Washington is on their way deep to the heart of Texas, and they'll take on the Rangers at that brand new ballpark, which in real life still is yet to be opened. Three balls and 2 strikes. Miami trailing by 3. And a little ground ball. This is going to be a very tough play to first, and they make it. So end of 7 in our nation's capital, and the Nationals leading by 3.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we welcome you back to Washington, D.C. This would be the time where Eddie would take over play-by-play, but can we hear you, Eddie?
Yeah, I was having some technical issues, but I think I'm back now. All right, you got me? All right, good. So, Q Aiden will head to the top of the 8th now, as it's going to be Isan Diaz who will step in. Singled back in the first, hasn't done much since. Marlins really need to get some offense here as they face the newcomer Will Harris. Starts things off with a swinging strike. Attendance today, 27,369. It's a good crowd for Memorial Day.
Oh, yeah, and again, we talked about this in the broadcast open and all throughout the game. It's Memorial Day. There's a lot going on, obviously, in D.C. And, of course, it's not the best weather. It's been kind of threatening rain all day, and I'm sure it's going to pour at some point because you don't get those big clouds without rain. So it's a very good crowd, and if I'm the Nationals, I'm happy both at the play on the field and at the attendance off of it.
Diaz lines one into left. Odo's been really quiet out there today, hasn't had to do much. Here's his first put out of the day. As we take a look at our starting pitcher comparison, Sandy Alcantara looked like he was certainly going to have the better of the two, certainly early on, as he kept the pitch count low and he was really mowing those Nationals hitters down. Then he ran into Ryan Zimmerman. He gave up that 2-run home run, and Strasburg, although he had to really gut it out, his line certainly looks better. As we see Harold Rodriguez here. Rodriguez 1 for 3 on the day. Not sure if you can hear me, Aiden.
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Yeah, my mic's been
always a good sign.
Mike's been cutting out a little bit, so I just wanted to make sure. As Ramirez takes ball 2. So 2-1 the count to Ramirez. Facing Will Harris, who just came on in the 8th inning. Replaced Voth, who pitched the 7th. Voth ran into some trouble. Marlins potted 2 last inning. They were able to get, but Voth was able to get out of it. Turns things over to Harris now, who sees Ramirez foul that one down the left field line. Marlins have 5 outs to work with here as they try and get some kind of rally going. Ramirez will once again spoil the 2-2, and so we'll do things again. Harris working out of the stretch, even though there's nobody on base. He's going to get Ramirez there as they throw down to first. And the drop third strike. It's quickly 2 down for the Marlins. In remarkable work so far by Harris.
Miami looks so defeated right now. They look so out of energy. They've been playing all day. They kept it scoreless for a while. They were only down 2. They've kept it close, but that last home run, I think, really took some energy out of this. Out of at least the Miami section of the crowd. I don't know how many of them are Marlins fans, but took some energy out of the Miami dugout, no doubt. And now they're only 4 outs from another tough loss. They would get swept, I believe, if they lost this game.
They wouldn't, and you mentioned it. You could make an argument, at least earlier in the game, that the Marlins were the better ball club. It was timely hitting for the Nats, and that's really been the difference. That's why they've been so successful this year. They get good hits at the right times. They've put themselves in the driver's seat in this contest with 4 outs to go. 2-2 on the way to Alfaro. Got him! Jorge Alfaro stares at that one. That is the second time he struck out looking today. And the Marlins go down in order in the 8th. Middle of the 8th inning here at Nationals Park. The Nats on top of the Marlins, 5-2. And back here on Major League Ball on this Memorial Day Classic, Eddie McCarthy, Aiden Blank bringing this one to you as we're going to see a pitching change, and it's going to be the left-hander Adam Conley for the Marlins, the only left-hander in their bullpen. As it will be Conley, who is assigned to face Turner, Eaton, and Soto, so I suppose the logic is Eaton and Soto, both left-hand hitters, but first he's got to deal with Trey Turner, who's been dangerous today. And Turner once again lines this one into center, and Turner's got himself his 3rd hit of the day. Aiden, how about this guy?
Yeah, he's been on fire so far. One of the more consistent hitters in this Washington lineup.
Turner came in today hitting .297. He's certainly got the average over 300 now. We mentioned in the open he leads Major League Baseball, Major League Ball, in stolen bases with 23, which is 9 ahead of the guy who's next closest to him.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. They knew he was. I mean, you look at earlier. They knew he was stealing. They planned for it. They pitched out so they could try to get him, and he still couldn't. No surprise to me he leads it.
So we see Conley, who has taken over, the first man to reach Turner, who singled just a moment ago. Only the left-hander brought in to face Eaton and Soto. Facing Eaton right now, Soto will be next. In 0 for 3 today, and it looks like he's going to be 0 for 4, as he skies this one out behind second. Making the play is Diaz, and that's 1 down. A rough day for Adam Eaton. And that's going to bring up Juan Soto, who's also been struggling today. Soto struck out his last time up in the 6th. He's also out to left and grounded out to 3rd. And we'll see what he can do here as he's facing Conley, who's a tough lefty. First offering is high. There goes Turner. And that's not even going to be close as Trey Turner swipes his 2nd bag of the day, bringing his total on the season to a shocking 24 stolen bases. This guy is something else.
Dude, we're only in May. 24 stolen bases. A lot of guys don't get 24 stolen bases in a season.
As they throw behind Turner here, they try to pick him off. He dives back safely. But is Soto at the dish with a runner in scoring position. Ground ball right side. This will get Turner to 3rd, but Soto is going to be retired for the 4th time today. A unusual, not a whole lot of offense from Soto today.
You know, I think you could argue that was probably his most productive at bat. He did his job. Maybe not the way they would have liked him to, but he moves the runner up. And now Howie, who had the home run back in the 6th, has an opportunity to bring in a run and make it 6-2.
Howie Kendrick came into the day the National League leader in batting average and slugging percentage. As he takes a strike here from Conley. This is certainly a matchup I would say that favors Kendrick, but I'm not sure if Don Mattingly wants to go to his bullpen again here. He's going to leave Conley out there to face Kendrick, who gets into one to center. Running over to flag it down is Ramirez. I thought Kendrick struck that pretty well.
Me too. That looked like it was going to get into the gap, but again, it's a computer simulation, so...
Ramirez flags it down, so we go to the 9th. The Marlins trying to scratch something out, and it will have to be against Sean Doolittle, the Washington closer who comes in for the save opportunity. It's Doolittle's 19th appearance on the year. He comes in with a comfortable 3-run lead, and that very interesting delivery where he kind of leans his chin on his elbow as he takes the signs. I just thought that to be kind of quirky. Anyway, it's going to be Rojas, the pitcher spot, which is occupied by Cooper as of right now. Excuse me, not Cooper, which is occupied by the Marlins pitcher who, Conley, and then VR. So it's an 0-2 count now to Rojas. Ross facing Sean Doolittle. And that one misses inside. It's 1-2.
Yeah, I would pinch hit in the pitcher's spot. You're trying just to get guys on base. We're not going to do that.
This one is tapped back to Doolittle. Tough play as he makes it, going sort of across his body, an awkward throw. Excellent play by Doolittle. Relief pitchers are not exactly known for being prolific fielders. Doolittle made that one look pretty easy.
And bravo, my friend. That was a very acrobatic move from him. He's kind of got those kind of movements, so he's very athletic, can move, he's lanky on the mound. He's very good at fielding his position, although with a closer that happens very rarely, because their main job is to kind of blow it by you. But I think that was a very athletic play. Really good stop by him.
Yeah, of course, we remind you to stick with us here on Major League Ball for the matchup coming up next between the Tampa Bay Rays and Detroit Tigers. It'll be my good friend Aiden Blank and special effects on that call.
Yeah, so I switched with Brandon Ross. He had something tonight, so he couldn't do his game. So I get to go play with the Yankees tonight.
Oh, lucky
in the Bronx.
you. So my apologies. Looks like it's going to be Brandon Ross and special effects will be on next. And it's a 1-2 count here to Birdie, John Birdie, who's the pinch hitter. He pokes that one into right center, right field, but it's Eaton who comes on. He makes the catch. And the Nationals are down, the Marlins are down to their last out. It's been a rough day for the Marlins. They've certainly had their chances. Left a lot of men on base and just were not able to get big hits when the time was right. And so Doolittle trying to put them away as he misses on the first offering to VR, who bats right-handed for the first time today, known as 1-0.
Yeah, they've had a very tough go of it. Yes, there's opportunities they could have had that they didn't get, but Strasburg got so many breaks, and the Washington offense, as soon as they took out Alcantara, started to explode. It was a very tough situation to finish off the series. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to get a win in the series, and now they're going to go play Chicago, who's playing really good. So it's a very tough stretch for them. They got to go play Chicago, who's, I believe, the best team, or at least one of the best teams in all of ball. So it's going to be a very tough stretch for them. They just got to get through it. And they weren't doing terrible coming into this series. I think they were 2 games up on 500 at some point. So they're not doing terrible. I think you kind of use the 500 mark as a guideline, and at the end of this season, they'll need to make some changes, but at least now they have some structure in their lineup, and they're not totally in sell mode. They can get a little bit into more buy mode, especially coming up to the trade deadline. We'll see what Jeter and his crew do.
3-2 to potentially end the day, and it is popped up a little bit behind second. Eaton calls off, and he'll make the catch, and that is gonna do it. The Nationals take all 4 games of the 4-game series against the Marlins. They win this final one 5-2. John Doolittle will record the save. Steven Strasburg, quality outing from him, 6 innings, no runs actually. He will pick up the win. The loss will be handed to Sandy Alcantara, who kind of got the short end of the stick today. He pitched pretty well. Strasburg was better. No runs for the Nationals coming via the long ball. And Aiden, both these teams hit the road. Nationals head down to Texas, while the Marlins will be traveling to Chicago to take on the Cubs. As we see Ryan Zimmerman, the player of the game, no surprise there, as Zimmerman, 2 home runs, had 3 RBIs, including a big insurance homer in the bottom of the 7th. And terrific day for Zimmerman.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough stretch for Miami. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Miami has had a very tough stretch. They get swept in this series against a red-hot Nationals squad who is now front runners with 2 other teams to win the National League East, and then they're going to have to go play Chicago. I wouldn't be surprised if they get swept there too. And I don't know what their plans are after that, but they may come home or go to their series after that, having lost 7-8 games in a row, and that would just be depressing because this is not a bad baseball club as we saw. They just have hit a very rough stretch playing some very good teams.
We're going to take a look at some highlights here. Moments ago, you saw that key play in the first inning. Victor Robles, the 8-2 putout, catch Jonathan Villar trying to take an extra base. That would be big. So it got Strasburg out of the first inning. Then for the first 2 runs of the ballgame, they would be recorded by Ryan Zimmerman. Managed to get that one over the left field wall, landing in the first row. Squeaked
Just
out of here, but it
barely.
would be 2-0 nonetheless. And then Howie Kendrick, that weight room advantage that if you were here earlier, you heard us talking about that. He would poke one out into left center field. Kendrick continues to go on a tear. Got the highest batting average and slugging percentage in the National League. And in the top of the 7th, the Marlins would start to threaten a little bit. Jonathan Villar would drive in a run, and then they'd get another one to come to the plate. Anderson would reach on this fielder's choice right here. But then timely pitching by the Nationals would allow to only get out of this inning having only given up 2 runs, which hopefully we'll get a chance to see here. And then in the bottom of the 7th, it was Zimmerman with the insurance homer. This one he got all of 428 feet. It's one of the deepest parts of this ballpark. That would make it 5-2, and the Nationals would coast the rest of the way. And here we'll show you the final out of the game. A soft fly out to right field would be handled by Adam Eaton. And that would do it for this one. This Memorial Day Bot Ball Classic here on Twitch. Then Eddie McCarthy, Aiden Blank. Nationals take this one by a final score of 5-2, and I think we got a couple of new broadcasters in the booth ready to take it away. So special effects, Brandon Ross. For myself and Aiden Blank, it's been a pleasure. We'll turn it over to you now.
Eddie, Aiden, thank you. That was quite the game, and now we get to face off with some more AL Central versus AL East action on this Memorial Day. Brandon Ross, special effects here with you. Special, a very interesting matchup today between 2 teams in very different directions. The Rays contending for the top spot in the AL East, but Detroit continuing to toil away at the bottom of their division.
Yeah, and you wouldn't suspect that by the way these 2 teams have been playing so far this series. Tigers taking 2 of the first 3. They're actually looking to win a 4-game series against a playoff contending Tampa Bay Rays team.
And you got a few hot bats for each side, but the numbers haven't really been there for Detroit for the most part. The player that has been doing it the most of anyone, though, Victor Reyes.
Yeah, Victor Reyes has been a nice surprise in that Tigers lineup. He's doing a great job. He's probably going to lead off in today's ball game or bat towards the top of the lineup. Another guy that we're probably not going to see today with the lefty-on-lefty matchup, Harold Castro, has also been swinging the hot bat. Not able to drive in too many runs, but batting average over 350, and you got to like to see that.
Castro not in the lineup today. Reyes set to bat 2 behind Cameron Maven. He's playing in right field, and you look at the guy that they usually lead on in a lot of these games, Miguel Cabrera. He is having a horrid season.
Yeah, Cabrera has had a rough stretch to start the season. He's getting older. His injuries is starting to pile up, and it's not looking good for him for the future Hall of Famer. But he started to pick it up in the past couple of games. Had that RBI single in the first game of the series that really kind of put that one away. And then he hit 2 doubles. One of them drove in a run in yesterday's ballgame, and that was crucial in helping his team get that 3-2 win over the Rays.
Yeah, but Miguel Cabrera, his batting average sitting at a measly .201 coming into today. Last season, for comparison, he was hitting .282. So this will be an interesting departure that we'll see. So for the Tampa Bay Rays, they're going to have to try to keep it up because against a lot of expectation, most people thought it would be a clear Yankees division, but Tampa Bay's hanging in there.
Yeah, Tampa Bay's hanging in there, although they have split of late. Like I mentioned, they have lost 2 of 3 to these Tigers. And the Yankees don't stop winning. They're on a 10-game win streak at the moment, trying to put some distance between themselves and the Rays. They're not doing too well in that wild card standing either, as those AL Central teams, the other teams, Twins leading the division, but White Sox and Indians holding those 2 wild card spots by a good about 5 games.
over the Tampa Bay Rays. So gonna have to make up some ground, and they're gonna hope to do it against a lowly Tigers team.
And both of these teams are going to look to pick up some momentum, particularly Tampa Bay. They go into a division matchup with Toronto as soon as this series is over. So that's going to be a big series for them to make up some divisional ground, get some cushion, and isolate themselves into a pack with New York at the top of the standings. Detroit, after this series wraps up, heads back home. They're going to take on Seattle. And again, that's going to be a great series. But for today, you got a couple of hurlers, one righty, one lefty, Spencer Turnbull and Blake Snell taking the mound in Detroit.
Yep, both guys having subpar seasons, especially Blake Snell. You got to see that 5+ ERA is very disappointing to see, coming off of a Cy Young campaign just a couple of seasons ago. So he's going to look to turn things around. And sometimes all you got to do is face a bad team, and that can help you, get your rhythm going and get yourself into a better groove.
Blake Snell leads a 5.25 ERA, 3-6 record. He has not been getting much help, but he hasn't been helping himself. 1.46 walks and hits per innings pitched. He's also surrendered 10 home runs in just the first 2 months of the season.
Yeah, that's one of the big problems that the Rays have been facing, because the rest of the starting rotation has been excellent. Charlie Morton has been great. Yanni Chirinos has done very well. Even Ryan Yarbrough has been a huge surprise, leading the American League with the lowest ERA, lowest WHIP, and he's been probably the biggest surprise on the season.
And particularly for Morton, he could very well be a Cy Young candidate that Blake Snell proved to be a couple years back. But now we're ready for baseball here. Tampa Bay and Detroit at Comerica Park. We're about set for action on this Memorial Day. A fantastic day for baseball. Weather's shining out in the city in Michigan. I don't know where I was going, but anyway. Spencer Turnbull is the guy starting out. Subpar season, but not too bad. A 4.15 ERA, 1-3 record across the 10 starts. And you look at those numbers, the strikeouts are going at a pretty good rate. It's just he hasn't gotten a lot of support behind him.
Yeah, this Tigers offense is ice cold starting the season, and so you can pitch as well as you want, but if you're not getting that run support, you're not going to get many runs.
Kevin Kiermaier leading things off for Tampa Bay. First pitch to him, chopped foul down the right side.
And as we kick off this broadcast, just want to say a happy Memorial Day to everyone out there watching. If you have any family members who gave the ultimate sacrifice in their service, we want to thank you for their support, for their service, and their sacrifice that they made to have such freedom that we have in this country, and being able to play baseball on Memorial Day and lots of other things.
Without all those people who have fallen for our country, we would not be able to enjoy even the most basic freedoms, let alone playing baseball. Just being able to talk to you guys on this Memorial Day is one of the biggest honors, and definitely a solemn occasion. It's a 1-2 count right now to Kiermaier. He's hitting .225. Not the best season at the plate, but working against Turnbull right now.
Yeah, he's definitely in that lineup more so for his defensive value, but if he can get on base, he's also got some good speed around the base paths.
Did win a Gold Glove last year. The 1-2's outside.
Yeah, perennial Gold Glove contender out in center field, making the highlight plays. As we take a look at those championship banners for the Tigers, haven't won one since 1984, even though they came close a couple of times this past decade.
2-2 is inside. They made it to the World Series back in '06. They fell short against the St. Louis Cardinals. They took that series. The payoff, fouled away. That was one of the more, I hate to say it, but unentertaining World Series in recent memory, but definitely one of the most wacky postseason scenarios with the Cardinals that season. As that one stays inside the line and sneaks towards the corner. Kiermaier heading for two, and he's there standing up.
Well, personally, I wouldn't mind, if everyone forgot about that World Series. I've definitely tried to put it out of my mind over the years, but Kiermaier doing a nice job staying inside that baseball and pulling it down the line, just keeping it fair into the corner with that speed. He's going to be easily on second base.
Already running up the pitch count on Turnbull, 7 in that first 8 inning. First pitch to Willie Adames is a pitch outside. One of the better hitters on this Tampa Bay club, hitting a hair under 300.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, not just on this Tampa Bay team, but also one of the better hitters in the American League. You know, he's top 10 in the amount of hits he has recorded on the season. So he's going to be looking to increase that total and maybe give his team an early lead.
Got a in scoring position with nobody out. He takes that one right on the lower crust. That was a close one.
Yeah, that's right where you want it. If you're going to put a fastball right down the middle, is keep it at the knees. It's a lot harder for guys to get down there and golf it out of here.
1-2. Big hack and a miss. Upstairs fastball gets him down.
Yeah, that's just where you want that fastball. If you're going to try and get the strike out or even a pop out, keep it high outside of the zone, because if it dips even to the top of the strike zone, that's where a lot of guys can reach in. That's where a lot of guys like to see it.
Here's Austin Meadows. Not the most consistent hitter, but can definitely hit for power. A throw to third to try to gun the runner, not in time. Gutsy call by Kiermaier, but it pays off.
Yeah, that was, like you said, a gutsy call, but he's got the speed, he's got the awareness, and he got a great jump off of Turnbull, so I don't think you can blame Romine behind the plate. Perfect throw, just not in time to get him.
Ball 2. 2-0.
2-0 count. That makes it so Austin Meadows, a guy with a big power bat, if he hits a fly ball, that could bring in the first run.
Yeah, fly ball or a ground ball, you know, especially if it's hit up the middle. I'm not going to try and force it this early on. Just get the easy out at first.
That one rolled foul. Meadows had a home run yesterday, pair of RBIs.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, those were the only 2 runs that the Rays would end up scoring, and wasn't enough to beat the Tigers.
I got to count 2-2.
Swing and a miss makes it 2-2. But Detroit, after that win,
3-2.
in contention to win this series outright. Take the third of 4 games here today against Tampa Bay on Memorial Day. Here's the payoff. Check swing, did he go? Yes, sir. That's strike 3.
Yeah, that's a good pitch, tough one to lay off. That breaking ball moving inside. Didn't have much cut on it, but it was enough to fool the hitter, and he just couldn't quite keep the hands back. Went around for strike 3.
And that puts Hunter Renfroe up with the chance to bring in the first run.
Yeah, Renfroe not having the same success he did in San Diego. You know, playing in Tropicana Field, it's a much different atmosphere. And his batting average staying below that Mendoza line at 197 to start the season.
Well, so perhaps one of the more peculiar stadiums in baseball. I will not say any disparaging words, but many are not a fan.
Yeah, I would say one of the least liked stadiums, right up there with the Oakland Coliseum out west.
20th pitch of the inning is fastball inside. Big dangerous man, G-Man Choi, waiting in the on-deck circle for Tampa Bay. Assuming the red light's on here. And it is. That one catches the zone.
And I was talking about this on my last broadcast just yesterday. You can't be afraid to pitch to the opposing team. You know, you can't keep nibbling at the corners. You don't want to throw it right down the middle, but you can work around the strike zone without having to pitch balls.
That one makes it a full count.
That's a good job to battle back, knowing that Renfroe is probably not going to be swinging at those pitches. Just leave him out there on the outside corner and get yourself back in the count.
Not the best inning for Turnbull, but can he escape without any damage? Golfed into left. Run by Stewart short of the track. There's the third out. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base in scoring position. Maven Reyes Romine lead things off for Detroit in the bottom half. Blake Snell taking the bump for Tampa Bay. Detroit up to bat for the first time. Not the best season for the former Cy Young winner.
Yeah, really uncharacteristic numbers for him. ERA, like we mentioned, over 5, sitting at 5.25. And the whip is also very concerning, 1.46 walks and hits per inning pitch.
Leading up for the Tigers,
Cameron Maven right things off for Detroit today.
Maven.
First pitch to him is a strike.
Number 4 on the mound, number 4 in the batter's box. Not too often you see guys with that single-digit number pitching, but Blake Snell, one of the few guys rocking it in the league.
I mean, hey, he's worn it well for most of his career, but this season doesn't have the best ring to it.
I got the count.
It's definitely not the number you want to see on the front of an ERA, and he's exceeding that figure.
Yeah, unless that comes after the decimal point, possibly, 0.40 ERA would definitely be something he'd look forward to.
That would be ideal, but either way, we're talking about the front end of it. He strikes out Cameron Maven to start things off. A quick 3-pitch strikeout.
Yeah, 3 pitches, nice and easy, great breaking balls, and Maven had no chance to even follow that one off.
So here's Victor Reyes. Another righty.
1-0.
And there's a ball.
Yeah, Reyes taking over the everyday center field jobs from Jacoby Jones, who started off the season on a very cold streak, and Reyes, worked his way into the starting lineup.
That's a ball.
17 RBI on the season.
No break.
Coming off a rough outing yesterday. 0 for 5. Pulled off the hat trick as well.
Yeah, and you just got to put that behind you. Just have a good at-bat today. You don't have to get a hit, but make sure you have some good at-bats. Get yourself back in that groove.
That's outside.
And the 3-0 count to start out to him. The need of the order waiting behind. But most of the good batting averages have already been exhausted.
Nope. Ball 4. That's
There's
it.
ball 4. He gets the free pass. So
Yeah, very
Austin Romine comes up, and
Batting
beyond
third.
him, no one has a batting average above 250.
Roma.
Yeah, Tigers lineup is not doing so hot to start the season, and Romine's average has really tanked so far in May. No home runs this month. Batting .215, just driven in 6 runs, so he's lost some production from the early season. Pitchers might be starting to figure him out.
He had that .320 average in April, definitely taking a dive of late.
Ball 1, no
Pitch
break.
out to keep him in check. Reyes not going anywhere. He is a dangerous runner on the base path, so 5 stolen bases in 7 tries this year. The 1-0.
Hey.
And there's a strike. Reyes on first. Buehler over to short. Shovel to second for 1. On to first. And there's the 6-4-3 double play to end it. 3 up, 3 down here in the bottom of the first. Heading to inning number 2, still scoreless.
Leading off for the Rays, the first baseman,
G-Man Choi,
G-Man
an on-base
Choi.
machine. He starts things off in the top of the second. 404 on-base percentage. That's 8th in the American League.
Yeah, he does that with a lot of base on balls, almost top 10 in the American League in that category as well with 24. Starts off with a strike, though, against Turnbull.
It's a similar effect that Barry Bonds sort of had in the latter days of his career. This one, he's a little dribbler up the middle, and Scope flicks it for the out. It's a guy that gets a lot of attention
Number 8.
because of the power numbers, and so pitchers pitch conservative. They don't want to find the zone, and in turn that leads to a lot of walks for those batters with good eyes.
And it's something to be said just to even to take those balls. You see other power guys like Joey Gallo with the Texas Rangers. He probably has just as much, if not more power than G-Man Choi, but he's also a free swinger, so he's going to get those strikeouts. So it's still very impressive to see those walk numbers from a big power bat.
That one showed some big power. It goes into the corner. Turn around to second for Lowe. He pumps the brakes there. He starts off the second inning with a double.
Batting 7.
That's the second
The third
two-bagger the
baseman,
Rays have
number
had
2,
today. Kiermaier
Yandy.
took the lead on the Rays with his to lead off the ball game. And now Lowe gets his own with one away.
Yeah, Brandon Lowe doing a nice job doing the opposite way of Kevin Kiermaier, taking the pitch outside, driving it the other way, keeping it fair, but still getting it into that corner and getting extra bases out of it.
Here's Yandy Diaz. He has been someone who's liked a bit of home cooking on the road, not as successful, just 237 in relation to his 272 average on the whole of this season.
1-0.
First pitch is high. He has been on a tear lately, though. 350 in his last 6. That one poked to the other way.
Got him.
There's the out, number 2. Diaz grounds out. Lau advances to third.
Batting eighth.
Yeah, you would like to see him get a base hit,
Number
drive in the
25.
run, but at least good job driving the man over to third base with 2 outs. So pass ball could get him in, or even a single will guarantee to get him in now.
So with 2 gone, here's Yoshimoto Tsutsugo. Wow, what did I just say? I don't know. Tsutsugo hitting 237 this year. Chance to bring in a run.
Yeah, getting his first cuts at Major League action this season, coming over from Japan. He's had a hot start.
2 balls, 1 strike.
2-1 count here. Turnbull turning to more of the off-speed stuff against Tsutsugo.
Yeah, he's given up a couple hits on that fastball, so pitchers are very superstitious, might not trust it just yet.
That one's hit high, but nowhere between the lines.
Yeah, got lucky with that one as Tsutsugo eyes popped out of his head. Couldn't quite stay behind that one enough.
2-2. That one fouled back.
That's just where he wanted that pitch, just off the inside corner. Tsutsugo lucky to foul it off.
Lau's on third. No score, top 2. 2's all around here.
3 balls, keep.
Counts full.
Yeah, another 3-2 count. We've seen a lot of those already from Spencer Turnbull. So if the Tigers probably want him going at least 5 innings, but that's not the signs you want to see if that's going to happen.
Already 35 pitches in less than 2 innings. Here's 36. That's a called strike 3. Just clicks the corner and the inning is over.
Turnbull doing a great job first 2 innings, working himself out of danger. And hopefully the Tigers can get some danger on the base paths themselves, as they haven't had anything to talk about just yet.
3 Ks through 2 for Turnbull. And Detroit coming up here in bottom 2. With the heart of the order, Jonathan Scope starting things off, and he has been putrid as of late. 3 of 22 over the last 5 games.
Yeah, manager Ron Gardenhire might want to move him back down in the order, as he just got moved up to the cleanup spot a couple of days ago, trying to shake things up with the struggling Miguel Cabrera, but he's not had a good time so far in that spot of the lineup. So
that one off the end of the bat. Snell with the easy snag and throw. Start out this inning.
Batting fifth.
This is the most surprising situation by far, not even close. You got Miguel Cabrera coming in 201. It's more than 80 points lower than his average from last season.
yeah, I mean, you expect the power numbers to be gone from his bat, you know, as he ages. It's going to get harder and harder to lift that ball over the fence as he takes strike 1 in the inside corner. But that's the one thing you thought you could count on for Cabrera, is he's able to hit the ball to all parts of the field, so you would think that he could get at least a few base hits, but not happening so far.
Not as of yet in 2020. His eye's still working on that pitch. It's 1-1. It's not like the power's gone completely away. It's started to diminish a little bit. But he's still fighting out there.
I got 2-1 to count.
One of those guys where you'd hate to see someone taper off so much. At least a guy like Albert Pujols has kept his numbers up enough to warrant a DH spot on a club, and already having a big contract being tied to him, that gives him some security.
Yeah, Tiger's feeling pretty weighed down by the Cabrera contract right now. It seemed good when they signed it, you know, when he was coming off that Triple Crown season and almost got a back-to-back Triple Crowns had Chris Davis not had that power surge back in 2013. But, you know, everyone ages, and it's not always going to look pretty for everyone else.
That swing looks kind of pretty. It's deep out to center. Kiermaier camps under. There's the second out.
Yeah, you got to take the good with the bad in your home ballparks. American Park, great for pitchers with that center field fence being 420 feet back, and you go out to left center, right center, it's closer to about 435, but not going to help your big power bats, you know, get that one over the fence. That one doesn't even make it to the track.
Here's C.J. Crow, another guy toiling near the Mendoza line. 206 on the year. He's at least got 8 home runs, 16 RBI to make up for it.
Ball inside.
Yeah, Tigers are hoping that Crone can definitely pick himself up as this season moves along. Only signed him to a 1-year deal, trying to maybe flip him at the trade deadline, start building that farm system.
2 balls, 1
There's the
strike.
first strike of the at-bat from Blake Snell. We're still scoreless here in the bottom of the second. That big cut makes it 2-2.
I don't know what he was trying to swing at there, because I think he would have been in front of a fastball.
Full count.
At least isn't going too antsy. The payoff with 2 gone. That misses low, and there's ball 4.
Yeah, second walk for Snell, like you were mentioning earlier, his walk issues present here early on. Hasn't given up a hit just yet, but 2 men on for the base on balls. You want to at least make them work for their bases.
Here's Kristen Stewart, one of the reserve outfielders typically for this Tigers team, but earning a little bit more action here in 2020.
Manager Gardenhire trying to give him some reps against the left-handed pitchers, you know, taking Carl Castro out of the lineup.
First pitch is a strike.
Seems a bit
250 though thus far.
Yeah, it sounds a bit counterintuitive to bring him in against the lefty, but they've got a decently crowded outfield with Maven, Reyes, and Castro. Not able to find himself in there just yet.
And that 0-1 finds the zone for 0-2.
He's going to try
up in the high 90s.
He's going to try and keep his spot in the lineup by getting these chances, as Jacoby Jones not doing too hot.
Can't make much of this opportunity. Easy roller to short. The underhand flip ends the inning. 6-4 fielder's choice to close things out. Still no score through 2 innings. Ready for the top of the third here at Comerica Park. 9-1-2.
Mike.
Coming up for Tampa Bay. First at bat of the day for Mike Zunino, who struggled to get going this season. First pitch is fouled back.
Yeah, in general, Zanino's numbers aren't great compared to the rest of the league, but with catchers, among catchers, he's doing very well. You don't usually see too much offense coming out of that catcher spot in the 9-hole. But he's doing decently well, got some pop in that bat.
He's behind 0-2 to start this AB against Spencer Turnbull. That pitch count getting really high, really fast.
I got to count 1 and 2.
He can't dispose of Zunino too quickly this time either. 39 pitches already.
And it doesn't help when you're throwing fastballs inside like that. You're never going to get a man to chase. I will look to see maybe a breaking ball away on this pitch, trying to get the strikeout.
That's where Romine sets up, and it's fouled away.
Yeah, he's starting to catch up with the fastball. Don't want to throw that too many times in a row.
Sets up inside this time, too far. Control's starting to become a consistent issue here for Turnbull. Zunino fighting to stay alive.
All 6 pitches in this.
Pitch of the at-bat.
All first of the 6 pitches have been fastballs. You wonder if Turnbull's ever going to go to a breaking ball.
Sticks with the fastball again, and again, it gets fouled away.
It's not often you're going to see a guy get fooled after you throw him that many of the same pitch, so I want to try and get him out on the breaking ball, like I said.
The 8th pitch to Zunino finally sets him down with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball on the outside corner.
What do I know? I'm sitting here in the broadcast booth, not managing the ball club. He gets him on the fastball, blows it right by him. I think Zunino maybe kind of get a reverse psychology with him being the catcher. He knows that breaking ball is probably coming, so at that point he's not ready for the fastball.
Here's Kiermaier, led off the game with a double. Could not make it around, though. Got up to third on a stolen base, but got left hanging back in that first inning. Oh, 1. Dribbled over to second. And Scope ends the inning. Check that. Gets the second out. Clearly, I'm not looking at my scoreboard.
I wish that was inning over, being a Tigers fan myself, but still got one more bat to go through, and it's a tough one to go through. Willie Adames. Got him one time already, though, on the strikeout.
One of 4 strikeout victims for Spencer Turnbull thus far. 3 of them swinging.
Count 1-0.
No swing there. It's 1-0. That one just clips the corner. Austin Meadows waiting on deck. And that one's fouled away. This Rays team, if it wants to keep contending at the top of the AL East, they got to get the bats going, especially against teams like Detroit, who are not known for keeping the runs down against their opponents. Happ looking for the final out of the inning. 5th victim for Spencer Turnbull. We head to bottom 3, still scoreless in Detroit.
Yeah, Tampa Bay maybe taking Detroit a little too easy at the start of this series, and maybe taking them a little too easy so far in this ball game. Is they're not taking advantage of their chances. You know, they're going to fall back farther again from the Yankees if they can't keep up, you know, some positive momentum.
Snell facing 8-9-1 in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Jamer Candelario up for his first AB.
Yeah, disappointing season last season and disappointing season this year as he's quickly down 0-2.
3rd baseman for Detroit, below the Mendoza line. Only a few extra base hits to show for his efforts. Power not making up for the lack of contact. 0-2 sent to right center. Slow drift in from Kiermaier. There's the first out.
Batting ninth.
Yeah, unfortunately for Candyman, there's not much else he can do. You know, 2 strikes, you got to protect the plate. He just lets a lazy fly ball out to center field.
With 1 gone, that brings in Nico Goodrum. More of a contact bat, but not hitting for much of it this season.
That's inside.
And he showed occasional pop in that bat, not happening so far this season, but last season he's come through in some clutch moments, driving it over the wall.
4 home runs thus far in 2020.
1-1.
Tried to hit another one there by the looks of it, but he's behind 1-1.
Yeah, you got to stay back on that pitch on the outer half. Not going to pull that one very easily.
Count is 2-1.
Like Snell, keeping Detroit mostly in check thus far.
Ball 3.
Struggling to find the zone against Goodrum here.
Full count. 3-2.
Goodrum with the big hack. He faces the full count.
Yeah, 3-1. Don't want to be swinging at that pitch. You chase ball 4.
Doesn't go chasing. Snell certainly tried, but wouldn't go in on the hands.
The right fielder,
And with Goodrum on first, that brings back the top of the order.
Yeah, 3rd walk of the game already for Snell. No hits given up, just like we've said earlier. But you got to wonder how much longer that's going to happen, and he can't keep the pitch around the plate.
They've been a strikeout victim his first time up.
1-0.
Holds off to start this AB. Maiden hitless in 7 at-bats versus Blake Snell all time.
With 3 punch-outs on the ledger as well, including one this afternoon.
Ball 2.
1-0 misses inside. Maiden, seeing his numbers take a little bit of a dip, got traded from Detroit to the Yankees last year. Made his way back to the Motor City.
Ball 3.
Has yet to replicate that production he put up in the Bronx.
Yeah, Maven actually on his 3rd stint now in Detroit, and once again another one of those guys on those 1-year deal. Hopefully try and get productive and trade them at the deadline to build up that farm system. And he's having a good at-bat so far, taking 3 straight balls.
And 3-0 from Snell. It was taken right down the middle.
Not too often you see a 3-0 breaking ball, but if Snell trusts that curveball, he's going to throw it in for a strike, get himself back in the count.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Hasn't given up a run yet. No one's made it into scoring position for Detroit thus far. Will that change? At least not yet.
Maybe he's got to be upset with himself. That was a good place to swing at that fastball, but couldn't get around on it.
It's those opportunities that he made the most of last year that he has not yet made the same results of this season.
Good job staying
Good
alive.
job replacing Giancarlo Stanton and Aaron Judge during their injury stints. This one's lifted out to shallow right. Hard run in. That falls for a base hit. Here comes Goodrum around second. The throw to third is not in time.
Now batting.
Yeah, and those are the types of breaks that the Tigers are going to rely on. Jammed him on that pitch, swinging late on the fastball in, but he's able to lift it just past the infield, but not deep enough for the right fielder to come in and catch it. The Tigers are threatening here just with 1 out.
Not the hardest contact. Look at more of a punch in on the hands.
He's good.
Sent off into right field. So Maven's on first, Goodrum on third for Victor Reyes. He walked his first time up. That one's hit into left. Catch made, no tag. Did not have the distance. There's 2 gone.
Now batting.
Yeah, that's very disappointing, especially with all that room to work out there in the Tigers outfield. Couldn't quite send it long enough, and now you're going to have to get a 2-out hit if you want to get on the score sheet.
Number with a hard zip back into the infield. Austin Romine ended the first with a double play.
Ball 1, no play.
Well, the good news for him is he can't hit him for another double play to end this inning.
He can make a similar hit, though. Get the force out in second. It also wouldn't be ideal, but the best spot that Detroit has had all day. First and third. 2 gone, bottom 3. Still scoreless at Comerica Park. The 1-1.
2-1.
That one almost clipped his elbow, but still staying in there.
Yeah,
Snell
Snell
preparing for pitch 48.
having some trouble keeping that breaking ball inside the strike zone so far.
Whoa, that's down.
That fastball misses low. One
Got
ball
another
away from loading the bases.
We've got another dangerous guy on deck.
That one just barely snips the edge.
And with that filling the count, that's going to loosen up Cameron Maven to head over to second on the pitch.
No, he
Quick check before the 3-2 comes home. Couple of speedsters on the base paths. Base hit gives Detroit the lead. Taken for strike 3. Oh, so close, but Blake Snell ekes out his second strikeout, and that ends the third.
Yeah, Tigers not able to take advantage of their opportunity, just like the Tampa Bay Rays before them. That's why we're still scoreless.
Leading off for the Rays, the right fielder.
Austin Meadows leading things off for Tampa Bay in the top of the fourth. Turnbull starts it off with a breaking ball low and outside. That was a strikeout victim back in the first inning. A 5-set down by Spencer Turnbull thus far. No strikeout this time. Underhand toss to first. Nails him down the base path.
And I'm sure Turnbull and the Tigers would rather have this than the strikeout. Nice quick 2-pitch out. He's been having some trouble with efficiency to start out the ball game, but he's settling back down and closer to a more normal pitch count to this point in the ball game.
53 through 3 1/3. As Hunter Renfroe takes the first strike.
No, that's down.
Renfroe's another one of those guys who's bounced around a little bit. Mainly for his stay in San Diego. Has not been able to replicate his success on the opposite coast.
Yeah, he came over in the Tommy Pham trade over the offseason.
Well,
Like you said, not able to keep that production up. Still doing decently, but we would definitely like to see a lot more out of your cleanup hitter.
He's getting the bat on the ball. He had a deep fly out to left his first time up. He's behind 2-2 here in the fourth. Turnbull delivers. There's called strike 3. He is just plastering Ks all over the score sheet. 6 strikeouts for Spencer Turnbull thus far.
Yeah, and a lot of it's due to that fastball, reaching 97 miles per hour. He's able to blow by hitters as we see that pitch speed comparison brought to you by Topps Baseball Cards. Blake Snell on the opposite side of the diamond also reaching 97 on the fastball, but he hasn't had as much success locating it, so not as many strikeouts on his side. Still no runs for either team, so doing a great job either way.
Field behind them doing their part. As G-Man Choi takes a strike. Best hitter on either side. He grounded out his first time up. Hard hit to right. That's a base hit. Some 2-out life here for Tampa Bay.
He's showing why he's got that high batting average. Nothing too fancy, just getting out in front of that fastball, pulling it into right field without a reach of the diving prone.
Third hit of the game for Tampa Bay. Lau takes the first pitch up and away. He doubled back in that second inning. Would love to replicate that power right now.
Yeah, a decent amount of base runners so far for Tampa Bay, but not all at the same time, not able to bring anyone in.
1-0. High chopper over to third. Throw to second in time. There's the end of the inning.
Taking a look at those statues of the Tigers greats and all their retired numbers out there in left center field. Heading to the bottom of the fourth in Motown. Scoreless.
Leading up.
4, 5, 6 up for Detroit in the bottom of the fourth. Still no score between the Rays and Tigers. A rather light affair.
Yeah, light affair
on this
and
Memorial
quick.
Day.
And pretty quick moving, only 45 minutes. And we're already halfway through the fourth and 0-2 count on Jonathan Scope.
He grounded out to second his first time up. And this time he swings and misses for strike 3. Third strikeout of the game for Blake Snell. Hasn't been delivering the most stellar performance, but he's getting the job done.
Yeah, very inconsistent. On 2 of his 3 strikeouts, got them going down on 3 pitches, all looking great, but all the other guys in the lineup able to take some pitches and make him throw a lot more.
Miguel Cabrera flew out his first time up. He would definitely love a return to his old form.
Yeah, especially with a base hit here to keep himself right at or above that Mendoza line.
The pitch finds the zone. Good mark against Snell all time.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Gotten hits more than half of his appearances. Snell keeps pumping the heat, though. You think he wouldn't against a guy like Cabrera, but it's working so far.
3 balls, 1 strike.
Like you said,
3-1.
Like we said early in this ball game, that bat speed's starting to decline with his injuries and his age.
That one clips the zone, so the count's full.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
So yeah, unfortunately, Cabrera is not always able to catch up to those heaters, but if he can get around on one, he's got the power to break this tie ball game.
DJ Crone's on deck. The payoff to Cabrera. Popped into center. That one's got some carry to it, but not enough. Kiermaier makes the catch for the second out.
Yeah, Snell got away with one right there, hanging a breaking ball up in the strike zone, but Cabrera hitting it once again to the deepest part of the ballpark, not helping himself out. If he pulls it down the line or slices it down the right field line, that might be out of here.
Base is still empty because of the fly out.
Count 1-0.
Crone takes the first pitch low. Crone drew a walk his first time up, for Christian Stewart ended the inning with a double play. Or check that, a fielder's choice. That one rolled into the gap, base hit. Had the shift on there for him.
Yeah, that's something we've seen a lot in baseball past 5 years especially, you know, shifting all over the diamond. And we take a look at Blake Snell's pitching line today, 3 2/3. No runs, 3 walks, though, is the big number to be worried about. 3 Ks and 2 hits.
Plenty of guys have been managing to get on base. And if the numbers aren't going too crazy. Stewart grounded out back in the second. That was fielder's choice to end the frame. It's Crone on first. Still no score here in Detroit.
Nope, outside.
The 1-1. Fouled away.
Yeah, not the type of pitch you want him going after, as he's only able to spray that fastball at the bottom of the zone foul.
1-2 to Stewart.
Ball.
He lays that one. Hasn't gotten much control over that off-speed stuff.
We got a full count. 3-2.
Same situation there. Too much break
Yeah.
on the slider.
Not getting anyone to chase just yet.
Crone goes on the pitch. Foul back. "68 pitches for Blake Snell. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Outside. Ball 4.
Payoff outside, ball 4. Inning's not over yet. Now Detroit. Go ahead run in scoring position.
Yeah, neither starting pitcher doing too well so far, warranting them staying in the ballgame too much longer. But at the same time, those no runs on the board for either team, that's a big thing that managers look at. So even if they haven't been the most efficient pitchers, you're probably going to see them go out for at least another inning, probably even 2 or 3 more.
See if Candelario can make an impact. First pitch is there.
Yeah, the Candyman had...
to begin with, and worse with runners in scoring position. Hard hit, right side, base hit. Here comes Stewart around third. Throw to the plate, not in time. It's actually Crone who came in to score. Detroit takes the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, Candelario showing that clutch gene in this series. He hit a home run in the first game, and this time he takes the breaking ball on the outer half, doesn't try to do too much with it, stays outside of it, and drives it into right field. Crone doing a good job taking that hard turn around third base and making it in before the throw.
Stewart's up to third. That one quick to short, but snared in the throw to second, ends the inning. But Detroit finally starts the scoring. RBI single from Christian Stewart. And all of a sudden, it's 1-0 Tigers.
Just want to remind everyone, as we sit here on this Memorial Day watching some great bop ball action, Brandon and I, we're both doing this volunteer work for free. We're not getting paid. We're just trying to raise money for a great cause. Meals on Wheels could really use your support, and all the advertising money, all the subscription money, all the donations that we can gather, that's all going towards Meals on Wheels. If you're able to, if you'd like to donate, we've got a PayPal link. Just scroll down on that Twitch page, and we would greatly appreciate it.
The third baseman, number 2.
Especially considering on this Memorial Day, there are so many veterans who are still in need of help, especially during these tough times. Those who may have already been struggling to find work or are now out of work because of this crisis. We really care about, on this Memorial Day, we honor those who have fallen for our country, but those who are lucky enough to make it back. We want to make sure those who are not in as fortunate a situation are well fed. Please consider donating to Meals on Wheels. It would mean a lot to us, and most importantly, to those who have fought and served our country.
Tigers got a couple of their long relievers warming up in the bullpen, Xiao Ching Chang and Rony Garcia. So I don't know how much longer Turnbull's leash is in this one.
That one golfed out to right, not too far. Maben gets the first down.
Yeah, if he can keep getting quick outs like that, though, I wouldn't be surprised to see him come out in the 6th and maybe even into the 7th.
I mean, yeah, the last inning was pretty quick for Spencer Turnbull. In fact, he only threw 8 pitches to get through the 4th.
Yeah, and while that's not...
and you'll have no problems to go even through the 6th.
Ball, that pitch is out.
Not always realistic to expect those single-digit pitch innings, but you will always take them when you can get them. And even if they might not come with a lot of strikeouts attached, not a lot of statistics, it'll get you through the inning, and you can get more chances to lower that ERA.
It's some of those old, what are now referred to as Maddox-type games that we don't see too often anymore. Pitchers just blazing through innings, getting some quick outs. High arcing curveball does not bite hard enough to Tsugo.
Yeah, Turnbull lucky that one didn't hang up in the zone, just staying up above the zone. So that's the type of pitch Tsugo would like to crush into the right field bullpen.
The 2-1.
Ball 3.
That one just a bit low.
Got to make sure you're not getting too nervous, with that 3-1 count. You're still doing great, even with that 1-0 lead. You can attack the zone.
Fouled on top of home plate. Zunino waiting on deck. Here's the payoff. Tsugo trying to avoid striking out for the 2nd time today. Turnbull bests him. That's his 7th K of the afternoon here on Memorial Day. There's 2 gone.
Now batting.
Turnbull having a fantastic outing on the mound, blowing by batters, and even freezing them on a couple of occurrences like we've seen earlier. Just beautiful stuff with his pitching. He's given up a couple extra base hits, but that hasn't been enough for Tampa Bay to get on the board just yet.
And the first pitch to Zunino. Lofted into right center. That one's got some carry. That one's at the wall. It one-hops off the wall. Zunino into second. He stands up there with a 2-out double.
Now batting.
Yeah, that's the area of the ballpark you got to be careful with as a defender. Is that's almost like the Tigers' version of the San Francisco Giants triples alley. Good job by Maben playing it off that wall, and Zunino not with the greatest of speed behind the dish. So he's only able to make it up to second base.
In almost every ballpark in baseball, that one's gone.
Nope, outside.
It stays in the yard. And the leadoff man, Kevin Kiermaier, could tie it up with a base hit. The 1-0. This is outside. 1 for 2 so far. Had a double to lead off the game. Grounded out to second, back into third.
And as you can see on that little graphic we just had up there, Kiermaier not doing too well in those clutch situations with runners in scoring position.
That's ball 3. 3 balls, no strike.
Turnbull can keep the run off the board. He could leave the game and be in line for the win. He holds up on the 3-0. Question why the red light wasn't completely on and he would even move his arms. But either way, it's 3-1.
I mean, red light is, almost a subjective term. You never really want to have a full-on red light. If you get a good pitch, you might want to swing on it, even 3-0.
It was a good pitch. He laid off. Not as good of a pitch. He fouls it back.
Yeah, Turnbull, good job working himself back into the count and has a chance to end the inning on another strikeout.
Here's the payoff. Line the opposite way, but foul. 7th pitch of the AB coming up here to Kiermaier. It's Amino on second.
No,
Pitch.
ball 4.
Misses low, ball 4.
Yep, just lost him on that one. Not too many walks so far on the ball game. I believe that's his first walk of the afternoon, but he'll try again and see if he can get Willie Adames to strike out for the 3rd time already in the ball game.
First walk of the game for Spencer Turnbull. Willie Adames comes in with a chance to make his mark. Set down on strikes twice today, once swinging, once looking. The first pitch
At the ball.
is just inside.
Count 1-0.
Third ball taken for a strike. Turnbull's seen the pitch count come up. Not his best inning, but Gardenhire's letting him run it out.
Ball that's outside.
Yeah, that's what you'd like to see a lot of managers do, is try and get your guys to finish the inning, and if you do have to come out of the bullpen, make them get that clean inning, bases empty to start off the inning. Makes it a more comfortable situation to get through.
The 2-1 is hit hard to the left side, but out of play. You think if Adames doesn't get set down that they may go to the pen?
They would consider, I think you might want to bring out the pitching coach before you make that decision. See whether Turnbull believes he can do it. But at the same time, you've only got that 1-run lead, so you don't necessarily need to rely on that starting pitcher to get the
He's already thrown 85 pitches in 4 2/3. He goes way up above the zone to try to chase that one. Nowhere close, and Turnbull gets his 8th strikeout.
Yep, great job from Turnbull. I'm going to have to leave the broadcast booth just for a little bit. I should be back after the next half inning or so. So, Brandon, take it away.
All right, thanks, Special. Don't appreciate you abandoning me, but that's okay. We'll have our
Leading
fun.
up.
He'll be back shortly.
The right fielder.
We head into the bottom of the 5th. Tigers ahead 1-0.
Ball that's low.
And Maven takes the first pitch a little bit low. Lefty into righty. Up in the pen for Tampa Bay, Jalen Beeks and Trevor Richards. And so far, Blake Snell
2-0.
has held the Tigers to just the 1 run through his first 4 innings of work. That coming on an RBI single from Jamer Candelario back in the 4th.
Ah.
2-0 is a strike to Cameron Maven. He's 1 for 2. Buehler over towards 3rd, snagged behind the bag, and just in time to get the out at first.
Now back, the center fielder.
1, 2, 3.
Right hand.
Starting off this bottom half of the 5th for Detroit. Victor Reyes, the 2-hitter. Strolling in now.
Nope. Ball
Best
1.
batting average on the team.
Ball 1, no strike.
0 for 1 thus far.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
Snell going heavy on the fastball here. Bunt put down towards 3rd. Bare hand grab, throw in time.
Now batting, catcher, Austin.
Big charging effort there to get the oh so important out from Yandy Diaz. 2 batters, 2 5-3 putouts, and here's Austin Roma. First pitch to him is taken outside. It's been a fascinating fall to watch for Blake Snell this year. Again, his ERA north of 5 through the first 10 starts.
Inside.
Trying to pick the pieces together. Not a horrible outing thus far. He's only allowed 3 hits.
That's out.
But the one run making all the difference as he's got no support behind him. Romine hasn't reached base yet, but he just might here. But it just clips the corner. Back to 3-1.
Down to 3-2.
Snell fills the counts. Let's see where he goes. Big swing and a miss, strike 3. Another clutch strikeout for Blake Snell. That ends the 5th. They get 4 strikeouts for the left-handed hurler. Sets down Detroit 1-2-3. Still 1-0 Tigers heading into the 6th.
Leading off to the leg, the right
Meadows
fielder,
0 for 2 thus
off
far.
the Meadows.
Going in for his 3rd battle against Turnbull as we start the 6th. 2 options still up in the bullpen for Detroit. 1 righty, 1 lefty. Thus far, a looking strikeout and a ground out to first. That one's flipping the corner for strike 2. Gregory Soto and Buck Farmer. You know, I can't see the name Farr in any MLB name without thinking of Kyle Farmer. I really don't know why. If I'm not mistaken, he is a former Tiger, but it's a completely unrelated point. But anywho, it's a 1-2 count on Austin Meadows. Here's the pitch. That one's grounded fair for a base hit. Just out of the reach of scope. The Rays got some momentum starting off the 6th.
Hunter Renfroe.
Yep, like you said, as I joined back in the booth, Kyle Farnsworth was a former Tiger. Always like to point him out when you hear him. But a good job there, grounding that ball into right field, not doing too much, just getting on base routine.
He's also a former Yankee. I know that because I had an old glove. Like, it wasn't a real baseball glove, but one of those, like, you know, kid fake gloves with like weird plasticky leather. And I brought it to the ballpark with me one day, and Kyle Farnsworth signed it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And I remember it even though I still
now
have
pitching
it.
for the Tigers.
But either way, they did not go with Buck Farmer out of the pen. Instead, they go with Xiao Chi Chang. Coming rookie. He's done pretty well this season thus far.
Yeah, Chang, one of those starting pitching prospects in the Tigers system that you don't really hear about too often, but he's getting his chance because he's the most ready just right now. And he's proven his worth out of that long release spot in the bullpen.
5 1/3 before Spencer Turnbull's day ends. No one runs thus far. And 5 hits, but that runner on first would be charged to Turnbull if he comes around to score. Renfroe
good news for
starts out with
Turnbull.
a
He
1-1
can't.
count. He's 0-2.
Yeah, good news for Turnbull. He cannot be credited with a loss. The worst he can do is the no decision if that runner does come around to score from first base. But a solid performance from him. He's going to hope his teammates can help him finish this ball game off.
The hallmark of the day for Turnbull has to be the fact that he did not have the cleanest outing. Not by any stretch of the imagination, but every time Tampa Bay put him on his heels, he delivered and smacked right back.
Yeah, just doubling down, you know, making sure he can blow that fastball by the batters and get those strikeouts when he needed them.
And you look at that 5th inning in particular, started off with 2 outs, then Mike Zunino hit a double, then Kiermaier drew the walk, and then with runners on first and second, he set down Willie Adames to close out the fray. Wow, he picks up his first K of the game on his own right.
The first baseman.
Chang with a breaking ball that dies out of the zone.
Yeah, good job just keeping it at the bottom of that zone. Maybe getting a little bit of help from the umpire, but close enough where you got to be swinging with 2 strikes.
Yeah, that one looked a little close. That could have gone either way.
The Tigers definitely.
For Cheng and G-Man Choi settled.
Yeah, Tigers definitely can use all the help they can get. Having a poor start to the season, but trying to pick it up. Like we said, taking the first 2 out of 3 from these Rays and maybe trying to make it a series win if they can close this one out today.
Troy trying to get a big fly to get his Rays back in it, but he keeps whiffing. Behind 0-2. He's 1 for 2 on the game. And a single back in the 4th.
Yeah, can't be too aggressive. Can't be too aggressive. You can't just try and get those 2 runs back on 1 swing, but if he can.
Maybe he did. It's down the line, but it's just foul.
Almost making me eat my words, but you don't want to go up swinging for the fences if you can, you know, get your guy over. If you do end up getting that home run, I'm sure you'll take it.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
Now I'm officially going to root for Choi to hit a home run just so you can eat your words, Sketchup. I don't know what he was doing there. That was awful. That's objectively awful, as there's out of the batter.
Awful swing. I'm going to take it, you know, being a Tigers fan. Chang just throwing that breaking ball inside. Choi definitely committed to his swing way too early. Like I said, trying to swing for the fences when you know you're already down in the count, and that's not the best strategy in that count, you know, at this time of the ball game.
The strong pitch, definitely not as strong a swing. Now Brendan Lau comes up with 2 away in the inning, trying to move that runner up, potentially try and tie things up for Tampa Bay. He's got a double to his name so far. Came back in the 2nd inning.
Yeah, Ray's not doing too bad on the hit department or getting on base. They're just not able to bring those guys around, not having consistent hitting efforts as he chases that one high out of the zone.
Chang's done a very good job of getting those batters to chase out of the zone, whether it's inside, high, or low thus far, even though he's only faced a few batters.
He's also done well to just find the strike zone with his pitches, not even getting swings on it like that pitch right there.
2-2. There's strike 3. Gives up the single to start the inning, then sets down 3 in a row.
Yep, all via the strikeout.
All of them swinging as well to boot.
Now pitching
we head
for
into
the
bottom
Rays.
6th. It'll be Jalen Beeks taking over on the mound for Tampa Bay. He's had a solid year so far, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, you always love to see that sub 350 ERA, which he does have at 331. The strikeout to walk ratio is also pretty decent. Like to see that, you know, maybe go up a little bit higher, but tough outing for Blake Snell, you know, pitching very well, just getting a couple of traffic on the base paths, and ultimately he's in position for the loss, only down 1-0.
A Grady performance, you can do nothing but give him that. The problem is, he got no run support. It's 1-0 Tigers, bottom 6.
Count 0-2.
And the task of the relievers, starting with Jalen Beeks, is to make sure that effort wasn't in vain. Try to keep the Tigers off the board for these final 3 innings, while the Rays try to get it together. It's an 0-2 count thus far to Jonathan Scope, who's 0 for 2.
Yeah, 0-2 count. Now you're going to try and look for those pitches away, drive it the other way. Or if you get the pitches inside, you want to drive it up the middle, but don't go swinging for the fences. Not going to help you 0-2.
From the windup, it's grounded up the middle. He's backhand there. Throw the first inside. There is the first out.
Now batting.
Yeah, good job by Scope trying to, you know, follow his hitting coach's advice, probably, but just a better job by Lau out at second base to make the play, keep him off the base path starting the inning.
Put out from Lau. There's one gone. Here's Miguel Cabrera. I think he's made some solid contact, but it hasn't produced anything just yet.
Yeah, one of the biggest disappointments so far in this ball game.
Ball that time.
A couple of fly balls to deep center field, but as we all know, center field in Comerica Park is no man's land. As we take a look at the Rays bullpen, righty and lefty, Oliver Drake, Colin Poche warming up.
couple of other options. You'll probably see
Yep, that
at
ball
least
went
one,
out.
maybe two more relievers come in for Tampa Bay to try to keep the Tigers from bringing any more across. That one's hard hit, but right towards the seats.
Yeah, that was his big swing right there on 2-0. Got that pitch he liked, just couldn't get around on it quick enough.
2-1 is sent into right. That one doesn't have quite as much carry. It's speared for the second out.
Cabrera got tied up just a little bit on that one, sending it the other way. And in his heyday, he does have the power to drive even that pitch out of the park, but not translating so far this season, and you can see it right there.
He had a couple of appointments with Kevin Kiermaier earlier. That time he met with Dr. Austin Meadows out in right field. So there's the first 2 outs of the inning down. Here's CJ Cron. Scored the only run of the game back in that 4th inning. Singled to get the first runner on, came around. The Jamer Candelario single. Behind 1-2 here against Jalen Beeks. There's a chance to make this a 1-2-3 6th inning.
Yeah, it's always nice to be patient, but you don't want to be too patient at the point where you fall behind in the count like this.
He was aggressive there. Diving stop. Throw to first in time.
Great job going against the shift, but an even better job by G-Man Choi over at first base. We're going to take another look at that one. Even as a Tigers fan, I got to stand up and applaud that effort. He keeps it a 1-run ball game through 6.
G-Man Choi with the Gold Glove finesse. Heading into the 7th. Tigers up 1-0.
Leading off for the Rays, the third baseman, number
Still
2.
2 men up in the pen
Yandy
for Detroit. Xiao Ching Chang comes in for his 2nd inning of work, set down all 3 batters he faced in the 6th. First pitch to Yandy Diaz is low for ball 1.
And he'll be trying to hand Diaz a hat trick. He's already got a couple strikeouts when he faced Turnbull his first 2 times up. And Chang's been having the strikeout pitch working early on in his ball game today, not so far in this at-bat as he falls behind quickly 2-0.
Ground out and a fly out thus far today. 7, 8, 9 due up for Tampa Bay this inning.
My apologies. I was thinking of Willie Adames, who had those 2 strikeouts earlier in the ball game.
It's actually 3. All against Turnbull. 2 of them swinging, 1 looking. But Diaz in a much better situation here. The count's 3-1 to him. Pitch. That was an off-balance swing, so he gets a piece of it.
Yeah, definitely not looking for that fastball low in on 3-1, but now 3-2, you got to be ready for just about anything.
The payoff comes, and it's fouled away.
A little too ready for that fastball as he got a little too excited, pulled it in front, and still he's alive, but doesn't get a hit.
3-2. High chopper towards third. Easy throw for Candelario. There's the first out.
Good job getting that soft contact on the ground to the left side. Candelario taking that nice big hop, and Diaz not the fastest of runners, so quick, easy strike over to first to set him down.
And that brings up Yoshitomo Sasugo, trying to avoid a hat trick of his own, having been set down on strikes twice thus far. Hard hit back up the middle, off the back, and that'll be an infield save.
Now batting.
Not the best sight for Xiao Ching Chang. That's a tough place to take it. It looked like it got him right between the shoulder blades.
Yeah, it looks like he might be able to shake it off, and he does. He's ready to get back on the mound and keep throwing.
It is a single for Sasugo.
That's a ball.
Run on first with 1 gone for Mike Zunino.
That pitch definitely could have gone either way, so Chang got the call earlier, but not on that pitch right there.
Zunino doubled his last time up.
That's bolted.
As The opportunity to keep this inning alive for Tampa Bay and maybe even tie this ball game up. Big hack at the inside pitch.
Yeah, he could tie it up or take a lead if he keeps on swinging like that and makes good contact. He's got the power to drive this one out.
2-1. Curveball just gets the bottom of the zone.
Good job from Chang. We've seen this all outing for him today. If he's getting down in the count, he's battling back, evening it up.
That one doesn't quite find the zone, so the count's full.
Right idea.
The order on deck for Tampa Bay.
Right idea, trying to keep that breaking ball outside, but he started it a little bit too far to his left, and so Zitnino not going to go after it.
He's going to go back to the curveball here. He does it. The fastball misses anyway, though. Throw it inside for ball 4. Now it's first and second.
The center fielder.
Yeah, we might see a pitching change very soon. As you know, you got to trust your young pitcher, but at the same time, you need this win. And yes, we do see a move to the bullpen. It's going to be Gregory Soto, one of the Tigers' great setup men so far in the season.
Particularly against those lefties, holding them to just a 221 average. Strikeout to walk ratio, rock solid too. 23 Ks, just 9 base on balls.
Yeah, we're going to see 2 of the next 3 guys are lefties, and if he ends up going that far, 3 of the next 5. All swinging from that left-handed batter's box, so probably the right move to bring in Soto, get that lefty-on-lefty advantage.
First pitch to Kiermaier's a strike. Below the Mendoza line with runners in scoring position.
And he's already had a couple chances to drive in that tying or lead run, but he hasn't been able to do it just yet.
Had Zunino on second when he drew a walk in the 5th. Right off the game with a double back in the 1st. The 1-1. Grounded towards third. Stopped by Candelario. He makes the throw to second. Gets the first out. No 2 gone.
Yeah, no error going to be charged on that play, even with the bobble. You can't assume the double play, as the scorers all know back at home, but Candelario definitely wishing he could have had a more clean pickup and get his pitcher out of the inning. Now he's going to have to face Willie Adames, who's had the rough start to the ballgame. 3 strikeouts in a row.
And now Sasugo's on third base. Base hit brings him in and ties this ball game up.
Yeah, behind the plate, Romine's got to be on his toes, because even a pass ball or a wild pitch could bring in that tying run.
Gets the glove down that time. It's 1-0. Adames, the hat trick thus far, trying to avoid the golden sombrero. He used to call it back in the day.
2 balls, no strike. Up to
Soto,
the AB though, hitter-friendly counts.
And Soto needs to not be afraid, even if it is that righty hitter doing great on the season, not so far in the game. So you got to attack the zone, and hopefully you can get some weak contact or even no contact.
Inside ball
that
3.
One's up and in. Soto's in danger of walking the bases loaded.
And at this point, you know, you don't want to give up a 4-pitch walk, but if it means you can get back to that lefty-on-lefty advantage, you might end up taking it.
Nope. Ball 4.
That one's up and away for ball 4, and that's the situation we find ourselves in special. Bases loaded, 2 gone, top 7. Tampa Bay down 1-0. Austin Meadows has the chance to break this game wide open.
Easily the biggest chance for either side today. You know, Tigers had the biggest chance coming up to that point. Runners at the corners, 2 outs back in the 4th inning. They were able to get that 1 run there as Paz tries to work some magic, you know, get that crowd pumping and maybe send some good vibes over to Gregory Soto.
Singled back in the 6th. And he takes a first pitch strike. Sasugo on third. Zunino got thrown out. So it's Kiermaier on second and Adames on first.
And early on, you got to be looking for pitches in the zone, as you don't want to force that run home by a walk. So Meadows probably going to be taking some swings here early on in the count.
Soto's had quite the struggle with his command so far. He's only thrown 3 strikes. Check that, 4 strikes since he's entered the ballgame. 1-1's fouled away.
That one counts as number 5, but I'm sure he would have liked that one to be a swing and a miss rather than that hard pull. Still, though, it gets him into a better spot, 1 and 2.
The pitch. Golfed up into shallow center. Reyes trots in. Just makes the catch out of his hip. There's out number 3.
Great job working out of that jam, and Tampa Bay leaving them loaded.
Soto got a few hearts pounding, but he can set them down easy. We head to the bottom of the 7th. It's still 1-0 Tigers. 7, 8, 9 coming up, starting with Kristen Stewart.
Yep, time to stretch.
First pitch to him is a strike.
The count.
That one fisted the other way. Doesn't have too much on it. Gets in there for a base hit.
Yeah, you'll take them when you can get them. Going the other way against the shift, there's less outfielders and infielders on that side of the diamond. And good job, dropping the bat head, getting contact on it, and letting the physics do the rest of it. Getting it into left field and getting a leadoff base hit.
Here's Jamer Candelario. He brought the first run of the game, and thus far the only run of the game, on his last at-bat with an RBI single. Got Nico Goodrum in the top of the order behind him.
Ball 1.
If you're Tampa Bay, if this gets 2 out of hand, you might consider getting one of those other relievers ready to go in sometime soon, on the off chance this gets out of hand.
Yeah, Beek's not doing too bad to start out, but don't want him to get in too much trouble with only this 1-run deficit.
That one's solid contact to left, but easy catch for Renfroe. There's the first out.
Yeah, solid swing, not enough power behind it, and it just stays up in the air long enough for Renfroe to come over, get underneath it, and make the even work.
So that brings in Nico Goodrum with 1 away. Kristen Stewart on first. Goodrum hitless thus far, reached on a walk back in the 3rd.
Nope.
Bit unlucky for Beeks on that first pitch. Looked like it might have clipped the zone, but umpire didn't see that way, and he's the only opinion that matters right now.
Detroit on their way to potentially eking out a very important win. That one down the line is fair. Coming into 3rd, here's Kristen Stewart. He'll hold up there. That could have been dangerous if it took an extra carom off the wall. And now it's 1st and 3rd with 1 out here special.
Yeah, great job staying down the line with that one. I think that might have even been a hit and run, as we saw some guys in motion, and that's what allowed Stewart to get around from 1st to 3rd on that single, and Tigers threatening again, as they did in the 4th when they scored the only run of the ballgame so far.
Nabin already has a hit today. He can hit it deep if he wants to.
0-1.
You got to remember your first job, though, is to get a fly ball to the outfield deep enough to bring in that run, double your lead.
And Stewart's got some wheels on him at 3rd base, so he doesn't have to hit it too far. He's quickly behind 0-2.
And at the same time, worst thing you can do is a strikeout. So even if you do have to hit it on the ground, you got to make those infielders make a play, and they might make a mistake. So don't want to strike out here.
And that could bring in a run if they can't turn 2.
Plus, Maben also has those wheels coming out of the batter's box, even as a right-handed hitter. So there's no guarantee a ground ball is going to be a double play.
We'll probably try to pull it either way, but that one's laced up the middle, in for a base hit. That brings across Stewart's. Detroit doubles the lead to 2-0.
Nice job there from Maben. He's pumped up. He's trying to fire up the dugout as this inning is far from over. Taking a nice swing right back up the middle. Hitting coach. Crying some tears of joy, as that's what he's preaching all the time. Hit it up the middle. Don't try and do anything too fancy. And the Tigers are going to try and keep the train moving with Victor Reyes.
First pitch is a fastball outside. Hitless thus far, reached on a walk back in the 1st. He can bring in some runs. He's got 17 RBI so far. 2nd best in the lineup today for Detroit.
I'm a little surprised to see Beeks still in this game after giving up that run, now going down 2-0 on Victor Reyes. Obviously, don't want to take him out in the middle of the at-bat, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is his last batter of the ballgame.
Tampa Bay does have two guys getting loose.
You got 2 balls, 1 strike.
The big issue for Beeks thus far is he's struggled to get that breaking stuff to stay within the zone. It's been missing, and that's caused a lot of easy passes for base runners. And when he does get them in the zone, he's grooving easy pitches that are well within the hitter's wheelhouse.
Well, another issue, with having that trouble controlling the breaking ball is that's one of your key put-away pitches. So he had maybe been down 0-2, and he couldn't put him away, and that's why he was able to drive that one up the middle for a base hit.
That one's upstairs for ball 4, so the bases are juiced now. You got to imagine Tampa Bay is going to go to the pen here.
It's all up to manager Kevin Cash. See if he wants to trust his guy. Bringing a new man, and that's what they're going to do. Oliver Drake coming out of the bullpen. 22 games, 1-0. 23 in the third innings, 4.24 ERA. Those strikeout numbers are really good. 28 in just those 23 in the third. Just opposed against those 10 walks. Doing a lot better against righties as is expected. And he's got a couple of righties to face with the bases loaded.
And that is quite a dangerous spot to come into the game with. And Drake has to face Austin Romine. Hasn't done anything today. A pair of strikeouts and a double play ball, but certainly put the wood on it. 22 RBI, that leads the team.
Yeah, one of the best hitters on this team. Not saying much, but still is saying something.
Romine, the former Yankee,
0-1's the count.
has done a good job with runners in scoring position this year. 317. This time he's got the bases loaded. With one gone, it's Goodrum on third, Maben on second, Reyes on first.
0-2.
Tries to swing at the low pitch, it's 0-2.
Yeah, a little too aggressive on that one as Drake's just been taking him out of the strike zone, and he's obliging so far.
Drake from the crouch stretch. Here's the 0-2. Big cut and a miss, strike 3. That's a very important out for Drake to get. Limits the damage, there's 2 gone.
Very disappointing day from Romine, his third strikeout of the game, and to make matters worse, he's also hit into a double play that ended the first inning. So not able to come up in this clutch spot. Still though, you get 3 outs in an inning, not 2. And the Tigers have one more chance to try and break this game open.
Not a day you want to write home about.
0-1.
It hasn't been the case for Jonathan Scope either, but he can leave that all in the past. Pair of groundouts and a strikeout thus far for the second baseman.
Yeah, he's been doing a good job at least getting the bat on the ball, making some solid contact, even if it is right at people.
No ball, 2
He's
strikes.
behind 0-2.
And a great
Bases
job there
loaded,
from
2 gone, bottom 7.
That's just what you want out of your guy coming out of the bullpen, getting that 3-pitch strikeout, settle everything down, and now he's already up 0-2 on the next batter.
Bases loaded, 2 down, top 7. Check that bottom 7. The 0-2 to Scope. Hard hit to right, but that's out of play.
It's just where he wants to go with that pitch, take it off the outside corner, drive it down that right field line. A little bit too far foul though.
He went for the fastball outside that pitch. And the 0-2 is fouled back on a splitter.
Yeah, not much you're going to do with that pitch, so good job from Scope, just tapping it foul, getting himself another chance.
The 0-2
The count is
is way
1-2.
too low.
Yeah, not going to get too many guys chasing on that fastball low. Even if it is a cut fastball, that movement's not going down, it's more going side to side, so I'd like to see something better from Drake.
Certainly had to try. Scope's still fighting to stay alive. Scope still hitless. The 1-2. Hard grounder, stays alive yet again.
Doing a good job to spoil these pitches, and as the at-bats tend to go on, you know, you tend to favor the hitter as he gets more and more of a look at what the pitcher's offering.
That one a little too low again. Still trying to go to the off speed. But again, cutter, the splitter, the changeup, all seem to be going lower outside for him.
Yeah, as much as you want to fool him on the breaking ball, you don't have much of a choice with the bases loaded. You're going to have to start coming in with the fastball pretty soon. I don't know if you go just yet, though.
Is up and in. Everyone's about to go. Miguel Cabrera is on deck.
Unfortunately for him, this one you're just going to have to throw it right down the middle and hope he doesn't get good contact on it.
Runners go, the payoff. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's a way to keep the runs off the board. Second K of the game, and the inning's over. Detroit held to just 1 in the bottom of the 7th. 2-0 Tigers heading to the 8th.
Yeah, disappointing for them to leave them loaded, but it was very important getting that insurance run. As they're going to try and close it out with Alex Wilson. You would assume Joe Jimenez in the 9th inning. Wilson, in his second stint with the Tigers, having an amazing season, sub-2 ERA. And one of the bright spots on this team that's lacking, you know, star power.
First pitch to start off the 8th is a fastball for a strike. 2 righties up in the pen for Detroit. They're the ones with the 2-0 lead. Tampa Bay needs to get something going, and they need to get it going quickly.
Yeah, only 6 outs remaining, but 2-0, definitely not too much for this Tampa Bay team to overcome if they can string some hits together.
It's a 3-1 count to Hunter Renfroe. Tampa Bay's missed out on a few opportunities. In fact, more than their fair share.
Yeah,
as right now, 8 runners left on base, 4 of them in scoring position.
That's ball 3. Count is 3-1.
Yeah, you never want to leave men on base, especially not in scoring position where singles all you need to bring them in. But still not out of this ball game just yet, as he takes a 3-1 outside, and leadoff walk is just what you want here.
Now batting.
First time that Hunter Renfroe has reached base today. Before that, a pair of strikeouts and a flyout.
That's what you want to see from a struggling hitter, is getting that good eye, making sure you're not chasing pitches, and even if it's not a hit, it doesn't increase that batting average. OBP, OPS going to take a nice spike from that.
Here's a good man to have up in this spot. G-Man Choi has a single already today. That first pitch is taken for a strike.
Nearly hit a home run in his last at-bat as he's having some words with the umpire about that pitch looked inside, but Xiao Ching Chang ended up coming back, getting the strikeout to finish off that at-bat.
Choi also had a stellar defensive play back in that 7th inning. That one's ripped to right. That's a base hit. That one's going to the corner. Bobbled by Maben. That'll cost some bases, but no. Renfroe doesn't go. What's he doing?
Now batting. Number 8.
Yep, that's something that really a head scratcher. You know, you got a chance to move up an extra base with Maben overrunning that ball, just taking off the bill of his glove, but I don't know whether that was Renfroe's fault or maybe the third base coach didn't see it too well, not calling him over, as we're going to see a new pinch runner coming out for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Manuel Marco takes over at second, and I mean, even if he didn't bobble the ball or overrun it over there in right field, he still has momentum carrying him out, and Renfroe isn't a slow guy. I'm questioning why he wasn't already gunning for it anyway, but
I think part of that is you don't want to run yourself out of a good inning. You've already got your first 2 on. You've got some power coming up, and, you know, at this point, it's already a good count for Brandon Lau. So, you know, if you run to third and he guns you out, now you've got 1 out man on first when you could have had, you know, nobody out runners at first and second.
Now, not the best with runners in scoring position, just below 180, but he is 1 for 3 today with a double.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Yeah, Wilson didn't have much of a choice with that fastball, just power on power, and he wins that battle for strike 1.
The 2-1. And that one's taken right down the middle. Should give more of an effort there. It's 2-2.
Yeah, two-seamer, if you want to make it a better pitch, you don't want to start it on the inside corner because it's going to start breaking towards the middle. You want to start it off the inside corner. Hopefully just breaks over the plate.
We got 3 balls.
That one's
and 2
outside.
strikes.
Count fills up. Tigers in danger of loading the bases and putting the go-ahead runner on.
Especially with no one out, you know, loading the bases with 2 out like they did last inning, that's a different scenario, but nobody out. You'll be lucky to get out of that one alive. That's what they do right here, load the bases up.
Lau takes
Up
ball
next for
4.
Tampa Bay,
He's on
the third
first,
baseman,
Choi's on second,
Yandy
Manuel Margot on third. And for the second straight half inning, the bases are loaded.
Yeah, it's got to be, here we go again, feeling for the Tigers fans. They've seen this bullpen struggle and struggle and struggle for most of their lives. You know, not just been this past year when they've been a bad team overall. Even those World Series contending teams, what held them back was their bullpen. Not able to finish out tight ball games like we see right here.
Wilson's got the bases loaded behind him. He has hitless thus far. Pair of groundouts and a fly.
And you're definitely going to see a lot of pitches down in the zone right here. You want a ground ball or a strikeout. Even a ground ball double play, it gives up a run, but you still got the lead with 2 outs.
A single could tie it up. Tying runs on second. Go ahead is on first.
And I'd like to see the catcher, you know, take a step out here, go up to the mound, calm down his pitcher because he's very struggling trying to find the strike zone.
Wilson's just pushing on through. Check swing doesn't matter.
So that was a perfect pitch, painting that outside corner with the heat.
Ball 3. Count for 3-1.
One more ball. And this game gets a lot more interesting.
Wilson's just got to bear down, throw one in the strike zone. You got to be thinking fastball here, and Diaz has to be really happy with his options. Sitting here 3-1, bases loaded.
The 3-1. Foul back.
That was the pitch to do it on. Diaz not able to get good contact on it, fouls it back, and still a good spot though, 3-2, bases loaded. You think he's got to come in here.
The payoff. Hard grounded to third. Second, 1, on to first. Double play. Run comes in to score, so it's 2-1 Tigers.
Now
That's the best possible outcome that Alex Wilson could have asked for.
Yeah, maybe second or third best. You know, you might have liked a strikeout or a pop-up a little bit better to not get that run in, but still getting 2 outs on the double play, still keeping the lead intact, and Tampa Bay still with a chance, man on third with 2 outs, but Tigers up front
your attention, please.
and in a much better
Here's
spot
hitting
as
for
we're going to see a
Tampa
pinch
Bay.
hitter coming in for Tampa Bay.
Number 40.
Because of the
Jose
double play, no RBI
Martinez.
credited to Yandy Diaz. But no Yoshitomo Sasugo. Instead, Jose Martinez, much more reliable bat at 306. Got the tying rod on third.
1-0.
Not a runner with a particularly good set of wheels, but regardless, a base hit will bring in G-Man short.
At the ball. 2 balls, no strikes.
And Martinez coming over from St. Louis in the offseason. And he's got a big chance to help his team out in this one. And as that one misses inside 3-0, I think you've just put him on, face the number 9 hitter, Mike Zunino, who's still a dangerous bat, but much less dangerous than Jose Martinez.
Zunino does have a double today, though. He's riding a bit of a hot bat.
Ball 4.
3-0 to Martinez is outside for ball 4.
Yeah, another walk there by Wilson. I wouldn't be surprised
Up
to
next for Tampa Bay.
bring in Brian Garcia or maybe even Joe Hernandez trying to get the 4-out save. But I would be very surprised to see Alex Wilson staying in this ball game much longer.
Your attention, please. Now,
Look at that. Here comes Garcia. ERA in the toilets, but
Garcia.
he's definitely hoping to make the most of his second save opportunity of the season.
Yeah, just need to get that 1 out, send it to the bottom half of the 8th inning, and we're going to see a pinch runner on first base. So Martinez getting his chance to take 4 balls, and then he's out of the ball game right as quickly as he just came in.
Joey Wendell in at first base. G-Man Choi's on third. And here is Mike Zunino. Tying run on third. Go ahead on first. He's got a double already today.
Yeah, that was a good breaking ball right where you want it. Just couldn't get Zunino to swing, and early on in the count, you know, you can afford to fall behind 1-0. Just don't want to leave too many more out of the zone and get the Rays back into a dangerous spot.
Gonna have to attack the zone at some point.
2-0.
9-2-0. He's really got to be careful.
Yeah, I'm looking for a fastball inner half, but on the strike zone.
Count 3-0.
That's nowhere near it.
Yeah, you can see that's where he was trying to go with it, but not able to keep it in the zone. Kevin Kiermaier waiting on Zach. Not the opposite of clutch really today. You know, having his chances, not able to come through, but it only takes one to be the hero.
That one just catches the corner on 3-0. It looked like it was going to be ball 4 and load the bases, but Garcia gets the call to go his way.
Yeah, home plate umpire not really looking to get the runner on base that easily. And he's still got some count to work with, 3-1.
This will have to be a strike. It gets the zone.
If not 3-2, we're going to see Wendell start to take off from first on the pitch. And extra bases, you would think Tampa Bay is taking the lead fairly easily.
Can Zunino get good one on it? Not quite yet, at least.
It was a great pitch on the slider, getting him to chase out of zone, but does get that bat on it.
Fouls it away, waits for his pitch.
That's out. Ball 4.
It's not there. Bases are loaded for the second time this inning for Tampa Bay.
Now
Yeah,
back.
Garcia trying to do the same thing 2 times in a row, not really going to work for him. And he's got to work himself, this time out of a 2-out jam, but the bases have been reloaded.
Here's the top of the order, Kevin Kiermaier. Starts off with a fastball for a strike.
Yeah,
Choi
good job.
on third, Wendell on second, Zunino on first.
Good job on that fastball, breaking back over the inside part of the plate. Get him in front of the count.
That one's fouled away. Kiermaier behind 0-2. After everything that's happened this inning, can Brian Garcia get out of it unscathed? The 0-2. Our grounder right side, snagged. Scope with the throw to first. Detroit gives up a run, but the Tigers still have the lead. 2-1 Detroit, heading into the bottom of the 8th.
Your attention, please.
Tigers pitchers really loving their drama today. We see Manuel Margot still going to stay out in the ballgame, out in left field, replacing Hunter Renfroe. We're going to see the big power bat of the years past, Miguel Cabrera stepping into the dish.
The designated hitter.
He hasn't done much today, 0 for 3. His last at-bat, a fly-out to right back in the 6th. In fact, all of his at-bats have been deep flyouts.
Inside ball 1.
He's getting mustard, but not quite enough just yet.
Yeah, 2 good swings in his first couple at-bats, driving it to deep center field, wrong part of the ballpark. And his last at-bat was a lazy fly ball, but still got out decently far, just not enough to do any damage.
The 1-0. And there's a strike.
Cabrera can be afford to be patient leading off this inning. All he wants to do is get on base, try and give his team an insurance run option.
Tigers were certainly like that late in this game. Bottom 8, a 2-1 lead, just a 1-run edge. But Cabrera takes strike 3 on a nasty splitter on the inside half.
Yeah, not much you could do with that. If we're going to take a look at the starting pitcher comparison, both guys pitching fantastically, just not efficiently. Both going 5 innings, Snell allowing the 1 run. Turnbull was scoreless. And the strikeouts for Turnbull, 8 strikeouts through his 5 innings of work, was, really the tale of the day. His masterpiece, just unfortunate he couldn't get through into that 6th inning.
First pitch to CJ Crone is a strike. And Turnbull is in line for the win, so long as the Tigers do not surrender the lead again. Snell is in line for the loss.
1-1.
Be a very tough luck loss indeed, but that's how baseball works. Sometimes you give up 1, your team doesn't score you any. And then other times you give up 8, your other team scores you 10, and you can get the win.
2-1 Tigers here in the bottom of the 8th. The 1-2 count on CJ Crone. With 1 away, and he swings and misses. There's strike 3.
Good job on that pitch from Drake, breaking outside of the zone, and Crone has to protect with 2 strikes, but not going to get that pitch. 2 down very quickly.
Oliver Drake has faced 4 batters, and all of them have gone down by way of the strikeout.
Yeah, great job getting out of it.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well.
Great job getting out of that jam in the 7th inning with the bases loaded, only 1 out, and striking out 2 in a row, and keeping his job moving along into the 8th inning, striking out his next 2 batters also in a row.
Here's Kristen Stewart. 1 for 2 thus far. A single. Came around to score back in the 7th.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
Nice pitch up and in on the hands. That breaking ball is a strike.
And Drake in line for another strikeout if he can just get a swing and a miss or a taken strike.
Detroit, last chance. Get some runs home before they try to close it out. Drake shuts the door. 5 batters faced, 5 strikeouts, 4 of them swinging for Oliver Drake. He's had himself a stellar relief performance, but can Tampa Bay make up for it in the top half of the 9th? Tigers lead 2-1.
Your attention, please.
Yeah, unfortunately for Drake, those 5 strikeouts aren't gonna. You can't trade those in for runs for your other team. They're still down 2-1 in 12 minutes. Trying to get his 14th save of the season. Only 1 blown save so far. That was back in that San Francisco series where he gave up the walk-off home run to Mike Yastrzemski in the 10th inning of that game.
Willie Adames desperately looking for his first hit of the game. We get started here in the 9th. Coming up next in ML Pot Ball action, some NL action. Battle between the NL Central and East. St. Louis Cardinals on the road in Hotlanta, taking on the Braves. Kyle DeSantis and the BR Sports 1 set to be on the call for that one. Coming up in just a few minutes at the conclusion of this game between the Tigers and the Rays. And Adames punches that one right. Nice snag by Scope, and the throws in time for the out.
Yeah, that's a lot tougher of a play than Scope made it look. Going to his right and throwing against his body over to first. All of his momentum carrying him away from the bag, but he's able to get the throw in time for 1 out.
Gets the important throw to get through there. And if I think we look back on the entire story of this game, is that both of these teams had plentiful missed opportunities, but Tampa's by far outweigh those of Detroit.
Yeah, we could easily be sitting here looking at a 9-7 ball game or a 6-5 ball game, but neither team able to take advantage of their chances. And it's only 2-1. Great job pitching to get out of those jams on both sides.
Ready for this, 11 runners left on base. And on top of that, 6 of them left in scoring position for Tampa Bay. Roller it over to second. Scope with another throw. The Rays are down to their final out.
Yeah, those are stats that's going to make any fan cry. You got to take those chances. You know, you have 11 men on base. You've got 6 of them in scoring position, and none of those guys came around to score. Tampa Bay did get another man who wasn't included in that list to come around, but they still find themselves down 2-1 as they're not playing great offense today.
Joe Jimenez starts Manuel Margot with a ball inside. Came in as a pinch runner for Renfroe back in the last inning. Placed him out in the field. So this is his first at-bat of the game. Finally finds his own.
And he'll be trying to get on base. Obviously, you know, you'd love to get that solo home run, tie the ball game up right here, but even just getting on base, big help to your ball club.
Fouled away. Rays are down to their final strike.
The home crowd's going to get up on their feet. They're hoping to see their team pull off an unlikely win.
The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Nasty changeup gets him swinging. The ball game is over. This game had a lot of action, a lot more than the scoreboard shows. A lot of runners left on base, a lot of jams escaped, but the Tigers just squeaked this one out 2-1 and take this series against the superior Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah, probably one of the most anticlimactic games we've ever seen this season for sure, but even in the past few seasons, so many runners left on base and only the 2-1 scoreline. Finishing it off is Joe Jimenez with that punch out, getting his 14th save on the season, and the Tigers are going to improve to 21 wins on the season. And they're going to try and keep that rolling into their next series.
Here now is our final line score this afternoon. First for the
They're going to try to keep it rolling as best they can. Winning pitcher Spencer Turnbull, 5 clean innings, 5 hits, 8 strikeouts, only 1 walk. Blake Snell, again, a stellar outing of his own, not selling him short whatsoever. Only 3 hits, the 4 walks not pretty, but also 4 strikeouts, only 1 earned run, but not enough to squeak it out today as Joe Jimenez comes in for the 1 inning save.
And we remind you,
finishes it off with a strikeout. And a big win for Detroit coming out of this series with a solid W. Following this one, Detroit staying at home, taking on Seattle tomorrow, and then Tampa Bay heads back to Tampa to face off against the Toronto Blue Jays. When you look at some of the batters for today, you think of who made the biggest impact. Someone that definitely cannot be ignored is Cameron Maybin. We'll get to what he did, but it all started with Jeimer Candelario. Gets this single through to right for a single, and that's the first run of the game. It took quite a bit. And then on the other side, some clutch pitching from Spencer Turnbull. Had multiple base runners in scoring position when he was on the mound, but he never let them come across.
Yeah, 8 strikeouts on the game cannot be understated. Getting into trouble, getting out of it just as easily as we see this amazing fielding play from G-Man Troy, not known for his glove, but showing it off there, robbing C.J. Cron of base hit.
I mean, we've illustrated it multiple times today. This could have been a lot worse for either side, if not for both some defensive gems, some stellar pitching. This one was a big one, getting this out with the bases loaded in the top of the 7th. And then Cameron Maybin comes in clutch. Gets this run to make the difference on a single to center. That gave some separation. The Rays, they weren't out of it yet though, and you'd see why. Yandy Diaz grounds into the double play. He doesn't get the RBI because of it, but it doesn't matter because that brings in a run to score. Made the game a lot more interesting. But was it enough? Not quite. The game gets closed out in the 9th, and then Detroit takes 3 out of 4 games of this series against Tampa Bay.
Yeah, not before the Tampa Bay Rays, though, reloaded the bases in that 8th inning, making things interesting, but a ground ball to second baseman Jonathan Scope quickly extinguishes that fire. Tigers still out on top. They couldn't get anything in the bottom of the 8th, but neither could the Rays in the top half as Joe Jimenez with 2 outs got the strikeout of Manuel Margot, finishing off the game, finishing off the series win. That's something you often hear about these Tigers winning a 4-game series, especially against a team as good as these Tampa Bay Rays, who keep calling in that American League East.
Tampa Bay Rays need to get together. If they lose this series and this game, final score 2-1 in favor of the Tigers. And now let's loop in one of the broadcasters who will be taking us through the next game's action, St. Louis at Atlanta. Kyle, what are we looking for there?
A matchup between the NL East and the NL Central. Like you said before, Atlanta finds themselves 2.5 games out of Washington for the NL East lead. Oh, the Cardinals, the Central, they're double digits back team. Chicago, they're tied for third with Milwaukee to the first game, I believe, of the three. First today for Atlanta, Felix Hernandez. For the Cardinals, having the Hudson.
So it looks like VBR Sports has also joined the chat, so I'll leave the way to you two guys. Kyle, BR, take it away.
Have a good game, guys.
Thank you.
So this will be the first matchup between these two teams since their playoff series last season.
Both were in the playoffs last year. This time St. Louis doesn't find themselves at this point. We're still at Memorial Day. We're at the end of May. And find themselves in the playoff spot while Atlanta games back second place in the League East.
Braves are probably smelling revenge heading into this game. Last time they met in Game 5 of the NLDS last season, the Cardinals won 13-1 and scored 10 of those runs in the first inning in Atlanta.
Yeah, like we mentioned, it is going to be a revenge game here. Live from Truist Park, or SunTrust Park, but some naming issues now. It's called Truist. Opened in 2017. Replaced the longtime Turner Field. Starting pitcher matchup you see here, Dakota Hudson for the Cardinals and Felix Hernandez for the Braves. Good afternoon, everybody, for the afternoon Memorial Day ball here from Atlanta. The Braves will be taking on the St. Louis Cardinals. And for Atlanta, on-time Felix Hernandez. Putting today, stay in the lineup with Tommy Edman. That's on the right. His 10th, his 11th start on the year. Into a 3.23 ERA. Off of somewhat of a resurgence after his last season battle. Nevertheless, can be seen as forgettable. 1-8 with an ERA, I believe, above 6. Tommy Edman coming in for the Cardinals.
The right fielder, number 19, Tommy Edman.
Pitch from Felix will be side that's going to be lined down the left field line. It's going to be a fair ball. Edman, he's going to come into second. He's going to slide in. He will be safe. We're going to start off first pitch of the day. Lead-off double. Tommy Edman's 8th on the year.
Here's the Cardinals. Good way to start the game. On the first pitch, get a lead-off base hit, get a runner in scoring position early, set the tone for this game.
They slice that one down the line. Carpenter, the third baseman, going to come in. A little bit of a cold spell as of late. Get a single up the middle here. Cardinals could find themselves up early. Count after that low curveball. Low pitch will be again 2-0. Building lineup for Anna in the outfield from left to right. We have Osuna, Acuna Jr., Markakis. To first on the infield, we have Juan Camargo, Dansby Swanson, the Albies, and Freddie Freeman. The Flowers behind the ditch. Felix, the mound. That's going to be a ground ball past with shortstop and third baseman. First and third now.
Batting third, the first baseman, Paul Goldschmidt.
Already not a good start for the Braves as Hernandez struggling here early with runners on the corners and Paul Goldschmidt at the plate.
That's a good place, as you mentioned. Hernandez, Goldschmidt, his 40th RBI on the year. There for the team leader in home runs. He's actually one behind up spot, Paul DeYoung. Goldschmidt looking for his 11th. No now.
Not how you wanted to start this at bat if you're Felix with a quick 2-0 count and already having 2 runners on.
It's like a lot of his pitches he's been trying to get on the lower half of the zone and been hitting low on each one. Pitch to Goldschmidt. Oh, again, this time, I don't believe he's thrown a strike yet.
He has not. So far he's thrown 5 balls and then the other 2 pitches were hit in play.
A good start, as you've said. It's Hernandez. Pitch, first strike of afternoon for him. 1 on that sinker. And is looking for his first out of the day. Hopefully a double play if he can get Goldschmidt to ground into it. Well, it's 3-1. That is going to be hot to left field. Ozuna. I wonder if he's going to make
tag out.
Min will be tagging. Now on the top of the first, it's 1-0 St. Louis.
Batting fourth, the shortstop, Paul DeYoung.
Stop Paul DeYoung coming in now. He's the team in home runs with 11. So that's going to be another grounder. It's going to go past Albies. Now first and second. And just getting smacked around to start off this game.
The catcher, number 4, Yadier Molina.
In second now for St. Louis, and we're going to have Yadier Molina, longtime Cardinal catcher, stepping in at the plate.
Molina, 282, 2 homers, 13 RBIs against righties.
I'm sorry right now, it's been be going back and forth here. Molina steps in, first pitch to him, again for a ball. Can hear 1 out. Side from Hernandez. 2-0 now for that slider.
I think if you're Tyler Flowers, you might want to go out there and chat with Felix for a second because his command's been off here early.
And might want to see if you can get him to calm down. And done too well, as if only thrown 12 pitches, but none of them really hit the mark. That's going to be a grounder. Human. Hudson back on double play. Atlanta gets out of the inning. And they'll score 1. Atlanta leaves 2 on base. It'll be the end of the top of the first. Now for the Cardinals, their starting pitcher, their 5th starter, Daniel Hudson, not having the best of years. 6.75 ERA, more walks than strikeouts by a slim margin. Hey, here. Seeing a Braves lineup for the first 3 batters. And now Acuna. He's on deck, and you're going to have Freeman, the former All-Star, in the hole.
The center fielder, Ronald Acuna Jr.
This one from Hudson will be high for a ball, 1-0. A pitch. That's going to be a little grounder. That's going to go up the middle. Played by Wong. Who's going to throw on the first? Not in time. Off single now. It's going to go down as a base hit. The center fielder, Acuna Jr.
That's where Acuna's speed helps him there, as he was able to beat out that ground ball. Some other players not have been able to beat out that ground ball like Acuna.
Albies, the second baseman. Against left-handed pitching, Hudson throws back to first. Check on Acuna, who slides back in safely.
Acuna is a base-stealing threat.
In the top 10 on bases this year. And Albies and in the NL in hits, up at 65. The throw back to Acuna, still gets back in time. And one so far this inning. To get him on that curveball in the outer half of the plate. Set for the first strike, 1-1. Grounder, it's going to go forward, it's going to go to 6, going to go to 3. That's going to be a double play. Outs now, no man on in the bottom of the first.
Batting first, the first baseman, Freddie Freeman.
That'll bring up. Yeah, Freddie Freeman. The graphic shows first on the Braves with batting average of 327, 16 homers, 47 RBIs, even with 2 outs.
He's up on the top of the Braves or the scoreboards. Runs and RBI as well. Those are high numbers. Pitch to him will be a strike. 1. In the midst of a 4-game hit streak. It's that next group inside. And 1 now. Pitch, now that will be low. 1. Gonna go back again towards that sinker.
Freeman gets on. Marcell Ozuna, the former Cardinal, is on deck.
Their pitch low. To say he went over now. Count all up at 2. Outs now. Bottom of the first inning. Off pitch. Be fouled away.
Job there by Freeman to get contact with the ball and keep this at bat going.
So now he will have to swing. That's going to be lined down the third base line. Another base hit. They're going towards second. Is he going to be the throw? It's going to be in time. Tried to lengthen that single into a double. Going out at second. We're here through 1 in Atlanta. Lewis leads 1-0. That will go down as a hit. Extending it to 2 bags. Run down.
Leading off for the Cardinals,
Ed Miller
the left fielder.
coming in for the Cardinals.
Miller.
Pitch of the inning from Hernandez. That's going to be flied down against the shift on the left field side of the plate. Ozuna's going to be running back. He will make the catch. Pitch 1 out. Perfect game thrower. It's Hernandez.
Start to the inning for Hernandez after struggling in that first inning. It's like he's starting to calm down.
The thing about Hernandez, I mentioned before, he threw most recent perfect game in MLB history in 2012. There are 2 other pitchers actually in 2012 that perfect games. Gar, do you have any idea who those 2 players were? Or if you're in the chat here, you could as well. Have any idea?
One of them was Philip Humber against the Mariners.
But then was Philip Humber. That was the one I actually didn't think you were going to get.
Number 43.
That was the second one by any chance. Hudson, the pitcher. Step in. About top of the second. Swing and miss on that sweeping curve. 1 now. One pitch, Hudson.
That's a ball.
Be low inside for a ball. One now. It's gonna be slide into the air. It's gonna be foul. All knotted up at 2. And a sinker. But away from him. The pitch from former All-Star will be... looked like a strike. Thought it was a bit up. Full count now for St. Louis.
Here, Hernandez, you do not want to walk the opposing pitcher here.
It's something you would want. Get him on the away fastball. And fouled it away. Got a Hudson a chance on that. The fastball will not matter. Strike 3, swinging over that changeup. Hernandez's first of the day. Cardinals, they go down in order. 1.5. St. Louis still leads 1-0. Park. Now for the Braves, the first 3 will be Ozuna, steps in now. See his stats, 302 average. Both home runs, nearing his 30th RBI. For Ozuna, you're going to have Margevicius, right fielder, and Tyler Flowers, the catcher.
Ball, that's out.
In Hudson, it's going to be a ball away, 1-0. On his 3rd team currently. A member of the Miami Marlins, then got traded to Cardinals. Them in last year's season. Now. Former Marlin outfielder. That's going to be a little dribbler. He's going to go up the middle. He's going to throw on to Goldschmidt. It'll be a first out. First batter. The 2nd inning. Margevicius is going to step in now in a little bit of a cold spell, as you can see there. 2 for 19 in his last 6 games. To a 105 average. Pitch inside, going to be a strike. Went 0 for 4 yesterday. Going to be another grounder. Wong getting work in, throwing onto Goldschmidt. 2 outs so far.
Got 2 outs in both of them, 4-3 ground outs.
The catcher Tyler Flowers steps in for Atlanta. First at bat of the day. The 6 hole. Side 1-0. Another slider inside half the plate. Held off, 1-1. Another pitch. Tried to get him to chase. He did. 1-2 now. 1 on that slider. He's still looking for his first strikeout of the day. Could be the opposing team's catcher that he gets to go down. Will not be. That will be 2-2 and a low slider. Missed around, but Yadier Molina blocked it. 2 pitch. Fouled off again. Low 94-mile-an-hour sinker. 2 away. Now all full. Have Johan Camargo hitting third baseman on deck for Atlanta. Off pitch inside, that's going to be grounder foul down the third base line. Ours will get another chance.
Ours is making Hudson work in this at bat.
Up almost to 25 pitches. Be 25 of this next one after fouled off, as you see there. 8 pitches so far this at bat.
This will be the 9th pitch of the at bat.
Pitch. Gonna see double-digit pitches so far this at bat. It's in pitch count, getting up near 30. Not even through 2 full yet. Be a swing and a miss, strike 3 on that slider away. Go down in order. The Braves will go down in order. We're here through 2. And it's gonna switch over to the play-by-play side of things. You hear the top of the 3rd.
Alright, so the Cardinals have Harrison Bader being off this inning, hitting 190, not a good average, below the Mendoza line, and he's going to hit that one. Deep into left field, back to the track, to the wall. Will go over the wall for a ground rule double.
Now batting, right fielder, Tommy.
You see Ozuna here on this replay. Had all he could to get that. Just went over his glove and bounced over the fence here. And on second, no outs.
Tommy Edman, who got a double in his first at-bat at the plate. It's the first pitch of the at-bat. Felix, strike 1, right down the middle.
And also scored that sac fly from Paul Goldschmidt.
Now the 0-1 pitch. Felix. Tommy Edman.
Nope, ball 1.
And 1.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Edman 1 for 5 in his last game. He's currently 1 for 1 in this game. 1-1. Hernandez to the switch hitter Edman. 1-2.
Hernandez really leveraging that sweeping curveball in the past few at bats here, using a lot of the Cardinal hitters.
Here's the 1-2 from Felix. Wind up in the pitch. Oh, that almost hit Edman. 2-2 count now.
Slider that got away from Hernandez, like for the upper corner. A bit too inside. All here up at 2.
2-2. 3-2. Full count.
Another pitch where it's been on the line of the strike zone, or from the pitcher strike zone box that we see. The ump, just to have a smaller zone, he called it another ball.
It's the 3-2 payoff pitch. And Edman will hit that one to Swanson. The runner will hold it second. One down. Swanson to Freeman on that ground ball. 6-3 ground out.
Now
Just out of the
batting,
inning.
third baseman.
That will bring up Matt Carpenter. Carpenter 1 for 1 so far. Here's the first pitch of the at-bat. From Hernandez to Carpenter.
1-0.
Side ball 1.
And at that Twitch chat here, members believes that the ump does have a tight zone. Squeezing Felix to start out this game.
Here's the 1-0 from Felix. 1-1. That one was another borderline pitch.
And called a strike.
Changeup. Now the 1-1 pitch from Hernandez to Matt Carpenter. Wind up in the pitch. Oh, in the dirt, 2-1 count.
Been patient so far at the plate, and it's been paying off so far.
It's the 2-1 from Felix. And Carpenter will hit that one. To Freddie Freeman. The second out of the inning.
Now batting,
Talk about reflexes in baseball. That's a perfect example right there. And shot from Carpenter. Freeman ran over, made the catch.
Now Goldschmidt will come up, responsible for the RBI in the first inning on that sac fly. Here's the first pitch from Hernandez to Goldschmidt. 1. Hernandez doing a nice job after Bader got the leadoff double. Here's the 0-1. Goldschmidt will hit that one over Freeman's of your right field. Bader will score. 2-0 Cardinals on a double from Paul Goldschmidt.
The batter, number 11.
Goldschmidt, 16th double on the day, responsible for both RBIs. Like another slice hit right over Freeman, who tried to make back-to-back plays. Wasn't able to do it. Just another run now, 2-0 St. Louis.
Brings up Paul DeYoung. DeYoung 1 for 1 in this game. It's the pitch from Felix to DeYoung outside, ball 1. DeYoung already ahead in the count. Now, it's the 1-0 from Hernandez to DeYoung. Hernandez 38th pitch of the game. 1.
Hernandez, as he's gotten older, age, to learn to become a more efficient pitcher because you can't throw 100 down the plate every once in a while. You can't do that anymore.
And the 1-1 inside, 2-1 now. Now the 2-1 from Felix. 3-1 now.
Despite Felix's counts he's gotten into, he has not walked a batter yet.
This might be his first walk. It's the 3-1 from Hernandez to DeYoung. Wow, 3-2, full count. See if Hernandez can get out of this inning, allowing 1 run. It's the 3-2 from Felix to DeYoung. Foul. So we'll have another 3-2 pitch.
And again, these Cardinal hitters getting the couch with Hernandez, getting that pitch count up. Like you said, he's up in the 40s now.
DeYoung will foul it off again, so we'll have another 3-2 pitch. Hernandez already at 43 pitches for the game. The 3-2 from Hernandez to DeYoung. Another foul ball. 8 pitches this at bat, soon to be 9, and it'll be Felix's 45th of the game. It's the next 3-2 from Hernandez to DeYoung. Wind up and the pitch. Strike 3, he got DeYoung swinging. That'll take us to the bottom of the 3rd. The Cardinals leave 1 on base and score 1. 2-0 Cardinals. So now, Johan Camargo will come up for the Braves to lead off this inning. It'll be Camargo, Swanson, Hernandez for the Braves. Here's the first pitch to the at-bat from Hudson to Camargo. Side ball 1.
The new trivia of the day in the chat here. Who's the only former Atlanta Brave to get his 3,000th hit in their uniform? That's the question of the day from the big guy.
Low count now. Shoot for ground. There's the 2-0 pitch. Camargo will hit that one deep into left field. And caught by Miller. First out of the inning. Now Dansby Swanson will come up. You see the NL Central standings. The Cardinals 16 games back, 23-31. Swanson will come up. Swanson went to Vanderbilt, one of the top college baseball programs. It's the first pitch from Hudson to Swanson, outside ball 1.
Ball 1, no strike.
Here's the 1-0.
2-0.
2-0. Swanson ahead in the count, 2-0. Oh, from Hudson to Swanson. Outside ball 3.
Count 3-0.
Thing about both batters on both sides of each team have been able to lengthen the counts here, as both these pitchers have been getting into low 3-0 counts. We've seen a bunch of full counts as well.
Here's the 3-0 from Hudson to Swanson. 1. Early ball 4. Here's the 3-1 from Hudson to Swanson. That'll be ball 4. Swanson gets free pass down to first base. It's Hudson's first walk of the game. Now that'll bring up Felix Hernandez in a bunt situation.
Before, you can see the Braves going for a bunt situation in here, trying to get on the board. They're down to down early here, bottom of the 3rd, nothing deficit.
Expect Carpenter and Goldschmidt to come in, yes. Bunt. That'll be popped right to Goldschmidt, not the way you want to bunt. Hernandez, being a former AL pitcher with the Mariners, is not used to having to bunt.
Yeah, they probably didn't watch that too much. The Mariners in that organization. He was making his way through in his debut in the early 2000s. We learned that now here, member of Atlanta Braves.
And now that'll bring out Ronald Acuna Jr. He's 1 for 1 in this game. It's the pitch from Hudson to Acuna, strike 1, open count. Acuna, 8 stolen bases. Season tied for 7th in the National League. It's the 0-1 from Dakota Hudson to Acuna. 2.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Hudson looking for his second strikeout on the day. Got Flowers last inning. He's swinging.
Here's the 0-2 to Acuna. I'll tip.
And now getting near 40 for his pitch count as well. Similar to Hernandez.
So now the 0-2 from Hudson to Acuna. And Acuna hits that one up middle for a base hit. That'll advance Swanson to second. Braves have runners on first and second with 2 down. They're in the bottom of the 3rd. That'll bring up Ozzie Albies.
He's grounded into a 4-6-3 double play. First inning here. And the Braves through at their first run on the day. It's that outside pitch for a strike.
A 1 count. Hudson starting off that at bat well, gained the quick strike. It's the 0-1 from Hudson to Albies. And that one's in the dirt, too.
Thing about Yadier Molina, he's such a good defensive catcher. Block pitches like that, 0-2.
The foul tip. That's why base runners don't normally steal on Molina, because he's so good at throwing runners out.
He's one of the more feared catchers in that department in the league.
Here's the 0-2 to Albies. Inside, ball 1. It'll be a 1-2 count. Albies will see Hudson's 44th pitch of the game. With runners on first and second and 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd. Here's 1-2. Ball 2, 2-2 count. Hudson, this will be his 45th pitch of the game. It's the 2-2 from Hudson to Albies. And Albies hits that one. Made under it, and that'll end the inning. So we head to the 4th. Braves leave 2 on base. It'll be Molina, Miller, and Long for the Cardinals. Welcome back to Truist Park. Here is the Cardinals lead the Braves 2-0 as we enter the top of the fourth. Colden Wong to lead off the inning. We have some, let's see. Yeah, so it'll be Molina, Miller, and Long. So Molina's up first. Yeah, there's Yachty. For one, ground out in the first. See what he'll do here. Hernandez already at 45 pitches, as we mentioned. Both pitchers struggling with pitch count. 1-0.
Yachty not known much for his offense. You saw that graphic before. In all 16 seasons, he's 2,000 hits, which isn't bad to say. But if you think of his defensive prowess, definitely not on that end. The offensive side
hits that one down the line into the left field corner, and that'll be a double for Yadier Molina to lead off the inning.
Up next for the Cardinals, the left fielder, Brad Miller.
You see Hernandez's line.
Actually, when Molina got the hit and you saw him going for 2, I thought he was going to get thrown out, but due to the cutoff man.
Now Brad Miller at the plate to face Hernandez.
1-0.
Low in the dirt, ball 1. Now the 1-0 from Hernandez to Miller.
Ball, that's just out.
And that pitch outside, ball 2.
But not exactly
2-0 count.
Not exactly the best hitter that you want in this situation. As we're running in scoring position, you hair over the Mendoza line at 0-8.
Miller tapped that last pitch foul, so it's 2-1. It's the 2-1 from Hernandez to Miller. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Hernandez able to get Miller to bite there, take the bait and swing at it. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Hernandez to Miller. That one's popped up. Cunha under it. 1 down.
Now batting, second baseman, Colton Wong.
So you see what the Braves minor league teams are doing.
Games on either level, you got a player hitting near 500. Them up here in the show in a bit in the future.
Colden Wong at the plate for the Cardinals with 1 out and Molina on second. 1-0 count. Wong lined out in the second inning. Here's the 0-1 from Hernandez to Wong. That one will be grounded to Camargo to Freeman, 2 down. And it stays at second.
Now batting, number 43.
Now the pitcher Dakota Hudson will come up. For one, he struck out in the second inning. Hernandez approaching 60 pitches in this game.
There, another member in the chat, actually, he believes that Felix won't last through 5 innings pitched today. Do you think that'll be the case here?
Possibly. I mean, I'm not sure if the Braves have started to bring up anyone in the bullpen yet, but I could see that. Looking at the pitch count and the way he's performed.
To add in
the 0-1 from Hernandez. Strike 2, swing and a miss. There's the 0-2 from Hernandez to Hudson. Strike 3, looking. That'll end the inning. Molina gets a leadoff double. The Braves hold them from there. Go to the bottom of the 4th. The Cardinals lead 2-0.
Leading up for the Braves.
So it'll be Freeman, Ozuna, and Markakis for the Braves. Freeman to lead off against Dakota Hudson. Freeman will hit that one foul, 0-1. Here's the 0-1 from Hudson to Freeman. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
Apologize, I'm not.
Strike. And the 0-2, side ball 1. It's the 1-2 pitch from Hudson to Freeman. Foul, so it'll remain 1-2.
Apologize if I'm not as much. The thing for me is picking off and on again.
I got to count 2 and 2.
Inside 2-2.
Here. Happened to on the past year for these games.
Here's the 2-2 from Hudson to Freeman. Foul, so of another 2-2. Here's the next 2-2 from Hudson to Freeman. Side ball 3, full count. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Hudson to Freeman. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That K on the board for Hudson, his second strikeout of the game.
Number 20, Marcel.
Chasing after that sinker here. Came up with nothing but air. Ozuna's going to step in for his second at bat of the day.
Grounded out in the second. Here's the pitch from Hudson to Ozuna. That one hit foul, so it'll be a quick 0-1 count. Kakis on deck. Will bat after Ozuna.
Hours in the hole.
Here's the 0-1 from Hudson to Ozuna. Strike 2 was inside, but Ozuna swung at it. The ill-advised swing. Here's the 0-2. That one will be hit on Schmidt for the second out of the inning.
You see the speed comparison right now. Dakota Hudson leading 97 miles an hour to Hernandez up at 92, which doesn't come as too much of a surprise considering Felix's current age is in his mid to late 30s. His longevity in this league, his velocity has slowly, still up in the 90s, but not where it used to be.
Now Markakis at the plate for the Braves. Here's the first pitch of the at-bat to Markakis, and he hits that one. Ow. It'll be an 0-1 count. It's the 0-1 from Hudson to Markakis. Markakis will hit that one foul once again. 0-2 count on 2 foul balls. It's the 0-2 from Hudson to Markakis. Markakis hits that one into the gap. Nobody there to pick it up. That's gonna roll around. Over there. And Markakis will get to second. The 2-out double.
Up next for Atlanta, the catcher.
Opposite field right there. Bader and Miller, left center. Guess really gonna step in there. First hit of the day will be a double. Oh, just to capitalize right here.
We're struck out in the second. Let's see what he'll do with the runner in scoring possession. Side 1-0.
And with that slider that's getting away from Hudson. That a lot so far this game.
Hudson already at 60 pitches. I would not be surprised if see a lot of these two bullpens looking at the pitch counts of these two starting pitchers. And the 1-0 to Flowers foul 1-1. Here's the 1-1. Hudson to Flowers. Side 2-1. Hudson, Flowers, the windup, the pitch. Low, 3-1 count. This will be Hudson's 64th pitch of the game. 3-1. Out 3-2 full count for Flowers. Here's the 3-2 from Hudson to Flowers. Strike 3! Flowers' second strikeout. Once again, it is the third out of the inning that he strikes out on. That's Hudson's third strikeout of the game. Braves leave one stranded. We head to the top of the fifth. Cardinals lead 2-0.
Here in the top of the fifth, Harrison Bader, the ninth hitter, leading off for the Cardinals. For one, he had a double, and he scored. Foul again during his last 4 games. A pair of doubles, up to 5 there. Except for RBIs. On to that spin curve, laying off there. And all up at 1. A breaking pitch, another layoff. They're outside. 2-1. A bit outside. Went back to that sinker. Lick's got the call. Could have been a makeup for before. All up at 2 here. The line left field. Dozuna going back. That's going to go towards the wall, and that will be gone. Harrison Bader, his 4th home run on the year. It's the bullpen out in left field. St. Louis Cardinals now up 3-0.
Find the Braves. I'm sending the pitching coach out there. So I don't think Brian Snitker's happy with Hernandez right now. Get someone ready.
Wanted out of his starter today. Is it velo just shy of 100 miles an hour? Went 7-7, I believe.
Now
Our top of the order with Tommy Edman.
Tommy Edman.
Been 1 for 2, that double, and he scored in the first off of that sac fly from Paul Goldschmidt. Be lined right to Swanson. He's going to make the catch.
The third baseman.
After that home run, he got 1 out.
Carpenter.
Now in Matt Carpenter, he's 1 for 2 on the day. Goal in the first. 2 out to Freddie Freeman. Third. It's going to be 1-0. Pitch. Low, sweeping curve. Corner's going to chase, and it's going to be all in 1 here. Back to that changeup. The breaking pitch. And they're swung right over it this time, 1-2. Off. Now up 2-2.
It was a smart take there by Carpenter after having swung at those last few pitches.
It is now getting close to 70 pitches. I'll hold off a little. That's going to be strike 3. Strikeout on the day. Third swinging. Inside sinker. Carpenter to swing right over it. Paul Goldschmidt in. The Cardinals double. RBIs to his name. That sac fly as well. And Bader, the suppliers of this Cardinal offense. Pitch now 1-1 after the way sweeping curve. Schmidt leading the Cardinals in hits, now up to 65 on the young campaign. So again, one for that sweeping curve. 1 count now to Goldschmidt. Former Diamondback. Be lined into left field. It's going to be Ozuna. He's going to run back. He's going to make the catch. And get through the top of the 5th. Before this home run from Harrison Bader. Hold it into left field. Watch it go. Watch it fly. Watch it on. Cardinals, we go to the bottom of the 5th. Here at Truist Park. Cardinals lead 3-0. Heidi Watney, the sideline reporter. Gotta say.
Hernandez is due up in the bottom of the 5th. I expect the Braves to use the pinch hitter for him.
They're talking as well. Dugout. Thanks, Heidi. Going on to now. Johan Camargo stepping in. For one, he had to fly out in the 3rd. Those bullpen, a pair of right-handers. Warming up Alex Reyes and Ryan Helsley. For Dakota Hudson. He's also up there in pitch count, up at 65.
Helps Hudson's case when it comes to whether or not take him out of the game is the Cardinals do have a 3-0 lead.
It's true, but you also got to wonder if Mike Schilt starting to question longevity of Dakota Hudson so far. The rest of this game, I mean.
I got the count.
On Johan Camargo, 2 holes. You see the bullpen here. Reyes and Helsley, 2 right-handers. Coming up. As we see them being used sooner on rather than later. Just a Camargo inside, held away, pulled it. Well, 0 for 1, 6 for 19 in his last couple of games. On a bit of a hot streak.
I got the count. 1 and 2.
Hold off on that low changeup. Sinker, I might add. 1 and 2. That again looked like a slider. 1 and 2 now. It's ball down the middle. It's going to be grounded to Carpenter. Carpenter on to Goldschmidt. Got 1 out. 5-3 if you want to put that in your scoreboard. I'm half of the order here for Atlanta. Will be Swanson coming in, walked in the 1st, stranded at 2nd. We will have the pitcher Felix Hernandez, who we could see a pinch hitter for. We don't know as of yet. Pitch to Hudson will be a strike. Yesterday went 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. No pitch. Yo, 4. One is 1 and 1. That away sinker.
Ball 2. The count is 2 and 1.
Hudson holds back 2 and 1. One that's gonna be inside in Swanson's wheelhouse. And it foul. 2 count now, 1 out, bottom of the 5th. Side now count up is full. Slider just a bit too inside. A slider strike 3. Right over it. Since 4th on the day. Good swinging. We will have, I believe, Felix Hernandez coming up. Will be the batter. 2 outs in the bottom of it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Actually, no, there will be a pinch hitter for Atlanta.
Number 11, Ender Inciarte.
The stats: 286, 1 home run. Oh, inside pitch. That will be a strike. 1 count.
Inciarte is the Braves' only lefty on the bench that they have.
Only lefty on the bench. He's going to ground out 6-3 there. We're going to get through 5th inning. Lewis still leads 0. Young, Molina, and Miller putting up on the 6th.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Braves, number 19, Shane Green.
Pitcher for the Braves,
The shortstop,
Shane Green. You saw Melanson and have Sean Newcomb in the bullpen. Beat the Young, Molina, and Miller. 3. One pitch, that's going to be fouled off. Now 0-2. You hear that? Boy, it's a bit loud. 2 pitch here into DeYoung. He fouled off again. 2 count. The pitch foul. 0-2. Line into left field. That's going to be a base hit. Going to go to the corner. Into second now. A leadoff double for DeYoung. His 8th double on the season. Down the line. It curved a bit. And on second now.
Let's see if Yadier Molina, with him coming up, in scoring position, if the Cardinals can take advantage of the Braves have 2 righties warming up.
1-0.
Right-handers in the Braves bullpen, like you mentioned. Molina 1 for 2. He doubled early on in the 4th. Tip out of the day as he faces tip out versus Shane Green. 1 now after it fouled off that slider. Molina in scoring with runners in scoring position. On the Mendoza line, not 1 step to the left, 1 step to the right. He's right on it. 1 now. Jackson and Mark Melanson. Had a interesting outcome against the Mets earlier on. For that inning where the Mets scored, I believe, 6 off the 9th. On to their victory. It's going to be lined into shallow center field. Going to be Acuna. He'll make the catch. On now.
Now batting, the left fielder.
Go back. Add Miller. And 1 for 2 on the day. Miller. Molina 200 average with runners in scoring position. Green came in for the starting Felix Hernandez, who'd be in line, I believe, for the loss. Go down here. Line down the third baseline. That will be fair. Coming home is DeYoung. Will the throw be in time? It will be offline. Cardinals now up 4-0.
Now batting,
Single.
the second baseman,
Add Miller.
Colton
Opposite field, hitting again, hugging that third base line. Fair.
And Miller, who flied out in his first 2 at-bats there, getting the hit, extend the lead to 4-0 Cardinals.
0-1's the count.
And Colton Wong. Rounded out. far in this game, 0 for 2. One pitch outside for a ball, 1-1. On 10 doubles on the year, that ends for third right now. Everyone on the Cardinals.
Oh, that's out.
Side looked like it caught the zone from my view. 1 though.
That's ball 3.
Side again.
3 balls.
They get
1
that
strike.
spot, it will not go. 3-1 here. Zone for the ump so far. More than would like. 1. Inside strike 2.
Count is full.
And I'll knot it up here. Oh. Buehler on first, 1 out of the 6th inning. Fouled away from Wong. He's looking for his first hit of the day.
Being already at 17 pitches and only 1 out in this inning.
Be lined down into right field. Come back, Margevicius. My screen is flickering out at the worst time. I apologize. Be a home run, 2-run home run for Wong. 6th on the year. Your hole now for Atlanta. 6-0. Oh, from a screen blacking out so far, it was a pretty good call, if I could say so. I apologize. I'm meaning to brag. Long lined it down. It wasn't no doubt by any means. You see Margevicius running towards the wall. He could do his watch.
Now pitching for
Second pitcher for the Braves this inning
15.
on Newcomb.
So he is one of 2 lefties in the Braves bullpen. That leaves AJ Minter is the only remaining left in the Braves bullpen.
Now batting.
Hudson coming in here. He struck out twice. No pitcher. And up there in pitch count, but again, there's nothing lead. Cardinals could let him in. Let him throw maybe 1 more inning. A 1-1 after that inside strike. 55-mile-an-hour 4-seam fastball. 1. Below, it's going to be wide out right field, going foul. Just can't catch up to it. Now 1-2. And that's going to be lined high in the air, down third baseline. That will be foul as well. Hudson, out earlier on in the 2nd and the 4th inning. Will he replicate it here? Oh, he will not. It's going to be a little pop up to Freeman. Going to make the catch here. 2 outs.
Up next for the Cardinals. The center
E3 or
fielder,
F3.
Harrison
Going to do scorekeeping.
Bader.
Whatever that is, that's what it is. Harrison Bader stepping in 2 for 2. The double earlier on. 3rd and in the 5th. That home run. Breaking pitch, Bader looking for his 2nd homer on the year. Swung right over it.
Bader quietly having a good game in that 9th spot in the batting order.
Yeah, he's himself a solid game. 2 for 2. It's going to be another line shot left field. Ozuna, he's going back. Will he make the catch again? Oh, he will not. Mention him having a good game. His 2nd home run on the game. 3 for 3 now. 2 home runs and a double. On the year, 7-0 Cardinals as this is slowly starting to descend to madness.
This is starting to look like that playoff game. Last year NLDS Game 5 in which the Cardinals won 13-1 at Truist Park.
2nd home run of the inning, 2nd of the day for Bader, the center fielder.
And whoever the Braves have on the mound cannot.
Number 19, Tommy Edman.
Now in Tommy Edman, the leadoff man, 1 for 3. Had that double and he scored in the 1st, but lined it out to Swanson. Lined out to Swanson. 3rd and the 5th.
Cardinals have almost batted around this inning.
Yes, if Edman, Carpenter, and Goldschmidt all come in, we're going to be right back where we started here with Young. And 2 now. Edman. Be a swing and a miss on a breaking ball. Was in the dirt. It's going to throw on to first for the out. That will be retired here in the 6th. Pull a run score. Now 7-0 St. Louis. Fell down to the bottom of the 6th here in Atlanta. The Albies and Freeman. 2 for 2 on the day. The bright spots here for Braves team. Gonna make it 3 for 3 as 2 singles. A signee out of Venezuela.
A lot of good baseball players that came from Venezuela. Miguel Cabrera, one of them. We saw in the game before ours.
He flied into right field. Edman's gonna go under it, make the catch for 1 out here. Sent up to 81 pitches, but he's only given up 4 hits, so St. Louis can keep him in for all they want. Where was the Cardinals hitting in their last series? It was non-existent. They're making up for it now, EB. Foul by Albies. Doubles on the year, 3rd on the team. One. Side, he's going to swing right over it, strike 2. 93 miles an hour. Lined foul. 1-2. That's going to be another foul. Under 3rd base side. Another foul. Albies, the 2nd baseman. Hitter on the team. They're the first in this lineup of 2. His first hit of the day. Inside, going to be a little grounder. Back to Hudson. Hudson to Goldschmidt for the 2nd out of the inning. 1-3.
Freddie Freeman.
On to Freeman, 1 for 2. Had that single in the 1st inning. 1 out, trying to stretch it into a double. Out in the 4th.
Surprised to see Freeman only having that 1 hit in this game.
Yeah, the former Silver Slugger. He's been quiet ever. I can't say he's been quiet. He's only had 2 at-bats. This is his 3rd, but just since he got thrown out at trying to stretch out that single, it's been downhill for both his team and himself. A 1-1 after he fouls off that hit. One here inside. That's going to be going into the gap here in between Bader and Miller, going back towards the wall, off the top of the wall. Freeman going to come in. He's going to have his first double of the day. Even his 2nd, his 18th on the season. Leading the Atlanta Braves in doubles is see their leaders. 6, both Acuna Jr. and Albies.
And Freeman is 4th in the National League in doubles.
Marcelo Zuna for 2, both been 4-3. This is the Braves trying to muster up some offense here. So far in the game. Who runs the show for it? The slider, first slider. Out the at-bat to Ozuna, 0-1. Yeah. 1-2 now. We went back to that sinker inside. one of the power hitters for Atlanta. I'm saying he actually has been kept silent. A little grounder. It's going to go past the third baseman. Runners on the corners. Just going to throw in off-man Carpenter. On the corners, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th. Fine. Carpenter tried to go for it. Luck there.
Braves start going here.
For that check swing, either way, it's going to be in the strike zone, 0-1. Gets doubled earlier on in the 4th. He was left there. Flowers strikeout. He fouled off on a hanging sinker. Cake is 6 home runs away, a 14-year veteran. 6 home runs away from career number 200. So, we gotta get in on in the future. It's gonna be a grounder up the middle. It's the Young base hit. They will get on the board. 7-1. 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. You think that Schultz gonna come out and take care of Hudson? He's getting near through pitches.
Very well might. I mean, they've had those guys warming up in the bullpen for a little bit. Yes, he will.
Coming in, that will be all for starter rotation. Dakota Hudson giving up 1 hit, giving up 1 run. Hits. 4 Ks. Walked.
Ladies and gentlemen,
From the bullpen will be Alex Reyes, 0-3 on the year with a 6.03 ERA.
Alex Reyes.
Stats on the left. 33rd game this season. Off by facing Tyler Flowers, who struck out twice so far. 1 swinging and 1 looking. That's gonna be, oh my god, that is crushed. Efficient. Oh my god, second Decker. 3-run home run by Flowers. His 10th on the year, 409 feet. Game just got interesting, folks. 7-4. St. Louis Cardinals.
Wow, on the first pitch with Reyes in the game. Flowers takes him deep. Braves are back in this one. They are not done yet.
About how he struck out 2 times earlier in the game. On all of that one, he's absolutely crushed, almost to the 3rd deck.
And now with 2 lefties, Webb and Miller, getting ready for the Cardinals in the bullpen.
The Rays before didn't necessarily have the best of stats. Just pitches from him. It's on 3 runs for Atlanta. It's going to be flied out left field. It's going to be Miller. He's going to go away to make the catch. We're going to be here through 6. 3-run home run by Pitcher Flowers. You got all of that one. A no-doubt shot. 6 for St. Louis.
Now Matt Carpenter to lead off the inning for the Cardinals. Luke Jackson, Melanson getting ready in the bullpen for the Braves. Melanson, a former closer, multiple teams. This will be Newcomb's 12th pitch. It's the pitch to Carpenter. And Carpenter will hit that one into the gap between Watson and Cargo. It'll be a leadoff single. Carpenter to start the top of the 7th.
Now batting, the first baseman.
Carpenter against the shift there. Right into, right, I believe, the baseman and shortstop. Goldschmidt coming in.
Pitch to Goldschmidt. Inside, ball 1. Last inning, the Cardinals hit a 4-run inning. Braves answered with a 4-run inning of their own. See if the Cardinals answered the Braves with more runs here. It's the 1 out. Inside, ball 2, 2-0.
St. Louis here, do you want to work on getting some more insurance runs, or do you want to still stay safe with a 3-run lead?
I think you go for insurance runs because you never know what can happen. Goldschmidt
Pounder.
And Swanson dropped that one. So Goldschmidt will get to first. Runners on first and second
The batter, number 11.
to start top of the seventh.
Go
See
down
if
to
they
the
call that an error.
He's hit before.
Now Paul DeYoung with a double and a single in this game. So that means he's a triple and a homer away from the cycle. If you're Brian Snitker, I think you start looking to that bullpen. It's the pitch from Newcomb to DeYoung, inside ball one.
Just missed out on that pitch as well. Looked like it was in the zone. The ball there.
And now the 1-0. Newcomb to DeYoung. High ball two. It's the 2-0 from Newcomb to DeYoung. DeYoung will hit that one foul, 2-1. It's the 2-1. Newcomb to DeYoung. We ain't gonna miss strike two.
That's ball a bit high. Unchased, he didn't bite.
Now the 2-2 pitch from Newcomb to DeYoung. Side ball three, full count, 3-2. This will be the payoff pitch. On deck, Yadier Molina. And here's the 3-2. Newcomb to DeYoung. DeYoung will ground that one. Swanson, Albies, Freeman. Down.
4-3 double play.
The catcher, number 4, Yadier Molina.
They just dodged a major bull up there. They had second and first. Runs out, or going out.
Now
Hudson out.
Yadier Molina coming up.
Mentioned before. Molina not exactly the best hitter with runners in scoring position. I believe now under 200 after that. His
Here's the
previous
pitch from Newcomb to Molina. Strike one.
196 on the year with runners in scoring position.
Molina flew out to center field in his last at bat in the sixth inning.
1-1.
Oh, 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Newcomb to Molina.
Ball two.
2-1. I'm surprised that Newcomb is still in this game.
Oh, Snicker's mind probably has him where you can get him through. If he gets through the seventh, then you could change in for the eighth. Snicker's thinking of it now.
Here's the 2-1 from Newcomb.
Oh, that's off the plate.
Outside 3-1. But the Cardinals do have two lefties following Molina with Brad Miller and Colin Wong, so that could punt into it.
Could be another way that points towards keeping him in through seventh inning.
Molina fouls off the 3-1, so now 3-2. Count.
Full count this game.
Newcomb the 3-2 to Molina.
Ball four.
4. 2-out walk. Cardinals now have runners on the corners with Molina at first and Matt Carpenter at third. Brad Miller coming up. Colin Wong on deck, and now and Snicker's coming out and he's going to the home plate umpire. We're gonna have a double switch. I like doing double switches. Let's see if this turns out. So Melanson coming in. Let's see if he comes in the field.
Number 36.
One comes in the field, that could mean we could have a pinch hitter coming up and
Now playing third base.
probably in the bottom of the seventh or could be the eighth.
Yeah, the pitcher spot was due up. So whoever came in will now be in the 9th spot. Let's see. So that could see who the X-Men is, but yeah, that'll move the pitcher's spot.
Got a full bench in Fowler, Tyler O'Neill, Matt Wieters, Lane Thomas, and Brian O'Keefe.
On the Braves side, they have Inciarte who pinch hit. We don't know who the double switch, but we'll see. So that one's flied out to Acuna, and that'll end the inning.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the traditional seventh inning.
Duvall.
Braves get out of that one. Yeah, so Adam Duvall coming in. So that leaves Darno, Chavarria, and Austin Riley, and now Mike Schultz gonna do a double switch. Double switch.
Your attention, please.
Now.
These changes for St. Louis.
Ryan Helsley coming in to pitch. Wow. I mean, I like double switches. But wow, these are the double switches here. Back to back of them. Of Swanson up.
Remember the last time that's happened in a game?
Now you ask, for those of you wondering, why do the double switch? Well, it maximizes that 9 spot, and you don't have to use a pitch hitter. It actually makes it longer before the pitcher spot comes back up, whereas using a pinch hitter and then doing the double switch that way. So Adam Duvall, who came in on the double switch, on deck. I'm guessing he replaced Ozuna. Swanson will hit that one foul 1-2.
Double switch, I think you could hit for the pitcher, and then you could just switch pitchers that way.
What it does is it puts whoever you put in the field in the pitcher spot. Whatever position they move to, that's where the pitcher spot goes.
See you in the future. Swanson's fucking striking out on the changeup.
So yeah, Duvall came in on that double switch, now in the 9th spot. I have plenty of experience with double switches in MLB The Show. Duvall will come up. Duvall hit that one. And right there for the second out of the inning. If you're scoring at home, that would be a fly out to 9. Now, Acuna come up. We're back at the top of the order.
Tried to provide a spark of offense. This Braves lineup.
Giovanni Gallegos and Andrew Miller. Jay Minter bring up in the bullpen for the Braves. So they got a righty and a lefty.
Pitchers in that bullpen. Pitchers in the Cardinal bullpen have experience as closers. Andrew Miller, former Manning closer for the Yankees and the Indians here in St. Louis.
There's the 1-0 to Acuna. 1. That will be ground out 4-3 to end the inning. Braves get nothing. So we head to the top of the 8th. Cardinals lead 7-4. Now Colton Wong will lead off the inning for the Cardinals. They're in the top of the 8th. Cardinals lead the Braves 7-4. Mark Melanson as the new pitcher, the Braves.
Righty and a lefty up in the Braves bullpen. You got Luke Jackson and AJ Minter.
Here's the 0-1. Melanson staying in here. Just turn Jackson lefty and a righty and ready. So Nicker's prepared to go either way. As Wong strikes out. Just out of the top of the 8th. See the starter comparison. Each went 5 innings, each allowed 3 runs, each allowed 7 hits, and each had 4 strikeouts.
Just exact duplicates.
Now Brian O'Keefe, who was the one that came in on that double switch. Catcher. Oh. Looks like that takes Molina out of the game.
hitting .341 on the year with a couple home runs to his name.
And here's the pitch pop up on the 1-0. Number 2. Out to center field for O'Keefe.
Now batting, the center fielder, Harrison.
Similar to Duvall's at bat, where one pitch, one hit, one flyout.
Now Harrison Bader up, who's homered a couple times. Interesting note on the Cardinals with O'Keefe. Carry multiple catchers on their bench. O'Keefe as well as Matt Wieters.
Wieters, I believe, recently either got called up or came back from injury. He's only had 4 at-bats and 1 hit. So that could have been one of the recent roster changes.
1 down. It's the 0-1 from Melanson to Bader, who's 3 for 3. 1-1. See if Bader can hit another home run. Did in the 5th and 6th innings. Here's the 1-1. 2-1. 2-1 count for Bader. 2 outs. Top of the 8th. Cardinals lead the Braves 7-4. 1.
Off man Tommy Edman will be on deck. Matt Carpenter is in the hole.
So now the 3-1 coming. Melanson to Bader. This will be Melanson's 13th pitch of the game. Bader pops that one up. Flowers under it. And that will retire the side. We head to the bottom of the 8th. The Louis Cardinals lead the Atlanta Braves 7-4.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching.
Now Tyler Webb will come in for the Cardinals.
Tyler Webb.
So they bring in a lefty. They have Andrew Miller and Genesis Cabrera as the other 2 lefties. Their bullpen, Ozzy Albies will now hit from the right side as he is a switch hitter.
Cardinals
first pitch of the at-bat. Albies will hit that one foul 0-1.
Cardinals could be saving Miller for the 9th inning if they have a opportunity where they're still up and if Atlanta is scoreless.
1-1. Right now, they would have a save opportunity in the bottom of the 9th, so that's where we could see Miller come in.
This could very well be.
Webb to Albies. Albies grounded to Wong, who mishandles it. Albies gets on. Then Wong almost had that one, but he couldn't handle it. So Albies will get to first base.
That will go down as an error. Surprises me because I believe Swanson and some of the other infielders have done the same thing this game. Gone down as a hit in the score sheet.
Now Freddie Freeman up. Face Tyler Webb. Lefty on lefty matchup. Freeman 0-1. See what Freeman can do here. Albies at first, tying run on deck that would currently be the pitcher's spot, I believe, depending on the way they did the double switch.
Next up, I believe, is Ozuna.
2. Well, Duvall came in, so he probably replaced Ozuna, so that would turn that into the pitcher's spot. Here's the 0-2. Webb to Freeman. Freeman hits that one deep left field. Caught by Miller. That one got to the warning track, not far enough as it needed to for it to be a home run. So Luis remains at first, 1 out. So Marcell Ozuna still in the game. Come up. So that's probably Markakis then. Next spot.
From Freeman didn't look like it was going to go a bit farther just before the morning track.
Yeah. 1-0 for Ozuna. So a quick 1-0 count. The runner on first. See if Ozuna can get Albies in the scoring position. Here's the 1-0 from Webb to Ozuna. 1-1.
A little shot before the third base coach of And Ron Washington, former manager of the Texas Rangers, I believe he led them World Series appearance in 2011.
Yeah. To-back World Series, 2010 against the Giants, 2011 against the Cardinals. 2011 Game 6, the David Freese game. The Rangers twice were one strike away from winning it all. Ball one, Young to Goldschmidt. 4-6-3 double play to end the inning.
Big at bat. Result for the Cardinals.
So that will take us to the 9th. Edmund, Carpenter, and Goldschmidt for the Cardinals. Only have a 3-1 run lead as the Braves had the 4-run 6th inning. Lanson's still on the mound. Likely to see Andrew Miller or Giovanni Gallegos for the Cardinals, especially if it is a save opportunity. Here's the pitch from Lanson to Edmund. Strike 1, 0-1.
0-1.
I believe might see Gallegos in. He's been the main closer role. Miller's been used more as a setup man. Don't be surprised if we see Gallegos, who came over to St. Louis in that Luke Voigt trade, going up to pitch in the bottom of the 9th.
And the 0-2 fouled off. Still 0-2. It's 0-2 from Lanson to Edmund. Swing and a miss, strike 3. A quick 1 up, 1 down. Way the Braves need this 9th inning to go. They cannot afford to allow more runs to this Cardinals team.
For another inside corner pitch there. Result, which was Edmund swinging right over it. Carpenter in.
And Carpenter swinging a miss on a low pitch 0-1. Braves and Lanson doing exactly what they need to right now.
I believe that was in the same spot as that Edmund strikeout a few pitches ago.
0-1. 1-1. Here's the 1-1. 2.
1 ball, 2 strikes, count.
And now the 1-2 from Lanson to Carpenter. Boy, gonna miss strike 3. 2 quick strikeouts from Lanson.
That's his third
Looks like,
strikeout.
Now batting. The first
looks like this is gonna be a save opportunity for the Cardinals in the bottom of the 9th. Braves, as Goldschmidt comes up. Braves are gonna have Markakis, Flowers, and Margot. Depending on whether or not Markakis or Camargo came out on that double switch. Schmidt out at the plate in a quick 0-1. Melanson feeling here in this 9th inning. We grounded Albies, Freeman 4-3 in the inning. Go to the bottom of the 9th. Braves trail 7-4. Cardinals have a chance for a save. Markakis, Flowers in the pitcher's spot. Camargo came out on that double switch.
Your attention,
Duvall
please.
is at 3rd.
Now pitching for the Cardinals. Number 65, Giovanni Gallegos.
Giovanni Gallegos is coming in, as you mentioned, Kyle. The save opportunity. 12 saves and 12 opportunities has not blown a save this season. Expect a pinch hitter that 7th spot in the order, 3rd batter of the inning.
Got all righties for the opportunities. A pinch hitter comes into play so far this inning. The catcher, Darno. Duvall actually pretty used. The Travis Darno, the catcher. Stop the Danny Hechavarria. Baseman Austin Riley.
So those are their pinch hitting options.
Remaining
1-1 count. Gallegos to Markakis. Crowd on their feet. Bottom of the 9th, 1-1, no outs, 7-4 Cardinal. It's the 1-1 to Markakis, swinging a miss, strike 2.
And ready, doing the tomahawk chop before. Chance to come back here.
It's the 1-2 from Gallegos to Markakis. Low 2-2 count. It's the 2-2. Gallegos to Markakis. Markakis grounds that one to Gallegos. It's going to be close at first, but they'll get him. One down.
Now batting, catcher, Tyler.
1-3 for those scoring at home. Now Tyler Flowers up. Home run. Earlier on. Now, bottom of the ninth, Braves trailing by 3. It's the pitch from Gallegos to Flowers. 1 count. Back to pinch hitter in the next spot, with that being the pitcher spot after the double switch. Here's the 0-1 to Flowers. I'm gonna miss strike 2.
Wouldn't be surprised if Gallegos pitches low now. I guess the little round out here, which is on the ground.
The 0-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. Braves are down to their last out. It's the 3rd time Flowers has struck out in this game. Let's see. Looks like it's a Danny Hechavarria. That's the Danny Hechavarria. Man, the last chance for the Braves, unless he can extend this game.
Choice by Atlanta. Currently one of the best hitters on the bench here. Average over 300. Can get a single.
1-0 count. No pitch. To Hechavarria and Gallegos. 1. Out on their feet, trying to see if the Braves can make a comeback. Here's the 1-1. Gallegos to Hechavarria, the pinch hitter. Side 2-1. Watson is on deck if Hechavarria can extend this ball game. This will be Gallegos' 12th pitch. 2 outs, bottom of the ninth. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2, and the Braves are down to their last strike. 2-2 pitch. Gallegos. Oh, 3-2, full count. Hudson on deck. This one could get interesting if Gallegos walks Hechavarria. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the Cardinals win 7-4. Cardinals.
St. Louis obviously got out that early offensive lead, even though it was 1-0. So the Lakers didn't go down quietly. They came up with a little fight of their own. Louis ultimately came out on top. Home runs by Anderson Peter. Their doubles, a sac fly. The Cardinals' 24th win. Now they find themselves 4 games under 500. Game.
At first it looked like it was going to be a Cardinal blowout, but then the Braves made things interesting in the bottom of the 6th. It's in the win, Hernandez the loss, Gallegos the save, his 13th of the season. DC player of the game, Harrison Bader, well deserved. For 4, 2 homers and a double.
A shock there, like you mentioned. Next we're going to have American League. We're going to have an AL matchup here. It'll be Oakland going down to Houston. It's the Astros. It'll be an interesting matchup in real life, but in this simulation, Oakland finds themselves leading the AL West, and the Astros are now 4 games under 500.
That's right.
It'll be interesting again.
After that game, the Mariners and the Yankees in the Bronx Then the Dodgers at Rockies, and the nightcap at 10:45, the White Sox and Orioles. We look at these highlights. Schmidt with the sac fly in the first.
And scoring. Nothing.
And Goldschmidt doubled the right in the third with an RBI.
To the wall, Margevicius can chase. Did another run, and then obviously the first of two.
And Bader. She hit that ball deep into left field, nearly onto the second deck and into the bullpen. Make it 3-0 Cardinals.
And we got Miller. Line down the third base line, called fair. Bounce around that resulted in another runner scoring for St. Louis.
And Colin Wong homering in the top of the sixth. This one in the direction of the Chop House. I'm sure the Chop House is not happy to see that ball coming their way off of the bat of a Cardinal. And Bader in the top of the sixth.
Similar spots, similar distance, same result. It's another run for St. Louis. Into that bullpen once again.
And Nick Markakis getting that single, an RBI, as the Braves started to make a comeback.
Hudson's lone run. Then how could we forget and not talk about this home run by Tyler Flowers, his highlight of the day, only hit of the day for Atlanta as it made things interesting. 409 feet, 3 RBIs left field, and Gallegos
getting the save. Flowers swung and missed that changeout to end the game. This is the first game of a 3-game series. The Cardinals take the early 1-0 lead in the series. See Hechavarria, Chitter, that one ended the game. It's in the win, Hernandez the loss, Gallegos the save.
Got both podcasters for the next game. We got Big Fund and Jake W. Dean. What do you guys want to introduce us to the next matchup?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, here on Memorial Day on Major League Ball. We're going to be leaving the National League, heading over to the AL West. The midpoint of our fresh 7-game slate is going to be the Oakland A's visiting the Houston Astros. A's are going to be sending A.J. Puck to the mound. Astros have Rogelio Armenteros on the bump. Like y'all had a pretty interesting one here with that loud, very busy 6th inning. Pretty quiet after that. Atlanta make it curious. I didn't get a chance to watch much myself.
Atlanta did make it curious. They were down 7-0 into the bottom of the 6th, but single up the middle from Markakis, and then a long 3-run home run from the catcher Tyler Flowers. It's 7-4, but after that, offense couldn't produce that same output to that same score.
All right, well, it looks like we're going to get ourselves ready. We're running a little bit behind schedule, but we can get right into this one. And I don't know if we've got our beloved janitor, Garrett, on hand, but I do believe, if I'm remembering correctly, that the game does include the Stars and Stripes hats. Seems like it might be sensible to put both of these teams in their Stars and Stripes hats and their regular old uniforms if they so exist, which they should. Regular roadies. What is this with the home on the road? If you just go uniform road and then cap should have New Era Stars and Stripes. Should, he said.
Hopefully.
You might have to cycle all the way through that. Let's see. Nope. Oh, there it is. There it is. We'll do the same for Astros. Home uni, New Era Stars and Stripes.
Nationals had a Stars and Stripes alternate uniform that they rock today.
Oh, sure. What's happening here? What do we do?
I don't know, but I say we play in the yellow jerseys. Like, screw it.
Can't tell what's happening with the road. Oh, they don't have a special jersey. It's just the hat. Only the hat. They didn't bother making special jerseys. Just hats.
We're just gonna keep going through them.
Yeah. and then Astros. Yeah, just the same cap. Bingo. Leave the rest alone.
He says no.
I take this as a personal slight. All right. So, Game 4 of the Memorial Day Bot-Ball slate, the Big Fund. Eric Carmen joined by Jake W. Dean, bringing you some AL West action from Minute Maid Park. It's the Houston Astros hosting the first place Oakland Athletics. Jake, what are you looking for in this afternoon's game?
Well, you got A.J. Puck, a young pitcher on the mound.
Change the theme style. Yeah, all right.
Ooh, there we go. All right. A.J. Puck on the mound, a young pitcher who's been pretty effective for the Athletics this season. That 3.88 ERA is really what you like to see out of just a 25-year-old. But on the other side, pitching for the Astros is Rogelio Armenteros, who is somehow 2-2, but that 8.32 ERA tells a much different story. And the Astros have been struggling so far this season with interim manager Dusty Baker Jr. So I'm looking for these Oakland Athletics to ride that pitching from Puck to another victory here in this AL West matchup from Minute Maid Park.
Oakland A's coming into this one at 31 and 23, 3.5 games ahead of the Texas Rangers in second place. The struggling Houston Astros entering at 24 and 29, fourth in the division. And I forgot to write down how many games back Oakland they are. I think it's 9.5. I forget how numbers work for a moment, but I think that's it. So we take a look at Armenteros making his 11th start. Like you said, Jake, Astros starters, 4 out of 5 of them have just struggled mightily. Even guys like
even Zach Greinke's pitching bad.
Yeah. So first 3 batters for Oakland will be Semien, Chris Davis, and Matt Chapman. First pitch to Marcus Semien is a fastball low, ball 1. Rest of the A's lineup: left fielder Mark Canha in the cleanup spot, Matt Olson, the first baseman, bats 5th. Center fielder Ramon Laureano hits 6th. Right fielder Robert Grossman 7th. Catcher Austin Allen 8th. And rounding out the bottom, second baseman Franklin Barreto hits 9th. The 1-0 to Semien, outside 2-0. Defense for the Astros on the infield from third base going around. At third base is Alex Bregman, shortstop Carlos Correa, second baseman Jose Altuve, and first baseman Yuli Gurriel. 2-0 pitch. Swung on and lifted to deep left field, and the Astros' struggles on the mound continue immediately. Marcus Semien onto the train tracks with a leadoff home run, his 15th of the year, and the A's jump out to a quick 1-0 lead.
Well, you see why Rogelio Armenteros has that 8.33 ERA, basically first pitch. And, this Oakland Athletics lineup doesn't have great contact numbers, but they get enough offense to help out their pitching, and you see exactly why right there. Semien just takes that for a ride. That might have gotten out of the ballpark almost.
Yeah, it looked like it hit couldn't tell if it got the top of the train tracks or just up near those ad boards, but either way, a no-doubt home run for Semien brings up Chris Davis, who has struggled mightily on the road, but has to be encouraged by the leadoff man Semien taking Armenteros deep to get things started on only the third pitch of the game. First pitch to the A's DH, swung on and missed. The Astros outfield, left to right, is Michael Brantley, George Springer, and the young Miles Straw. Doing the catching is Garrett Stubbs.
Yeah, and if you're Armenteros, you got to think, well, I gave a home run up to Semien, but now I somehow have a better power bat at the plate. Not the situation you want to start yourself out in, as that changeup misses outside.
Davis hitting .293 coming into this 1-1. Is swung on and missed. Armenteros ahead 1-2. Fastball running up at 93, near the top of his velocity range. A's and Astros both outfitted in their Stars and Stripes hats. Works a little bit better for the Astros than the A's. 1-2. Swung on and missed. So Armenteros bounces back from a leadoff homer to strike out Chris Davis for the first out. Astros in the navy blue caps with the red brim. The A's, unfortunately, don't really have a color that works with the stars and the stripes, so they've got a red cap, which very much clashes with their green and yellow style. First pitch to Matt Chapman, fouled off 0-1.
Colors clash so much, I'm starting to think they're the Miami Marlins.
And the Marlins just big missed opportunity on their second rebrand.
I mean, honestly, I like those black jerseys. That ballpark is just terrifying.
That one misses from Armenteros, 1-1 on the slider. 1-1 pitch. Up and in, 2-1. Now, I personally hate those black uniforms because once you step 2 feet away from them, you can't read anything. Seems important. 2-1. Rounded into the shift. Altuve on the other side of the bag makes the throw across, beating Chapman by a step for the second out.
All right, well, Armenteros struggles with the first batter, but able to get 2 outs following that one. But we'll turn it over to Mark Canha, the home run leader for this team here. He's got 16 on the season. So we'll see maybe if he can send another one out there, or if Armenteros can get some control over this game.
That slider skips in 1-0. You want to talk about guys with power numbers? Look at the number 2 and 4 spots in the Houston lineup. Alex Bregman and Yordan Alvarez. We'll get to them in a little bit. Swing and a miss from Canha on that changeup, 1-1. Yordan Alvarez has just been completely terrifying through a couple of months of hot ball. 1-1 pitch. Swung on, fouled off. So Armenteros 1 strike away from bouncing back after the leadoff homer to get the next 3 out.
I swear, every time Alvarez gets a hit, though, I hear a trash can banging in the background. So,
fastball misses low, 2-2. Top of the first here in Houston. Oakland out to the 1-0 lead thanks to the Marcus Semien home run. 2-2, inside, full count.
That wasn't even close. A waste pitch right there in a position that you don't really want to be wasting pitches. I understand trying to throw outside the zone, but it's got to be a bit more competitive than that.
Full count pitch from Armenteros, swung on and missed. Got a fastball that Canha swung over the top of. So Marcus Semien leads the game off with a home run, but Armenteros strikes out, bounces back to strike out 2 of the next 3. Heading to the bottom of the first, it's Oakland 1, Houston 0. You're watching Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. As we take a look at A.J. Puck, making his 11th start, lost his last time out. His first loss of the year, has 4 wins to go along with him, a 3.88 ERA. Keep a little higher than he'd like at $1.38. And the strikeout number is a little lower than he'd like. Just 44 strikeouts to 24 walks in 46 1/3 innings pitched.
And Michael Brantley will lead it off for these Astros, hitting right around 250 so far this season. But he'll hit that one hard out to left field, but not a problem. So 1 pitch, 1 out for A.J. Puck.
Rest of the Astros lineup coming up now, hitting second, third baseman Alex Bregman. After him, it'll be Jose Altuve. Batting cleanup, Yordan Alvarez, then Yuli Gurriel, George Springer, Carlos Correa, Miles Straw, and Garrett Stubbs. Defense for the A's, left to right in the infield at third base, Matt Chapman. Shortstop, Marcus Semien. Second baseman, Franklin Barreto. First baseman, Matt Olson. Austin Allen doing the catching. First pitch to Bregman is low, 1-0. Left to right in the outfield, it's Mark Canha, Ramon Laureano, and Robbie Grossman.
And you'll see Alex Bregman just having an insane May after what was a pretty pedestrian April. So up to 345 in the hitting department now. But he's going to take that one on the outside of the zone for a strike, so the count's even 1-1.
Bregman 4th in the American League in batting average at 345. Swings and misses at the 1-1. It is 1-2. He is also 2nd in the American League in on-base percentage at 427. Now the 1-2 on the way from Puck. Rounded to third, picked up by Chapman, throws across. 2 quick outs for A.J. Puck. And that will bring up Jose Altuve. Altuve, former MVP, has struggled with the counting numbers. He's hitting well, coming into this one hitting 330 with an OPS just under 900, but only 5 home runs and 23 RBI for the Astros second baseman.
Yeah, and he's not really used to that position. He's used to being in that team leader kind of role. So we'll see if that proves to be true for the rest of this season, or if it's just a little bit of early season jitters for Altuve.
First pitch from Puck, a fastball, sails high, 1-0. Compared to Armenteros, Puck can bring the heat. He can run that fastball up to about 99 if he really rears back for it. 1-0 pitch. Outside, 2-0. Fastball in a little bit slower that time, 96 after the first pitch came in at 98. 2-0 now to Altuve.
That's a ball.
Upstairs, 3-0. So Puck trying with the fastball, but cannot seem to find the zone against Altuve. And now the 3-0 pitch. Swung on, fouled off on a fastball low and in, 3-1.
Doesn't surprise me that Altuve swinging there on the 3-0 count. He hasn't gotten a ton of walks this season. Been probably a 2-to-1 ratio on strikeouts to walks, but he will take one there finally on that four-seam fastball. So Puck having a little bit of issues of command with that four-seamer. And now he will face the ever so potent Yordan Alvarez. He's already got a career high in RBIs at 64 this season, and that's like more than an RBI a game. That's insane.
It is more than an RBI a game. Lefty-lefty matchup. Puck facing the Astros DH. First pitch low. Altuve running. Throw down by Allen. Not in time. Jose Altuve steals second on the first pitch to Yordan Alvarez and gets himself into scoring position on the season for Altuve. That is his 5th steal in 7 tries. Now the 1-0 on the way to Alvarez. Just catches the outside edge. 1-1. Alvarez coming into this one tied for the American League lead in 20 doubles, tied with Alex Bregman, leading all the way in hits with 76 as he swings and misses here, 1 and 2. He's also got 64 RBI, and starting the day, that was not only good enough for first place, but it was good enough for first place in the American League by 15 RBI. 1-2. Oh, 2 and 2.
Yeah, and he'd be beating National League leader Eduardo Escobar by around 15 as well. So, Yordan Alvarez is having himself quite a season. If he's not the AL MVP, I'm not sure who else would be right now.
Alvarez showing no signs of a sophomore slump. He's also second in the American League in batting at .357. Facing a 2-2 from Puck. Grounded. Fair over the first base bag, and that's going to tie the game. Playing it in the corner is Grossman, heading towards second with an RBI double. Is Yordan Alvarez tying the game at 1 and bumping up Alvarez's total to 21 doubles and 65 RBI on the year. Tough play down the line for Matt Olson. Could have thrown his body at it, tried to at least knock it down, but that ball just got by him. So quickly, between Alvarez and Altuve, the Astros backing up Rogelio Armenteros, and now here's Carlos Correa in an RBI spot, still with 2 outs.
You don't know if I agree with the umpire's call that ball was fair down the line, but when it was terribly played in right field, and there wasn't a chance they were going to even make a play on Yordan Alvarez. So Yordan Alvarez just does Yordan Alvarez things, and Puck can't even feel bad about that. Pretty much everyone that's faced Alvarez has had to meet that similar fate. But it doesn't get much easier. Carlos Correa, prolific shortstop here for the Astros.
Pitch to Correa, misses 1-1. I guess I had the wrong lineup card written down, so I'll have to fix that up real fast. Whoops.
Oh, yeah, he's not hitting 7.
No, he's not, as this one is hit into right field. Rounding third and stopping is Alvarez, so it is Correa with a 2-out single, keeping the line moving for the Astros. That's my fault, bad prep from me. So we'll just clean that up. It's Correa hitting 5th. And we'll see who's up next. It is George Springer. So it might not even be Yuli Gurriel at base. Apologies to the viewers. Springer fouls this one off. Turn my sheet over and start over fresh. Pretend like it never happened.
There you go.
Now the 0-1-2 Springer with Alvarez on third, Correa on first, and this one is lined into left field for a single. So, 4 straight hits from the Astros. Sorry, 3 straight hits from the Astros following that walk, and they are now in the lead, 2-1.
Yeah, AJ Puck had a great first inning. However, he's immediately struggled through the center of this Astros lineup, which honestly, it's fair. There's just so many weapons. And another one comes up here. Miles Straw hitting .500 over the last 4 games. Hasn't been hitting very well overall this season, but he's starting to heat up in that right field slot.
So there has been some debate among Astros fans on Houston Sports Talk Radio as the first pitch to Straw is right over the heart for a strike. Whether it should be the young Miles Straw, who's kind of more of an infielder by trade but can play the outfield, if it should be Straw getting plays out there, or if it should be the veteran Josh Reddick. So far, Baker has stuck with Straw. Despite his offensive struggles, that one misses high, 1-1.
Yeah, I'd be much more of the Josh Reddick veteran model there. I do like his defensive abilities and, his ability to occasionally get some kind of clutch hits for you. He's been in those big moments. But maybe if you're the Astros, you just kind of want to develop Straw, and this is the best way to do it.
Count now 1-2 to the Astros right fielder. Pitch. Nope. Outside, 2-2. Apologies once again to our viewers and my broadcast partner for getting the lineup card wrong. Must have grabbed an old one. These things happen in the world of ball broadcasting. 2-2 to Straw. Misses. So the count now full. Getting on the move will be Correa from second and Springer from first. Astros already 2 runs home against AJ Puck with 2 outs here, bottom of the first. The full count pitch. Swung on and lifted to right field. Moving over is Grossman, puts it away, and that will retire the side. But the Astros get 4 straight base runners with 2 outs, and they bounce back to take the lead after 1. It's A's 1, Astros 2.
That was a great bounce back inning by that Houston Astros offense, and now if you're Rogelio Armenteros, you got to feel a lot better than you did about 10 minutes ago. Give up that home run on the very first pitch of the game, but ever since then, it's felt like the Astros have been in control. We'll see if Matt Olson can change that here, batting in the 5-hole.
First baseman for the A's takes a look at that high Armenteros fastball for a strike. Olson coming into this one in the top 10 in the American Leagues in home runs with 14. Slider from Armenteros way inside. Actually a changeup, but it was so poorly placed that it looked like a slider coming out of the hand. Count 1-1. Armenteros now pitching with a lead. 1-1 just misses outside. 2-1 to Matt Olson. Following him here in the second inning for Oakland will be Ramon Laureano and Robbie Grossman. The 2-1. Swung on, fouled off. A slider that was over the heart, but Olson got a bad read on it. Just had to fight it away. Count 2-2.
Yeah, Armenteros got away with one there. You don't want that to break right into the center of the zone there. Could have just been taken for a ride. Instead, the count's now moved full here, so the payoff pitch comes to the plate.
3-2. Inside. Ball for Matt Olson. Draws himself a lead-off walk. And the A's have the first batter on here to start the second inning. It'll bring up center fielder Ramon Laureano. Laureano definitely best known for his defensive skills and his arm strength out in center field. Can be good with the bat, just hasn't this year. Under the Mendoza line, coming into play, hitting .194. The first pitch to him is outside, 1-0. Pitch. Inside, 2-0. Great call there.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad call, honestly. Feel bad for Rogelio.
Armenteros is 2-0. Swing and a miss by Laureano. Swung underneath that fastball, rocking up to 94 miles an hour. 2-1. Low, 3-1. Robbie Grossman waits on deck. Now, if I am remembering correctly, it should still be Gurriel and Stubbs playing, but I'll just have to wait and see, because once again, a bad lineup card. 3-1. Just catches the outside edge. Count full, 3-2.
It's a little more exciting with the mystery involved.
Yeah. 3-2 pitch is crushed. Laureano, who has been struggling all year, takes Armenteros deep to left field. His 6th home run on the season, and just like that, the Astros fall behind again, and the A's jump out to a 3-2 lead.
All right, Laureano, let's get it going. The Elephant is excited here today. The Oakland Athletics are relying on that big power bat in order to score runs here. The Astros were able to get a number of hits together, but 2 just absolute blasts almost out of the Parkers, both of them able to get the lead here for the Athletics. And Robbie Grossman. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. First pitch to Grossman was a fastball in for a strike. That one from Laureano, by virtue of being pulled down the line a little bit more, did hit the train tracks and bounce out of Minute Maid Park, out onto the streets of Houston. Another one. This one misses. Count now 1-1. So Armenteros came into the second inning with a lead, is behind again as his pitching struggles continue, but he gets Grossman to pop it up on the infield. Coming in and making the catch is Gurriel, so that piece of that piece is put into place. So pop out to Gurriel for the first out here in the top of the second.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Austin Allen.
It's interesting that Armenteros went to the slider there. You look at his historic stats, you know, in the few appearances he's had in the majors, and just the slider wasn't a really big part of his arsenal. It's mostly that four-seamer, that changeup, working in a curveball. And occasionally, I guess, you'd see the slider, but we've seen him go to the slider time and time again here today.
And it hasn't worked well for him yet, as that's a fastball up around the stomach of Austin Allen for a strike, 1-1. Astros with a couple of young catchers in the fray between Allen and Sean Murphy. Allen getting the bulk of the playing time, though. 1-1 pitch in there for a strike, 1-2. So a lot of firepower early on here. This Memorial Day game here in Houston. Home run in the first inning from Marcus Semien, RBI double from Yordan Alvarez, and an RBI single from George Springer in the bottom half. And then Ramon Laureano getting us to where we are with that 2-run homer. On the ground, picked up by Gurriel. He moves over, steps on the bag himself, and there are 2 outs in the top of the second.
The second baseman.
We'll bring up the second baseman, Franklin Barreto, make his first at bat.
Kind of a mirror of that first inning. They got the home run, and then all of a sudden, just quick out, quick out.
Yeah, once again, Armenteros bouncing back well after giving up a home run. First pitch to Barreto in the dirt, ball 1.
However, this inning, Armenteros has used up a lot more pitches, now approaching 37 through just an inning and 2/3.
1-0 is swung on by Barreto and fouled off to the right side, 1-1. The struggles of Rogelio Armenteros continue, allowing 2 home runs here early on. Barreto grounds it up the middle, past the reach of Correa, and it's a 2-out single for Franklin Barreto. And it'll turn the A's lineup over, and we will see Marcus Semien for a second time, as Armenteros is going to get a visit from the pitching coach.
That he probably does need here. Marcus Semien, who hit that very first home run back in the very first at-bat of this game, is going to get another chance, this time with a runner on over there at first.
First pitch to Semien, this time a fastball high, 1-0. We'll see if the wisdom and encouragement Astros pitching coach Brent Strom can get Armenteros through this inning. Swung on, grounded to second base. Altuve throws it over to first, and that is going to do it. So, for the A's in the top of the second, it's 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 runner left on base. This moonshot by Ramon Laureano gives the A's a 3-2 lead after 1.5.
Just want to take this quick break to remind everyone that Big Fund and I do this for fun. But we are raising money for a great cause, so if you like what we do here, please head to the link below our video and donate to Meals on Wheels to support people who need help in this time of crisis. But wow.
The balls are flying out of Minute Maid Park today. Yuli Gurriel on the first pitch of the inning from A.J. Puck sends it the other way down the left field line, just like Ramon Laureano did. And this is now a 3-3 game. It is all offense in the early going here from Houston.
Yeah, this game looks like it's just going to be an absolute slugfest. Both teams relying on that power to just... You know, A.J. Puck didn't even throw that bad of a pitch there. It was just driven out of there. And that is the dangerous part of this Astros lineup.
And the final piece in the Astros puzzle is made, as it is the veteran Martin Maldonado behind the plate, not Garrett Stubbs. Stubbs gets the start against right-handed pitching. Maldonado hitting .292 in against the lefties. Now the first pitch to Maldonado, fouled off, 0-1. I will say, though, I've been doing bot ball for a shade under 2 months, and I've yet to grab a bad lineup card, so I feel like I get one freebie, and this is it. 0-1. Chopped foul, 0-2. In his last 9 games, Martin Maldonado, 13 for 32. Probably a benefit of only playing primarily against left-handed pitching, as he just gets a piece of that and fouls it off, 0-2.
Yeah, there's a number of those guys that getting more prevalence. You see those kind of platoon setups at different positions, but Maldonado is not going to be able to get through that one, and his speed, or I should say lack thereof, is going to hurt him there, as he can't beat that ball, and it'll go for a 6-3 ground out there.
Now they're rolling out weekly. It'll roll the Astros lineup back to the top for Michael Brantley, who flew out to left on A.J. Puck's first pitch of the afternoon. Puck to Brantley. In there for a strike with a fastball, 0-1. A little cutting action on that one. A 1 pitch. Outside, 1-1. Happy to see our viewer count hovering right around 40. Let's get that number up here on this Memorial Day. We got 3 more great games to bring you after this. That one's in for a strike, 1-2.
Yeah, there is going to be some great bot ball all day today and all of this week, especially with that new slot we've now added at 12:15 Eastern Time. I want to give a shout out to all of our viewers and all of the commentators that have allowed us to kind of expand our operation this week.
Fastball missing inside to Brantley. Count runs to 2-2. Yeah, for a while we here at Buckball were struggling to fill some broadcast slots. 2-2 swung on and missed by Brantley. First strikeout for A.J. Puck. And there are 2 outs in the second inning. Some days we'd only have 4 games. Now, thanks to a recent influx of membership into the Botball Discord of the Botball community and broadcaster interest, we are now able to bring you 7 games a day during the week, and we're going to stick to 6 games a day on weekends for the time being. Here's Alex Bregman, second time, missing, is A.J. Puck, 1-0, a cutter near the back knee.
In fact, the next game of this series, Mike Fiers versus Zach Greinke, will be in that new 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time slot tomorrow.
This one's chopped weekly up the third base line, foul, 1-1.
Ward Burton will be your announcer for that game there, if you're trying to stay tuned with this whole series.
1-1 misses, 2-1, and actually Ward Burton making a very strong point in the chat, clearly getting himself ready, or him or herself ready, and noting that the A's are 6-0 against Houston so far this season. 2-1 is ripped, foul by Bregman, 0-2. Puck already with 1 strikeout, 2-2 pitch. Outside 3-2, wasn't even very close.
Yeah, don't like the call there. Just kind of went with the outside fastball, not a competitive pitch, and now he's got to make sure that this pitch doesn't catch too much of the zone and give Bregman a chance to drive. Payoff pitch comes in, and it's going to be low, hits the dirt. Bregman doesn't even have to think about that one on the 96-mile-an-hour four-seamer. And so Puck gets 2 outs in the inning, but does give up the walk here. So Jose Altuve with a chance to advance the base runners here for the Astros.
Altuve in the first started that little rally with a 2-out walk against Puck. Came around to score on the Alvarez double, first of 2 runs the Astros scored in the first inning. Game tied at 3 here. First pitch to Altuve, misses 1-0. Bregman leading off of second. Pitch to Altuve. In there for a high strike, 1-1. Altuve also swiping second in the first inning for his 5th steal of the season. Puck ready, looks at first, 1-1 pitch. In at the knees for a strike, 1-2 with the cutter. So a couple of young pitchers, AJ Puck, Rogelio Armenteros, struggling in the early going.
Yeah,
both have given up 3 runs. 1-2 pitch.
Both pitchers have thrown a ton of pitches. I mean, we're already almost at 50 here for Puck, and we're approaching that for Armenteros. These first 2 innings have been slow going.
That one in the dirt, 3-2. So Bregman will get a chance to get going with the pitch from Puck. It will be Puck's 50th in just the second inning, and Altuve waits for it. Pitch on the way. Fouled off, we'll do it again. Combined 3 home runs here in the first 2 innings. 3-2 again to Altuve. Is lifted into right field, sending Grossman a few steps back, but he settles under it, makes the catch, and that will end the inning. For the Astros here in the second inning, it's 1 run on hit, 1 runner left on base, and after 2, it's Astros 3, A's 3. You're watching Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. 2, 3, and 4 due up for the A's in the top half of the third. Chris Davis, Matt Chapman, Mark Canha, all of whom got outs in their first bats. Davis, the first strikeout victim of Armenteros.
Yeah, got some power bats up here for the Athletics. Armenteros needs to be careful here as he takes that one for a very generous strike. Chris Davis, as that graphic showed you, was the 2018 AL home run champion and definitely has the ability in any at-bat to drive one out of the ballpark.
The 1-1 for Armenteros. Inside, 2-1. So Armenteros once again with a little bit of a lifeline thanks to his offense, not pitching from behind. This one is chopped foul by Davis. Count 2-2. Top of the third, 3-3 here in Houston on Memorial Day. 2-2 to Davis. Lined foul. Just missing the bag is Davis. He'll get another 2-2.
Yeah, that's a bummer. If that had gone fair, Chris Davis might be on third with how weird that was kind of rolling down the line. But he's going to get all of that one, and it is going to get down for a single there. So Chris Davis able to single on that 2-2 pitch from Armenteros. And the narrative continues. It's all offense here in these first few innings from Houston.
Chris Davis reaching the bat head out and just lacing that one in the left. It'll bring up Matt Chapman. First pitch to Chapman, fastball in for a strike from Armenteros. Chapman grounded out to the shifted Jose Altuve in the first inning. So it's Davis on first, no outs, top of the third. Armenteros delivers. In there for a strike, 0-2 with the change. This will be pitch number 50 for Rogelio Armenteros. Way outside 1-2.
It's weird that he's going to the slider here again. His four-seam fastball's pretty widely known to be a ground ball inducing type pitch, just the kind of weird action he's got on it here. You would think this would be a perfect double play situation to kind of turn to that low fastball instead. Using the big breaking ball there.
1-2, swung on and missed. Matt Chapman goes down on a high fastball. It's out of the third inning. Chapman, not sure why he turned around upset at the home plate ump there. Maybe there was a prior call that he wasn't too pleased with. Maybe just taking out a little bit of frustration. Either way, it'll bring up Mark Canha with 1 on and 1 out. Canha, the second strikeout victim of Armenteros, takes this one inside for a strike on the two-seamer, 0-1.
Mark. That was a pitch to hit, dude. Come on.
0-1. Outside 1-1. Once again, Armenteros struggling with trying to hit the outside edge to right-handers. This one lined foul by Canha. Count quickly 1-2.
Weird. We're seeing pretty big variation on the speed of that fastball. That Armenteros fastball down at 93, but we've seen some up much higher than that. As that one is absolutely laced. Well, that might be a bit of an exaggeration. As he's going to try for third, Chris Davis will be able to slide in there because the throw in is just so far off from the third base bag. That's going to be a fielding mistake for, I think that was not George Springer, that'd be Miles Straw out there. Not able to get a good throw in, and there'll be runners on first and third now for Matt Olson with 1 down.
First pitch to Olson, fastball misses high, 1-0. Olson walked and came around to score on the Ramon Laureano in the second. Adding with runners on the corners here, game is tied at 3. 1 out in the third, and that one misses 2-0. The changeup drifting inside from Armenteros.
Man, I can't believe they were that aggressive with Chris Davis down to third. Chris Davis is not a fast man.
Got a good read on that weak hit from Canha. 2-0. Swung on and missed by Olson. 2-1. Inside fastball from Armenteros, tying Olson up there. One on the way. Swung on and missed. Armenteros comes back to the inside half. Gets that changeup to make Olson swing and miss. Runners on the corners in the form of Davis and Canha. 1 out here, top of the third. 2-2 pitch. Chopped foul at the plate. Do it again. That was pitch number 60 for Armenteros. So both of these young starters running high pitch counts, might see a lot of long relief. 2-2 again. Tipped at the plate. Trickling back to the backstop. Staying alive is Olson. Armenteros again, 2-2. Swung on and lifted deep to right. That one is going to drift foul. So 3 straight foul balls at 2-2 from Matt Olson. This one's turning into a battle. The 2-2. Ripped foul, 4 straight fouls now from Olson.
Armenteros is throwing strikes, but they're just not getting past the bats of these Oakland Athletics.
This is his 23rd pitch of the third inning, and it's low, 3-2. So if they wanted, the A's could send Mark Canha, try and avoid that double play ball. But considering the runner on third might not be the worst idea, could steal yourself a run, even on a grounder in the infield. We'll see what they do. Davis on third, Canha on first. A full count pitch coming from Armenteros to Matt Olson. On the way.
Ball 4, that's up.
High, ball 4. The bases are full of Oakland Athletics. Matt Olson's second walk of the game, and it will bring up Ramon Laureano, who hit a sky-high 2-run homer in the second inning to get the A's 2-3 runs.
It was sky high too. I'm pretty sure that one actually did get out of here.
First pitch to Laureano, fouled off to the right side, 0-1. Armenteros in some trouble. 0-1. Swung on and missed by Laureano. Quickly, Armenteros ahead 0-2 in a big spot. Davis on third, Canna on second, Olsen on first. 0-2 to Laureano. Is hit to right field. Coming in and making the catch is Straw for the second out of the inning. Big out for Rogelio Armenteros there.
Yeah, Rogelio Armenteros is real lucky that it's Chris Davis standing on third right now. He is not going to be able to run on in on anything that wasn't hit pretty deep out there. And so now it's 2 down. Still the bases loaded, though. Robbie Grossman with a chance to be a hero here. He's hitting 375 over the last 4 games, so maybe not a bad person to have up here if you're Oakland.
Pitch just misses 1-1. Armenteros trying to clutch up with the bases loaded. Already 2 out after he got Laureano to fly out weakly to right with 1 out. 1-1 pitch. Swung on and lifted. Foul on the third base side. Going back for it is Bregman. Dives. Cannot make the catch. Alex Bregman laying out, trying to get Armenteros and the Astros out of this inning, but couldn't do it. 1-2 now. Fouled off. Staying alive is Grossman.
Getting lucky over there that it wasn't caught and that he didn't miss that pitch. So we'll do it again at 1-2.
On the way from Armenteros. Check swing. Did it go? No, says the third base umpire. Count will now be 2-2.
Is that third base umpire sure?
2-2 pitch. In there, strike 3 called. Rogelio Armenteros, his second strikeout of the inning. 4th of the game gets him out of a bases-loaded 1-out jam with no run allowed for the A's in the top of the 3rd. No runs, 2 hits, 3 left on base. The score still 3-3 between the A's and the Astros here at Minute Maid Park as we head to the bottom half of the 3rd. Once again, folks, we're doing this all for charity. Please consider giving a donation to Meals on Wheels in these difficult times. And also, if you want to be a part of the Bot Ball community, if you want to consider broadcasting a game, hop into the Discord. There is information on our Twitch stream page. You, too, can be a part of what we're doing here with Major League Bot Ball. 3rd inning for the Astros. It'll be Jordan Alvarez, Carlos Correa, and George Springer. Alvarez with an RBI double his first trip up.
The designated hitter, Jordan.
See those? Alvarez. It's almost funny to call them video game numbers. Really are video game numbers. 360 average, 17 homers, and 65 RBI for Jordan Alvarez. He takes that fastball high and in. 1-0.
Yeah, that would not be happening in the real world. So it's fair to call those video game numbers.
1-0 from Puck. A cutter that grazes the top of the zone. 1-1. Pitch from Puck. Fouled off. 1-2. 1-2. Puck out of the University of Florida, a very highly touted prospect. Still getting his feet wet at the big league level. 1-2. High and inside again with a fastball. 2-2. And the 2-2. Grounded against the shift, going all the way into left field is Jordan Alvarez. Coming over to play it nicely is Canna, and he'll hold Alvarez to a long ground ball single. Alvarez now 2 for 2, and he ups his hit total on the year to 78. It leads the Astros American League.
Well, maybe that's why you don't shift that aggressively. That was ridiculous. Like, all he had to do was just get contact kinda towards that side, and he's got a single at the very least. And that is indeed what happened. So we'll see Carlos Correa, who's 1 for 1 on the day, hitting a 294 average, and the one who ruined our scorecard. So we'll cheer for him to get out here.
I mean, I do this on loose leaf. I just flipped it over. It was a clean sheet. First pitch to Correa. Missing, low and inside is Puck. 1-0. I don't know your setup, Jake, but I just turned that loose leaf over and pretended like it never happened. The pitch.
I'm with you.
Rounded, scooped up by Chapman on to second. Barreto makes the turn in time. 5-4-3 play. Chapman to Barreto to Olsen, and the A's quickly have 2 outs. A big double play for A.J. Puck.
That might be the most efficient defensive baseball we have seen all day. It's the first time an out didn't take like 17 pitches to get. I'm impressed.
Here's the first pitch now to George Springer with the bases empty. It's low, 1-0. Thanks to the big guy 73 for putting that Discord link in the Twitch chat. Once again, be a part of the bot ball community. Hop into the Discord. 1-1 from Puck to Springer. Outside 2-1. Three to 3 here in the bottom of the third. Pitch to Springer. Lifted deep to center field. Heading back on it is Laureano. He looks. Play this one. Ball leaping up. And that could have saved a triple. If that one had hopped over Laureano's head, Springer could be standing on third. But Ramon Laureano playing that weird carom off the right center field wall. And it's a 2-out double for Springer.
That ball absolutely clobbered out there. And George Springer hoping that he can get another 2-out rally going here just when we thought AJ Puck might finally have a calm, cool, collected inning. The Houston Astros are like, nah, it's offense all the way, guys. Don't worry.
First pitch from Puck to Straw was a changeup over the heart for a strike. Here comes the 0-1 offering. Swung on, lifted to center field, moving over Laureano. Back, and he makes the catch. So, a couple of hits in the inning for the Astros, but they don't score, and they leave 1 on after 3. It is Oakland 3, Houston 3. This is Major League Bot Ball on Twitch.tv. As we remind you that we can never, ever, ever, ever hear what Heidi wants to say. So we'll remind you, please consider giving a donation to Meals on Wheels. All of us are as a volunteer venture, and we're all doing it to support charity. Consider a donation to Meals on Wheels. And if you like Twitch, you like Twitch Prime, if you subscribe to the Bot Ball channel via Twitch Prime, those dollars will also go to Meals on Wheels. Fourth inning of work for Rogelio Armenteros. He'll start it with some action behind him. Brian Abreu, the rookie reliever, up in the pen, as this one is high to Austin Allen, who grounded out to first in the second inning. Armenteros with the pitch count already at 75. 1-0 to Allen. Grounded against the shift. Surprising to see Allen shifted, but he does not move well. Bregman with enough time to go over, pick that on the backhand, and throw across for the out. Most other players would have gotten an infield single on that, but the combination of lack of speed and Bregman's defensive prowess turned that into a 5-3 putout. Brings up Franklin Barreto, who singled in the first. In the second, in his first at bat. Pitch. Just catching the inside corner, 0-1. Pitch. Grounded towards second. Altuve, a few steps to his right, makes the throw to Gurriel. And a couple of ground outs. Have the A's already quickly with 2 outs here in the top of the fourth.
Well, Armenteros is trying to make that bid to maybe go a 5th inning here today. It looked like that there was no way he was pitching past this 4th inning. But he gets the 2 outs there. However, Marcus Semien's back up at the plate, and Marcus Semien took him deep to start this game off. We'll see if Armenteros can continue to get revenge here.
First pitch to Semien, a fastball for a strike. Semien in the second inning grounded out to second. Second at bat, and this one misses. Armenteros trying the slider. No, once again, that changeup. It's got that sailing action when he tries to hit the outside edge with it. Make you think it's a slider, as this one is chopped towards short in the shift. Making the play is Correa, and it's the first 1-2-3 inning of the game for either side. 3 groundouts induced by Rogelio Armenteros here in the fourth. Still 3-3. We head to the bottom of the fourth in Houston. You're watching Major League Bot Ball on Twitch.tv. AJ Puck will face Yuli Gurriel, Martin Maldonado, and Michael Brantley to start the fourth. Uriel took puck deep in the second to tie us up at 3. And first pitch swinging again, grounds it over to Chapman. One Gold Glove winner throws it across to the other, Olsen. 1 pitch, 1 out in the fourth.
Up next to the Astros.
Pretty effective 1 pitch out there for AJ Puck in his bid to try and lengthen this start out a bit. And then as promised, Martin Maldonado will come up here to bat.
Maldonado grounded out to short his first time up. First pitch from Puck is swung on and hit foul outside of the reach of Olsen, who tried to stab at that one, turn it into a line out, couldn't get above there. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and fouled off. So Puck, just 3 pitches into this inning, has a ground out and an 0-2 count on the Astros catcher, Martin Maldonado. The 0-2. Way outside, 1-2. Waste pitch there.
AJ Puck with the 1-2 pitch to the plate. That's low. Martin Maldonado did not look phased one bit by that cutter. And now AJ Puck stands at 69 pitches here on the day.
That pitch count brought to you by Childish Humor. Childish Humor, you're never too old for Childish Humor. Pitch number 70 of the day from Puck misses inside, 3-2. So Maldonado's count back to full after fouling off the first 2 pitches. Waiting on deck is Michael Brantley, who's 0 for 2 in this one. Puck winds and brings the full count offering home, and it's fouled off. He'll get another one. Pitch number 72 from AJ Puck is fouled off. So pitch number 8 of the at-bat will be coming up momentarily. It's on the way from the A's lefty, and it's outside, so Martin Maldonado works himself a well-earned walk. He'll be on first with 1 out for Michael Brantley as the Astros start their 3rd trip through the order in the 4th inning.
Well, I thought there was going to be a quick inning, and that wasn't going to be the case. At least one person's got to get on every time.
Lefty-lefty matchup between Puck and the Astros left fielder Brantley. The pitch. In there with a high strike, 0-1. Puck looks at Maldonado, looks in. Pitch. This one is lifted into center field. Moving over a few steps is Laureano. He makes the catch, and there are 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning. Easy fly ball for Ramon Laureano in center. Bring up Alex Bregman, 0 for 1 with a walk in this one. Now, assuming this is going to turn into a bullpen game pretty soon, Jake, just looking at those 2 bullpens and the way they've pitched so far this year, who do you give pitch to?
I kind of do like the Houston Astros bats on this one. I just think that they have a more offensive-minded lineup. You really wanted AJ Puck to come in here and just give a really solid start like he's been able to do. However, can't deny the fact that the Athletics have been able to get it done time and time again against their AL West opponents this season. So honestly, I think this will be a nice competitive one the whole way through here.
Puck making Bregman slide back in the box with that pitch that came in near his back foot. Count 2-1. Maldonado's on first. 2 outs here, bottom of the 4th. Pitch. This one is ripped over the glove of Chapman at 3rd. Playing it in the corner is Canna, and the Crawford box is helping the A's out there as the combination of the hard hit ball from Bregman and the short distance to left field, just keeping it to a single, and Maldonado only able to move up to second. Brings up Jose Altuve and brings forth the end of AJ Puck's day. So a guy who'd been 4-0 before his prior start, now in his last 2 starts going a combined 6 2/3 innings. So Puck exits after 3 2/3. Will bring in Paul Blackburn for his 2nd appearance of the season. Blackburn coming up recently.
Indeed. Didn't give up a run in 3 innings in his first appearance, which is, yeah, those are solid starting numbers. That's what you want from somebody.
We'll get you the numbers on Puck shortly, but he is still responsible for Maldonado and Bregman out there, so that earned run total balance. Can tell you that he did give up 7 hits over his 3 2/3.
It's not great.
3 walks. First pitch from Blackburn to Altuve, a strike. Just the 1 strikeout as well for A.J. Puck. Not a great day for him. A 1 from Blackburn. Low to Altuve, 1-1. So Puck 3 2/3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 1 strikeout, 3 walks, at least 3 earned runs, could be as many as 5, depending on how Paul Blackburn pitches here in the 4th.
But you can't expect your young pitcher, A.J. Puck, to be good every time. However, that's going to get through, and now the bases will be loaded here. So Paul Blackburn comes in, but not able to get the clutch out of Altuve there, and the Astros once again are threatening.
They bring up arguably the second most threatening bat in the American League. The most threatening bat, of course, belonging to Mike Trout, also residing in AL West. But Yordan Alvarez running right behind him. 2020. First pitch from Blackburn to Alvarez misses. 1-0. Alvarez 2 for 2 with a single, a double, and an RBI in this one. Bats here with the bases full of Astros. Maldonado on third, Bregman on second, Altuve on first, 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Blackburn fools him badly with that curveball on the outside edge. Alvarez hitting a mind-boggling .471. With the runners in scoring position, has a chance to blow this one open for Houston. Blackburn comes set. 1-1 pitch. Tipped foul, and he's ahead 1-2. Blackburn trying to clean up this mess. The 1-2 to Alvarez. Just outside 2-2. Blackburn, the 2-seamer that he tried to nip the outside corner with, couldn't get the call. Now the count's back even. Pitch. High, 3-2, a fastball that sailed. So the runners will get moving. All 3 bases having action. Maldonado, Bregman, Altuve in motion on this 3-2 pitch from Blackburn to Alvarez. Just getting a piece as Alvarez, he fouls it off, will do another one. This is a huge spot. Astros were able to get out a bases-loaded jam in the 3rd. A's are going to see this one hit by Alvarez to left field. Going back and watching it go is Mark Hanna. It's a grand slam for Yordan Alvarez, his 18th home run of the year, and the Astros jump out to a 7-3 lead on the big grand slam into the Crawford boxes by Yordan Alvarez. 18th home run of the year. Now he's got 5 RBIs on the game. He's a triple shy of the cycle, and the Astros are up 7-3.
Yeah, is there anything that man can't do? His RBI lead's got to be just kind of insurmountable at this point, and that's weird to say only like 60 games into the season.
That gives him a grand total of 69 RBI, 5 today. And now Blackburn will work with the bases empty against Carlos Correa. So close the book on AJ. 5 earned runs puts him in line for the loss. 1-0 from Blackburn. Grounded foul, 1-1. So
now, how much that was really his fault, though, there, as I'd argue a certain man on the mound right now is mostly responsible for those 4 runs.
Grounded to third, Chapman to Olsen, and that is going to do it. But once again, Yordan Alvarez with this opposite field grand slam off of Paul Blackburn gives the Astros a 7-3 lead after 4 innings in Houston. And Rogelio Armenteros will get a chance to pitch himself into a winning position. Now the Astros up by 4. Armenteros Pitch count at 81. Had a 1-2-3 inning in the fourth. Now works with a 4-run lead in fifth. There's pitch to Chris Davis is hit deep to left field, and that one, the power stream going out to left field today is insane. 376 feet off the bat of Chris Davis, first pitch home run, his 16th of the year, and just like that, the A's begin to cut into the Astros lead 7-4.
Well, you knew it was just a matter of time before the Athletics at least got some more offense involved in this one. I'm going to see, we could be seeing double digits for maybe both teams the way this game's going.
That is the third home run allowed by Armenteros. Fifth home run between the two teams in this one. Baker sticking with Armenteros, but there is double-barreled action behind him. First pitch to Matt Chapman, low 1-0. Armenteros working with a lead for the second time in this one, and it's the second time he's worked with the lead and given up a home run. Didn't hurt as bad as the Laureano shot, as this one is hit by Chapman to deep right center field. Going back onto his Straw, he won't have a play, it's off the wall. Straw plays it on the warning track, stopping at second with a double is Matt Chapman, and the A's continue to be in business here in the fifth inning.
Well, if you like pitching, you probably just want to turn this game off because you aren't getting it here. You're just getting a ton of offense, yet another extra base hit. And now the Athletics got to be thinking maybe we can battle back into this one. Mark Canna, power bat here in this lineup, ready for action here. Nobody down, runner in scoring position.
1 for 2, struck out in the first and singled in the third. 0-1 pitch. He's in there for a strike. And question asked in the chat from, sorry if I'm pronouncing this wrong, Jora Shaka, maybe? Says he is enjoying the listening and viewing experience of Botball, says it's very relaxing. As this one misses to Canna 1 and 2, asks if we have experience commentating. I did it in college, all 4 years, not really after. Swing and a miss, Armenteros with a big strikeout. Second time he set fifth of the game. It's the first out. So how about you, Jake? What's your professional amateur experience? Any of that?
I have some experience in archaeology. Does that count?
No,
yeah, don't have any broadcast experience whatsoever. I guess you could call speech and debate in high school a little bit of preparation, as we're going to see Armenteros pulled here from the game, so he will not be able to get the win, does not go the full 5 innings that are required of him, and honestly kind of surprised he made it this far in the game. We'll see Brian Abreu, who's been warming up in that bullpen for what it feels like 2.5 innings, come into this game here. He's pitched in 23 games on the season with a 5.52 ERA. Doesn't really see a big difference between righties and lefties. They both mash against him.
Abreu, the rookie, had a few appearances last year, still qualifies as a rookie to the left-handed bat of Matt Olson, who has 2 walks in this one. No recorded at-bats yet. You get the numbers on Armenteros, who is still responsible. Chapman can't lose, but he can't win. No decision for Rogelio Armenteros, as this one is yanked deep to right field, but just getting out in front of that a little bit is Olson, count 1-1. So Armenteros, door not shut on him yet. Comes the 1-1 from Abreu to Olson. And this one is grounded through the hole. It's going to be a base hit. Stopping at third is Chapman. So there will be runners on the corners for
now batting, number 22.
So Rogelio Armenteros, 4 1/3 innings pitched, 7 hits, a couple of walks, 5 strikeouts, and depending on what happens with Chapman, either 4 or 5 earned runs. Laureano homered in the second. First pitch to him is low, 1-0.
Well, new pitcher, doesn't matter. The offensive onslaught just continues. Everybody's getting hits in this game.
The 1-0 Laureano. Check swing. It's in there for a strike anyway. 1-1. Runners on the corners. Oakland down by 3, but threatening in the 5th. Pitch from Abreu. Chopped foul at the plate. 1-2, and out of the A's center fielder. This is game 4 of 7 on this Memorial Day bot ball slate. 3 more coming up for you after the 1-2, way high, 2-2. After this game, we got the Mariners at the Yankees, followed by the Dodgers at Colorado. And then the last game, bot ball after dark, will be the White Sox and the Orioles. 2-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded to short. Correa to Altuve, return. In time, just beating out the throw. Or just beating out the runner was that throw. So it is a big 6-4-3 double play induced by Abreu to get the A's out of the inning. Chris Davis adds to the total with this home run, and it is 7-4. Astros halfway home.
The center fielder, Joe.
Lee Springer, Straw, and Gurriel here in the 5th for Houston. Paul Blackburn starting off and gets a foul ball off the bat of Springer. Blackburn came in with 2 on and 2 out in the 4th, allowed an Altuve single and an Alvarez grand slam, as this one is pulled high and foul, 0-2. Two pitch on the way. Ooh. This one is hit to right field, and that one is going to drift foul high off the bat of Springer, but had that spin on it that carried it into the first couple of rows of seats down the right field side. 0-2 on the way. Inside, 1-2. Pitch. Grounded weakly back towards the mound. Blackburn off the mound quickly, flings it over to Olsen for the first out of the inning.
Well, gets lucky that George Springer not able to capitalize on that pitch left over the plate, and then Blackburn able to make the nice defensive play there. Quick on his feet as the reliever. There'll be 1 down here in the 5th inning.
Take a look at AJ Puck, currently in line to eat the loss in this one. They'll need the A's to get at least 3 more runs in this one. Blackburn, first pitch to Miles Straw, strike on the outside edge. Straw coming in with a 4-game hit streak, 0-2 in this one. The pitch, grounded to first, scooped up by Olsen, takes it to the bag himself, and there are 2 outs.
The first baseman, number 10, Juliette.
So Paul Blackburn, 1 out away from the A's first 1-2-3 inning of this one. Astros 7, Oakland 4. Bottom of the 5th on Memorial Day from Minute Maid Park. Big Fund and Jake W. Dean with you here. First pitch to Gurriel misses, 1-0. Blackburn trying to give the A's some length here. 2-0 now to Gurriel. Gurriel 1 for 2. Got a solo homer in the 2nd. Pitch. This one is lined to the right side. Foul.
Blackburn getting real lucky on some of these foul balls, as they seem to just be absolutely roped but end up just a couple of feet out of play. That one's going to be roped in play though, and caught on a bounce, but able to be thrown over in time. 6-3 play there to end the inning. Marcus Semien getting it done at shortstop.
Great job by Semien getting into the hole, flagging that one down, popping up with a strong throw. So it's a 1-2-3 inning for Blackburn in the 5th, all on ground outs. We head to the 6th. Astros still up 7-4. Brian Abreu will continue here in the 6th. Got a 2/3 of an inning under his belt already. Face Grossman, Allen, and Barreto, and he'll hit Robbie Grossman with that pitch. So Robbie Grossman will wear a bruise and stroll on down to first base. Got that one up and in and hit him on the front elbow. Knocked him down. Here's Austin Allen now. Allen a couple of ground outs in this one. Abreu working with a man on. First pitch. In there for a strike. High 12-6 curveball. Had some weird movement in that pitch. Not normally the kind of movement you see on a 12-6. Shaking off Maldonado. Abreu set. 0-1. Fastball high, 1-1. Chris Davinsky, Brad Peacock staying loose in the Houston bullpen. And out in right center field. Abreu's 1-1 to Allen. Low and away, 2-1.
That 12-6 curve there by Brian Abreu. Trying to get that downward movement, maybe get a ground ball there, get the double play, and he's going to do it there. Over to second, over to first in plenty of time. So Brian Abreu works another double play here, and all of a sudden there's 2 down for the Athletics in the 6th.
Just what the doctor ordered, as that is the second double play. Like you said, Abreu has induced. Now he is going to try and get Franklin Barreto to get to Barreto, and therefore a strike with a fastball. Barreto coming to Oakland, I believe, in the Donaldson trade. I think I've got that one right. That's how years work. 0-1. Lined foul to the left side, 0-2. Abreu ahead of Barreto, 0-2. Pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. That 12-6 changeup fooling Barreto badly. First strikeout for Abreu. And despite a leadoff hit by pitch, no damage to the Astros here in the 6th. Still, Astros 7, A's 4. Right into the bottom of the 6th. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Paul Blackburn will continue. He's got an inning and a third under his belt for both Oakland and Houston, pitching relatively well, overlooking a grand slam allowed by Blackburn. Off and one.
Yeah, well, I mean, overlooking that grand slam's a pretty big thing to overlook.
Yeah, just glossing. Grounded by Maldonado over to second. Barreto makes ease play for the first out. 5 straight ground ball outs now, induced by Blackburn, bridging the 4th all the way here to 6th. Here's Michael Brantley, 0 for 3 on this one. Brantley will be Alex Bregman. First pitch from Blackburn. Check swing, outside, 1-0. Popped up, foul ground, moving over Chapman, makes the play. 2 quick outs for Blackburn, so things have calmed down considerably here since the Davis home run in the top of the 5th. Couple of hits for Oakland still in that 5th inning, but they couldn't drive anybody else home.
In fact, Oakland's had a couple of opportunities, but really, as we were talking about, it's been the double play, and it's just been an inability to really kind of string those together that's hurt the Athletics. They've relied exclusively on the home run to get runs across the plate.
Count now 1-1 to Bregman, and our statistician in the booth has passed me a sheet that says, yes, Franklin Barreto was in part of the Oakland-Toronto Josh Donaldson. 1-1. Line to right field. This one is going to get down, making a diving attempt on it is Grossman, picking up in throwing towards second base, and pulling Semien off the bag is Grossman. Bregman getting aggressive after that ball squirted away from the Astros right fielder Grossman had a chance, but throw pulled Semien off the bag, and we'll see if they rule it a single or a single and an error. Either way, it's a 2-out hit for Alex Bregman, and it will bring up Jose Altuve. Well, with no guidance given, we'll assume it's a double. Tough play for Grossman down there, and good aggressive base running from Bregman. Altuve 1 for 2, has scored twice, also has a steal in this one. First pitch from Blackburn, grounded up the middle. Semien reaches down, throws quickly across, that will do it. So Alex Bregman gets a 2-out double, but the Astros can't do anything else with it. No runs hit, on base for 3-6. In Houston, it's Astros 7, A's 4.
Yeah, once again, there is an offensive threat, but not necessarily, an offensive success there. But Brad Peacock now comes in, pitching very bad for him. 6.69 ERA. He's supposed to be one of those just rock solid guys in this Houston Astros lineup, and that has not been the case this ball season.
Fourth trip through for Oakland. Marcus Semien takes a ball low from Peacock. Astros' third pitcher in this one. And now that's a strike, 1-1. The line on Brian Abreu. 1-2 pitch, 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 hit batter. And he is, not 1 walk, 1 strikeout. No walks allowed there. And Abreu in line. The 1-1 from Peacock. Swung on and fouled off by Semien, 1-2. Right, as well went the end of the line for Blanc. Wow. Semien jumps out of the way of this one, count 2-2. Like you said, Jake, Brad Peacock, not really the numbers you'd expect to see from a reliever of his caliber. 2-2, fouled off by Semien.
No, and I mean, you really need probably most angry about it because you're paying him like he's going to be one of those top guys, one of those top relievers, and
there, strike 3 call.
Well, he's going to prove me wrong anyways. Then he's going to get an out and show me what's what.
First strikeout for Peacock, 7th strikeout for Astros pitching in this one. Brings up Chris Davis with 1 out. Davis 2 for 3 with a solo homer. Takes this inside, 1-0. He's trying to come back in this one, down 3 here in the 7th. That 7-run number, largely the work of Don Alvarez, 3 for 3 with 5 RBI and a grand slam. Now 2-1 to Davis. Maldonado set for it. Davis swings over the top of a good-looking knuckle curve from Peacock, count 2. Pitch. Swung on, hit to right field. Astros outfield defense was shifted, and this one is going to fall. 2 home runs for Chris Davis. This one goes the opposite way to right field. His second home run of the game gives him 17 on the season, and it cuts the Astros lead to 7-5.
Yeah, so we said that, it was not a great season so far for Brad Peacock, and he once again shows that he can't be trusted for this lineup here. Chris Davis having himself a season, now 17 home runs. He's got to be getting close to the league lead. I'm not exactly sure what the top stat is in the American League for home runs, but he's definitely on his way to competing.
I believe the league leader had 21 coming into today. Here's the pitch to Chapman, grounded to short. 1 pitch out for Matt Chapman, 2 outs in the inning. That home run gives Chris Davis the A's lead. Came in 1 home run behind Marcana, now is 1 home run ahead of Marcana, who comes up here with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. Peacock allowing the solo homer to Davis, but has 2 outs here. First pitch, way inside to Canna, 1-0. Canna in his career against Peacock, just 1 for 9, a couple of strikeouts. the 1-0. This one is hit to left center field, shifted over in that direction, and Ringer, but Chris Davis, his second solo home run of the game. This one to right field gets the A's 1 run closer. 7th stretch time at Minute Maid Park. Astros 7, A's 5.
And, the Oakland Athletics are slowly climbing back into this one, but Yordan Alvarez would like to get a triple, maybe get that cycle, but at the very least get on base and give the Astros a little more insurance in this one. They've seen their lead slowly diminish over the last few innings. That first pitch goes in there for a low strike.
Blackburn getting to face Alvarez with the bases empty this time. Blackburn came in the inning with 2 runners on, allowed a single to Altuve, and then grand slam. This one is hit right back up the middle through the shifted infield. Blackburn had to get down out of the way of that one. That was a screaming liner back up the middle from Alvarez. 4. A lightning bolt off the bat of Yordan Alvarez. Blackburn ducking for cover. He'll now have a man on first with no out and Carlos Correa at the plate. Fastball just catches the outside corner, 0-1. Bottom of the 7th here in Houston. Astros trying to hold off the A's to start a 4-game series. This one is yanked foul. Perez on first, 0-2 to Correa. Inside, 1-2. Not a lot of strikeouts to speak of from Oakland pitching in this one. Between Puck and Blackburn, just the 1K. That was Brantley in the 2nd inning.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everyone's at least making contact on pretty much most at-bats here. It hasn't been a swing and miss type day. It hasn't been a pitcher's mind game type day. It's just really been which team was able to capitalize more on their offensive opportunities when at the plate.
He checked his swing on that curveball that bounced in. Good plate discipline from the Astros shortstop. Count now 2-2. Pitch on the way. Lifted foul. Count will stay 2-2. Two again. This one is grounded over. Chapman, Loretto, Olsen, 5-4-3. Bring it up. 2nd time that Correa has hit it. The 7th.
And Blackburn now up at 41 pitches. It'll be interesting to see how much longer the Athletics leave him in. Maybe they're just trying to go kind of a 2-pitcher kind of day and save that bullpen for the rest of this series.
First of 4. Taking it up Monday through Thursday. Blackburn hits the top of the zone for striking. Ringer.
Ball inside.
Misses 1-1. Blackburn more trade were little bit rated in 2019. He's been used exclusively as a reliever so far in 2020. This is, of course, just his 2nd relief appearance. Went 3 innings his first time out. He's at 3 innings here as he misses to Springer. Count now 3-1, while Straw waits on deck. 2-1 pitch. Rounded to the right side. Loretto with a nice play. And that is going to do it. So a leadoff single by Yordan Alvarez goes nowhere. Paul Blackburn, other than giving up that grand slam, has pitched solidly in long relief. We're through 7 innings here in Houston. It's Astros 7, A's 5.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Brad Peacock is done, gives way for Ryan Presley. 12th appearance on the season.
Yeah, he's doing a little bit better than Brad Peacock is. 4.5 ERA in the season. Not good, but not awful. See if he can hold it down still here for the Astros as he faces off against Matt Olson, the 5-hole hitter.
Lee Olson, Laureano, and Grossman for Oakland here in the 8th. Still down by 2, ball 1 low from Presley. Once again, stay tuned following Oakland and Houston. We'll bring you more American League bot ball action. 1-0, high 2-0.
Count 3-0.
Is high 3-0. Ramon Laureano waits on deck, has a 2-run homer already. Pitch in there for a strike. Olson taking it all the way, sweeping curveball from Presley, dropping in there.
Probably a good pitch to not swing at anyway. Not sure you were going to do a whole heck of a lot with that, and we'll see what happens here as that ball is turned on, hit down the first baseline, but it'll be foul, no problemo. And the count now goes full on Matt Olson.
Presley's worked the count back to 3-2. Olson waits for it, pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Ryan Presley with a big strikeout, bouncing back from being behind 3-0 in the count to earn a strikeout to get the 8th started off strongly. Just under that fastball was Olson. It'll bring up Ramon Laureano, 1 for 2 with a 2-run homer in the second inning. The pitch is high, 1-0. So Presley still struggling a little bit with the command.
Yeah, and Ramon Laureano, despite that home run's not really somebody that you want to pitch around. Probably one of the bats in this Athletics lineup above all else that you want to go after hardcore for the out.
The 1-0, that curveball misses again, 2-0.
Laureano clearly has the lowest average of anyone in the starting lineup for the A's here today. Hitting below the Mendoza line even with that home run earlier, so it just truly hasn't been a successful campaign for him.
He was way out in front of that Presley fastball. Tough to get out in front of and completely miss a 97-mile-an-hour heater, but Laureano did it there. Count now 2-1.
Yeah, you got to be like committing to the fastball, committing to the swing before you even see the pitch, and just pull the trigger right there. We'll take that one.
3-1. Robbie Grossman 0 for 2 and got plunked his last time up. He's on deck. The 3-1 to Laureano. Outside, no!
Oh, I don't know about that.
That is a dicey call. Ramon Laureano was ready to start walking down to base. Home plate umpire calls him back. Shame we can't get a look at the show track on that one, because that one looked well outside. 3-2. And this one is ripped fair down the third base line. Ramon Laureano, instead of standing on first base with a walk, he'll stand on second with a ground ball double down the line. So Laureano's 10th double of the year, almost taking personal offense to not earning the walk, gets himself the extra base with that rip double.
Yeah, this must be Ramon Laureano's best hitting game of the year. Hasn't been doing much, if anything, but now getting multiple extra base hits and finds himself in scoring position with only one down. Robbie Grossman hopefully feeling a little bit better after taking that ball in the 6th inning. See if he can get a ball to that gap out there that should surely score the runner from second.
Grossman up as the potential tying run here in the 8th inning. Presley delivers. Swing and a miss from Grossman. 0-1. Grossman struggling with runners in scoring position, hitting under 2. Presley looks at Laureano. Pitch on the way. Big curveball. Hack and a miss from Grossman. Quickly 0-2. Presley facing the potential tying run. Check swing. No swing from Robbie Grossman. Not even a check down at third base. Plate umpire says no. 1-2. In the dirt. Scoots just between the legs of Maldonado. No chance for Laureano to go anywhere. Presley was ahead 0-2. Count now 2-2 to Grossman. Pitch. High. Count now 3-2. Kind of the opposite way from the Olsen at bat.
You're getting squeezed a little bit up there at the top of the zone. Presley unsure where exactly he needs to be to get a strike, but we'll see this full count here. Payoff pitch comes in from Presley, and it will be outside. So that slow curveball on the outside does not work out, and there'll be runners at first and second with just one down. But do keep in mind now the double play is in action, and Austin Allen, the catcher, is not a fast kind of guy. So definitely a candidate to get 2 outs once again right here.
Handed into a double play in the 6th. He's grounded out all 3 times he's come to the plate, but he bats here with the potential tying run on base, and Allen go-ahead run. First pitch. Way inside 1-0. So it is Laureano on second, Grossman on first. Allen at the plate, 1 out, top of the 8th. Pitch on the way. Outside, 2-0. From Presley. Chopped foul. 2-1. Touch. 2-1. Swing and a miss from Allen. Count now 2-2. So Austin Allen up with the potential tying run on base in Robbie Grossman at first. Got to put the ball in play. 2-2. This one is lifted to right field. Settling under it is Brantley. Makes the catch. No way that Chapman has a chance to tag up. Sorry, Laureano. So there are 2 outs in the inning. It'll bring up Franklin Barreto.
Well, almost got under that one, but it ended up just being a no harm, no foul fly ball over there to left field. And that means that the day for Presley will be over. Joe Smith, the man who's only pitched in 4 games so far this season, will take the reins over. 9 strikeouts to just 1 walk and an absolutely dominating average against lefty batters. He will step in and first face Franklin Barreto here, who had a single back in the 2nd inning but hasn't done much since then.
So now Barreto trying to keep things going for Oakland here in the 5th. Presley not getting a chance to finish the 8th, responsible for both runners on base. First pitch from the sidearming Smith in there for a strike. That sinker coming out of the sidearm of Smith. Tough to do much with. Laureano on second, Grossman on first. 0-1 to Barreto. Outside, 1-1. A slider drifting out of the hand of Smith. Houston 7, Oakland 5. First of 4. AL West matchup. Barreto swings over the top of that sinker, 1-2.
Yeah, it's felt like a close matchup all day, even when one team took a lead over. It felt like there was a chance for the other team to come back pretty much immediately. Now, whether or not they did was another story. But the Oakland Athletics have slowly battled back after giving up that grand slam. Now only trail by 2. And that ball is going to get out to right field. And they're going to send Laureano home. He's going to make it on in, as that throw in from right field was not even close to the bag. Not sure what was going on there for Miles Straw. But the Oakland Athletics now climb themselves within 1 run of the Astros here. Barreto getting the RBI.
Big hit for Franklin Barreto. Cuts the Houston lead in half. And now Marcus Semien, who homered to lead off the game, has a chance to add to it. Takes that one outside from Smith, 1-0. Now Grossman on second, Barreto on first. Pitch to Semien, just catches the outside edge, 1-1. Pitch. Catching the outside again. Smith working that outside corner expertly ahead of Semien, 1-2. Swung on and missed. Big strikeout for Joe Smith. He gets Marcus Semien to go down on strikes. He allows one inherited runner, strands the other. 1 run on 2 hits, 2 runners left on base. After 7.5 innings, it is Houston 7, Oakland 6, and J.B. Wendelken will be the third pitcher of the day for Oakland, leaving Paul Blackburn. He gave up 2 runs in 3 1/3.
The right fielder, number 3.
Miles Straw, the man who was not able to get that throw anywhere near Laureano as he tried to come towards home, will now get a chance to bat. 0 for 3 on the day.
This pitch Straw misses from Wendelken, 1-0. Get you the numbers on Blackburn momentarily.
Miles Straw, probably what you'd call the weak link of this Astros starting lineup there, as that's a strike, a very generous strike to Wendelken. Count even at 1-1.
1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed by Straw, so Wendelken ahead on the serve. Paul Blackburn, 3 1/3 in relief, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, no walks, no strikeouts. A lot of contact in the day of Paul Blackburn. Here's the 1-2 from Wendelken. Fouled off by Straw, 1-2.
Wendelken readies himself once again. The 1-2 pitch here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Nobody gone. Comes to the plate. That's so far outside that I think Miles Straw might be laughing there. The slurve there does absolutely nothing.
Wendelken now with a 2-2. Check swing. He went around. Home plate umpire says Straw offered it that one. J.B. Wendelken gets him to reach. First strikeout since the 2nd inning for Oakland pitching. 1 out here, bottom of the 8th.
And Yuli Gurriel, who hit a home run earlier this game, is probably trying to do the same right here. Nobody on for him. 1 out, bottom of the 8th. The Astros lead now just a tenuous 1 run as you look at Lou Trevino and Jake Diekman warming up in the bullpen. A right-lefty double barrel action here.
Wendelken behind on Gurriel, 1-0. Pitch on the way.
Nope.
Inside, 2-0.
That was a
the Astros presumably will turn to Roberto Ozuna in the 9th. It would be their 6th pitcher, as this one is ripped foul by Gurriel. Astros trying to maintain this lead or extend it. The pitch. This one is chopped weakly up the line. It's a fair ball, and Chapman with a strong throw gets Gurriel 2 outs.
Now batting.
That'll bring up Martin Maldonado, 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored on the Alvarez grand slam in the 4th. For Oakland in the 9th inning, it'll be Davis, Chapman, and Canna. They try to come back in this one. First pitch from Wendelken to Maldonado, swung on and missed, badly missing that fastball. It was just about 0-1.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're the Oakland Athletics, at least I guess you have a pretty solid lineup coming up. Pretty much the one you might choose. That being said, you do need to get 1 run on a really good baseball team here just to tie it in 2 in order to take away the victory.
Wendelken tries the slurve again and misses. Count now 1-2 to catcher. Pitch on the way. In the dirt. Maldonado takes it 2-2. J.B. Wendelken, strikeout and a ground out to his credit so far. And the 2-2 Maldonado. Outside, 3-2. Michael Brantley, 0 for 4, waits on deck. And it looks like that little hit streak for Miles Straw will end at 4 games. The Straw is 0 for 4, and it would take quite a lot to get him back up in this one. 3-2. Lined foul. Maldonado will get another 3-2. His walk in the 4th inning came in an 8-pitch at bat. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss at a fastball way out of the zone. 2 strikeouts for J.B. Wendelken. And we're going to head to the 9th here in Houston. It is 6. It's Major League Bot Ball on Twitch.tv. And it's going to be Davis, Chapman, and Canna to face Roberto Ozuna, who is 10 for 10 in save opportunities this year. Joe Smith came on, recorded 1/3 of an inning of relief, allowed a hit and 1 inherited runner to score and a strikeout. As we take a look at Chris Davis, who in the 7th inning hit his 2nd home run of the game. This one the opposite field.
Yeah, and we see that Chris Davis and these offensive options are coming up for the Athletics, but don't forget that Roberto Osuna has yet to give up a run in this ball season. Despite being human trash himself, he is pretty good at the game of baseball. Let's hope that he gives up quite a few here and takes the loss today.
Davis might be looking for his 3rd home run, might just be looking to get on. Swings and misses. Ozuna quickly. 0-2. Good diving changeup from Ozuna. He's the Astros' 6th pitcher. Armenteros, Abreu, Peacock, Presley Smith, and now the closer, Ozuna. 0-2. Outside, 1-2. A's have been a little bit more compact with their pitcher usage. Just 2 relievers so far following. As this one is grounded foul. Staying alive is Davis. Astros in the shift. Once again against Davis. 3 infielders on the left side. Pitch. Once again grounded to the right side foul. Count stays 1-2. Ozuna sets. Delivers. In there. Strike 3 called. Changeup on the low and outside corner. Davis is furious. Well, that is far from the most questionable call we've seen here in the booth today. Might have been a little bit low, but he's rung up with the backwards K for the first out here in the top of the 9th.
Yeah, that might even be a little bit of favoritism there for Osuna, who, I mean, again, has just not given up anything this season. And that fastball continues to just zip on in there, 99 miles an hour that time. That Chapman's going to have his work cut out for him if he wants another extra base hit here. Did hit a double earlier in the game, and that'd be absolutely perfect if you're an Athletics fan right now. He takes the slurve outside.
Chapman just 1 for 4 with that 5th inning double. Got stranded on 3rd in that inning on the 4-3 double play. 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Ozuna ahead 1-2 with that 90 putter. Chapman could not get a piece of. 1-2 pitch. Grounded weakly to the left side, moving over Bregman. It's up. Throw, and the Astros are 1 from starting this 4-game series with a win.
Now batting, left fielder, Mark.
Big Fun, I'm not sure I can hear you anymore. Not sure if that's just me or everyone else, but we'll see Mark Canna show up here. 1 for 4. Single back in the 3rd inning, and he is the Athletics' last hope here today. Takes that pitch, will be high, 1-0.
You got me now?
I do have you now.
All right, 1-0 pitch to Canna. And there for a strike, 1-1. Ozuna with that. All that 9 miles there on the. Mark Canna, last chance for the A's. 1 for 4 today. Couple of strikeouts already. Ozuna deals. This one is lined foul, and the A's are down 2. Their finals fought back from being down 7-3 in this one, but they need one more run, and it would be the first one recorded against Ozuna. 1-2 pitch. Inside, backing Canna off the plate, 2-2. So it's Canna facing Ozuna. Ozuna a perfect 10 for 10 on saves, looking for save number 11. 2-2 pitch to Canna. Grounded, foul, getting out in front of that changeup. Grazing it to the inside of his bat. Canna will get another 2-2.
Just staying alive there, keeping this game going.
Pitch on the way, swung on and missed, and Roberto Ozuna is 11 for 11 in saves. A 1-2-3 ninth inning will seal it. The Astros win on Memorial Day 7-6 behind the strength of a 5 RBI day from Alvarez, including 4th inning grand slam that gave the Astros all the margin they needed. One, the winning pitcher in relief, Brian Abreu, pitcher AJ Puck, and once again Roberto Ozuna picking up his 11th save on the season with a 1-2-3 ninth inning.
Yeah, neither starting pitcher looked good here today. We kind of assumed that coming in for Armenteros, but for Puck, we figured we might see a little bit more out of him. Just simply wasn't his day for the young guy, and he'll have to try and recover next time out. Next game of this series will come tomorrow at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. But don't think just because this game's over that you get to leave. We got a lot of great Memorial Day ball for you. And coming up next, the Seattle Mariners head to the New York Yankees. And since we're running a little bit behind here, I'll introduce our next set of announcers. Brother Beard, and it looks like Aiden Blanc has substituted in for Brandon Ross. How are both of y'all doing here for this one?
Yeah, Brandon and I switched earlier because he couldn't do this game, so I gave him my 2 o'clock and figured since I was doing the noon game, it was better to split up my doubleheader than do it back-to-back, but should be a really good game, and that was a really good finish. We've had some really good baseball on Memorial Day so far.
Well,
Go ahead, brother.
Depending on what perspective you're looking at here, this should be either a good game or a really scary one. We'll see how it plays out. This being the final game of the set between these Yankees and the Mariners.
All right, so that is going to do it for the A's and the Astros. Once again, Brian Abreu picks up the win. AJ Puck the loss. Roberto Ozuna the save. Final score, Astros 7, A's 6. For Jake W. Dean, I'm the Big Fund, Eric Arment. Thanks for joining us for this one, and stay tuned. We've got the Mariners. We've got the Yankees. It's Memorial Day Ball here on Twitch.tv.
Go Snakes. Have a great call.
Thanks, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your day as we get ready to head out to the Bronx. I want to welcome Aiden for joining me in the booth, picking up the slack here. Working double duty today, I hear.
Yeah, I had the early game. The original plan was I was going to do the first 2 games, play-by-play on the Nationals game, which turned out to be really fun, and then color on the Rays game. But Brandon had to step out here at the for the late games, so we switched off games. And I haven't done a Yankees game yet, so this should be a lot of fun. Yankees on Memorial Day, something I grew up watching, so this should be a lot of fun.
Well, at least one of us is going to enjoy this, as we'll see Yankees getting stretched out here. We're going to have Jay Happ on the mound for the Bronx Bombers, facing off against Nick Margevicius. Happ making his 11th start of the season, a 4-4 record with a 4.86 ERA across 53 2/3 innings of work, a 1.58 WHIP. He'll look to get his 50th strikeout here this season. We'll get this game going here right about 4:30 here on the West Coast, 7:30 Eastern Time. Happ delivering the first pitch will miss high for ball 1. A little early with the first pitch, 4:29. I'm sorry, 7:39, 7:29 here in Yankee Stadium.
106.
Those time zones always get me, man. Well, Malix is going to lift this second pitch into left field, and that'll get down for a base hit. So swinging on the 1-0 pitch, he's able to hit a little blooper down the left field line, and hopefully that goes to show how the Mariners are going to approach this game today, getting hits wherever we can. Of course, Malix Smith with the leadoff single here, always a danger on the base paths, as we see Happ taking a throw back over to first to keep him close.
Look at this crowd. It's a really good crowd. We saw earlier it was kind of foggy and rainy in Nationals Park, but there was a good crowd there too. It's been great crowds all across Bopball today, and looks like it could be close to a sellout at Yankee Stadium. You know, that makes absolute sense. Great team on a holiday.
1-1.
Now the 0-1 pitch is going to miss here to Shed Long, high and outside. 1-1. Of course, Jay Happ had a long and storied career across multiple ball clubs, bringing his talent here to New York last season. Long is going to foul this one off. Count's going to remain 1-2.
Yeah, that was a big addition for the Yankees, and he clearly has helped them out on their ALCS run last year, and now as they move into first place and have really taken the Bopball world by storm. They're going to have a good test, though. I wish he was pitching at some point again this week against Minnesota. That would be very interesting to watch him go against a Twins lineup that has just been unstoppable.
Yeah, of course, the Twins off to a really hot season so far. They're just absolutely smashing the cover off of every baseball they can find. As we'll see Happ miss outside with this one, so Shed Long working the count here full. Malix Smith's still hanging out over there at first with a full count here. Of course, Happ the lefty keeping a close eye on him out there. And Long will swing through this one, but Malix is going to take off anyways. So we'll get the strikeout and the stolen base off of the ball in the dirt.
Yeah, it's a little weird to score, huh? You're putting it down in the scorebook. Because the ball kind of popped out of his mitt. It's a strikeout, but, you know, you move the runner up, and that's what matters.
So we'll see the right fielder Mitch Haniger step in now.
Yeah, it's a little weird to score, huh? You're putting it down in the scorebook. The ball kind of popped out of his mitt. Strikeout.
Aiden, you got some background noise. You want to... So the 0-1 pitch from Happ here. He's going to swing through this one. 0-2.
This Mariner offense has been ice cold. You look at these averages from these guys. They are not hitting well.
Well, Haniger is going to lift this one out into deep center field. Ranging back is going to be Gardner. He's going to make the catch. That's going to be good enough to move Smith up to third, but there are now two away here for the Mariners here in the top of the first. And like you say, they have been absolutely cold. Aiden, we got to get you to cut that volume. We'll see Daniel Vogelbach step in here. He's hitting 194 on the season for the Mariners. As you say, they are not having a great season at the plate. Everybody's average sitting between 170 and 250 is not helpful for these Mariners, with a couple of lone exceptions there. 1-0 pitch from Happ. Vogelbach's going to foul this one off, so the count's even at 1-1. Happ delivers the 1-1 pitch. He'll get Vogelbach to swing through it. Big lefty on lefty matchup. Happ comes set with a 1-2. This one's going to be low and outside, ball 2.
This is a big pitch. You want to get out of this inning without giving up any runs.
So Vogelbach wants to see another one here as he fouled that one off. We'll see another 2-2 from Happ. As the umpire says he misses there on the corner, 3-2. You see Kyle Seager on deck there. These two, of course, being the big power bats in this lineup. 3-2 pitch. He'll swing and a miss at a ball outside. Gets him to chase that slider, and that will end the inning here in the top of the first. Nothing doing on one hit by the Mariners here. We'll see LeMahieu lead off for the Yankees.
That was a beautiful pitch. Totally fooled him. And now the Yankee bats, which of course that would be what they're known for right now across spot ball. Their pitching's great, but the bats are what they're really going to be known for.
Well, we're going to see Nick Margevicius make his third start of the season, getting the call up recently from AAA Tacoma. He'll step in and face these Bronx Bombers. DJ LeMahieu leading off. First pitch to him is going to be in there for strike 1. Of course, the Mariners sitting in the bottom of the division out in the West. 22-32 coming into play today.
Close to bottom in the American League, too.
Here's the 1-1 pitch from Margevicius that misses inside. 2-1. Margevicius will deliver. This one's going to get lifted out into center field. Smith is there to make the catch. There will be one away here for the Yankees.
Batting second, the shortstop,
Gleyber Torres has really been killing this league so far. 303 average, 13 home runs, 386 on base percentage. He's put up great numbers to start.
First pitch to Torres going to be in there for strike 1. The 0-1 pitch will get him to swing through this one. Margevicius throwing a curveball in there that drops below the zone. 0-2. This one will be hit back up the middle. There to make the play will be the second baseman in the shift. Shed Long there for the second out.
Yeah, and they expected it too. That looked like it went right into the shift.
So we'll see the big swing and Aaron Judge step in here. He's on a monster 17-game hitting streak.
You think that would be possible in real life for a guy like Judge to go on a 17-game hit streak?
I mean, possible? Sure. Probable? Probably not.
If he ever did do that, you know it would be the talk of the league. That's all anybody would ever talk about.
Oh yeah, especially as big a star as he is. With as flashy as he can, as flashy of numbers as he can put up, there's no doubt in my mind that would be the biggest talk of the sports world.
And it's going to be interesting to see once baseball actually does return how similar our simulation ends up being to the real life thing.
Well, Judge is going to ground out up the middle here into the shift. Long taking it for the third out. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on here in the bottom of the first. We'll go back to the top of the second. Kyle Seager is going to lead it off for the Mariners.
Leading off for the Mariners, the third baseman, Kyle Seager.
Of course, Kyle's been on a bit of a slump here with his bat this season. Aside from the power numbers, which, surprisingly enough, are leading this team for in home runs. So he can, when he is able to connect with the ball, he's putting it over the fence. But he's having trouble finding the ball in the zone. They'll watch this one miss low. 1-1's the count now.
A major shift on, you just saw. Everybody shifted off to the right side.
I got 2-1 the count.
And Happ's going to miss with this fastball high and out of the zone. That's something we've seen a lot of this season on ML Bot Ball, is a lot of extreme shifts to both sides. And that's all over the league, too.
Oh, yeah, totally. Even in the game that I did earlier today, there was a lot of it.
Mm-hmm. So Seager working the count here, 3-1. Happ delivers. We'll say he caught the corner, 3-2, full count now. 3-2 pitch will get Seager to chase it, and that will be strike 3. J. Happ's third strikeout of the ballgame.
Yeah, he's dealing early. He ran into a little bit of trouble, got a guy over to third back in the first, but he settled into a nice groove, and I think Yankee fans are going to be really pleased with what they see out of their starter today.
So Kyle Lewis is going to step in here. He'll swing and a miss at the first pitch. That high fastball looking a little juicy to his eyes. The 0-1 pitch. This one missing the corner. 1-1.
And at 294, he's hitting better than most of the players on this team. No one else has anything close to a 294 average.
That would make him the leader in batting average on the Mariners, yes. So we'll see a 2-1 pitch from J. Happ. Here through 1 1/3 innings of work, already getting up to 30 pitches.
Yeah, he's going to need a few quick innings if he wants to stay in this game for a long time.
Pitch from Happ is going to catch the outside, so that'll be strike 3 looking. And Happ on a roll here, racking up his 4th strikeout of the ballgame.
Yeah, he's done a good job painting the corners and getting those pitches kind of nestled in there, and it's really worked.
So we'll see the first baseman step in here. Evan White, the rare right-handed first baseman. Of course, this Mariner lineup already loaded with lefties. Something they have had a thing for in the last few years. This one's going to get lifted out to right field. Judge takes a couple of steps back, and he'll reach up to make the catch. Nothing doing here for the Mariners. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Starting off with Giancarlo Stanton for the Yankees.
Leading off for the Yankees, the left fielder, Giancarlo Stanton.
Of course, you see there Stanton, his batting line there, a 971 OPS, driving in 16 home runs and 42 RBIs. It's just massive numbers that
How do you have a 908 average in your career? That is nuts.
Well, this one's going to get fouled off, so we'll see a 1-1 count here from Margevicius. We'll see another foul ball here, 1-2. Kick and deliver. This one's going to be grounded past the third baseman, out into left field for a base hit. Kyle Seager and Kyle Lewis not able to come up with it.
Batting fifth, the designated hitter, Mike.
So you see there Stanton just finding the hole on the left side. Quick little ground ball out into the outfield. So the first pitch is going to be a ground ball over to Shed Long. He'll take it to second for 1, over to first for 2. And just like that, there are 2 away here for the Yankees in the bottom of the second.
Batting fifth, the first baseman, Blue.
And that was exactly what Nick Margevicius needed to get out of this runners-on situation. A nice ground ball on the infield. We'll see Luke Voigt step in here.
And another big shift. We talked about this earlier. This one all the way off to the left side. And we'll see if it works.
Oh, that's in.
Margevicius trying to get him to chase a curveball way inside here. 1-1's the count. He'll lift this one out into right field. That one's going to go all the way to the corner there. Ranging over his Haniger. He'll play it and throw it into... Looks like he was trying to throw it into third, but it got past the cutoff. And so Lopez has got to come off of the base at second to field it. As we see the shift there biting the Mariners in the backside as this one gets stretched into a double. We'll see the third baseman Miguel Andujar step in.
Yeah, he's on a cold streak, 7 for 39 in their last 10 games. Hopefully he can break it here, though, and get the Yankees off to a hot start.
Nope, that's down.
First pitch is going to miss low, ball 1 here to Andujar.
Two balls, no strikes.
As Nick will miss outside here, 2-0. He'll just take a deep breath and try and collect himself here.
Yeah, this is not a good situation for him. This Yankee lineup is littered with guys that could bring in that run.
He'll get a fastball in there for strike 1. As you see there, his fastball running in at 88 miles an hour, so he's got to be careful where he puts that. Two-one pitch from Margevicius. This will go foul. Counts even at 2 here. Two-two pitch. This one's going to get looped up just behind the infield. Shed Long will take a couple steps back, and that'll be the third out. Nothing doing here for the Yankees. They leave a man stranded out at second. We'll go to the top of the third. And the catcher Tom Murphy is going to lead off. We'll see 8-9-1 from the Mariners.
Yeah, that's got to be tough for them. They got to feel pretty bad about putting a runner on second and not being able to bring him in anytime with that Yankee lineup. Anytime you bring a guy into scoring position, you got to get him home.
You take a look there, the Yankees pitching staff has been respectable here, and with an absolutely loaded roster of bats, that will probably be good enough to at least get them to the playoffs this season, as they sit atop the AL East here.
Yeah, I mean, Tampa Bay would be their biggest threat. Tampa actually lost today in Detroit, a rare loss like that, but Tampa would be, just like last season, their main competitors.
So Tom Murphy getting ahead of himself here. 0-2's the count already. Happ's going to throw a slider inside. That will try to get him to chase it. 1-2. We'll see the 1-2 from Happ. Trying to catch the corner with that changeup. Nothing doing from Murphy. Two-two pitch. He'll try and get him to chase one inside here, so good eye by the catcher to lay off those pitches.
But you know what? He shouldn't be. This is an 8-hitter. He should not be chasing you.
Yeah, I agree.
The other way around. You give him a pitch to hit, and clearly he was up in the count 0-2 and now just threw 4 crap pitches.
You know, and this is a guy that I dubbed the strikeout king of the Mariners. You know, not too far into this season, and yet Happ decides to give up 4 straight balls and end up putting the catcher on first here to lead off the third. We'll see the shortstop, Tim Lopez, step in here, try to move him over. First pitch to him is going to miss inside, 1-0.
Tim did not have a great day last night. 0 for 3. It was not his day at the stadium.
Quite a few guys had an 0 for yesterday. It was pretty sad. Happ having a little bit of trouble finding the strike zone here, as that's 6 straight balls he's thrown. Like you mentioned before, he's going to need to have some quick innings here in order to keep his pitch count low, but already to 40 pitches here through the start of the third.
Yeah, I would not want to go to the bullpen. My partner on the first game and I talked a little bit about this.
This one's going to be lifted out into right field, ranging over his Judge. He'll make the catch. Runner's going to stay right where they are. 1 away.
Now batting.
Yeah, so we talked about the odd little schedule that this weekend always brings, because usually it's a 3-game weekend set and Sunday is either the getaway day or even off day Monday. But now you don't really have that, and most teams are playing a series this week, so you, like the Yankees, have to play the Twins tomorrow. You can't really go hard with your bullpen. You want to keep them rested, especially with a big series coming up this week. You can't really... You're going to want your starting pitcher to go as far as possible.
These teams going to be hitting the road after this ball game, as they've got travel plans for the next series. The Mariners going to be heading down to Atlanta, I believe.
That's a series you don't really see too often, the Mariners and the Braves.
No, and luckily for Mariners fans, we're going to get to see King Felix pitch in that series. If I look at the schedule, I believe that's going to be later on in the week.
Yeah, I think he pitched today, so he'll probably pitch late.
That'll be next Sunday is when that game will be. I'm thinking a series ahead at the moment, though. First, we've got to make a stop over in Detroit. Play a couple games against them baseball kiddies.
Yeah, that's a winnable series for the Mariners. You gotta win those kind of series, like the Baltimores against those kind of teams. You have to win those series.
You would think. Clearly, Mariners playing Mariner baseball. I don't expect a lot of wins.
Detroit played really well today, though. They beat Tampa. I think they shut them out, maybe gave up 1 run. They played really well.
Well, speaking of getting shut out, Shed Long striking out here, and that marks the continuation of a trend for him. He has been absolutely shut down here in New York. We'll see Brett Gardner stepping in here to start the bottom of the third for the Yankees. First pitch to him is going to miss low, ball 1.
We were talking earlier about King Felix, and now in the chat they're saying he's just Felix H now. He's not the king anymore.
This one's going to be grounded out to shortstop. Tim Lopez will make the throw in time for the first out. You know, he may not be the king in Atlanta, but he will always be the king in Seattle. You can never take that away from him. As much as
I will always remember him as a Seattle Mariner.
Oh no, I don't disagree. He has definitely fallen off. I watched him fall off. I watched him for the last 3 years. I know. But that's my boy. Like, I watched him pitch his entire career. I will never have anything but love and respect for that man.
Unless he does something crazy like wins an MVP or wins a Cy Young or something in Atlanta, I will always remember him mainly as a Seattle Mariner because of the great performances he had. He was at one point one of the best, if not the best, in the game.
This one's going to be grounded over to Shed Long, so that will be the second out here in the third.
Now back, second baseman.
We'll go back to the top of the order here. DJ LeMahieu going to step in 0 for 1 here so far today. Margevicius able to get through the first round of Yankees in only 30 pitches here through the third. So a good start here for this Mariners starter.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're able to keep a Yankee group silent through 3 innings like this, it's a good start.
And you're seeing a lot of not so great contact, a lot of ground balls and flyouts as this one's getting lifted out to left field. Ranging back is Kyle Lewis. He'll make the catch on the run short of the warning track, and that'll be the third out. Nothing doing here for the Yankees. We'll see 3, 4, and 5 out of the Mariners. Margevicius having his best outing yet here in his major league career.
Mitch Haniger.
Mitch Haniger is going to step in, and he'll watch the first pitch in there for strike 1.
The Yankees got 2 big series coming up. They're going to host Minnesota. Obviously, the main one. Probably the biggest series this week between the AL East and AL. I think Minnesota is still in front in the AL Central leaders. And then they're going to head out to the West Coast. I'll have the Yankees and the Angels starting Friday.
I got to count 1 and 2.
So Happ's going to get the count here to 1 and 2 against Haniger. Here's the 2-2. This one will miss low. Ball 3. A full count to the right fielder now.
Yeah, it's weird that he's been trying to pitch around these guys. It is not really something I would do against a Mariner lineup that is like it is.
As Haniger's going to ground over to Voigt at first. He'll take it himself. And that's going to be the first out. We'll see the big lefty Daniel Vogelbach step in here. He's 0 for 1 on the day so far. First pitch missing inside, ball 1. 1-0 pitch, he'll swing through it. Counts even at 1. Here's the 1-1. This one's going to get lifted out into the gap in center field. That'll get down for a base hit. So the designated hitter is able to get a bloop single here.
Now batting.
Yeah, that was perfectly placed. Couldn't have put it in a better spot. Right in between left and center, and then kind of just beyond the infield. That was perfect.
You see there, J. Happ already 57 pitches here through 3 1/3 innings. Only giving up a couple of hits. But his pitch count is definitely getting up there as he goes strike 1 to Kyle Seager.
It's similar to what Steven Strasburg had in the first game of the day with Washington.
This one's going to be a ground ball over to second. They'll take it for a double play. 4-6-3 double play. That will end the inning here for the Mariners. Base hit, not doing anything. We're still scoreless here in New York.
Yeah, surprising. These Yankee bats have been relatively silent so far.
Yeah, just been a good pitching appearance from Nick Margevicius so far here through 3 innings. He'll look to continue that here with strike 1 to Gleyber Torres. This one's going to get lifted down the right field line and it'll hook foul. The 0-2 pitch, missing high. One, 2. This one's going to be lifted out to right field. Ranging back is Haniger, and that one just sneaks over the wall. That'll be a solo home run for Gleyber Torres. His 14th home run of the season. This one going 349 feet. Only a couple of rows back there out in right field. This puts the Yankees up 1-0.
And you take a look at the replay, that didn't look like the hardest hit ball. It didn't even get to 100 miles an hour on the exit velo. It kind of just snuck its way out. But you know, a home run's a home run, and a lead's a lead.
Well, the first big fly coming here off of Gleyber Torres. We'll see Aaron Judge step in. He'll look to send a ball flying himself. He'll look at strike 1 here to even the count up, 1-1. Here's the 1-1 count from Margevicius. He'll roll this one over out to shortstop. Lopez able to field it and make the throw in time for the first out. So Aaron Judge still hitless here in this ball game. You see big righty Giancarlo Stanton step in. He singled back in the second. First pitch to him is going to miss outside, ball 1.
9th in slugging percentage in the American League. He can really hit the ball.
So Margevicius missing here again. He's in a hole, 2-0 here against the big bat of Stanton. 2-0 pitch. This one's going to be ripped down through the gap on the left side, just out of reach of Kyle Seager's glove, and just like he did back in the second, he gets another single here.
Yeah, I was going to say that looked nearly identical to his first hit.
I think that one had a little bit more elevation on it.
Yeah.
This one's gonna, first pitch to Mike Tauchman is gonna miss high, ball 1.
It'd be interesting to know if that home run ball got caught up in the jet stream. They're talking about it in the Twitch chat.
Is that thing?
You always hear about it. I haven't been to the stadium. I went last year, but you always hear about it. Even on a night where there's no wind, there always seems to be a jet stream because it's in the middle of a city. It'd be interesting to see if that kind of got caught up.
Seems to me that that might be one of those things that almost like a baseball tall tale.
Yeah.
Like, trying to think of a word without calling it an excuse. Well, no excuse here as he puts a rip into this one, but it'll hook foul. 2-2 pitch from Margevicius. That curveball not curving enough as that stays way inside. We'll see a full count here to Tauchman. Three-two pitch, and he misses high, ball 4. That one not even close. So runners on first and second here with one away. That'll bring up the first baseman, Luke Voigt.
You're getting into danger territory here. 2 on, 1 out. You get a feeling this is where a big ball, whether it's a home run or something to the outfield and all the way to the fence, this is where one of those starts to come. And you really want to avoid one of those early in the game.
Well, Margevicius' efficiency of the first 3 innings has all but evaporated as he's over the 50 pitch mark here through 4. Well, 3 1/3 plus. This one's going to be grounded down the third baseline, and Kyle Seager will take it over to second for 1, over to first to get the double play, and that will retire the side.
Wow, was that lucky?
Yankees score 1, and Kyle Seager pulls out a big defensive play here. Shed Long with a great throw over at second to get the third out. Yankees able to put up 1 on that big solo shot.
That was so lucky. They needed that badly, because otherwise that inning could have taken a turn for the worse.
Yeah, Kyle Seager doesn't come up with that. That scores 1, probably puts them both into scoring position, and the rally continues.
Leading off for Seattle, the left fielder, number 1.
So we'll see the left fielder Kyle Lewis step in here, as he still leads the Mariners in batting average. He has suffered here in New York, only 1 for 11. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Happ. That'll get over for strike 1.
This has just been a tough series all around for Seattle. You got to come to the East Coast, and obviously the Yankees will have some of that when they travel to Anaheim, but it's been such a tough series for them. They have gotten beat in every game, just up and down.
Yeah, and touching on the travel, Seattle has always had the most to travel to anybody. They consistently have to travel the furthest every single year. They put more miles on these players than anything else, than any other team. So much to the point to where it's become a point of contention for guys not wanting to come to Seattle. And who could blame them? That's a lot of time spent on a jet.
You know what? You get a lot of frequent flyer miles, though. So you get a lot of. You probably get a few free flights.
Well, when you got to make a trip out here, like we're doing on the in this East Coast swing, we came out for the matchup against the Nationals. Had a day off between the National Series and this series here for the Yankees. Played 3 games against them and came up. Had an off day. Play 4 here in New York, and then we're hitting the road. We're going to go play 3 in Detroit, and then after that we're going to head down to Atlanta for 3. And it's quite the road trip that they're going on here. At least not having to come back to Seattle in between.
That
saves
home
a little
is
bit
going
of
to be
travel.
very well deserved.
This one's going to be lifted out to right field, and Aaron Judge laying out to make the catch. What a play there by the right fielder.
That's a great play. Tremendous catch. Holding his own out there.
Just stealing a base hit here from Evan White, the first baseman. Now there are 2 away for the catcher, Tom Murphy. First pitch is in there for strike 1.
Yeah, it's a very weird travel schedule, though, now that I think about it. From Washington, you have to come up to New York, and then you got to go across the way to Detroit, and then back to Atlanta. That's a very, very tough schedule for them to play.
And that's just through next week. I would have to look back at the calendar to see it beyond that, as this one's going to be grounded out to shortstop to end the inning. nothing doing here for the Mariners. As we'll head to the bottom of the 5th. Miguel Andujar is going to lead it off for the Yankees as they lead this ball game 1-0.
Leading off for the Yankees, the third baseman, Miguel Andujar.
So Margevicius coming back out to work the 5th here. And the first pitch, he will give up a solo shot here to left. Miguel Andujar unloading on that one, as that'll put the Yankees up 2-0 here. That's his 7th home run of the season.
Something tells me Seattle could be in for a long day if the Yankees keep hitting like they have. These last 2 innings, the bats have really awoken, and took them a little while to get adjusted. Took them about 2-3 innings, but now they seem to be really alive, and hopefully Seattle can keep it close. That's all you can hope for in a game like this.
Yeah, Margevicius is able to come out and get through the first go-around of the lineup without any real trouble, but here in the 4th and the 5th, he's given up 2 solo home runs. Worked himself out of all other trouble, but he's only given up those 2 solo home runs. They just happen to be the difference here in this ball game. And he'll give up another base hit here out into the left field corner. That'll get down for extras. Lewis will bring it back in. And so we'll probably see some activity out there in the bullpen here in the 5th as he gives up this extra base hit.
It's amazing to me that Gardner can still hit as well as he can. He's one of the only players left from that championship team in 2009. He just consistently puts up such good numbers.
Well, the first pitch is going to get in there for strike 1 against the catcher Chris Iannetta. He'll swing and a miss at this one. Strike 2. Of course, Chris usually rather successful with runners in scoring position, hitting .308 with runners in scoring position.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
So this curveball's going to miss low, ball 1. Margevicius takes a look out to the runner at second, delivers. This one's going to be a ground ball over to the shortstop. Lopez makes the stop. The runner stays where they are at second, and that'll be 1 away here in the bottom of the 5th. We'll go back to the top of the order. DJ LeMahieu is still looking for his first hit. He's blown out twice.
Yeah, he's put some good swings on it. He just needs a little bit more carry. You better watch out, though, because he's been looking for a home run today.
So the first pitch to him is going to miss, ball 1.
You thought Iannetta was good in scoring position. DJ's almost hitting 500.
Yeah, he's one of these guys that I noticed in the first game, the absolutely monstrous numbers that he's been putting up. DJ LeMahieu is going to hit what looked like a line drive out to center field. Malik Smith is going to charge to make the catch. So he is still hitless here today, and that runner is planted firmly at second base, as that one did not get out deep enough.
Oh, I totally thought that was getting down.
Yeah, it sure looked like it.
DJ is one of those players that just everybody but Yankees fans hates because he was very much unknown in Colorado. And then he comes to the Yankees and he is one of the greatest players in baseball. It's one of those things that just kind of happens. and people are just going to hate him and hate Yankee fans for it.
Oh, people already hate the Yankees. It has little to do with Chris Iannetta. This one's going to be grounded out to shortstop. Lopez is going to take it over to first in time with a nice little scoop from the first baseman to end the inning. Yankees put another one on the board here, extending their lead to 2-0 on this solo shot.
Leading off for Seattle, the shortstop.
Of course, we'll see the shortstop Tim Lopes step in for his second AB of the day. Cheater, did I miss the trivia? I did. Oh, shoot.
I missed it too. It wasn't just you.
17 players have been Rookie of the Year and made it to the Hall of Fame. Yeah, that'd be Derek Jeter.
Now batting, the center fielder.
So this one's going to get grounded out for the first out. Tim Lopes grounding over to his counterpart at shortstop. Let's go to the top of the order here. Malik Smith with his third AB. First pitch to him is going to miss outside. Ball 1.
This is one of those days where you can kind of just relax if you're a Yankee fan. You're playing one of the worst teams in baseball, no offense, but you're playing one of the weakest teams in the league. It's a Sunday, beg your pardon, it's a Monday. Feels like a Sunday. It's a Memorial Day. You can bring the kids. It's a great crowd. And you can kind of just rejuvenate the whole roster before these next two series, which are big with the Twins and then the West Coast swing starting with the Angels.
Of course, during that West Coast swing, I'm sure we'll be seeing the Yankees out in Seattle as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say
in here. If I'm not mistaken, we will see you guys after next week. I'd have to look at the schedule again. But the 1-0 pitch. This one's gonna get lifted out into left field. Shed Long. Getting the third out here with that fly out to left field. So nothing doing here for the Mariners. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Yankees still lead this 2-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
See if their bats can continue to be alive here. They've started to hit in these last few innings, and I know I've said it these last few innings, but it really feels like it's about to be a nice eruption of runs.
Well,
kind of blow this game out of the water.
They'll have a tough chance at that as Matt McGill is going to step in here. He's been rather efficient with his appearances, coming in and attacking the strike zone, not throwing a lot of balls, getting a lot more strikeouts than serving up walks. And inducing a lot of swing and miss as he's got a lot of variation in his speed between his fastball and his off speed as he gets a swing and a miss, strike 3 at a ball in the dirt here for the first out to Aaron Judge. And of course, facing these 3, 4, 5 hitters will be quite the test for the reliever McGill.
We'll see if these, if this pays off, if this pitching change pays off, and they clearly are trying to space things out in the bullpen and not kill just one guy. They're warming 2 more up, so we'll probably see 3, 4, 5 pitchers come in for the Mariners as we move along. It's been a quick game, though.
It has. This one has been moving right along. It's been quite the pitching battle. As, of course, the only real offense coming on the 2 solo home runs given up by the starter Margevicius. This one's going to be lined over to Kyle Seager for the second out. Not able to squeak by his glove this time as he is ready for it. We'll see Mike Talkman step in here. First pitch to him is going to catch the zone. Strike one.
That looked like one of those pitches where if it had just been a little bit more to the left, he would have just clobbered it.
Well, he clobbered this one, but it goes just a bit foul.
I'm surprised that got over the protective netting. I couldn't see it, but I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be netting over there. I'm surprised it made it over.
It almost looked like it went through a dimensional rift, is what it looked like. It found the strike zone here. McGill striking out Matt Tachman to end the inning here. 1-2-3 for the Yankees. McGill's the pitching change to bring in Matt McGill paying off here in the 6th. Mariners going to lead off with Mitch Haniger here in the 7th.
Yeah, Yankees going to their bullpen too. Not yet, but they're warming guys up, and a very early start for the bullpen today, although it is the top of the 7th. I keep forgetting that.
Like you said, this game is moving right along. We're already here in the 7th. As you see a couple of arms out in the Yankees bullpen getting ready. Of course, Happ only giving up the 2 hits here today, keeping these Mariners scoreless so far. I imagine the manager, Aaron Boone, down there is going to be keeping a short leash if Happ gives up a run here. Of course, already 82 pitches into this ball game. That's always a respectable amount of work out of a starting pitcher. This one's getting lifted deep into right field. Haniger with the home run here for the Mariners to lead off the top of the 7th. Going the opposite way, he lifts this one out in 377 feet out into right field. So just like that, this ball game, the Yankees lead is cut to just 1.
Yeah, we've been killing the Mariners. We've really not taken anything easy on the Mariners, but they played really good for a series finale. I'm sure all these guys are beat up and tired. Second of 4 East Coast series, but they're hanging in there. It's only a 1-run game, and maybe they pull this one out. Who knows?
We'll see Daniel Vogelbach step in here, and this is another guy that can put one over the fence with one swing of the bat, so he'll look to tie it up here. You see there, he's already hit a home run in this series.
Maybe this is a little beacon of hope for you Mariners fans, kind of hanging in there against, supposedly, by my account, and I'm a little bit biased, but by my account, probably the best team in baseball right now, in the American League at least.
That's definitely a biased take, but okay.
A division leader, to hang in against a division leader is a nice beacon of hope.
It's definitely something to string along fans for another month or so, as Mariner fans are well aware of. As Daniel Vogelbach looking at the 3rd strike here. Jay Happ racking up his 6th strikeout of the ball game. And
that was a questionable call. Close.
Of course, Vogelbach, that's one of the more frequent outcomes of his ABs. Blech.
Yeah.
Words are hard, man.
Totally.
Kyle Seager stepping in here. The 1-0 pitch from Happ. Miss ball 2. Two-0 pitch now. Seager's going to lift this one deep into center field. There to play it is Gardner, and he makes the catch for the 2nd out.
Right off the bat, that looked like a swing that might go. I got a little nervous thinking the game might be tied, but just a routine fly out.
Well, we'll see Kyle Lewis step in here. He's 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout and a ground out. First pitch to him is going to hit the zone. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2 to Kyle Lewis.
Really late on that pitch.
And he just hits it with the barrel of his bat here. That'll be an easy pop-up over to Andahar at third for the third out. Mitch Haniger finally putting one on the board here for the Mariners with this leadoff home run. Get up and stretch, folks. It's the we're going to the bottom of the 7th.
Number 73.
We'll see Taylor Williams make his third appearance on this season, getting the call up from Tacoma recently.
Leading off for the Yankees.
Yeah, 2-1 lead for New York, but this has been a really good game to watch. I don't think either one of us really thought we were going to have much play-by-play or real talk about the game. We all kind of figured it would be over early, but good game here on Memorial Day.
So Taylor Williams, the young righty, laying a strike in there to the first baseman, 0-1. This one doesn't catch the zone with the changeup, says the umpire. I think Taylor would like a different call there, but nonetheless, we'll see a 1-1 here. Vote's going to offer at it. That'll be strike 2. This one's going to be lifted out to center field. Shifting over is Malik Smith. He'll make the catch for the first out.
Now batting, third baseman, Miguel Andujar.
The plan from the Seattle bullpen looks like it's kind of just give everybody an inning. No one goes more than 3 outs.
Well, it'd be a better approach than they've had in a lot of other games that I've seen. So I wouldn't be mad at that.
Yeah, I mean it's the final game of the series. You're off to Detroit. Do they start in Detroit tomorrow, or do they get a day off?
I believe we've got we're going straight to Detroit for a game tomorrow.
Yeah.
That one is going to be. Nope, I lied. We get a day off.
I was going to say that would be a rough trip to finish.
I just misread the schedule. We do play tomorrow. It's going to be Marco Gonzalez taking on Jordan Zimmerman in Detroit tomorrow. My good friend, the Beardy Buddha, is going to be in the booth with me here for Bot Ball After Dark tomorrow at 10:45 Eastern or thereabouts.
Yeah, but still, that's a tough way to end the series, and then theoretically in this video game world, they play the day game, and then right about this time they would be getting on a plane to head off to Detroit. It's a rough schedule.
As I see Beardy Buddha checking in the Twitch chat, I'm super excited, my man. This one's going to be strike 3 here to end the inning. Taylor Williams coming in to shut down the Yankees here in the 7th. We'll go to the top of the 8th. We'll get Tommy Connell? Is that right? Tommy Connell?
Camley. But
Camley.
Close. You were close enough.
He's going to come in and try and shut down these Mariners here in the top of the 8th. Meanwhile, Evan White looking to get something going here.
This has been an exciting game. Again, I don't think either one of us were really prepared for this, but this is a really exciting game, a 1-run game as we are 12 outs from the finish likely. This could be an exciting finish.
Yeah, I certainly didn't expect a 1-run ball game here into the 8th inning. Take a look down at the Yankees bullpen. Well, a couple of lefties, Zach Britton and Aroldis Chapman, warming up.
Yeah, I think you probably bring Chapman in for the final 3 outs. That was a huge strikeout.
Yeah, Evan White striking out here to start the top of the 8th. Take a look at Jay Happ's final line for the ballgame. 7 innings, giving up 3 hits, only the 1 earned run, the 1 walk, and racking up 6 strikeouts on 94 pitches.
You could make a case for player of the game. You
Very
could make
much
a case
so.
for him to get player of the game if they end up, if the Yankees end up pulling it out. I mean, to be fair, the pitching is what has really given them the lead so far. 2 hits is what's offensively given them the lead, but the pitching has been stellar.
Yeah, both pitching departments have brought their A game here on Memorial Day. Ball definitely did not expect a 1-run ball game in the 8th. Nonetheless, here we are. This pitch will get fouled off the catcher's bat. 0-2. Murphy trying to stay alive here. Strike 3 from Tom Murphy as he's out in front of that changeup. Runs this one low and inside on him and gets him to swing right over it. Quickly, there's 2 away here, and Mariners are down to their last 4 outs. See Tim Lopes looking for his first hit of the series. He's drawn a couple of walks, but he's not registered a hit yet. The 1-0 pitch. This one's going to be hit down the right field line, hooking foul. Here's a 1-1. This one, he'll get underneath it and pop it up to the second baseman. Mayhew stays with it, and that'll be the 3rd out here in the top of the 8th. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th, and we'll see 9-1-2 from the Yankees. Carl Edwards Jr. is going to get the call here for the 8th inning. His 18th appearance of the season. He's put up 9 holds so far across 14 innings of work. The 5.79 ERA. He'll just look to limit his damage. First pitch to the catcher, Chris Iannetta, is going to be over for strike 1 with that curveball.
As a Yankee fan watching this game, it would make me feel really a little bit better if they could score some runs here and get a lead bigger than 1 going into the final inning.
Well, Edwards is going to beam the pitcher here with a fastball that looks like it just got away from him. And he'll take first base.
And it's not that I don't trust Chapman. You know, it's not that I don't trust Chapman. It's just that given the way this game has gone, one swing has decided, a few swings have decided a lot. So by that logic, it would be nice to make it more than a few swings out of reach.
Well, this one's going to get down for a base hit out to right field. Runner's going to go first to third, and just like that, Carl Edwards Jr. got himself a pickle here. DJ LeMahieu finally getting a hit here in this ballgame that extends his hitting streak to 10 games.
Yeah, he was didn't have the greatest start, but he was able to get the hit and extend the hitting streak.
Well, Gleyber Torres is going to look for another shot here as he homered back in the 4th. That's his only hit of the ballgame so far today. But with nobody out and runners on first and third, anything will do as long as it's into the outfield. First pitch to him is going to miss high, ball 1.
We've seen some really good baseball today. The bop ball gods have been nice to us. 5-2 Nationals, 2-1 Tigers end up upsetting the Rays. Cardinals Braves was probably the most hype game of the day. Cardinals won 7-4. The Astros won by a run. Dodgers, Rockies, White Sox, and Orioles all still to play. Should be a fun finish here on Memorial Day.
Of course, we're doing this all for Meals on Wheels, folks. Don't forget to go hit that donate button. Everything that we collect here for ML Bot Ball goes to Meals on Wheels. I know we have raised over $500 so far in this season. We're looking to stretch that out to as much as we can. I would like to see us get to 1,000 here before the end of June. I would personally like to see that. So if you wonderful viewers, feel free, head down, hit that donate button, and help out Meals on Wheels and help us here at ML Bot Ball. Carl Edwards Jr. is able to get a strikeout here against Gleyber Torres. So after giving up after beating the first batter and then giving up a single on the second batter, he is able to get the strikeout here, and he'll face off against Aaron Judge, who he gets to swing and a miss at the first pitch.
Yeah, and you can't say enough about Meals on Wheels. You were talking about it earlier. Donate. We're all doing this for free. We're providing this all for free. No one's getting paid. I'm certainly not good enough to get paid, we'll put it that way. But we're all doing this for free. Just please, if you can, donate. It'd mean a lot.
It certainly does. Carl Edwards in an 0-2 count here to Aaron Judge. Judge still looking for his first hit of the ball game. He'll watch a pitch low and away, ball one.
So we started a little bit late. That's why everything's kind of running behind schedule. My game earlier, the Nats Marlins, we had to start a little bit late. But this game is probably going to get us right back on track because we're almost finished and we're not even close to 9 yet. So
that'll be a strikeout here to Aaron Judge, and we'll see Giancarlo Stanton step in. 2 for 3 on the day with a couple of singles. He'll take a big cut trying to put this one over the fence with one swing and miss wildly.
He was way off.
The 0-1 pitch, the curveball missing outside, ball one. Here's the 1-1. There's another curveball outside, ball two.
A lot of people surprised this game is close. You guys in the chat, you're not the only ones. We were a little shocked this wasn't out of reach early, but we're glad that at least one game in this series has been really interesting to watch.
2-1 pitch misses outside, ball three.
Stanton's had a good day though. 2 for 3, pair of singles.
He'll run a fastball in there on the inside corner. Full count here to Stanton. And with 2 outs, runner over at first will go. 3-2 pitch. And he misses high, ball 4. So he walks Giancarlo Stanton. And we'll see Mike Tauchman here with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 8th.
That's a tough walk. You really could not afford that because now the bases are loaded. There are 2 outs, though. That's the silver lining to all this. And now Tauchman looking for not only his first hit of the day, but to kind of blow this thing open here in the 8th.
Having a lot of flashbacks to Fernando Rodney here with Carl Edwards' appearance today. As he misses ball 1 to Mike Tauchman. You gotta wonder at Scott Servius' decision to stick with Carl out here in the bottom of the 8th with this game so close. As he misses with that curveball in the dirt, ball 2. Carl comes set. Takes a look over at third. Kicks and delivers a 2-0. They'll say he did not go around ball 3.
In the chat, they're saying he has a great stuff, but once he digs in a hole, he can't really get out of it. And I agree, from what we've seen today, he has had a tough time getting out of holes, and that is probably going to end the game.
So this one's going to hook foul.
Usually when they go to that camera angle, it's long gone.
So the 3-1 pitch now. This one will go foul, and we'll have a full count here. Edwards with a lucky deal here.
Yeah.
That long shot goes foul. This one's going to be a ground ball up the middle. He'll go over to first in time to get the third out to end the inning. Definitely having flashbacks of Fernando Rodney as he works the bases full and gets the third out.
They got a chance though.
We'll go now to the top of the 9th. Mariners' last chance here. They'll face off against Aroldis Chapman, making his 18th appearance of the season. 14 saves and 14 opportunities. He's been absolutely lights out with 2.76 ERA. We'll see 1-2-3 out of the Mariners. First pitch to Malik Smith is inside, ball 1.
They kept it in reach. That's all they could really do today. But they've kept it close.
No missing inside with the sinker, ball 2.
It was probably not what the Yankees imagined after the way the first 3 games went in this series, but it's a hard-fought game and probably good to start to get into that mindset. None of the games against Minnesota are going to be gimmies. Or Los Angeles.
He'll swing and a miss for strike 1. 2-1 pitch. Miss inside, ball 3. Malik Smith's showing patience here, working this count to 3-1. 3-1 pitch from Chapman. He misses high, ball 4, and that's a leadoff walk here in the top of the 9th. And of all the guys that you feel okay about putting on base, this guy is not one of them as he leads the American League in stolen bases.
Yeah, this is not the greatest start. You get a little nervous here. Chapman has been known to implode in some situations like these.
Well, Shed Long's going to dig in. He's 0-for in this series as he'll show bunt here on the first pitch, but turn back as that one misses inside, ball 1. 102-mile-an-hour fastball from Chapman keeps Malik Smith right where he is. Oh no, as Aroldis Chapman seems to be down on the field with severe pain in his back. This doesn't seem to be a simple muscle strain or stiffness. He's going to be out for the game and possibly out for the season. Doctors here in New York will have to take a look at him, and the manager will have to figure something out here to finish this ball game here in the 9th. Tough break for the Yankees. We'll see Adam Ottavino come in to replace Aroldis Chapman. And boy, what a lucky draw for the Mariners, as Ottavino has not been nearly as successful here this season as Aroldis Chapman has.
We're going to have to, tomorrow, jump into the lineup adjustments and talk about how to replace him.
So that'll be a bunt, a sacrifice bunt up the first base line, but they'll take it to second to get the first out, and they're able to get the lead runner for the first out here in the top of the 9th. In steps Mitch Haniger now with a runner on first. He's already hit 1 home run here today. You can put the Mariners on top here with 1 swing of his bat. as that one will get in there for strike one.
Best thing you can do right now is close things out, finish out with the win. That's a tough, tough loss.
Vino delivers the 0-1 pitch. This one's going to be lifted out into deep center field. There is Gardner to make the catch. And the runner will have to retreat back to first for the second out. Mariners down to their last opportunity here in the top of the ninth. We'll see big Daniel Vogelbach stepping in.
I'm assuming that as a Mariners fan, you were hoping against hope that that ball just carried out.
Well, I mean, obviously. I'm hoping this one does as well.
Nope,
First pitch to Vogelbach is missing high, ball one.
Yeah, I was surprised too. That was one of those pitches that could have gone either way.
Ottavino comes set. Take a look over at first. Deliver the 1-0 pitch. Vogelbach connects with this one, and that one's driven deep into center field, ranging back to the track to the wall. This one is gone. Daniel Vogelbach with the 2-run home run. That puts the Mariners on top 3-2 here in the top of the ninth. This is a big shot here for Daniel Vogelbach, his 10th home run of the season. A 429-foot home run from Daniel Vogelbach. And all of a sudden, the Mariners lead 3-2.
This day has not been the Yankees' day. Looked like they might be able to run away with it. If you remember, in back-to-back innings, they hit home runs. But now they're struggling, and they're going to have to try and walk it off.
Ottavino delivers the first pitch to Kyle Seager. That misses outside, ball one. Kyle 0 for 3 today, 0 for 12 in the series.
And how important is that?
Ottavino missing outside, ball two.
So how important is it that Carl Edwards was able to get out of that last inning without giving up a run?
Crucial. Absolutely crucial. The bullpen has been phenomenal here so far for the Mariners. Pitching all over the place has been absolutely phenomenal, aside from some big shots given up here by Ottavino, but also by Margevicius.
Real pitcher's duel today, and it's been a really, as poorly as this may turn out for the Yankees, it's been a real fun day.
Kyle Seager strikes out swinging here as he chases a slider down in. That'll end the inning for the Mariners, but not before Vogelbach is able to put up a couple of runs on this big fly out to deep center field. We'll see the closer Dan Altavilla come in here in the bottom of the ninth, looking for his 14th save of the season. He's blown 3 of them. He's got a 3.91 ERA. He'll look to shut him down here, 6, 7, and 8 from the Yankees. First pitch to Luke Voigt. Swing and a miss at that 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah, 6, 7, and 8, the 3 Yankee hitters you probably would rather face than 1, 2, 3, 4.
The 0-1 pitch. Doesn't catch the corner. 1-1 here to Voigt. Here's the 1-1. This one's going to be a little dribbler up the middle. Altavilla is going to take it himself for the first out over to first here in the bottom of the ninth. And that is a big, big first out here for the Mariners.
Yep, now Andujar. Although he had the home run, he had 1 of 2 today, so maybe he can bring some magic into the Bronx.
Altavilla delivers his first pitch. That's a 2-seamer right down Main Street. That'll go foul, 0-1.
And that was his pitch. You could see that was the pitch he was going to blast.
As he checks his swing here, ball 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. He'll try and get him to chase one low and inside again. 2-1 here.
And Altavia knows that that was the wrong pitch to throw that got fouled off. He's trying to kind of pitch around him, maybe get him to chase for something. But Andujar's been selective, and that's good.
2-1 pitch from Altavia as he lays one out over the plate. This one is going to be lifted out to right field. Haniger is there to make the catch on the run. That'll be 2 away here in the bottom of the 9th. And we'll see Brett Gardner take the last shot here for the Yankees here with 2 away in the bottom of the 9th. First pitch to him is going to miss low, ball 1. 1-0 pitch. That one is left out over there in prime home run territory, but he doesn't offer 1-1. He misses outside with this one. Looks like that slider got away from him. 2-1. Altavia delivers the 2-1 pitch. Fastball in there for strike 2. The 2-2 pitch to Gardner. This one not catching the corner. 3-2. A full count here to the center fielder.
Just trying to stay alive here, prolong this game a little bit more.
3-2 pitch. He'll foul it off. That fastball catching the corner at 97 miles an hour. We'll see another 3-2 here from Altavia. Got him swinging, and the ball game is over. Mariners finally able to scratch out a win here in the Bronx. Carl Edwards Jr. is going to get the win as the Mariners pull one out in the 9th. A big shot by Daniel Vogelbach puts them over the top with 2 away in the top of the 9th inning. And boy, I gotta say, my spirits have definitely turned around since the 8th inning.
This game kind of just slipped away. It was 8 innings of perfect baseball for the Yanks, and then just kind of slipped away. And you know, it's all right, because in reality, it's not the best start. It's not how you would like to go into a huge series this week. But it's not a big deal. They won 3 games. They took 3 of 4. It was tough. This was a bad loss, and one I would rather forget. But in the long run, 1 game will not mean much, although the injury to Chapman, which did seem pretty serious, may matter a lot.
That was rather crucial to this ball game here. Of course, we look at the line. Carl Edwards picking up his first victory of the season. He's 1-2 on the year now. Adam Ottavino picking up a loss here. That he's 0-2 on the season now. Dan Altavia getting his 14th save of the year. We'll take a look at the highlights from this ball game here, and it's going to be some long shots here. We'll lead it off with Gleyber Torres's home run out to right. That was the first score of the ball game. And Evan White driving this liner out into right field. Aaron Judge laying out and making a beautiful catch out there in right field.
Yeah, it's a top 10 worthy play.
And we'll kick ahead to the bottom of the 5th, where Miguel Andujar hit this towering shot out to left field that put the Yankees up 2-0 here in the 5th. And then we cut ahead to the top of the 7th. Mitch Haniger putting Mariners up on the board here with this home run out into right field. That would cut the lead to 1. And this ground ball up the middle to end the 8th inning was end up being crucial for
he almost beat out that throw. Wow.
And then of course the big shot of the game, Daniel Vogelbach with his 429-foot home run able to put 2 on the board in the top of the 9th. That put the Mariners out in front 3-2, and that ended up being the difference maker. Of course, Dan Altavilla coming in to get the third strike here to end the inning. Got him to chase a changeup out over the plate. Of course, Daniel Vogelbach, player of the game with that big 2-run shot out to center field. What a performance here late in the ball game from these Mariners, able to put themselves over with a couple of big flies. And really, that was the story of this ball game, was the pitching matchups early in the ball game. Unfortunately, neither starter getting a part of the decision here today. Both of them coming out here and giving up, only giving up less than 2 each. Margevicius giving up the 2 solo shots. Happ giving up the 1 shot to Haniger. Both having a great outing under their belts here in this ball game, but it ended up coming down to the later innings as the Mariners pull this one out on a travel day. They're going to get on a plane and head to Detroit, as we'll be there tomorrow.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit unfair that the starting pitchers, neither one is really going to get credit that he deserves. I mean, they both pitched terrific games. Such 5 runs total scored. Considering the offense that we saw in the first 3 games, I think it was really, it's a real bummer that neither starting pitcher was able to get any love in the box score. But, they get the win. I think that's what matters in the long run for Seattle. I think you would agree they're not going to make any playoff pushes, but this is a good feel-good win. And I think they definitely needed that in the middle of this long East Coast road swing.
Definitely needed the win, especially after the clobbering they have taken from these Yankees throughout this series. As we take a look here, Aroldis Chapman, it was determined that he had a herniated disc in his back. He was estimated to be out 1 to 2 months here in New York. So that is a rather serious injury for their closer. And that's going to be a big hole in on the back end of their bullpen, rather.
We're going to see who ends up taking that spot. They may try out a couple of bullpen guys, but they're in the market for a closer. Not something I thought we would ever say, but the Yankees are in a market for the closer.
Well, I mean, the Yankees are always in the market to buy any player of talent because it's the only strategy that ever works for them. Just, you know how it is. Yankees doing Yankees. We are joined in the booth now by the next broadcast team. It's going to be one Beardy Buddha and my good friend Cookie Eater. How are you guys doing, gentlemen?
I'm doing pretty good. How about Beardy Buddha?
Oh, very well here on a Monday evening and didn't have to work today, so cheers.
Cheers to that indeed. Well,
this is a good matchup. I like Rockies Dodgers. I got to call a Rockies game on Friday when they really took a beating defensively. Philly just clobbered them, but this should be a fun matchup.
Well, as we wrap up here in New York, we're going to send it off to you guys. Enjoy this NL West matchup with a couple of really good friends of mine, Beardy Buddha, Cookie Eater. For Aiden Blanc, I'm Brother Beard, signing off. Thank you, guys.
Enjoy your holiday, guys.
All right, thank you, Brother Beard. Thank you, Aiden and Beardy. Well, I don't think we could ask for anything much better than this. We got 2 ace-like pitchers on the mound. It's Memorial Day. You didn't have to work. I didn't have to work. It's primetime bot ball. This is as good as it gets.
Yeah, I'm always excited to see what kind of fireworks might fly at Coors Field as the the thin air leads to some balls that can be crushed, and me being a fan of the offense and especially the long ball, crossing my fingers that maybe some guys like Mookie Betts or Max Muncy or David Dahl or Nolan Arenado can hit a couple dingers tonight.
Yeah, we have Coors Field, of course, like you said. We want to see those offensive fireworks here, and we got a couple of great guys on the mound, but if we see a ball hit 500 feet today, I would absolutely love to see it. We got great sluggers on both sides, so I don't know. I'm hyped up.
Yeah, the pitching matchup will be fun indeed, and that might be the only way we see some offense. And these two guys are both top 10 and top 1 and 2 in the National League for home runs allowed. Just a handful of home runs given up by both of these guys, and could be a good pitchers duel, and hope to continue some good ML bot ball and close games today on this holiday here, as we get Dodgers and Rockies.
And we'll see special hats around the league for Memorial Day, and Gray, John Gray on the mound for the Rockies. Beardy, what do you got on John?
Yeah, making his 11th start this season. You see the 3-4 record there among his handful of other stats. As I alluded to, only 2 home runs allowed on the season in 58 2/3 pitched. So a guy who's got a lower whip, a lower ERA, and has maybe not gotten the run support that would lead to more W's in the win column. But John Gray making his 11th start at home, and I guess if you're a Rockies pitcher with an ERA in the low 3s, that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, pitching at Coors Field not every 5 days necessarily, but for half of your games, most likely, that'll definitely inflate that ERA a little bit. So that ERA of 3, all the more impressive for John Gray. First pitch swing for Mookie Betts. He's retired on a ground out, so that'll bring up Max Muncy.
Just have to take a moment to ring the alarms. We got our good buddy Poseidon in the chat. Want to give a couple honorary flaps to him as he joins us here on a Monday evening.
Everybody flap.
Oh, that's out.
2-0 to Max Muncy, so Gray willing to find the zone after getting that quick first out. Ooh, gets the benefit of the doubt on that call. 2-1.
Muncy's been seeing the ball pretty well. Tied for 4th in the National League in home runs. Also 4th in RBI and 8th in runs. So Max has been a good source of offense in that 2-hole here for the Dodgers.
Yeah, and he's a guy who started out the season a little bit cooler, but like you mentioned, he's really heated up and putting up numbers we kind of expect to see from Max. So ground one first base, it'll be knocked down, and they'll have time to make the flip over to the pitcher covering to get that second out. But a little bit of sloppy play there from Daniel Murphy playing first base, but it works out in the end. So there's 2 away for Cody Bellinger.
Yeah, Murphy looked more a goalie than first baseman there, using the body to knock it down, but made the play. So I guess any way you can get the out, I guess it still counts as an out.
That's the fun thing about baseball. An out is an out, and there's 27 outs. It doesn't matter if you hit rockets for all 27. It doesn't matter if they're all strikeouts. And there can be as much time as you want in between those outs as well. It's really a unique aspect to this game, as it's gone 3-0 to Cody, not really giving him anything to hit. crush one.
Ooh, dang.
Just does go foul, a little bit out in front. But he had the green light 3-0 and he swung. That's, boy.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
He takes a 3-1 pitch, so all of a sudden, Braves come back from the 3-0 to a full count, 3-2.
Yeah, Gray hasn't walked too many guys and has attacked hitters pretty well this season. Let's see what he does to the former MVP.
He'll strike him out. It's in the, I believe that would be Chase. Fastball looked just down out of the zone. But Cody goes fishing, doesn't come up. If anything. It'll be a 1-2-3 inning for Gray. Blackman, Murphy, Arenado due up facing Walker Buehler, who I think it's his 11th start, 188 ERA, 111 whip, roughly, 113 actually. And this is a guy who's kind of been shaky of late. I mean, those stats really don't reflect it, but he's been having a lot of short outings, struggling to find the strike zone.
The right fielder, Charlie.
Yeah, definitely. As you said, kind of weird to say about a guy with those kind of numbers, but good to see what he's excited to see what he's going to do against this Colorado lineup that can certainly hit a few over the fence. They got a lot of big boppers, and Blackman's been a guy who can at least find a gap from time to time in his career.
Yeah, all of these top three for Colorado, Blackman, Murphy, Arenado, and Trevor Story to follow shortly after that. Not sure if he's in the 4 or 5 hole tonight, but these are all guys who can hit one out of the park. And like you mentioned, Blackman's he can lace a double. He's got some speed. He can hit it out as well, and he's got that righty on lefty advantage on Buehler as well.
And just the greatest caveman aesthetic, possibly in baseball. I've always loved Chuck's look.
Wow, it's a good one. The long hair, the long beard. It's baseball bat, as you know, the caveman's club puts it all together.
Goes well with the Rockies mascot Dinger, the creepy anthropomorphic triceratops.
Full count pitch to Charlie Blackman. Way high. Didn't even threaten the zone. He didn't have to think twice. It'll be a leadoff walk for the Rockies.
Yeah, you said he's struggled as of late to find that strike zone, and man, you'd think he'd be able to come up with a better pitch than that, considering he's a guy who has 70 strikeouts on the season coming into this one.
Yes, it's been a little bit strange to watch. Hopefully he'll lock in today, settle down. Doesn't do it on this pitch though. Daniel Murphy takes him deep. Won't get out of the park, but it'll split the outfielders in that gap. Charlie Blackman's being sent home. They're not going to make a throw, so it'll be an RBI double. Daniel Murphy.
Yeah, he just left one like right over the middle of the plate there, and Murphy says, thank you very much. I'll take that meatball and find the right center wall.
Yeah, that's what happens when you leave meatballs up to guys in this lineup. So that means Nolan Arenado's going to have a runner in scoring position. And well, Beardy, this is one of the best guys in the whole league, so this will be fun to watch.
Yes, I've alluded to, a few times in our past broadcasts, pointed out guys that you pretty much like to watch if you're just a fan of baseball. I always say I'm more of a Twins fan than anything myself, but, I enjoy watching guys like Francisco Lindor, Tim Anderson, and Nolan Arenado has always been a guy who I would definitely buy a ticket to see if he's in town, because he is sweet with the bat and the leather over there at third base for the Rockies, and I hope he sticks around for a while with the Rocks. There was some speculation that might not be the case.
He'll rip this one to shortstop. It'll be knocked down by Seager. Just not enough time to make that throw over. So it'll be an error for Corey. That's just tough luck. Well, not really because he screwed up, but so close to making that throw even after the booted ball.
Yeah, and the throw was, I mean, even on target, it was a little low, but a laser over there, and not what you wanted to see if you're Mr. Walker on the mound with Trevor Story now at the dish, who's been crushing the ball this season.
Yeah, good news for Buehler is, though, Story struggled over the course of his career against him, so Walker's gonna try and work efficiently to him. Double play is in order now if there's a silver lining to having Arenado over on first.
Ooh, went upstairs.
Yeah, he could have punished that pitch, but unfortunately swing just a little bit late. It'll be strike 2, so Store's quickly in the 0-2 hole. See if he goes for a waste pitch or tries to put him away right here.
Count is 1 and 2.
I'd call that a waste pitch.
Little too much off the plate.
Yeah, he may have aimed closer to that outside edge, but that curveball definitely ended up way out there, so that'll be a 1-2. This time we'll go to the fastball down and in, but that was way down and way in, so quickly pitched it back to an even count. Story's not chasing.
Oh, got him.
Luckily, though, he doesn't need Story to chase because he can't hit the fastball right down the middle. 99 on the gun. Gets Story to swing right through it. I don't know why I was calling him Tory. My mind is drifting, folks. It's dangerous. That'll be the first out. Tapia's going to come in to bat. I hope I said that right.
I think that's right.
Signed out of the Dominican Republic probably many, many moons ago. In an 0-2 hole, and well, not to knock the bottom half of this Colorado lineup, but once you get through those top 4, it gets a lot less dangerous. In general.
Yeah, it is interesting. They have a guy like David Dowell usually hitting so low in the lineup, and they do that thing after the pitcher too, but ooh, strikes out looking.
Yeah, that's a good pitch. And it looks like he had some words for the umpire, maybe not happy with the call, but Walker will be happy because now he's gotten 2 away, 1 step closer to stranding those runners out there.
Yeah, he's got a good candidate at the plate to try and get out of this jam, and planted that cutter in there for strike 1. That's a nice pitch for Buehler if he can mix that in with his regular fastball.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Rogers batting just under 260, only 2 homers on the year, and that goes to show how little of a power threat he's been, seeing as he plays at Coors, but he'll get him to pop up. Caught by Smith, so Daniel Murphy laces the double, gets the first run home, but unfortunately the Rockies leave 2 on base. So Dodgers look to respond through 1. 1-0 Rockies. Memorial Day pop ball for y'all.
Leading off for the Dodgers, the left fielder.
So after the 1-2-3 inning last him up for Los Angeles, it'll be their 4, 5, 6 hitters: Peterson, Seager, and Smith.
Hey, you saw that graphic there. Peterson has way better splits on the road than at home. He's batting under 200 at home, so I guess he's enjoying himself when he leaves the friendly confines of Dodger Stadium, and this is a good place to get a couple hits when you're on the road.
Yeah, I was just about to say that if there's anywhere on the road you want to be hitting, it's this stadium right here. He's down 0-2 though, and Peterson has been slumping a little bit the last few weeks. So it'd be nice to see him take advantage of the atmosphere here. Get back going with the bat. He'll go down swinging. Fastball at 97 gets Gray a second strikeout, but these Dodgers have had the lead back on Arizona for a few weeks now, but it might not even be a few full weeks. It might just be around one full, but they don't want to get in another losing skid. They want to hold that and start to work towards that 1 seed in the NL.
Yeah, it was neck and neck out here in the NL West between the Dodgers and the Snakes. Oh!
High fly ball, deep. Caught by the left fielder. That one looked like it had a chance. Corey Seager gave it a ride, but that left fielder just kind of moseyed on back. He knew he had time, and it's going to be 2 away now for Will Smith.
Yeah, Tapia made that a lot easier than it looked. I think he did that with ease, and I thought that one had a chance to maybe go over the fence, but Tapia with a nice play out there and left.
Yeah, he had a good read on that really quick, because I don't know. I imagine if I was out there, I would have been sprinting from the get-go if I saw a ball hit like that, but he seemed to know exactly where it was going, and well, he made sure people knew that he knew that, and he just did a nice little slow jog. Will Smith goes down on 3 pitches. Swings and miss. I think that fastball might have been inside, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, John. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, John Gray's hitting his spots here early, and even if he's not hitting them, the Dodgers are chasing him because they're sitting just outside that zone. So nice things from John Gray here early.
I was going to say, Dodgers still without the first base runner. So now we're going to see bottom of the order for Colorado, starting with the catcher, Tony Wolters.
Oh, that's off the plate.
He'll be followed by the pitcher spot in the 8 hole. Not every day you see that. And then David Dahl actually will bat 9th out in center, try and act as a second leadoff man of sorts for this Colorado lineup. Tony will pull the 1-1 foul, so it'll be 1-2. And a swing and a miss. So he'll go down on strikes. Walker's got his 3rd strikeout already. And well, here's another strikeout candidate. It's the pitcher, John Gray.
No ball, 2 strikes. Nope, ball 1. I got to count 1 and 2. 2-2 count.
2-2 now to John Gray. A lot of silence in the air tonight, but you know what's taking the ambiance? However you say that word. Now he's gone full to the opposing pitcher. A little bit disturbing to see that, but pretend we're there. Enjoying the field. Oh, that's a nice slider there. Swing and a miss. Up in the zone. Could be hit.
Yeah, I think that ball would have got a lot of hitters out, regardless if it was John Gray at the plate. But Walker Buehler looking pretty nice here for the Dodgers. He did give up that first inning run, of course, but let's see if he can round out this inning by getting David Dahl out here.
Yeah, 1-2-3 bounce back would be huge for him.
1-0.
Dahl is on a bit of a hot streak. 4 homers in his last 6 games. Not every day you see that from a 9-hole hitter.
Yeah, and it's interesting they put him there, considering last year he made the All-Star team as a reserve, if I have my notes correct, and did hit over 300 for the Rockies, and he was a draft pick for him back in 2012 and plays some pretty solid defense out there for Colorado. Always interesting to see what a manager will do with a guy like him, and I think that 9 hole is actually a pretty good spot for him. 10 homers and hitting .253 so far this season.
Yeah, you have to think if he bumps that average up a little bit, maybe they look at reconfiguring their top of the lineup, but I do agree. I think 9 hole, it's a nice, I don't know, my vocabulary's not all here tonight. He goes down on strikes. We're through 2. Bat ball, etc., etc. Memorial Day edition.
Leading off for the Dodgers.
Go eat some cookies, man. You got to rejuvenate.
Oh, I wish I had cookies. Those sound good. Gavin Lux, though, if he hits a homer here, I'll give him a cookie. A virtual cookie, at least.
Tie this one back up for the Dodgers. I had a cookie earlier today. Went and donated some platelets at my local blood donation center.
The third baseman,
That's Lux rounds out to second, and Colorado's 8 games back to Los Angeles. Arizona's still 3 back, but how'd that blood donation go? That's something I've never done before, but wouldn't mind doing someday.
Well, yeah, my dad was always an avid blood donor, and when I moved up here to Minneapolis, they have the machines, of course, to donate things like plasma and platelets, and I found out that I'm a good candidate for platelets, as my blood type allows me to give universal platelets, so they usually take a couple units of platelets from me every time, and yeah, it's a cause I enjoy and support, and also like Meals on Wheels, just like we do here on Bop Ball. It's a good cause that I love to support, and hope you toss a couple bucks to Meals on Wheels tonight.
Yeah, we saw fly out from Hernandez there, so Walker Buehler going to be the 9th batter of the day for the Dodgers, still looking for their first one on base, takes ball 1, but yeah, Meals on Wheels, folks. Can't stress this enough, especially with the holiday here today. It's a great cause, gets food to the people who need it most. You know, I'm sure, well, especially under normal circumstances, as we see a 6-3 ground out to end the inning for the Dodgers. You know, there's all sorts of fun barbecue cookouts or whatever with friends. Maybe not so much the case in some places this year, but you know, not everybody has that opportunity, and that's why we have Meals on Wheels. Gets food to those folks who need it most, and that's all the money we raise goes directly to them. So have some spare change laying around in your virtual wallet. Toss it their way. Not only will they, but we will also appreciate it greatly.
0-1.
Walker Buehler's back out there facing the top of that Rockies order. Charlie Blackmon's in a 0-2 hole, so remember he was retired on one pitch his first time up, so getting to see a few more here for whatever that's worth.
Nope, up there.
A shout out the big guy whose question for the game was, as we see Blackman go down on strikes, isn't happy with the call. Too soon or just caught the zone. So 7 outs so far today. Buehler's already struck out 6. I think we're going to look at all those right here. The big guy 73's question of the day. 17 players will Rookie of the Year made it to the Hall of Fame. 2 did it under a Dodgers name. Who were they? Chubbs V1, correctly guessed Mike Piazza, and assuming Jackie Robinson, who were both correct.
That was a quick guess, too. Good job, Chubbs.
Yeah, he was really quick to get there. Daniel Murphy, strike 1 taken. You know, Beardy, as we see this one, looks like Buehler will knock it down and make the play. That was a tricky play, a lot easier looking than it probably actually was. Maybe a little bit shaken up after being hit by the pitch, but we might see a few more Rookie of the Year Dodgers that make it to the Hall of Fame. On the squad now, Cody Bellinger. I don't think Corey Seager as much, maybe, as some might have originally thought, but I believe Walker Buehler did win it.
Yeah, if Cody can get kind of back on track after winning that NL MVP last season, he's not off to a good start this year.
Yeah, and Arenado ground out, so 6 straight set down by Buehler. We'll head now top 4, top of the order for the Dodgers. And yeah, Cody has been slow this year, but the Dodgers definitely churning out the Rookie of the Years. And I think eventually one of them will make the Hall of Fame, make it 3 of 18. Being Dodgers up from that 2 of 17 right now. And of course, Gavin Lux, I always like to brag about. Rookie of the Year candidate this year. Been pretty great with the bat. Nice defense, too. So, neither here nor there. It's Mookie Betts at the plate now on a 1-1 count. And John Gray looking to make it 10 straight to start the ball game. Mookie fly out. Charlie Blackmon handles it in right, and there's one away.
Now batting, the first baseman.
Yeah, Gray continues his pretty solid command of his fastball so far today. And as I mentioned, even when he's not just clipping those corners, he's just off the strike zone, and that's led to a lot of swings and misses here from the Dodgers lineup so far.
Yeah, he's been really efficient. Just now hitting 31 pitches here, 2 pitches into the second at-bat in the 4th inning. Next Muncy at the dish. Fouls one back to make it 1-2. Seeing in chat, Rich Rock was hoping to hear me on the call for the Tigers earlier. Well, I'm sorry. I wish I could call 20,000 games a day. so you could hear call everyone's favorite teams, but our scheduling Cesar, Mark put me here with the Dodgers, and I got Beardy with me, so I'm happy with it. Once he goes down on strikes.
You get what you're given here in the ML Ball broadcast booth. It's kind of like the dogs getting the scraps. You just kind of wait for it to come and attack when it does get thrown to you.
Always love calling with Beardy. He's well, it just seems like we always have a ton of fun when we're in the booth together, and not everybody has that kind of chemistry, so it works out really nice.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think one of the first or second games we called together, we talked about visiting each other's stadiums, and I still plan to do that once all this is over and done with, and we can watch some real baseball in person.
Yeah, I'd absolutely love to do that as well. Bellinger flies out to left, so Gray has 12 straight now. Could be something going on there, who knows, but Rock is going to look to extend that 1-0 lead now. Heidi Watney on, well, I don't know what it's like out in Colorado. Out here in the Midwest, it's been a pretty warm Memorial Day, so she's finally maybe ditched that jacket for good, wearing that red top, pink top now in the dugout. Sharing something.
Good friend Heidi enjoying the Colorado sun.
I'm not gonna lie, when I think Colorado, I tend to think more like snowy, snow-topped mountains, I guess. So I wonder what it's actually like there. I've never been.
No, that's down.
Definitely put it on your list. Colorado's a beautiful state. I have a cousin who lives in Denver, another cousin who lives in Fort Collins, and we've gotten to visit them over the last few years. We're hoping to get out to Coors Field at some point, but we'll see. My cousin actually might be moving back here to the Midwest and Minneapolis to be closer with his beloved Twins, of course.
Yeah, Lux, great job here, makes the play. We talked about his offensive prowess and mentioned his defense a little bit as well. And there's another assist to add to those season totals. Not really much of a stat used much in determining someone's value nowadays with all the advanced defensive metrics, but oh well, I'm a bit of an old school guy.
Yeah, Luck's just 22. He's a fun player to watch, and you see why out there in the field. And definitely hasn't been a slouch with the bat. Does have those 8 dingers, and I guess if you can get, double-digit power up the middle from either of your either shortstop or second baseman, you'll take it every time.
1 ball, 2 strikes, count.
Yeah, we've gone 1-2 now to Rainville to Pia. See in chat, Frango saying there's going to be a real hack doing color commentary next game, and yeah, it'll be Duggo doing the late night with a real hack in the form of Frango doing the color commentary. So, good jab at yourself. I'm sure you're going to do great though, Frango.
You'll be in good hands with our good friend Duggo, of course.
Nah, Duggo's not a good friend. That's Don.
Everybody's my good, close, personal friend. All of us fake baseball nerds here in the community. Everybody's my friend.
3-2, fly ball. Cody Bellinger tracks it down in center. So there's 2 away. Both pitchers seem to be on absolute fire now. Basically no offense after Buehler had that walk to Arenado after the But no, it was the walk to Story after the double to Arenado after the single to Murphy. Right? Who knows? Regardless, it's been since the bottom of the first, no outs, that we've seen any offense, and now we're almost through the end of the fourth. So pitchers are both really on fire right now. 0-2 to Brendan Rodgers, the second baseman.
One ball, two strikes.
Yeah, Buehler's been doing a good job striking out these Rockies hitters and has another one behind 1-2, of course.
Ooh, big swing here. High fly ball into the gap. Maybe stand-up double. Not going to stretch that any further and maybe jinxing the lack of offense, but it feels better I use that jinx on Buehler than Gray. Looking at the overall picture. And, yeah, that'll put a runner on second, 2 away, so Cody's going to have to work from the stretch and try and keep that runner stranded. He'll have to face the catcher, Tony Wolters, to do so.
Ooh, where'd that one miss?
Ask the home plate umpire, not me.
Man, they've been getting squirrely lately. I did the every game of the White Sox Twins series over the weekend, and there were just some bad calls both ways on the strike zone.
See a ground out to Lux, so that bad call and that double don't end up biting Buehler, but another hit for Colorado doesn't turn into anything as we're through 4 now. And yeah, I'm starting to think maybe Jim Joyce back there calling the balls and strikes. Or, who's another really bad umpire?
I don't know. I try not to. I just call them all blue because I'm usually yelling at them.
TB Buckner, I see Frango saying chat. Joe West seems to tend to get a bit of a rep as well. Is it Angel Hernandez? Don't remember his name. Gray's back out there, strike 1 to Jock Peterson. Yeah, Angel Hernandez, EB's got me covered. Well, actually, he said that before I did, but my mind's not. I think I'm going, Beardy. I'm kind of like your 95-year-old grandfather who's like, "Are you my grandson?"
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Boy.
I'm just gonna start calling you old cookie eater. Ooh, another K.
Yeah, Gray gets the strikeout. I wouldn't call that a super favorable call, but it was a bit of a borderline pitch up in the zone. Did catch that upper half, or upper edge, upper something or another. So Corey Seager now swing and a miss. Fastball back up there. Swings right through it.
Yeah, we got a pitcher's duel breaking out here at Coors Field. I wonder how long both of these guys are going to go now. Gray's been rather efficient. Buehler's, I believe, around 60 pitches already. So if Gray can cruise through here, he might have an outside shot at going the distance.
Yeah, we see first base hit of the day for the Dodgers, right as you say that. So hopefully no Colorado fans are too squirrely towards you. Seager just ripped it. Great job by him. But yeah, Beardy, my benchmark's usually if you can average 10, 11 pitches an inning, you're on track to throw a Maddox. That is complete game under 100 pitches. Because, you know, 10 to 11 pitches an inning times 9 would be between 90 and 99 pitches. So Bray's on track for that so far. He's at 47 now in the 5th. We'd want him to finish somewhere between 50 and 55. So we can't get into too much more trouble, and a double play from Smith would do wonders in keeping him ahead of schedule, but I think I might have just gotten that for him. 5-4-3. Smith grounds into a double play, so as quick as the Dodgers get on, there's just as quickly turned away. John Gray's been tossing an absolute gem. It's halfway point, pending extra innings. ML ball, yo.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Smith might be the most likely candidate for that double play ball in the Dodgers lineup, and lo and behold, around the horn go the Rockies, and up comes the pitcher himself, John Gray.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get in on the offensive side. He's definitely done his job on the pitching side. Man, getting a knock or something today, that'll just make you that much happier about your performance.
Has just 2 hits on the season, so maybe he's due?
Well, not swinging through a fastball like that. And Buehler is one of the better pitchers in the league, so it's going to be a tall task to hit against him. Did work the count pretty deep his last time up. Of course, I jinxed him here because now he swings and misses it one way out of the zone.
Oh, man.
It was a little low. Buehler doesn't like it, but I got you covered, Blue. How are these teams ranking in the division? Asks Rich Rock. Dodgers have a 3-game lead over the Arizona Diamondbacks, and these Rockies are 5 games back of the Diamondbacks, 8 games back the Dodgers in 3rd place in that NL West. Looks like Frango says that too.
Now batting.
Buehler gets a strikeout of his opposing number. That was good to see that. Better than to see them walk their opposing number. Happens way more than it should.
7 punch-outs now for Buehler, and he's done well after giving up that first inning run.
Well, luckily this won't be another run. If that wall was much shorter, it would have been. But David Dahl, who, like we mentioned, had 4 homers in his last 6 games, almost made it number 5 in his last 7, but just a few feet short. Betts plays it off the wall nicely and holds him to a double, so that'll put a RISP, runner in scoring position, for Blackman. Charlie. Got his name for a second.
Old Chucky B. Dinger's getting him fired up here at Coors Field. He wants to see another run across for these Rockies.
Someone could say he wants to see a dinger.
Dinger wants a dinger. Dinger wants a dong.
Charlie Blackman signs out there in the stands. Charlie will ground this one past third baseman Hernandez, and it's going to be an RBI double. No chance at nailing that runner heading home, so lead's doubled. Blackman gets the RBI. 2-0 Colorado.
Yeah, Blackman's lucky number 13th double on the season just gets under the glove of Hernandez there. Some tough luck for Buehler. That one just gets by inches.
Yeah, and Cody Bellinger patrolling center makes this catch, and he throws an absolute missile in, and Blackman doesn't even give a thought to trying to tag up or head over to third, so he'll stay there at second with now 2 away for Nolan Arenado. He reached on an error, if I recall. No. Yes. I don't know. He'll reach on a not error or something here. Right back up the middle. It'll be an RBI. Blackman goes second to home. 3-0 Colorado. And the rain is falling. Figurative rain, of course, being the baseball and the runs.
Well, not even falling. That one hit about every worm in its path on the way to an RBI single for Nolan Arenado.
Yeah, that's, we need a better metaphor than the cheetahs are running, or?
Something along those lines.
I don't know, I just tried to get poetic. So, Trevor Story now gonna have his buddy Nolan at first in a 0-2 hole.
Some of our Twitch viewers might argue that we have a little too much poetic license here up in the ML Bot Ball booth.
Especially when you got Cookie on the call, you never know what's gonna happen. I'm surprised I haven't been fired yet.
Well, if they've allowed me to come back after a few of the After Dark broadcasts that I've done, I'm guessing you're safe, bud.
Oh boy. Same reaction from both of us there.
Oh man.
Story had the same reaction as well, looking at, boy, strike 3 in quotes called, and we're through 5.
Oh boy, I just looked at the replay and that was even worse than I initially thought. I think that was, we're having some, maybe those umpires got out to a few of the local dispensaries here in Denver and had themselves a fun afternoon before calling this one. Holy cow.
Certainly does seem that way, as John Gray no longer pitching the no-hitter, a perfect game. We're back out there for the 5th. The good news is, though, he finished at 49 pitches below my 50 to 55 benchmark, so he's going to have a bit of wiggle room. He'll want to finish between 60 and 66 here, and well, Luxel had a rope to Arenado, and he just snagged that out, saving his life. First out.
Man, just don't even hit it within like 10 feet of Nolan Arenado. It's almost a guaranteed out. Holy cow, that was a hot shot, and he just snagged it Matrix style. That was awesome.
That was a beautiful play.
Inside, ball 1.
That's the kind of play probably would be a double for Colorado, with Kike Hernandez covering third base while Justin Turner's recovering from injury. He should be back in probably just about a month now. Been down for a while. Out 1 to 2 months initially. So we're slowly creeping back towards seeing Justin return in a Dodgers uniform. He was hitting pretty good in the heart of their order, and well, they've missed it, but then again, they can afford to miss it too. Maybe not today, as Gray gets his 6th strikeout. Gets Hernandez to chase. Or not chase, I really don't know where it ended up. I think that was chasing.
Also depends on if you're wearing a umpire shirt tonight.
Number 3.
Oh yeah, Blue probably would have called that one. So.
And yeah, back to that Turner injury. If I recall, he was healthy for that 2-game set out in Los Angeles when my Minnesota Twins were out there, and was, I believe, hurt in the next game or two after that. And so been out of this Dodgers lineup for a long time. And as you said, they're a team that can definitely weather a storm, a lineup that can weather the storm, obviously, as they're still sitting in first place. But look out when he gets back. Just another solid bat for this LA Dodgers lineup. And when you're getting performances from Buehler from the rotation like tonight, man, you'd think a couple runs would be in order from this Dodgers lineup.
Definitely Chris Taylor pinch hits ending Buehler's day. He'll fly out to right for the third out. Kike Hernandez, Chris Taylor, and AJ Pollock are kind of my trifecta I referred to as guys that could probably be everyday major leaguers on a lot of teams, especially rebuilding teams. But here for the Dodgers, they're more of a bench role. So, they have stars at almost every position. Bellinger, Muncy, Betts, Peterson, Seager, plus a couple promising rookies in Smith and Lux. But anytime one of these guys go down, like Turner went down at third, they got a multitude of arms they can bring in. And, well, I suppose they aren't arms. That refers more to pitchers. But they got guys they can bring in who can play almost any position when they need a day off and just play like a regular could, really.
Yeah, we've talked before about how having those guys who can have that kind of ultra versatility on your bench can really pay dividends, especially when your lineup is stacked. But always nice to have those guys when a guy like Turner does go down.
Got him.
See a beautiful put out here. It'll go 6-3. Seager doesn't beat this one. Went away. Scott Alexander came in to pitch. Blake Treinen's also up in the pen. Looks like we'll have Jimmy Nelson join him. 5-6-7 the task for Scott. He got the 5-hitter. Now he's going to have Brendan Rodgers, who hit that double, which I believe was absolutely laced in the gap, if I recall correctly, his last time up.
Off the plate, ball one.
See how this Dodgers bullpen does. They've held together for the most part, I think, this season, and always tough coming in to fill the gaps when your pitcher only goes 5. But let's see if they can at least continue to put up a 0 and hold the Colorado Rockies to just these 3 runs and maybe get their teammates back in this one, or a chance to get back in it.
Yeah, these Dodgers are a team that they can hit 3 runs in a hurry, especially here at Coors Field. So they're going to look to hold these Rockies at bay, and well, I'm going to be honest, they're going to have to be figuring out something to change their approach against John Gray, because he's completely neutralized them, and well, his pitch count isn't even getting up there, so it's not like they can try and just hope he gets chased and attack that bullpen, because at this rate he's going to go all 9.
Yeah, when I was looking at Gray's numbers coming into this one, I thought we might be in for a little bit of a treat. Of course, you always question that coming in here to Coors Field, as there's a strikeout for Scott Alexander.
The catcher, number 14.
Yeah, he gets Brendan Rodgers looking, and well, I hope he's enjoying it. The umpire, surprised the umps haven't let that get to their ego and throw someone out yet, because we've seen both sides, players just jawing at them today. And, well, I've seen it here in the booth, and I've seen it on the Twitch chat as well. Gotta imagine the fans aren't too happy either, especially when it's hurting their side.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
And 1 to Tony Wolters, the catcher. Lefty on lefty, misses low with the slider, 2-1. fouls this one off, so it'll be all evened up. A little bit of a deuces wild of sort. 2-2 count with 2 away. And I thought I didn't see the ball go foul, but apparently it did. So he stays alive. And strike 3 called. And more jawing. A little bit of a benefit of the doubt there. But they'll say he caught the outside part. And Colorado goes 1-2-3, top of the order for Los Angeles. Braves face the minimum. They're going to look to change that here.
Leading off for the Dodgers.
Mookie Betts.
Right fielder. Mookie
Next Muncie.
Betts.
And the reigning MVP, Cody Bellinger.
Yeah, talk about the path to getting those 3 runs back in a hurry. Top 3 guys in this Dodgers lineup definitely candidates to do that.
Well, not doing a great job of winning their election here is Betts will ground it to second. Rogers flips it to first. And just like that, he's erased in the primary.
Well done.
They didn't even get the signatures to make it to the ballot with that ground out. So quick. I'm telling you. Max Muncy may be a little bit better.
Count 1-0.
But he'll take ball 1.
Those 14 home runs this season have him up early in the polls.
I like it.
Man.
Ugly swing and a miss there. Of course, he might have just been protecting, thinking the umpire might have called that one a strike.
Well, and I think Gray has just been so well around the zone tonight that even a pitch 1.5 feet off the plate can draw even a ugly swing like that from Max Muncy.
Yeah, he's gone 2 straight off speed, almost the same spot. Takes the first one, I believe, was a changeup. Swings and misses at the slider here, though, so it's evened up at a 2-2 count. Gray's 64th pitch, going to be a fly ball foul. Could have been trouble with the shift on if it stayed fair.
Ooh.
I think once he's seeing the ball now, just not getting the timing quite right yet. Swinging nice. Fastball up. Gray gets his 7th strikeout, and now he's still faced the minimum through almost 7 innings. See, Muncy just swung right under it. Kind of, that's a pitch. Even if he made contact, it would have just harmlessly popped it up. So, Holberg and McGee up in the pen. Cody Bellinger swinging this strike 1, and Beardy, the cookie trademark benchmark. We want to see him between 70 and 77 here in the 7th for that Maddox, and he's right in that frame, approaching it right now.
Well, and if he's going to keep getting calls like that, he's going to cruise to about 80 pitches complete game in this one. Holy cow.
Yeah. That was another questionable call. So that'll mean Cody protects one slightly inside off the plate. Keep it at 0-2. Maybe drive up that pitch count. Maybe that was what Muncy and Bellinger came up there doing, hoping to help chase Gray sooner than later. Takes ball 1.
It was a heck of a take there by Bellinger. That one was one that's been getting the Dodgers hitters so far here tonight. And like I alluded to, Gray's just been barely chipping that paint on the corners all night and has them off balance. But,
Cody Bellinger got one up in the zone, and he said, "I'm the MVP. You're not." 469 feet. That's the kind of Coors missile we're used to seeing. And it'll be a home run to bring them back within 2.
Yeah, the first mistake that Gray's made all night, and the reigning MVP says, I'll take it, and plant it a nice 469 feet away.
Boy, that got almost... Nah, I suppose that doesn't really dead center. Shaded to left center, and that was... 7, 8, 9, 10 rows back, maybe? That was no cheap shot.
Yeah, it didn't even have much height on it either. It was a laser out of here at Coors Field.
That's ball 2.
We'll see how Gray responds. Doesn't look promising so far as it's going 2-0. John Gray.
Ball 3.
That was a 1-2 pitch that Bellinger planted over the fence as well, so nice piece of hitting from the Dodgers center fielder.
Three and 1. Catches the zone on the 3-0, so wasn't Peterson's pitch.
Nope.
He'll take ball 4.
The batter.
Yeah, maybe a walk of frustration there from John Gray after giving up the bullet to Cody Bellinger, and you got 2 outs. You just got to get 1 more, but that home run given up with 2 outs can sometimes mess with the psyche a little bit, and things can start to unravel in these later innings for a starter who's been through the lineup a few times.
Yeah, so now he'll face Corey Seager, the only guy to get a hit off him before that Cody Bellinger homer. 2 away, runner on first. Corey represents the tying run. Gray's trying to hold it to just the 1 run of damage here. Some high, 2-2. Missing low, 3-2. Missing inside, but it's swinging over the head of Arenado just barely. It'll be a blooping base hit.
The good old-fashioned excuse me. Oh, I'm at first base now. That one, Arenado almost caught that. That was a heck of a leap.
It was like a little kangaroo or something out there. Like Tigger the Tiger from Winnie the Pooh, but... Oh, that might be trademarked. I don't know if you should be saying that. Oh well. Jake McGee coming in to pitch. Gray's days done on what looked to be a promising complete game shutout. Quickly becomes a problem for Jake McGee to clean up. It's 2 away, the lefty at the plate. My bad, the righty at the plate now. From Will Smith. We'll have some righty on lefty action. Or lefty on righty. I don't know which order you're supposed to say in them. Oh well.
Dinger's casting some of his signature prehistoric juju here.
Will Smith laser shot caught by Brendan Rodgers at second base to end the side. That's just bad luck. If that was about 3 feet higher, it would have been a 1 or 2 run double to perhaps tie this up. But instead, our only offense comes in the form of the Cody Bellinger solo shot. And Gray's out of the game, so anything's possible. Blake Trinan will come into pitch as we head now to the 8th inning. 3-1 Colorado. ML Ball. Memorial Day edition.
Gotta say, go big, go blue, go Jackrabbits with former Jackrabbit SDSU alum Blake Trinan on the mound.
Jackrabbits. Isn't that South Dakota State or North Dakota State?
South Dakota State. my alma mater as well.
I remembered that. Took me a second, and I forgot which Dakota, but I was right on my first guess.
They really just need to combine those Dakotas already and get it over with, but that's an argument for maybe a bot ball after dark.
That's one you'll have to let me know before it happens so I can make sure I'm tuning in.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Sinker up in the zone, swing and a miss, 1 and 2. So Don Nunez getting the pinch hit appearance here. He's batting .231. He's in that 8 hole, pinch hitting with Gray out of the game. Dribbler. Goes foul, stays foul. And ground ball, Corey Seeger can't get to it at short. It'll be a leadoff base hit from the pinch hitter for the Colorado Rockies.
Now batting, center fielder.
I think that's about the 3rd hit this game that Colorado's had that's gone just under a defensive player's glove or close to it, as they've had a couple dribblers that have just found it. Meanwhile, the Dodgers have hit some rockets that have gone straight to defenders, so a tale of 2 batting averages on balls in play here in this one so far.
Well, Colorado not getting an insurance run here. That's what we call your classic 4-6-3 double play, hard hit. And Lux goes, here you go, Corey. And Corey goes, thanks, Lux. Here you go, Cody. Or my bad, Muncie. Cody doesn't play for us anymore. And Axelder says, thank you, Corey. Just like that, 2 are away.
Classic pitcher's best friend for Blake Trinan.
No, Beardy, one of my favorite types of double play is that 4-6-3, because you kind of get to see the ball kind of zigzag a little bit, you know? So it goes over the second, and then back over towards first base. Whereas the 6-4-3, it's all going like third to first in the direction across the field. If that makes sense.
Oh, totally. I always like the classic first to second, back to first double play. That can usually get pretty exciting no matter who's running down the first base line.
Oh, yeah, the 3-6-3 is another great one. (3-0) to Charlie Blackman with 2 away. Trinan gonna set. Deliver the 3-0 pitch after a lot of contemplation, and it'll catch the zone for strike 1.
I saw the Twins turn a triple play in person last season, and that was something. That was a treat.
Sinker ball. Strike 2. Fly ball, left field. Jock Peterson grabs it. Through 7. 3-1. Colorado. Dodgers gonna try and do some damage. Bottom of the order gonna face Carlos Estevez.
Number 54,
Carlos Emilio Estevez.
Scott Oberg will be up in the pen too, should Carlos hit the fan.
Get all your Mighty Duck jokes out now, folks.
That looked better off the bat than it turned out to be. First pitch swinging from Lux going to end up being a harmless fly out to Blackman.
third baseman, PK.
Yeah, once again, solid contact from a Dodgers hitter, but just not finding in the gaps or not finding open grass here at Coors Field so far.
Ball, that pitch is up.
Kike Hernandez gonna take ball 1. Go for 2 for Kike. We'll see a pinch hitter due up. You pop up here. Handled for the second out by Murphy, and now probably going to be Matt Beatty or AJ Pollock. Pinch hit. Of course, we'll leave you in suspense as we look at a replay of the harmless pop-up for whatever reason.
For Los Angeles, number 45, Matt Beatty.
It is Matt Beatty, number 45, a fellow 45, as I always say when Matt Beatty comes in to pinch hit. .229, only 1 homer for Matt, but hey, it's that number 45 unity that matters to me.
That's ball 2.
Yeah, 45, that's usually a reliever number.
It is a lot of the times. It's either you're a reliever or you're a guy who's probably more of a AAA guy who's up for just a little while if you're a position player, but Matt wears it. I never actually got to wear it in my playing days. I had to wear number 5 because we didn't go up to 45. And well, Matt Beatty's going to hit one up against the base of the wall, so he shows why number 45 is so great.
Up next to
the classic transitive property there.
Matt can do it, I can do it. That's how I like to think of it. For number 45 strong. Lots of great number 45s in the history of baseball. Don't ask me who they are. Mookie Betts will take ball 1. In case you ask, I gotta really quickly look up who's great and war number 45.
I was just gonna say that I'm your color guy. That's what I'm supposed to be here for, is the occasional Googling when us dimwits don't know anything about past baseball.
Well, it's 1-1 to Mookie Betts. He'll hit a rocket high and deep, and forget about it. It is a 2-run bomb for the leadoff man, and all of a sudden, this game is tied. Don't know why there was a little drum roll, but hey, there was 443.
Mookie crushed number 8 on the season there, 440 feet, and he's gonna enjoy that one. That one was an absolute bomb off the foul pole.
That was
the first baseman.
Monster shot. Max Muncy give him the lead. Stay tuned to find out, folks. This is getting interesting. Spicy bat ball late, 3-3 tie.
We've had a great slate of games here so far on Memorial Day. A lot of close games compared to yesterday's lopsided affairs, and I'm glad ours is tied up late here, especially for you being a fan of the Dodgers. It seems that bullpen of Colorado shaky. Not sure if they can hold on to this tie anymore, even.
Well, it looked like a 6-3, but out was actually a 5-3 with the shift on Muncy goes down, but Mookie Betts hits the absolute bomb off the foul pole.
Now pitching for the Dodgers.
Ross Stripling going to come in to protect the tie game. And, of course, that runner on second, number 45, Matt Beatty, needed to reach base, let Mookie reach, and to let that Mookie represent the tying run, so don't forget about number 45, folks. I do now know the top 2 players generally considered all time to wear number 45. Those are 2 pitchers in the form of Bob Gibson and Pedro Martinez. So, Bob Gibson, Pedro Martinez, if you ever want to know, the great number 45s. There you go. 0-2, swing and a foul. It'll be 2-3-4 do it for Colorado. Murphy Arenado's story. And of course, Beardy, more tragic ending to a number 45. Tyler Skaggs of the Angels wore that number last year before he passed away.
Yeah, tough situation for the Angels and his teammates, of course. Hoping you can rally around that and remember the positive moments of that young man's life, and remember the good times and have some laughs. That's how I've found to weather the storm and some tragedy of people who have gone too soon, and guys like Mike Trout and the rest of those Angels definitely will honor Mr. Skaggs for sure. One of the great 45s is we're talking about him here, and we'll wonder how this one's going to turn out. We're tied up here at Coors Field. I hope we don't go extra innings and bump into the After Dark broadcast, but here we are, bottom of the 8th, and Nolan Arenado's got 1 down and a 1-1 count.
Yeah, we see Baez and Jimmy Nelson up in that Los Angeles pen. 1-1 to Nolan Arenado, like you mentioned, for Stripling with that 2-1 missing low. Really was cool last year to see how not only the Angels but the whole league kind of rallied when Skaggs passed away to honor his memory, and it's always tragic when anyone passes away, whether it be a Major League athlete or a former Major League athlete, or your grandma, your friend's grandma, maybe your parents, maybe, a friend of yours who got in a car accident or something. I don't know. The moral of the story is no matter who or how or when, it's always sad to see someone pass on. And it's just a part of life. Maybe getting a little bit too deep here. We aren't in Bot Bowl After Dark yet, but
we call it Philosophy Ball.
Philosophy Ball. I love it. Arenado worked the walk. We'll see a pinch runner now at first base. Trevor Story going to try and drive that runner in with only 1 away.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Talking about all the people who've passed, what a better day to talk about that Memorial Day, to kind of remember all the fallen servicemen and women of our country.
A lot of good Americans among the ranks who need to be honored on Memorial Day, and the least we can do is, I guess, give you some fake baseball and a little bit of fun here on what is a pretty sad and tragic day for many, but hopefully a day that those folks connected to those who have lost their lives in war and in uniform can also take some pride in the sacrifice that their family member made and their family made themselves just by supporting the person in the military and supporting their decisions. So good to remember those folks on this day. And yeah, how about we get back to baseball?
Let's do it. High pop-up third base side. That'll be caught for the second out.
Yeah, our chat's going a little haywire here. We see Rockies pulled out Nolan Arenado for Garrett Hampson as a pinch runner. Not sure why you take out Arenado for a hamster, but the Rockies have done it here tonight.
Part of me understands maybe a little bit more of an aggressive manager move here to with one away, try and ensure. Well, what I would have done is I would have probably stolen second, maybe even tried to steal third if I was bringing in a pinch runner for Nolan Arenado with one away to try and maximize the chance that that runner could be turned into a run and we wouldn't have to worry so much about defense in the top half of the ninth. But yeah, that runner hasn't really been going anywhere over there at first, and with extras potentially looming, having Arenado's bat and glove out of the lineup is maybe not the best choice. Now we'll see the runner go. He'll be safe at second.
It's in there with a feet first slide.
Every day you see that. Seager didn't really get the ball though until it's too late. So 3-0. Kia. Ooh. Slider
That's a
catches
tough
the
one.
top. You're right. That is one of the toughest, because that pitch looks like it's going to stay high, but then it just drops in at the last second. And, oof. That means when you throw the fastball up there like that, all of a sudden now you're protecting because you don't know if it's going to drop in or not. (3-2). Muncy
nice.
That's some glove work over there at first base to be proud of. Muncy nabs it. So it stays tied. Heading now top of the ninth. Dodgers looking to grab the late lead. Josh Fuentes is in to play third base. Arenado out of the game.
Leading off for the Dodgers, the center fielder, number 35, Cody Bellinger.
So Garrett Hampson has a kind of an uneventful outing, steals a base, but doesn't get that run that he really needed to score to make the move worthwhile.
Interesting that the Rockies are sticking with Carlos Estevez here after he allowed the Dodgers back into this one in the 8th inning.
Yeah, it's especially with the heart of the order due up. Bellinger, Peterson, Seager, it's, like you mentioned, questionable at best. I mean, on one hand, you could kind of see it because obviously going tie game, top of the ninth, there's a chance, well, a good chance, you could be going to extras. Don't want to burn through those arms in your bullpen more than you absolutely have to, but at the same time, if you already gave up a few runs in your first inning of work, the last thing you want to do is give them up in the second inning and end this one way sooner than we have to.
Yeah, the Rockies also used a ton of relievers yesterday, and in their weekend series against, who'd they play? The Phillies. Against the Phillies, they used a lot of relievers in yesterday's game. I think they used 7 or 8 relievers in yesterday's game. So, yeah, maybe it is no mystery why Estevez is out there. They simply don't have anybody who's well rested enough. And with this one looking at potential extras, as you noted, yeah, you'll maybe leave Estevez out there for another inning or two.
Yeah, it's always a lot easier said than done managing a bullpen in the major leagues. And you know, a lot of times there's guys who internally they're not going to go shout to the world, but there might be guys they decide, hey, there's no chance you're pitching today. You pitched way too much yesterday or the day before. Of course, maybe that changes. It's the 13th inning. You say, okay, go grab your jersey. We don't have many other choices, but it's definitely more of a last resort at that point. We see a swing and a miss strikeout Cody Bellinger for the first out of the inning. Followed by a ground out into the shift for Jock Peterson to make it 2 away pretty quick.
The shortstop, Corey Seager.
That means 2 away. It'll be Corey Seager. EB from Toronto in chat. Fun point. Josh Fuentes, who came in to play third base, is actually Nolan Arenado's cousin.
It's very cute.
So for whatever that's worth, we have, unless it's through marriage or an in-law situation or something like that, we have some of that blood of that Gold Glover third base over there at third still. Ugly swing and a miss from Corey Seager. It's 1-2. Is it Thanksgiving? Because I think I just saw something completely and utterly carved up. And it wasn't a turkey, so I guess it's not Thanksgiving. It was Corey Seager chasing and looking foolish up there. Dodgers go 1-2-3. Rocky's going to look to walk it off, facing as Pedro Baez and Kenley Jansen are warming up the pen. Ross Stripling back out there to work. It's the bottom part of the order.
Yeah, I wonder who the Rockies will bring in to pinch hit for the pitcher spot. As that's due up next here. I wonder if Rogers can get on base. That also might make things interesting. Maybe they'll just leave the pitcher out there and try the bunt attempt, but a lot will depend on how this at-bat breaks out for Brendan Rodgers.
Yeah, it's Brendan Rodgers, then Tony Wolters, actually, before we'll see that pitcher spot. But nonetheless, we will see the pitcher spot this inning in the hole, so I think you bring up a good point regardless, even if I have to extrapolate a little bit. If Rodgers or Wolters reaches base, I think there's a good chance maybe we just see the bunt. They did already, they've used one guy to pinch hit for the pitcher once already. Then they've used a couple guys in the pinch run and defensive substitution for Arenado. So I think that means they probably only have 2 guys left on that bench. Oh wait, it is the pitcher spot. So is Tony Wolters out of the game? Well, apparently. Unless they pinched hit for Wolters with Ryan McMahon.
The goofiness all started when they took out Arenado.
Who knows what's happening?
Bud Black's getting crazy with it here on a Monday night at Coors Field.
You might regret it, though, because this is the 4th guy off his bench. So assuming it's the typical kind of 5-man bench, should only be 1 person left on there.
Yeah, it probably just comes down more to us not paying attention while one of us was rambling on at some point and we missed a double switch or something, is we've been known to do from time to time. But hey, you guys still stick around for it, and we're having a fun one here tonight at Coors Field with Ryan McMahon now at the dish.
Who? Swing and a miss, so McMahon will go down. Stripling's got his 2nd strikeout. So last chance before we head to extras. I think you're... Oh! Good job describing the swing and a miss. Yeah, he swung right through it. And yeah, Dom Nunez in that 8-hole back up. Tingled his last time. Strike 1, makes it 1-1. Change up, low in the zone. One, 2. Swing and a miss.
Nice slider there from Ross Stripling to shut things down in good measure for the Rockies.
These Dodgers had to train their bullpen quite a bit in their last series. I forget who they were facing now. But they faced somebody this weekend.
Indians.
That's right, the Indians. Stellar rotation for the Tribe.
The catcher, Will.
Maybe they're a big part of what put this Dodgers club to sleep early on in this one, but maybe a bit of the rust being shaken off now is Mario Diaz. Caro. Okay. Boy. Diaz, regardless, coming into pitch now. But I suppose the point I was getting at is we could see a bit of a battle of the bullpens going forward. Whose is more tired and going to get hit up first? We have free baseball.
It's Hero Diaz.
Hero Diaz. I believe that. I wouldn't have got it, but yeah, that sounds like a good Hispanic pronunciation. So Hero get the punch out. Smith for the first out of the inning. In comes Gavin Lux now.
Might be Hyro. Maybe I went too. I might have gone too Japanese with it.
Now battle, the third baseman, DK.
I believe Hyro too. Well. Oh well. Lux goes down quickly, so Kike Hernandez. 2 down. Slider at 90. That's got some heat. It's 1-1 now.
We've seen a lot of good sliders here tonight at Coors Field from pitchers on both sides, and Diaz has been doing well so far here in the 10th and cruises through it.
Yeah, ground out. Shortstop flips to first base, and Dodgers go 1-2-3. And you know, you talk about seeing all those good sliders here today. You know, one thing we've been talking about a lot. Well, maybe not a lot, but we've mentioned multiple times kind of how that the atmosphere affects those hard hit balls and those home runs, and the power numbers maybe being a little bit juiced here. But how does that play in on the pitching side of things?
I guess I don't know a good answer to that one. I think. I mean, we've just seen it over the years. Pitchers have just started to add velocity to their fastballs. They've started to add velocity on those breaking pitches. So I think there's some give and take on both sides. You know, I'm as I've alluded to before, I'm all for the offense, so I don't really care if there's a juiced ball or not.
So Ross Stripling going to work a third inning now, facing David Dahl, Blackman and Murphy to follow. Pringle mentions in chat, curveballs don't break as well with the higher altitude. And yeah, I suppose that's more what I was more curious about. It's just how the atmosphere affected the break on their pitches, which, well, it sounds like it makes it a bit harder to break in, but like you mentioned as well, though, it means you kind of have to change your approach as a pitcher in the sense that you have to throw a little bit differently, not only because of that change in break, but also because of how offensively friendly it is here. Ball down. Charlie Blackman takes ball 1.
I wonder if it's because the balls don't spin as well, or if pitchers can't generate as much spin for some reason. I'm I'm curious what the reason why they don't break as well at altitude.
You know, part of me thinks it would almost make sense if they could break more because there'd be less like air resistance from the thinner atmosphere, so it wouldn't be like circular friction from the air on it. I mean, it doesn't make sense because it's not how the physics works, obviously, but
there's less drag, so it doesn't catch as much.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. Blackman goes down on strike, so there's 2 away, and we're going to be heading to the 11th if Daniel Murphy doesn't do something here.
1-0.
Okay, chat's going crazy on us. It's the Magnus effect. Magnus force, rather, so I'll have to look that up. And if anyone listening is curious, well, I don't think we're going to do that on the air right now. So if you're curious about why those balls don't break as well, look up the Magnus force.
Google it, you lazy bum.
The third baseman, number 8.
And Daniel Murphy, though, we should probably zero in on the game now. It's getting a bit interesting. He hits a base hit up the middle. So we saw that Dodgers pitcher go nearly 3 innings. They'll go to Pedro Baez now, their setup man, to kill the threat here with... Oh, not Nolan Arenado, he says sarcastically. Josh Fuentes in the 3-hole now. So, see if that pinch run comes back to bite him here, because
I have a hankering it is gonna come back to bite him.
Gotta think Nolan Arenado here. You just need a double to score that runner over from first, more than likely. Murphy doesn't have the most speed, but.
Well, and Baez is a tough enough pitcher to face against when you are an all-star hitter, and when you're a backup to that all-star hitter, your task is even tougher, especially with 2 down and now 2 strikes.
And yeah, it'll end up being a ground out. Good snag by Kike Hernandez at third base. He'll flip it to second the short way. He'll get the out. So more free baseball. 11th inning coming up from the mountains.
Your attention, please.
AJ Pollock going to get his chance with the bat to lead it off in the 11th. Ball 1 from Jorge Diaz. Back out there for a second inning of work. Make it 2-0 now to AJ Pollock. AJ struggled in limited playing time.
Yeah, Hyro keeps pumping in strikes there. That 97-mile-an-hour 2-seamer, and in his second inning of work, he's been attacking Pollock here from the start.
Pollock will foul one off now. 2-2. Back from the 2-0. Even count, misses low, so it'll be full. Away with nothing else. Pollock's done a great job of making them throw quite a few pitches. 5 in this at-bat now. Number 6 to be fouled off as well. It might have been ball 4, but and I'll have to throw at least 7 to AJ. And it'll be a swing and a miss on ball 4, so.
Another dirty slider gets another batter swinging through it here.
going. That means now with one away, we head to the top of the order. Mookie Betts, the 2-run home run to tie it up here, though. He'll just hit a ground out at third baseman, who isn't Arenado. Fuentes will make the play for the first out. Second out. I'm awake. That means Max Muncy going to be last chance for the Dodgers in the 11th inning. He'll hit a high fly ball, left field, deep. Tapia going back, and he will have room to make the plays just shy of the warning track for the third out. Dodgers go 1, 2, 3. See him call to the bullpen now as Colorado looks to walk us off here in the bottom of the 11th. Joe Kelly, looking distance with appearance, going to come into pitch.
Number 17, Joe Kelly.
Yeah, if there's one guy you'd circle who has the potential to walk it off in one swing, it's definitely Trevor Story in this lineup. My voice dropped out on me. Fun here in the 11th inning.
Yeah, it's something that'll happen as the game goes on, I suppose. Joe Kelly's first pitch will miss, and yeah, it's not Arenado. Oh wait, he's out of the game. That will walk you off. It's Trevor Story. So we'll see what he does here. If he can't get anything going, it looks bleak for the next few innings, as then we'll kind of be working through that bottom of the order that has the pitcher spot now in the 7-hole, among other adjustments with double switches and such we've seen throughout the game.
Trevor couldn't decide. That hit 100 on the gun for Joe Kelly.
It's in low, so it'll be 2-2 now. Got 100, and yeah, that was, I love triple digits. Makes my day when I see those. 3-2, got a miss slider, so ball 4. Story will take his jog down to first base, and Joe Kelly's let the leadoff guy reach. So that winning run will now stand at first base with nobody away. See if Rockies fans start getting to their feet. Wave the rally towels they probably weren't given today. Tapia will bat. Kelly probably going to pitch low, looking for the double play. The bunt is on. They'll be grounded. They're going to try and flip it. They'll get it to second for 1. They'll get just the lead runner. So a great job there by Muncy to make that quick choice. And hold that runner to first base, get the double play in order going forward.
Yeah, poor bunt from Tapia there. Just got it too hard and hit it on the screws. Nice play by Muncy, and Colorado with 1 down now, and Brendan Rodgers 1 for 4 today, looking for hit number 2.
Yeah, the one hit he did have was a pretty solidly hit double. Another solidly hit double here with Tapia's speed will more than easily walk us off. Of course, anything will do. Just want to keep the hit train going. Don't want to overthink it. Try and overdo it at the plate.
I got 2 on the count.
102 on the 2-seamer.
Cow.
I think we got to roll this Chapman and not Joe Kelly.
Too soon, man. Too soon.
For those of you who don't know, Aroldis Chapman went down 1 to 2 months with an injury in the game before us, New York Yankees.
Yeah, it's the injury you have to say most carefully of all. It's a herniated disc.
Best wishes to Aroldis. Never like to see anyone hurt. 3-1 will miss. Rogers works the walk. There'll be 2 on now with 1 away. So, a base hit from pitcher's spot due up. Will they let Mario Diaz hit? No, they won't. Ian Desmond. Not a fellow 45, but a fellow Ian this time going to come in to hit.
Perhaps even better, Desmond's been a solid hitter for the Rockies so far this season.
Yeah, you see there, batting over 305 homers, and odd to see him held to the bench. And with that even said, being held to the bench, being their last guy off the bench today. Bud Black makes those calls, not me, but this probably would have been one of my first guys off the bench. Especially in the 9th inning when we were in that tie ball game, running around first, trying to walk it off. Of course, they're trying to walk it off again here, but that's not the point. 1-2 to Desmond. Fouled off.
101 on that two-seamer. Man, usually you don't see those two-seamers getting that fast, but that's a tough pitch to foul off even.
Normally when you're seeing pitches that fast, you'll only see it on a 4-seamer, but Joey's got an extra gear on that 2-seamer today. Boom. Two-2 to Ian Desmond. Grounded back. Fouled back on the ground. Next 2-2. Again, tapped backwards.
Back-to-back knuckle curves there from Kelly. I wonder if he's going to go back to that dirty two-seamer.
Nothing else. Desmond's done a great job of wearing him down for the guy behind him. He'll hit this one though. Lux snags it out of thin air at second. That's just unlucky. Solid contact. Would have been a base hit that would have forced to probably air and throw from Betts to walk him off, but that was 2 away for Don Nunez. What do you do after that swing, Beardy? That's gotta kill you as a batter.
Yeah, Desmond, of course, coming off the bench, too. You always kind of worry if those guys are warmed up properly and hit it on the screws just in the wrong spot, as that was the case for the Dodgers earlier in this game.
Kelly's knuckle curve just hit 88 on that last pitch. Forced him to miss high at 98 to make it 2-1. I think I've ever seen a knuckle curve at 88. Well, for now. Don't know how that worked in the strike.
Just goes to show anything can happen here in ML Bot Ball. That's why you should tune in every day.
You should. Ball 4 to Nunez. 2-seamer at 100 misses inside. And we'll see what happens here. Do they go to the closer Jansen now with the bases loaded? Doesn't look like they will. David Dahl instead. With a runner 90 feet away, looking to end this one, and we can go to Bot Ball after dark. Those of you tuning in for that, Chicago White Sox at the Baltimore Orioles. Ronaldo Lopez facing Cole Stewart. If Duggo and Frango on the call will get started when this one finishes, whenever it may be. We encourage you all to stick around. Swing and a miss. Strike one to David Dahl. Joe Kelly gonna have to work out of this mess.
The old moniker at the Metrodome used to say, walks will haunt. 3 walks from Joe Kelly in this inning now.
That's Pia at third, Rogers at second, Nunez at first. Of course, Tapia only on in the forced play, that retired Story. Gregory swing and a miss, 1-2. That call just died. Frango with the bump back. Blackman won't come up this inning, which is true, because either Dahl will hit or walk something to drive in a run, or he'll be retired to end the side. He'll hit a high fly ball, center field. They're going back.
That's it.
Ball game. Bellinger ran and ran, but there was no chance. So that ends it here. This wasn't a walk-off, we probably would have seen 3 runs come in to score on that. But instead, it's going to be a 4-3 final.
As the big guy 73 said in the chat, there's never a dull moment in this game. Ha ha, ha 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 ha.
John Gray, with his masterful performance on the mound, wins Player of the Game honors. Boy, I think David Dahl might have earned it there with that walk-off, but hey, that doesn't discount Gray. He was filthy. Looked like it might have been a no-hitter in the Brewing. Then it looked like it might have been a Maddox in the Brewing in the form of a complete game shutout, but just kind of fell apart in the 7th inning a little bit. Gave up a run and they pulled him. Hey, things got interesting with the tie game, but Colorado comes out on top. Mario Diaz gets the win. Joe Kelly loses. Falls to 0-1. Gives up his first run of the season.
Fun game here at Coors Field. I enjoyed the early pitchers duel. I enjoyed the Rockies getting out on front. I enjoyed the comeback from the Dodgers, and everybody loves a walk-off, don't they?
I love a walk-off, and well, I think I want to know what Frango and Duggo think of a walk-off, as they both joined us in the booth as they get ready to call this After Dark matchup.
Well, you know the most important thing to me, Cookie, is a walk-off here at Coors Field means a Dodgers loss.
Saw that one coming.
Well, Duggo, I think the most important thing to me is there won't be a Diamondbacks win today, as they aren't on our schedule. So,
hey man, sometimes you got to take a break from all those W's.
The bright side is there's no chance of a loss for you guys today, so I'll give you that.
You know, stay creeping up a half game even when you don't play, man. So it's like the opposite of getting fired on your day off. It's great. I try, man.
Yeah. Hey, that was a great game, guys. Like here you were saying, yeah, you had a little bit of everything there. You had a great pitching matchup, and you had a couple bombs and everything, and then that dramatic moment at the end with the long drive. So, excellent game and good call.
Thank you. Yeah, if it had to go extras, at least it didn't go too many extras, and we didn't cut in too much to your start, guys. But at least for me, I'm going to duck out quick here so we can get to your guys' game right on deck and continue with more ML Bot Ball going to the After Dark version.
Appreciate it, guys. It's always good. But the thing that really gets me before you guys dip, how did you have a game go that far into extras, and yet you were still running early for most of it?
Pitchers duel, man. John Gray was amazing, and hey, it worked out because we got to go 11, and well, we only cut into I think we're now 8 minutes behind schedule, so that's not too bad for going 11 with a walk-off.
No, that's not a whole lot. It's going to be an interesting one here, as it will be those black-faced birds, the Orioles, hosting the Chicago White Sox here. Going to be game 1 of 4 here at Camden Yards, and I think it'll be a good one. I'm excited to be joined in the booth here by Frango Mint. And what is going on, my man?
Hey, thank you for the introduction, and Dougo, it's great to join you. First of all, I want to say thank you to you for helping me get set up and prepared for this, and also for the entirety of the MMO Ball community for doing this, because not only for Meals on Wheels, but for us baseball fans, this has been just a treasure. But today, of all days, anybody on either side of the aisle, we got to remember that today is the day that we honor the brave men and women who have given their lives protecting this country. Without their sacrifices, things as trivial as baseball, especially on Twitch, would not be possible.
Of course, man.
Yep.
As we get ready to cap off your evening here on Memorial Day 2020, it will be the Chicago White Sox, winners of 7 of their last 10, coming to Camden Yards to take on the Baltimore Orioles, who have been in a 5-game skid and winners of only 1 of their last 10.
Yep, that's right, Dougo. The Orioles have really struggled in May. They've gone 4-18 so far, and in that last 5-game streak, they've scored no more than 2 runs in any single game. So they've really scuffled, and being 1 for their last 11. As we look further back in the schedule for May, they did travel to Chicago and drop 3 to start the month. So these teams have played so far this year, and the Sox had some good luck against them. So we'll see if that continues here at Camden Yards tonight.
See what we got is we see the Chicago White Sox trying to keep creeping closer to the top there in the AL Central. Going to be a hard-fought battle, as we've seen some impressive play out of those Twins. Speaking of, they were the last team that the White Sox had to take on. They were able to avoid the sweep, winning Game 4, final score of 6-1.
Yep,
Look forward here. It'll be Cole Stewart on the mound here for the Orioles. Spent last year with the Minnesota Twins and their AAA Rochester affiliate. And in this season so far, looking for his first win, 0-6 on the year. His first pitch of the ball game is going to be a ball inside to leadoff man Lurie Garcia.
Yeah, Garcia, switch-hitting leadoff man, is really done pretty well for the Sox this year in this role, and don't think he'll be in this spot for too many years to come, but right now he's doing a great job for us.
Fouls that one off. It'll be 1-1. No, he was definitely the guy that was on the cusp with the changes to the lineup that Chicago did make. And folks, probably if they ever decide to give the call to Nick Madrigal, it surely will be Garcia probably getting edged out.
Yeah, quite possibly. Coming into this year in spring training, we were thinking it might be Madrigal or Danny Mendick at second, but Garcia did the role.
As he grounds out to shortstop, Jose Iglesias to start this ballgame. This is weird, man. Not used to calling these American League ball games. I'm like, I know all these rosters, and it's apparently I don't. So,
here's TA7.
So Tim Anderson is having an incredible year there. See that slash line, 335, 393, 571. Has not just managed to keep continuing from winning that batting title last year.
Yep. The swagger that he has is just part of the key that drives the White Sox. And last year, he was, I think, their most valuable player and really showed the American League what he was capable of. And his defense just keeps getting better, so we cherish him on the south side.
0-2 to TA7. There's a ball outside now, 1-2. We're talking about Cole Stewart and his sad start. Over the 51 innings he's pitched so far in 2020, only struck out 36 and walked 21. So really hasn't been a man of great stuff. But as I say that, Tim Anderson goes down on strikes as Cole Stewart gets his first strikeout of the ballgame.
Yeah, chasing that ball outside, and we never really had a chance at that. So some pretty good deception there by Stewart.
And it will be Yohan Moncada now. Stepping up to the plate, batter number 3. Swings and misses at the first one he sees from Cole Stewart.
Moncada is really also the thing that stirs the drink for the Sox, and moving to third base from second base for him last year was a key to his offensive success, it appears.
Fouls that off, now 0-2. So as we talk about Cole Stewart's cold start to the year, he's working quickly through what's been a dangerous lineup here. The White Sox. That's flared out into shallow left, and that will be Nunez getting the glove on that to retire the side. So they go down in order, and we will see what this Baltimore offense has in store as you join us here on this lovely Pop Ball After Dark.
Here we have Ronaldo Lopez starting for the Sox tonight. He's 4-1, and this will be his 11th start. You see that ERA of 3.56. He's really turned things around this year after struggling quite a bit last year. The Sox acquired him back in the offseason between 16 and 17 with Lucas Giolito and Dane Dunning. So in exchange for Adam Eaton. So if they can get him on to where he's pitching this well for a full season, that'll just be a huge find for the Sox.
As the first pitch of his ball game is roped through the gap into center field. So good start to the day for Jose Iglesias.
Iglesias is the oldest guy in the O's starting lineup at 30, so it's hard to believe that he's that old now, but he is the veteran on the team.
No, as I was looking through these guys and looking at the slash lines and realizing, maybe this isn't the ideal lineup. You got your leadoff man with an on-base percentage below 300. Manager Brandon Hyde must have picked something up from Dusty Baker, or that old school mentality. Just, he's fast. Just put him on. Don't worry about it.
But then you look at all the slash lines and you wonder where that leadoff guy comes from. Now, one truth of the O's is that they are a very young ball club. They've only got 3 guys who are 27 or older in their starting 9 today. So, and if you look at Stewart too, he's still pretty young. So they're still trying to find their identity. And whether or not they've got development in front of them or not, that's still to be seen. But they are definitely youthful.
2-1 to the switch hitting left fielder Anthony Santander. Pitch is going to come in. It's hit hard, but it'll be hit foul down the first baseline. 2-2 here. Lopez comes set. He's looking for the first out of his team's half inning here. Won't get it there as that goes low. 3-2. So it could be back-to-back guys getting on base to lead off the ball game. Lopez comes set, delivers. That's on the ground and won't be grabbed by Tim Anderson at shortstop, so that will be back-to-back hits given up by Lopez.
Kind of think that had Lopez been able to spot his pitches a little bit better, he wouldn't have been forced into that 3-2 pitch. It was a pretty good pitch, but still Santana was able to get the bat on it. So hopefully Lopez can turn this around here and get himself a double play here.
Keeps it low in the zone, and that's what he's trying to work for against Renato Nunez here. Batting third and playing third. A 1 pitch is called a strike.
Nice bender.
Changeup called a strike there for 0-2. Finally out ahead of a batter, and he gets a strikeout right there. Renato Nunez, no stranger to striking out. Number 63 on the year for him. First of the day for Lopez.
Pulled the string on that one nicely, yeah.
We'll bring up Dwight Smith Jr. in the cleanup spot here for the Orioles. See an OPS at 719, far from what you really want out of a cleanup guy. But these Orioles kind of had to punt at the last second with the unfortunate news to Trey Mancini, currently battling, is that colon cancer?
I believe that's right. It's terrible news, but You know, when I was preparing for this game today, thinking about Dwight Smith Jr., I was a little stunned that he's not on the Blue Jays, but sure enough, they traded him, didn't they?
Yes, so. I remember seeing him as an Oriole last year.
Yeah, he was drafted by the Blue Jays, but traded for the unfortunate combination of international cash a couple years ago, so that's how the Orioles got him. Yeah.
2-1 here to Dwight Smith Jr. Lopez would like to get back in this inning with no damage allowed, and he could get that long run by Encarnacion out into the outfield grass, puts the glove on it for the second out.
Batting fifth, the right fielder, number 24.
We see over there at first, it is Edwin Encarnacion. Jose Abreu is batting seventh in the DH role. Kind of thought that was a little bit backwards to me, but I guess maybe I haven't been watching the defensive abilities of those two guys over there in the American League.
I tend to think that Abreu probably should be playing first more often, but it's kind of give and take thing. Neither one of them is going to be a Gold Glove winner at this point in their careers anyway.
No. Ahead of DJ Stewart, 0-1, and he's looking at the second strike. Now 0-2, so after giving up those two leadoff singles, Reynaldo Lopez looking to get back in it in a fairly efficient manner. Pitch number 17. It's going to be in the dirt. It'll be 1-2, so.
Nicely blocked by Grandal.
So that'll be 1-2 to Stewart. Swings at that one, and he gets strikeout number 2, so no damage comes from those two singles. Orioles leave 2, score none, as we now head to the top of the second. Donuts all around.
I do love myself a good donut, so thank you for that, Duggo. Here we got Eloy Jimenez, Encarnacion, and Grandal coming up here in this inning, so see some thunder possibly from the White Sox bats.
I work in a very union-oriented industry. There are donuts all around all the time.
You are a very lucky man.
Oh, yeah, no, my waistline is not very lucky either, though. Let me tell you that. 0-1 here to Eloy. As he's probably having a little bit of a down year as to what we might expect out of guys watching on the south side here.
Yeah, I tend to think that maybe having him in the cleanup spot right now is maybe mistaken. After he came off that injury, I might think that 5th or 6th might be a better spot for him and move guys up behind him. I'd like Encarnacion in the cleanup spot a little bit better, but you know, when you've got the power bats that the Sox have, you can make those adjustments.
Fouls that off, so staying alive here at 1-2 is Jimenez. But yeah, no, you see that slugging percentage at just .421, which, you know, not bad. You'd like to see a lot more out of a cleanup hitter, and considering what, there's 3 guys in that lineup with a slugging percentage over 500 and actually closer to 600 in 2 of those cases. You know, it's an odd pick for the 4th bat, as that is popped into center field, and that'll be Austin Hayes putting that away for the first out of the inning.
So I have to ask you, Duggo, you brought up donuts. Are you a Dunkin' guy or are you Krispy Kreme?
Ooh. I feel like is that really the comparison to be made? Is it Dunkin' and Krispy Kreme? I guess I really don't know of what other donut groups you'd be going to.
The big players in the country. So, yeah, there might be other regional ones, but nationally, I think those are the ones that people identify with. So,
definitely more of a Krispy Kreme guy. As Dunkin', I will take for the coffee, but not so much for the donuts, personally.
Got to tell you, even though I live in the home of Krispy Kreme, I'm disappointed in your pick. I'm a Dunkin' guy all the way.
Oh, I know. I've pissed off plenty of people by saying that, but I stand by it, man. Those Dunkin' Donuts, even when they're fresh, still taste like they're like a couple hours old. 1-2 to EE is going to be hard play over there at short by Iglesias, but he is a glove-first man. What he lacks in batting skills, he makes up for on the diamond. So that is an easy second out for Iglesias. Tough for pretty much anybody else.
Helped out by Encarnacion carrying that piano on his back.
Whatever, man. As long as you can hit mad dingers like that, who cares? Who cares how fast you can run?
True.
So it'll be Yaz stepping up here, swinging at the first pitch he sees against the shift. In that outfield shift, I will yell at every day. I think it is one of the dumbest things in Major League Baseball, but it has allowed some beautiful hits this year, and that will be an opposite field double for Yasmani Grandal, easily standing into second. His gas.
Again, we'll take it. I agree with you. Those are disgusting to watch, but if that's the way the defense is going to play, that's where you hit it.
So it'll be Jose Abreu we were talking about. You see his numbers against left-handed pitching significantly better. But we will see him in the DH role against lefties as he looks at something that could have been big trouble for strike one.
Yeah, part of the bugaboo on Stewart was control issues, right? And we're seeing him pitch very well today, getting the spots and getting the Sox to swing at the balls out of the zone. So I think he's doing better today than probably he has previously in the season because he's 0-6 for a record. And I know the Orioles haven't won a lot of games, but still you'd like to see him notch a couple wins.
Ball one. You know, and that's the beauty of baseball. Is, you know, we laugh about these teams. You know, you always cry when you lose to a team like the Tigers or the Orioles, and you're like, how does that even happen? But then you realize just how beautifully random baseball is, too, and that even the worst teams, there's still 40, 50 games out there that they're going to win. And that's like bottom barrel. You know, usually it's 60 to 70. You know, so you always get so down about it, but in a game where failing 7 times out of 10 is still considered success, you know, you gotta take a step back sometimes with teams like the Orioles.
Yeah, and you got to remember, these guys are getting paid as well, right? So these are all professional players. And each and every one of them, you can bet, in their high school was, if not the best, one of the best players that was there, and so on. So
Jose Abreu lines that out to center to end the inning. So nothing comes from the 2-out double by Grandal. The Sox get their first hit of the ballgame. Still looking for our first run in the ballgame as we now head to the bottom of the second.
Leading off for the Orioles,
that man who had to make 2 of those outs in center field, Austin Hayes, comes to the plate here. He swings at the first pitch he sees. Mazzara runs back. He runs back, and at the track, he makes the catch. So quick first out of the inning.
Nice running catch there. Yeah.
It's actually a really great catch out there. Mazzara is not, I don't know, I wouldn't think of him as a defensive guy, you know? I mean, maybe that's my ignorance, but that's not something I've ever heard of talked, like, I haven't heard much praise for Mazzara's defense.
Agreed, yeah. He's got a decent arm, but he is not necessarily a real fleet of foot, so.
So it will be Hanser Alberto playing second base and batting 7th here. 1 out in the inning, and swings at that, as we saw somebody in the chat there. It was EB talking, and you can pretty much throw anything at the Orioles. They're going to swing at it. That's proof right there. 0-2. And swings through that one, so that is strikeout number 3 of the ballgame.
Yeah, very nice. Lopez really starting to hit his spots better. That was a very nice pitch.
Lopez is definitely potentially a very high strikeout guy, is he not?
He tends to be, yes. When he's got good movement going, it is hard to hit him. But he does suffer some lapses of concentration, as we may have just seen there.
Adley Rutschman takes his first pitch and hits that into left field for the 3rd hit of the ballgame here for the Orioles. Trying to work something with 2 away here in the bottom of the second. And it'll be number 9, Rio Ruiz, or number 14, batting 9th, Rio Ruiz, rather. As that terrifying knockoff of a Baltimore mascot stomps around out there, man. Like, I've had this discussion with a couple other guys here on these broadcasts, but you know, obviously it's a licensing issue, as that's gonna drop into center field for back-to-back singles here for the Orioles. They did it in the first, they do it in the second. So, kind of curious to see, as Reynaldo Lopez came into the game 7th in the AL in WHIP at 1.1, and he's already given up 4 hits, and we're still not through 2.
Yeah, it's a little distressing to see him give up this many hits, but
That's a ball.
And this is kind of whistling through the graveyard, but he has not given up really hard contact yet, it would appear.
So I don't think we'll see any hard contact here. It's Jose Iglesias up again as the lineup card flips over. 1-0 goes to 1-1 as that one hooks just foul into the right field seats there. See, he has managed apparently some hard hits. 13 doubles on the year. As that's another foul ball. Now 1-2, and Lopez 1 strike away from getting out of this one. But yeah, no, I think it's licensing issues with getting the correct versions of the mascots, and he's looking at that one. So you can allow 2 hits an inning if you're striking out 2 every inning as well. So Reynaldo Lopez gets his 4th strikeout of the day. We are through 2. Baltimore strands 2 more. Still nothing.
Leading off for the White Sox.
Here is the aforementioned Nomar Mazara, batting left-handed. The Sox acquired him for Steele Walker, basically A-level minor leaguer this past offseason.
Oh, that was one of the more ridiculous names, man. Like, how could you not want to see a guy named Steele Walker on the Texas Rangers, too?
Exactly. They must have had their finger on that one for a while.
Mazara swings through that 1-1. So, yeah, no, considering everything we saw on Cole Stewart coming into this one, granted it's only 2 innings so far, he's looked a lot more dialed in than any numbers would suggest.
Yeah, agreed. And this is my first chance to see him pitch, so he's definitely beating the report.
There's a strikeout there. He gets Mazara to strike out to start the 3rd inning, number 2 for Stewart's day. So the White Sox have just managed that 1 hit, that double by Grandal earlier in the game. And now, man, we were talking about how Eloy's on a little bit of a skid and simulations may not like him as much. It is Luis Robert